Hello everyone and welcome to the complete Next.js 15 course with TypeScript. I can guarantee that this is one of the best courses that I've created so far in this particular channel, and this is the only course that you need to master Next.js from scratch. So let's see what are the things that we are going to cover in this particular course. Alright, so before discussing the features, two things quickly I want to mention that I've already started new Hindi channel that I will be uploading the first video, which will be on Node.js completely in Hindi. So this is the channel name, Code with Craft. I will be adding the link in the description, so it's my request to everyone. So if you are interested to learn in Hindi, so you can subscribe to this particular channel. Second thing, to download the source code for this particular video for both the projects that we are going to cover, you can go to my website, which is completely free. So you just have to join the waitlist, and in the project section you will be able to download the source code for free. So these two things I just quickly want to mention. Now let's see what are the things that we are going to cover in this particular video. So first we'll start with, so mainly I've covered into 4 main chapters. So one will be the getting started, where we are going to cover all the basics Next.js concepts. Then we'll move to data fetching, and then we are going to create 2 main project, and by creating both the projects we are going to apply all the concepts that we have learned so far. So in the first section we are going to cover what is Next.js, the folder structure, the code files, layout and page.tsx concepts, what is server and client components, dynamic routing, nested routes, catch-all route, optional catch-all route, all kind of navigation using Next, link, useRouter, useParams, use locations, and lot of other hooks that you can use, the concept of not found page, loading state, error boundaries, route groups, and also static and dynamic metadata. So this is all the things that we are going to cover in the first section. So in the next one, so we're going to cover the concept of data fetching. So we'll learn how you can do data fetching in the server component, how you can implement streaming with loading using the latest React 19 use hook with promise, how you can implement data fetching in the client side component using useEffect, using SWR hook, using React Query, and also you're going to learn the concept of caching, the options like cache, next, revalidate, how you can use different cache options, and also we are going to understand how you can implement ISR using revalidate, and also how you can use concept like generateMetadata and lot of other things. And now coming to the main 2 projects. In this particular project we are going to cover the couple of things, right? So first, both the projects will be using Postgres, and we are going to use Drizzle, and we will be using Auth for authentication. Okay, so for Auth, in the first project we are going to cover email and password login with JWT, and for the second project we are going to cover Google Auth. So let's see in the first project what are the things that we'll be covering. So we are going to cover Postgres and Drizzle. It would be better if you already know some of the basics of Postgres and Drizzle. It will be very helpful. But for Auth you don't have to know anything, because I'm going to cover each and everything from scratch. So you will be learning how you can set up Auth, how we are going to implement register, login and logout, concept of middleware for route protection, how we can use just-end for global state, how you are going to implement Next theme, and we will also use Tailwind theming, how you can manage forms using React hook form and JOD validation, and also very important thing, how you are going to work with data mutation and updates and using server actions with use form state. Then we are going to implement some CRUD operation with Drizzle, and also I'm going to show you how you're going to implement full text search with Postgres. In the next one, which will be our advanced projects, so this will be asset manager, where user will be able to upload asset and admin will be able to approve or reject assets. So here in this particular one we are going to cover Google Auth with Auth, and very important, we are going to cover role-based authentication. So we'll be having user and admin role, and there is a inbuilt admin feature that you can use from Auth, and I'm going to show you that how you're going to use that from scratch. We are also going to learn how you can implement file upload using Cloudinary. Also we are going to learn how you can do signed upload with server action. Then there will be admin approval system, so user will be uploading the asset and admin will be able to approve or reject the assets. We are also going to learn how you can implement PayPal payment integration, and also how you're going to use or create invoice generation without using any third-party package. So we will be using normal static or custom HTML invoice generation for this particular feature, and also there will be a purchase dashboard. So there are a lot of things we are going to cover in this particular video. So one request, if you like this video, please give a like, comment down, and please subscribe to my channel. And let's get started, and good luck. Alright everyone, so this is the start of our long journey. We are going to learn a lot of things, so I just don't want to waste anyone's time that we'll cover a lot of theories and everything. Instead, as I already mentioned in the introductory part, that we are going to learn each and every concepts of Next.js by creating projects, right? And it will be very helpful. But first, anyways, we need to understand that how you can create a new Next.js project, and also some of the basic folder structure, and then we'll directly jump into the routing section. So first, Next.js is nothing but it's a React framework, and I'm pretty sure if you already know React, you know Next.js. If you don't, then I think this is not the perfect time to start Next.js, because I already mentioned that there will be some prerequisite for this particular video. You need to know React 19 very well, because we are going to cover Next.js 15, server actions, API routes, right? A lot of new features like use hook. So I already created a video, please watch it, or you can watch anyone's like others videos that are available on YouTube. So watch React 19 concepts. Also, it will be really good if you know the basics of Postgres, because we are going to cover Postgres. We will be using Postgres as our database, and also we are going to use Drizzle. So there are a lot of like small CRUD courses that are available on YouTube. So please watch all of this. It will be very helpful, and you'll understand once we will start all the projects and everything. But for Better Auth, you don't need to know anything, because Better Auth we are going to cover from scratch, both email and password login and the auth login. So let's say how we are going to create a new Next.js project, right? So go to docs. Here you can read it, whatever is there. Just I'll directly go to the installation, right? I already mentioned it that I don't want to waste more time like explaining a lot of things. Instead, we'll be doing practical things. So here, first of all, you need to have the Node.js version 18.18 or later. This is prerequisite. And then we are going to use this npx create next app @latest. So this is the command we need to use, and then you need to give the name of the app. For this particular video, we will be completely using TypeScript. So I'm going to copy, let's do one thing. Let's go here. So I'm going to copy this. I will open a command line, and I'm going to do cd, and I'll go to this path, and I'm going to do npx create next app @latest, and then the name of the app. So let's say maybe I'll give project creation, right? Enter. Now this will ask you some of the queries that you need to answer, and based on that configuration, it is going to create the project. So first of all, you need to have the create next app globally installed. If you don't have, you don't have to do it, because whenever you are going to run it, if you don't have it, will automatically ask. For example, it asking me to install the following packages. I'm going to do yes. Once this is done, then it's asking whether you want to use TypeScript. Yes. Would you like to use ESLint? We are going to keep this one as no. Tailwind CSS, definitely yes. Would you like to use the code inside the source directory? So we'll be using source directory, yes. Would you like to use app router? Recommended, definitely we are going to use app router, because we are not using pages router. This is the latest version. Whether you want to use turbo pack, so this will actually speed up your local dev server. So we are going to do yes. Would you like to customize the import alias? So don't do this one, keep this one as no only. Now this will install all the packages and everything needed, and based on that we are going to open this, and we'll see what are the basic things that we have. Before that, I'd highly suggest the best resource that you can find for Next.js, that will be on the official doc. Please don't search everything on ChatGPT and all the AI tools. I'm highly suggesting to check everything here, because remember, they like if you're searching anything on the ChatGPT, they will come to this place only, and then they are going to give you the answer. So what you should do, right, you should master how you can find some concept that you are not able to understand, because what I mentioned, right, I'm not going to cover each and everything in this particular video, and it's not possible because I will be covering only those things that is absolutely needed to create any complex project. So for example, if I give you the overview, right, that we are going to cover all the routing concepts, we are going to cover all the data fetching concepts, how you can data fetch in server component, client components, what is server component, what is the concept of client components, what is server actions or data mutation, how you can do, and also how you can create API routes. Then we are also going to cover file upload functionality. We are also going to cover payment, lot of things, but I can't cover each and everything that is here, right? So come here, check and experiment. So let's see if this is done. So I think this is done, and then I'm going to just do cd, and let's go to this practice project KSN, and I'm going to open this in the VS Code. So let's open the terminal, and here first of all you are seeing a lot of things. So first of all you are seeing the node modules, that is all the packages that you will be having. You don't have to change anything. Every time you are going to install a new package, that will be added here. Then you are having a public directory, so the name suggests this is publicly available, right? Then you are having the main, which is the source folder, right? So in the source folder will come here, but first let's see the git ignore. So here all the git ignore, I think I don't have to explain this. Then we have the next config file where you are going to add all the configuration that will be related to Next.js. Let's say whatever image domain you are using or some extra options you can add here. Then you are having the package.log and the package.json where you will be having all the dependencies, dev dependencies, and the scripts. Then there are some post CSS config, readme, and then ts config, which is for the TypeScript. So in the source, if you see, we have the app folder here, right? So we are using source and then app router, so that is the reason we are having the app folder, and this app folder is actually the entry point where we are having the everything. But to understand this one much better way, what we are going to do, right, we need to start the local dev server. So I'm going to do clear, and I'm going to do npm run dev. So this is going to start our local dev server, right? And if you see, it's actually using the turbo pack that we have actually configured while creating the project. I'm going to open this. Let's see what we are seeing in the localhost. So you're seeing this page. Now you might be thinking from where this page is actually coming. So this is coming from this page.tsx. Now before I'm going to explain what is page.tsx, this is not the point, this is just the intro. I think it will be very confusing, so anyways we will be covering everything in details in the next part only. So just remember, this is the page which is getting rendered in the browser that you are seeing, and how this is getting rendered. So we have a root layout. So what is root layout? So just like in React we have a root page or the single page where it is getting rendered, so similarly here we have the concept of root layout. So this is the root layout that is mandatory, right? So here you can see that it's actually rendering the children, and these children is nothing but all the nested components that you are having, right? And at the end this is getting rendered in our browser. And here if you notice, this page.tsx is actually rendering the home page, because this is where we are at the root of this URL, right? So we are having localhost 3000/, so that is the reason it's coming to this app, and then it's finding page.tsx and it's rendering that. But again, I know if you're new it will be confusing that okay, how this page.tsx is getting rendered. So that is the reason I mentioned we are covering all of this later. Just remember, this page.tsx is getting rendered on browser, and this is the root layout. So for example, let's say if I'm going to remove all of this, and this I will add a h1, and I'll do hello Next.js, and I'm going to add a class name here. Let's add maybe text as large and font bold, and save this. So if you go here, right, so you're getting hello Next.js here, right? So this is the page that is getting rendered. So this is how you can create a brand new Next.js project, and this is the basic structure. Without further wasting any more time, let's directly jump into the routing and the data fetching section, because in the two projects that we are going to cover in this particular video, that will be very in-depth, very slowly, and you are going to learn a lot of things. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so let's get started. So first thing, so in the first section we will be covering all the basics routing concepts that you should know, right? So as I already mentioned in the introduction, that we will be mainly creating projects, and by creating projects we are we will simply try to apply all the concepts in those projects, right? So that we don't have to repeat all the concepts and again do the projects, right? So by creating projects, we will be applying all the concepts that we have learned so far, or we will be learning new concepts. But before starting any project, right, it's very important. There are a couple of things that we need to know that is related to Next.js. So first of all, we need to know about routing, right? So how routing and file system works in Next.js. The first thing we have already discussed, that how you can create a Next.js project from scratch, what is the folder structure, and then we have started our dev server. Okay, the first thing we are going to understand what is the concept of page.tsx file, and then we are going to also understand how you can create a server component and also how you can create a client component. Now I'm pretty sure if you already know Next.js 13 or 14, these all the concepts will be little easier, but I will still suggest you not to skip anything or directly jump to the project section, because these routing section will be actually very important, so you should not skip this. The first of all, if you notice one thing is that whenever we are going to this localhost 3000, definitely we don't have anything after this. So if I give slash, right, so this slash is nothing but this indicating this is a home page. So from where it is coming, right? So we have already discussed that this is coming from this page.tsx, which is coming inside our source and then inside our app folder. So inside app folder we have our page.tsx. Now this is a special syntax, right? So what actually this page.tsx means, so that means we are simply in the root directory which is inside app. So app, and inside app we have a page.tsx. so that means this is actually our home page at the root level or at the root route. Very important concepts, right? So you have app and inside this you have a page.tsx. Now whenever you will be creating any new file, or let's say you are creating a new page, you need to give that file name as page.tsx. so it is actually mandatory from Next.js that you need to give, right? So if you simply give your index.tsx, it will not going to understand that which is actually my home page. So this is the first thing. Whenever you will be creating any page, you need to give the file name as page.tsx or page.jsx. Now what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to remove this. And also another thing, throughout this whole video I'm going to keep this side by side so that I'll be able to switch, right? Or else I need to go here and then switch back to VS Code. It's very irritating, right? So I'm going to remove this and let's give simply that this is our home page, right? Or we'll simply give this one as home page at root route, or you can also tell like root level, right? Save this and you will be seeing the same result here, right? So you're getting this is our home page at the root route. Also for this particular section we are not going to focus much on CSS, right? Now this is the first concept. Now we are going to understand what is actually server component and how you can create a client component. So whatever you component or page you will be creating, that will be a server component by default. Very important. So that means the component that or page that you are seeing here, this is page.tsx. so this is a server component by default, right? So this is a server component by default. Now there are a couple of characteristics that we need to know that is about the server component. That is, the first of all will be that you can directly fetch data inside a server component, right? We are going to see all of this by creating projects, but for now you need to know all the basic things. You can access the backend resources directly, and also here you can keep all the sensitive information in the server side, right? So which will not be simply exposed, so not to be exposed on the client side. Very important, right? But there are certain limitations that you need to know. So first of all, you cannot use hooks, right? So any hooks you can't use, so not possible inside a server component, so it will give you error. We are also going to see that. Also you can't add any event, so something like let's say event is listeners like on click or on key down or whatever, blah blah, whatever you are having, right? Also you can't use any browser only APIs. So now let's say if I just go here and I'll try to add a let's add a simple state, and I'll do set click, and let's give use state of 0. Save this. Let's see what is happening here. And you can see that you're getting that you're importing a component that needs useState, which simply works inside a client component. To mark mark the file or its parent with use client directive. Okay, so now this actually tells us that, okay, to create a client component you need to give use client directive, but I just want to show you that you can't use any hook inside a server component. Okay, now let's remove this and save this. So now we already know that all the components that you'll be creating, that will be a server component by default. Now before we move to the routing concepts, we need to know what is a client component. Now another thing we need to know that, okay, now in the root level we already have a page.tsx. now for example, I want to create a what you can do, maybe let's say a profile component, just giving one example. And to do that, how you are going to do it? The first of all, inside app I'm going to create a folder. Now always create a folder. For example, in Next.js, the folder name that you will be giving, that will be considered as a route, right? In React you simply install a React router down some third-party packages, and then you need to define all the routes inside your main root app.tsx file. But here, whatever pages that you'll be creating, or whatever name of that folder that you'll be giving, that will be considered as the name of the route. So for example, let's say I want to create a profile page, which will be a client component. So inside app, now always inside app you need to create, right? You are using app directive. So inside app I'm going to create a folder, and I'm going to name this one as profile. And inside this, what you need to create, can you guess? Here you need to create page.tsx. very important. I already mentioned, like, whatever pages that you will be creating, you need to give the file name as page.tsx. so this is the special characteristics that you need to know, right? So Next.js will understand, okay, whenever I'll go to localhost 3000/profile, so what it will do, right, whenever I'll go to this, it will simply check if there is any page.tsx file or not. If there is not, it will give you a not found result. We are also going to see that. So now let's say I want to create a simple profile component. So let's give a profile, and I'm going to just return a h1, and I'm going to give this one as a profile component, right? So this is a client component. Save this, and now simply we are going to use a use client directive. So whenever you're going to use a use client directive, that means these Next.js will understand, okay, this is a client component, and we can do all the client side features that you want to use. For example, using a hook, or you are using some event handlers, you are managing some form. All the form you can also manage from server component, but I just giving example. Let's say you are using some third-party hooks to fetch data, for example SWR or React Query. You can do all of this inside this component. This is a client component, so you need to use this use client directive. Okay, now let's save this. Now to access this, we need to go to localhost 3000/profile, because profile is the name of the folder which will be considered as the route. So here I'm going to simply go to /profile, and you can see that you'll be getting this one as a profile component, which is a client component. Now I'll simply change from page.tsx to index.tsx, and you'll understand what will happen here, right? So now I'm going to refresh this, and see, you're getting page not found. Okay, now you might be thinking, okay, why this is happening? I already have a file inside this folder, I already mentioned it. So whatever page that you will be creating, doesn't matter, inside this you have a for example, let's say inside this folder you are having 10 files. I'm just giving an example, but out of that 10 files there has to be one page.tsx. I hope you're getting. So what Next.js will do, right, it will come inside this folder, and it will actually scan all the files that you are having, and it will check if there is any particular page.tsx file or not. If there is, so that will consider as the root file of this particular folder. So now I'm going to change this one to page.tsx, and I'm going to, so you see it's already coming. So now what will happen, right, although let's say I'll having some different file here, abc.tsx or xyz.tsx, it doesn't matter, because you already have a page.tsx. so it will always scan this file, and this will be considered as the root file of this folder, right? This page.tsx is the root file of the profile folder. This is also a very important concept. This page.tsx is the root file of the app folder. this page.tsx is the root file of this profile folder. Okay, but also going to see the concept of nested routes, but for now you need to understand these things. So you have learned two things, that how you can create server component, how you can create a client component, what is the concept of page.tsx. Now let's see how you are going to create a nested route. Now nested route is nothing but when you will be having multiple nested components or multiple nested pages. For example, inside profile I want to have a account, so I want to access something like this. So inside profile I'll be having /account. Now if you notice that this is nested 2 times, right? So that means this account will be a nested route of this profile. So that means profile will be the parent of account, right? Or account will be the child of parent. And to do this, what you need to do, right? Again, you need to follow the same process again and again, right? So inside profile, because remember, profile will be your parent. So inside profile, you'll be creating an account folder. And again, I'm repeating these things like 100 times. I'll repeat. Inside account, you need to create a page.tsx. Right, I already mentioned that whatever page you will be creating, there has to be one page.tsx. Now what will happen, right? This page.tsx is the root of this account folder. This page.tsx is the root of this profile folder. And now here I'm just going to create a account, and I'm going to simply return a h1, and I'll do account page. And now save this, and now let's see what will happen, right? And refresh this profile, and I'm going to change this on to account, and you're getting an account page. So that means you can nest this on n number of times, right? Let's say inside account you're having another folder, so that will be considered as the children of this account, right? I hope you're getting. So this is how you can create a nested, but there is much better way to create nested route. So whenever you'll be having something like, let's say, filter functionality or sort functionality, so those we are going to see. But before this, you need to practice all of this, right? That how you can create a nested. So what your task will be, try to create another folder inside this app folder and give whatever name you need, and create 2 more nested component and see if you are able to access these files using this format or not. So basic things we have learned. I think this page.tsx concept is one of the very important thing that you need to know, right? So whatever pages that you will be creating, it has to starts with page.tsx or page.jsx. We have learned how you can create server components, we have learned how you can create client components, and also we have learned what is the concept of nested routes. Now in the next part we'll be learning how you can create dynamic routes. Alright, so in this section let's understand the dynamic route, and then we are going to understand the concept of layout in details. So what I'm going to do, right? So here inside this app folder I'm going to create a products folder, and these products is nothing but, let's say you are creating e-commerce application where you will be rendering all the products. Let's say you are having 3 products, and so first of all I'm going to create a page.tsx. Close this, and now what are you going to do, right? So let's simply do function, and I'm going to do products. Inside this, let's return a div. I'm going to close this, and here I'm going to simply take some products. So I'll do products, and here I'm going to take a ID of 1. Let's take a name as mobile, and also I'm going to take a price as 500. Let's copy this and paste it 2 times. So I'll do 2, and this will be 3. This will be laptop, and also I'm going to give this one as some watch. And inside this, so let's render h1. So I'm going to do products, save this. First let's go to this folder. So I'm going to do products because that is the folder name that we have given. So having products, and here let's do, so I'm going to do a class name. Let's give a text as 2XL, font let's give bold, and I'll do margin bottom of 4. Okay, and inside this, so let's take a div. We'll do a class name, we'll do grid gap of 4, and here I'm just going to simply map these products. So do products dot map. So here I'm going to do product, and here let's return a div. So let's take a key which will be let's make this on product. So I'll do product dot id. Let's take a class name. I'll do border padding of 4, and I'll do a rounded. Inside this, let's render the product dot name, and also I'm going to render the product dot price, maybe, right? So let's render product dot price. Also let's give a dollar here. Save this. It's not saved, so getting this. Now what I need to do, right? Also let's take a cursor, or let's take a button here, right? Or let's do one thing. I want to take a link component, and what I need to do, right? Whenever I'll be clicking any of these items, I need to go to the corresponding details page. So I'll go to, let's say, because the first product has an ID of 1 here, so I'm going to go to, whenever I'll go to /products/1, so I only want to render the details of this first product. When I'll go to 2, I need to render the details of the second product. I hope you're getting right. So it is nothing but individual product, just like if you go to Amazon or any other e-commerce, whenever you click on any particular product, it will go to a details page, right? So it's similar to that. And to do this, we have another concept that you'll be learning new, that is we have a link component inbuilt that we can use from next/link package, right? So this link will help you to actually navigate from one page to another page. So here I'm going to simply do view details, and this needs a mandatory href param. And now here comes the things, right? So how we are going to do this. Now if you notice one thing, if I just go here, right, let's say I want to go to /products, and then if you notice we have a /products and then the ID. Now notice this ID is a dynamic value, right? Very, very important, because for first one it will be 1, for second one it will be 2, for third one it will be 3, for 50th one it will be 50, for 101 it will be 100. So that means these value can be anything, right? So that means Next.js needs to understand somehow that what will be the value of this dynamic ID whenever I'll go to the corresponding details of that particular product, right? Very, very important concept. And to do this, we need to create a dynamic page. Now just like you have created any other page, for example, let's say I created a products page here and I've given the name of the product. To create a dynamic page, you just simply directly can't create it like this, right? So that means Next.js needs to capture the current ID dynamically, because that value can be anything, right? So there can be 1000 products, and let's say you clicked on the 999 product, the last one, or sorry, before the last one, right? So in that case it will go to this product, so it will do /999. So that means Next.js needs to capture this ID. To do this, whatever path that we are actually going, so let's say we are going to a products page, so it's always better to do it inside products folder, because it is the details page, right, of individual product. So inside this product folder, now I'm going to create a product details page, and to create a dynamic route you need to give this square bracket. Okay, so square bracket will tell Next.js, okay, this is a dynamic page. That means inside this value can be anything. Now normally you should actually give this one name as slug. Slug is nothing but this actually will tell Next.js that, okay, this value is now wrapped in a square bracket. That means this is a dynamic route, as simple as that. I'll create this, and now what I'll do inside this, once again you need to create page.tsx file, because it is important, because this is your dynamic page. So now I'm going to create, this will be my product details, and I'm simply going to return a h1, and this will be my product details page. I'll save this, and now what I need to do, right, whenever I'll be clicking on this, I need to go to that details page. But now you might be thinking, okay, I've given here inside bracket I've given slug, but when I click on this third product, how it will go to that particular page? Because if you notice one thing, right, here we are giving /products, and now what I'm going to do, I'll do / and then I'm going to pass the product.id. And if you see, this is actually the same nested level that you are having. So first what will happen, it will go to /product, so it will come to app folder, it will check where we are having the /product, so this is the folder, and then you have given one more level, right? So here in this level, inside this, it will check, okay, there is another folder is available, so it will come here and it is going to check if there is a page.tsx file or not. Yes, there is a page.tsx file. Also Next.js will check, okay, this is a dynamic route, that means this value can be anything. I hope you're getting right. So now let's save this and see what is happening, right? So I'm going to go here and let's say I'm going to click this. Sorry, I need to click here. I'll click here and see what is happening, right? So it's going to the product/1, go back to, click here 3. Let's do one thing, I'm going to give here 3000, see what will happen. If enter, and you're seeing the same page again and again. So that means Next.js will automatically understand whatever this value can be, doesn't matter, this value is a dynamic value, and every time it is going to render this details page. Okay, so this is how you can create a dynamic page. Now here couple of things we need to know, right? Now let's do one thing, let's go to the details page, and I want to show you another thing that is important. Here we need to somehow get this value, because in real application what you'll be doing mostly, you are going to fetch this value and then you are going to call some API to get the data from your database, right? Very simple example, right? That is going to happen. So that means somehow you need to get this value, and how we are going to get it. So for this one, what I'll do, right, simply this dynamic page will give you a params property. Okay, and these params will be, so I'm going to take a params here, and here now let's go to the official doc. Once I want to show you one thing, so let's go here and go to routing, dynamic routes, and you can see that here it is telling that, okay, slug is a dynamic segment or for blog post, whatever. So this is actually important, right? So in version 14 and earlier, this was a synchronous prop, right? So you can directly, but now they have actually changed this one to a promise. So must use async await or react use function to access these values, right? So now what you can do, right, you can simply mark this one as async, and here, so this will give you promise, right? So we'll go here and then you can copy this, the type, and then just pass it here, right? So this will be a promise, and here you'll be having the slug. So from where the slug is coming, so this slug is nothing but the name of the folder that you have given. So if you give this one, this part as ID, so this will be ID. If you give this one as XYZ, this will be XYZ. So this value is actually doesn't matter, right? Why? Well, this value will only help you to extract this dynamic value from your params, as simple as that. Whatever value you'll be giving, based on that you need to just pass the type here. Okay, I told you to keep this on a slug, and you can see that the official doc also using slug because it's like very standard, or also you can use this one as ID also, it doesn't matter, right? So now what you can do, simply save this and then just log the params, right? So log the params, and also to log this, I think we need to do this one as habit, so because or else you'll be getting error, not error or warning. So let's do it like this. So I'm just getting the slug because slug will be getting params.slug, right? And you can just simply log this, you can log the slug, save this, and we'll go here. You can see that you're getting 3000, and now I'm going to go back, go to the products page, and I'm going to create the second product. Click here, you can getting 2 as slug. Go here, click here, you're getting 1. Click here, you're getting 3, right? So that means whenever we will be clicking on this, it is going to the details page. You'll be able to get the value. You will be able to call any API of whatever operation that you need to do, and based on that you can render the data here. For now we are not rendering anything. As I already mentioned, it's very important to learn the concepts properly by creating small projects, small concept related examples or projects, then move to or jump to projects directly. It's not that much mandatory to implement a complex project from first, because I mention all of this point in all my videos, because I see all of you actually commented like I need these complex projects, I need these technologies or libraries. See, from my own professional experience, what I understood in working in very like top companies or giving interviews, companies actually don't care about like lot of extra fancy features, right? So if you go to any product is or any companies, right? Not product is any companies, you can prove, if you think I'm wrong, you can comment it out. Most companies doesn't care about all these third-party libraries or anything, right? So they want to create their own libraries so that they don't have to depend on others, because you don't know what will happen in after 2 years, this particular library will be there or not, right? So if the support is not there, so company needs to find another resource. I hope you're getting right. So that's why don't run behind fancy technologies. I'll give one example. Like some people will tell, okay, use Neon, use Drizzle, use Prisma, use this, use that. If you go to companies, right, they don't care about all of this, right? Until unless you are doing freelancing. I'm not saying learning all of this is wrong, it's absolutely required, but don't think that okay, learning a complex project will give you a very better understanding if your concepts are not clear. Concept clearing is very, very important. It's not like reading the documentation, but seeing the documentation. This is how I usually learn, because some of you actually ask me in comments multiple times that how I usually come up with these projects or anything. Believe me, I don't directly go to ChatGPT or any of these things and then search or ask for these ideas, right? Whenever I'll be, for example, this particular project I'm creating, right, most of my resources are around official documentation only. We remember at the end, all these AI tools are actually referring to this official documentation, right? They have these resource only. So if you want to learn something very, very properly, right, come to official doc, because I told you this is your single source of truth. Check the example. For example, let's say this is the dynamic route example. Instead of creating with blog, create another example. Let's say think about something. Let's say you're creating a medical website, give a different name. Instead of only copying from here or writing line by line, add some more lines. I'm not sure if I'm able to explain you properly. So what I'm trying to say, take this as a reference and then apply your own idea and try to apply the same concept in that particular idea. Then only you'll be able to create projects by yourself, or else what you need to do, you have to depend on other YouTubers, right? See, this is truth. So this is like, it's the concept is actually called tutorial health. So this happens with me also. So what will happen, let's say you are watching this particular video and I know that I'm taking a lot of time, but don't skip all of these things are very, very important for your career actually. So what will happen, let's see, I'm explaining 2 projects for this particular video. What you're doing, you're thinking, okay, if I complete this video, I will only be able to understand the concepts that are covered in this particular video. But that is actually wrong, right? So what will happen, that means if you only complete this video, again you need to watch 5 or 10 more videos on YouTube to learn everything. Still you'll not be learning anything, right? Not all the things you can complete. What I'm trying to say, take one particular video, learn the concepts, go to Stack Overflow, not AI, ChatGPT, check other people's ideas, right? Read some blogs and then try to create projects. And while creating projects, that time you can take help from the AI tools. I'm not telling they're bad, but they're important. But once you have hands-on experience on the documentation, then only you should be rely on AI tools. Okay, a lot of talking I have done, but I think these all the things is very, very important, right, for your learning. So whenever you'll be doing this particular video, right, keep this official documentation open side by side, not only from for Next.js, but let's say we'll be covering better auth for this particular one, Postgres, and a lot of others, right? For example, Justin. So open the official doc and take the reference from that, and then you can apply your own idea. If you're not able to do it, watch the video once again and do the same thing multiple times. Believe me, then only you'll be able to learn all of this, or else you will be stuck in tutorial hell all the time and it's not going to help you in long run. It's very scary, right? Depending on AI and those things, that actually it's not good. Now okay, a lot of things I've said. I normally said these things, but I think these things are very important, because I see some of you actually comment all of these like do AI. AI is important, because if you know, right, like a lot of companies are also they're telling their employees to use AI extensively, right? They are forcing them to use, because AI is future. But if you don't know the basics of some particular technology, let's say Next.js, and directly go to ChatGPT and you are asking, okay, tell me how to learn. You can ask how to learn Next.js, but at the end you should learn it from the official doc. Okay, this is what my request. Alright, so now I think we have learned the dynamic routes also. Let's move on to the next one, which is also another important, that is the concept of layout. How you can create layout and what actually layout does. Okay, so first let's understand the root layout, right? I think we have already covered while discussing the folder structure, but this is your root level layout component in Next.js router, and what it actually does. So this wraps all the child pages that you are having, and this is a mandatory file that you need, right? And here if you notice, we have the HTML and the body tags. Also these persist across your route changes. So for example, let's say you're going from one page to another page, or you are doing a navigation, it will preserve the state. Also it is a server component by default, so you can see that you don't have the use client directive, right? So it is a server component. Now here the first thing you need to understand, this is the children prop. So this children prop is nothing but this will tell the page content for the current route. So page content of the current route is nothing but, let's see, you are in the dynamic page, so this is nothing but this children component here you're having, right? If I go to the products page, so now this time this will tell, or this represent the product page. Okay, I'm pretty sure you're getting what I'm trying to say. So this children is nothing but it will change every time we'll go from one page to another page, right? Now let's say here you want to do something. Here I want to have a common component that should be there in all the pages. For example, let's see, if I go to the home page, I should be have a component. So let's consider a header component. If I go to a products page, there also I should be having the header component. If I go to the details page, there also I should be having. And to do this, what you can do, right? So inside your body, I can take a header component here, right? So I'll do header, and here simply let's take a class name, give a padding of 4 and border bottom, and I'll take a simple let's take a nav, and inside this I'll take a link, and here I'll take a href, and this will go to the home page, and I'm going to give this one as home. And what I'll do, right, so let's copy this and let's give this one as products, and this will go to the /products. Now if I save this, right, and you'll see what will happen if I refresh this. So you're getting home, and okay, let's do one thing, let's give a class name, flex gap of 4. So now you're having these two. So in the products also you're having, so if I go to view details, see this is common. If you go to home from here, it will be in the home page. If you go to products from here, it will be in the products page. So that means if you notice, only this part is changing, because this children prop is changing whenever you're going from one page to another page, right? So this is the concept of the root layout. Now whenever you'll be creating very complex application, let's say we'll take a very common project, I think everyone knows that is e-commerce, right? So let's say you're creating a very complex multi-vendor e-commerce website where you'll be having the admin dashboard and those things. So there can be possibility you need multiple layouts, right? So that the code structure will be very manageable, and also user will be able to, not user, the developers will be able to understand that how the code is written, because whenever you'll be writing some code, it has to be like user friendly also, right? Not user friendly, what I'm telling, like it should be readable, right? So to do that, for example, let's say what I'll do, right, to make this one very simpler, I'm going to create a dashboard component, okay, or dashboard page. So inside app, I'm going to create a dashboard, And now this dashboard will have our page.tsx file, so which is our index file of this dashboard folder. I think we have already discussed this concept. And here I'm going to close everything, and I want to create a dashboard component. Let's give this one, maybe give this one as admin dashboard. So you're creating admin dashboard, and you're returning a div and returning a dashboard. This is our admin common dashboard. So now let's save this. So now here we have a dashboard component. Now what will happen if I go to /dashboard? So if I go to /dashboard, this component will be getting rendered, right? So if I go, let's say /dashboard, and this component will be getting rendered. This is our common dashboard. So now what we need to do, right? So inside this dashboard folder, let's say I have another nested component which will do something like, it will help us to identify the user's analytics. So I'm going to take an analytics component, not sure if the spelling is, I think spelling is correct, and then I'm going to do a page.tsx, and then I'll create dashboard analytics, and I'm going to give this one as admin dashboard analytics, right? And let's return h1, and I'm going to return admin dashboard analytics. So that means this file will be now accessible if I go to /dashboard and /analytics. So you'll be getting this component, right? So you're getting admin dashboard analytics. So now what I need to do, right? I need to have a common layout that will be only limited to this dashboard folder. So for example, let's say you want to render some common component, but you want to only render it only for dashboard, not for others. So for example, let's say if I go to products page, that component should not render. So in that case, what you need to do, you need to create a layout folder which will only applies to the dashboard route. And to create a layout folder inside that particular folder, so because we are creating inside dashboard, you need to create a layout.tsx. Very, very important. That means now this layout is only applicable to this dashboard folder, not any other folder. So if I give here, right, comment that this layout only applies to /dashboard/ and then I'll give this one as star. So that means what I'm telling, that whenever it can go to /dashboard and /any other file, doesn't matter, this layout will be rendered. So you're getting error because we need to create a React component. So here I'm going to do something like this. I'll do export default function, and this will be our let's do common admin dashboard layout. And what this will receive, can you guess? So this will receive the children. What is the children? So this page, all the pages that you will be having inside this folder, that will be considered as children, right? So I'll do children, and here I'm going to do the type will be children will be react node. Okay, and here what I'm going to simply return, so let's return a div. And now what I'll do, simply let's take another div, take a class name, so I'll do flex. Inside this I'm going to take a aside component, and let's take a class name width of 64, let's give a padding of 4 and border of R, and inside this let's take a h2, and I'm going to give this one as dashboard, and then after this I'm going to take a nav, and I'll take a eval, and inside this I'm going to take a li, and I'm going to take a link component, and let's say I'm going to give this one as dashboard home. So if I go to this one, so it will go to /dashboard component. I'll take one more li, and I'm going to do this one as dashboard analytics. So this will be /analytics, and if you save this, and we are going to see what is happening, right? Okay, this is looking very bad, but doesn't matter. We need to check this, right? So we're having dashboard, dashboard home, and dashboard analytics, right? And if I go to / dashboard, we also need to render the children. Very important. So that is the reason I'm not able to see it. So after this aside, I'm going to take the div, and I'm also going to do a class name of flex. I'll do 1 padding of 5, and we're going to render the children. Save this, and you can see what is happening. So if you go to / dashboard, if you notice, only this part will change. This will be always common. So I'll go to home, it will be in this page. If I go to analytics, it is going to the analytics page. If you go to home, it will be going to the dashboard page. But if I go to products page, you're not able to see this aside component. So what I'm trying to explain here, this layout is only applicable to this dashboard folder, not outside. So for let's say now you want to create another layout inside products folder. So whenever you'll be creating that one, right, so that folder will only be accessible inside this products folder. This layout is only layout for this dashboard. Very important, right? So whenever you'll be having this kind of scenario, create a layout folder only for that particular folder so that you can reuse. So now what is the advantage? So you don't have to write this sidebar component multiple times, right? So this is the main advantage here. So with this is the concept of layout. Now let's move on to the next concept. Alright, so now we are going to learn two more things. One is called catch all routes and optional catch all route. So what actually that means? Okay, first of all, let's go to the products page. Now see, normally in products page what will happen, right? So you'll be having a filter, and now suppose inside filter you'll be having couple of multiple filters. So you can filter based on name, you can filter based on price, you can filter based on category, and every time we are going to filter, you need to actually go to a certain segment, right? So for example, let's say if I want to filter by name, I'm just giving example. So I just want to get all the so let's start with category, that I want to get all the products of mobile, and I want to get all the mobile that has a brand, maybe Samsung or let's say Apple, and then I also want to get all the Apple mobiles where the price is greater than $300. So now we have multiple segments here, or multiple slugs. Now you might counter me that okay, I can create a dynamic page, nested dynamic page, and then I can create this, right? But see, that is not the best approach. What will happen, you have multiple segments here and you don't know what is the values and how many it will be there. It can be n number of segments, right? It is possible. So there we have the concept called catch all route. So by the name you'll be able to understand. So it will catch all the segments that you are going to have here. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. So for this one, I'm going to give inside app folder, let's give this one name as catch all routes only for now, so that you'll be able to understand, right? I'll do catch all routes, and inside these, now to create a catch all routes, how you're going to do? So if you see, for dynamic route you have given a bracket, square bracket. To create a catch all route you need to do the same thing. The only difference is that you need to spread it. So I'll give 3 dots and then I'll give slug. So the moment you'll give this, Next.js will able to understand that because of the spread operator or spread 3 dot here, this is now a catch all route. Okay, so now let's give enter, and inside this I'm going to create page.tsx, and now here let's do what I'm going to do, right? Let's close everything else, and here I'll simply going to do export async function, and here I'm going to give this one as maybe product filter. Here we'll be getting the params. Now here if you go to this page, so I'm going to take this one as the same. I'll copy this and now I'll paste it. The only difference is that here instead of string it will be a type of array, right? Because we have n number of segments here. If you notice, we have n number of segments, so this will be type of array. And now what I'm going to simply do, right, inside this, let's return, I'm going to return a div, I'm going to do a h1, and I'll do I'll do products filter, and then I'll simply going to log these params first, and I'll do this. So first I'm going to get my slug here, and I'll do await, and I'll do params, and I'm going to log the slug. Let's save this. So first let's see what is happening here, right? So first I'll do this. I'll go to not products, we need to go to catch all routes. So I'll go to /catch all routes /1 /2 /3 /4, hit enter. Oh, we need to do export default, sorry, my bad. So save this, and if you see, you're getting this one from 1 2 3 4, so it's coming as a comma separated, right? And you're getting product filter. So that means doesn't matter how many segments that you'll be having here, it will automatically, let's say I'll add my name here after this, enter. So getting this one, right? So that means this is very important concept. Whenever you're going to create any kind of this kind of page where you need to capture multiple segments, your option will be to use a catch all route concept. Okay, so this is all about the catch all route. Now what is optional catch all route? Now see, optional catch all route is actually almost similar. The only advantage of using optional catch all route is that it's actually not mandatory to give here multiple, right? So what will happen, let's say, okay, let's do one thing. I think it will be a little tricky. Let's create a folder, it will be easy to understand. So I'm going to create one more folder, and I'm going to give this one as optional catch all route. And now inside this I'm going to create another, but now only catch is, if I just do here, right, slug. So what will happen, this is a catch all route. To create an optional is nothing but it's like not mandatory, you need to give double brackets. Now there are three things we have learned so far. I'm going to repeat once again. To create a dynamic route, you need to only give this bracket and inside this slug. To create a catch all route, you need to give same bracket but three spread here, 3 dot here, and then the name of the param. And to create an optional catch all route, you need to do the same thing, but there will be 2 brackets. Hit enter, and then inside this I'm going to do page.tsx, and the only difference will be, so I'm going to do what, I'm going to copy this, I'll paste it here, and this will be optional product filter, just giving any random name. Okay, as I already mentioned that here what will happen, right, this slug will be optional. And now what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to log this and save this, and now see what will happen. If I try to go to slash, so let's do this one as optional catch all routes, and then I'm going to just do here one, let me check, I think it will be catch all route, not routes. Hit enter, and you can see that you're getting 1 here, right? So if I, let's say if I give 1 2 3, you will be getting 1 2 3, which is fine. And the same thing if I do for catch all route, and let's say 1 2 3 4, we are getting 1 2 3 4. But the moment I'm going to remove all of this, because remember these all are the multiple segments. If you see the structure, right, you are having catch all routes and then the slug. So now I'm going to remove all the slugs from here, and the moment I hit enter, you can see you're getting a 404, so it's not able to understand that where I'm going to pick these from this particular folder. And the reason is because these catch all routes here, the slug is mandatory. So this is the only difference. If you see, this slug is actually mandatory, but if I go to optional catch all routes and don't pass any segment, very important, so I'm going to remove this single segment also. So I have only optional catch all routes, hit enter, and see the difference, you are getting undefined, means it's actually optional to pass the slug here, right? So this can be beneficial where you can manage two things. Either you can do certain operations without slugs, so let's say there are no slugs, so in that case you can create a optional catch-all route where you can manage functionality without slug and with slug with a number of slugs, right? So here let's say you don't have any slug, so it's coming undefined. If I give one slug, it's coming 1. If I give 2 slug, it's coming 2. The only difference between optional catch-all route and catch-all route is that in catch-all route the slug is mandatory. In optional catch-all route, as the name suggests, the segments or slugs are optional. Okay, so this is the main difference. So these two things we want to understand. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so moving to the next concept now, we are going to understand some of the things like how you can create a not found page and then how you can handle errors. But before that, let's quickly understand some of the client-side hooks that you can use. So one of the things that we have learned so far, and that is how you can navigate from one page to another page using the link component that we need to import from Next/link package, right? Now remember, we have created a client component as much I can recollect. So let me just check which component was that. So I'll search here. Use client. So we have this profile component, which is a client component. Now what I need to do, right? So in this component, so let me first go to the profile component, and what I need to do, I'll be having some button and then maybe I want to navigate to another component here, right? So let's see how we are going to do that. So I'll remove this, and remember, all of these very simple things are very important whenever you'll be creating any complex projects, right? So it doesn't matter the project is how much complex, at the end you are going to use the same concepts. And here I'm going to, let's say I'll remove this. I'll take a button here, simple button, and I'll simply do navigate to home page. Now here it can be any page. I'm just taking the home page as an example. Now there is another hook that you can use that is called useRouter, and that you need to import from Next/navigation package. So first what we need to do, right? So here, because it's a hook, we are going to take this one on the top level, and then I'm just going to do useRouter. And if you notice that we have Next/router and Next/navigation in the latest version, we need to import it from Next/navigation package. And now what I need to do, right, I'll simply log this router here and see what are the methods and properties that we are getting in this router. So you see we are getting object, and then there are a couple of methods like back method. So on click of this method, you'll be going, see if you notice, right, it's just using the window history, and then the back method, then you have forward, then some refresh, prefetch, push, and whatever. Now these all the methods we are going to use in our projects, that whenever we'll be creating the projects incrementally. But now the important one that you need to understand, that is the push, that how you can navigate from one page to another page. In case you need to do it programmatically, right? See, when you're using the link component you can also do programmatically, but here sometimes there can be situation where you can't use link component directly. Very important, and you'll see that you need to use this router.push method. And here what I'm going to simply do, I'll take on click. Now remember, as I already mentioned, that in client component you can take the events, right? So I'm going to do handle navigate. And now let's create this. So I'll do const handle navigate, and here simply you just call this router, and then if you give dot, you see that you are having the back, forward, prefetch, push, and in the push you can pass the href, means in which path you want to go, and then some certain options. But for now we are going to simply go to the home page. That's it. And if I now save this, and let's say if I go click here, right, so we'll do navigate to home page. So click here, and you can see that it's going to the home page, right? Click here, it's going to the home page. So this is one of the method that you need to know. The second hook that is also important, that is called usePathname. So let me just quickly check. There will be another one called usePathname. So we have usePathname. So this will give you the current path name that you're having. So you'll do pathname, and I'll do usePathname. This is also you need to import from Next/navigation. And let's say if I just simply log this path name and save it and see what we are getting. So let's go to the profile page, and you can see that you're getting profile/profile. So I'm going to remove this so that it will be clear. And you can see that you're getting the profile. If I go to the home page, you'll be getting the home page if you log that one. Now you might be thinking, okay, how this can be helpful? Now this is very, very helpful. There can be situation where you need to do it for some certain page, right? So where you need to understand currently I'm in the which page. So in that case, you need to get this path name. Also, let's say I'll give you one practical situation. So there can be possibility that you are rendering a common component in all the application, but there is only one page, let's say admin page, where you no need to render this header component. So in that case, what you can do, you can simply use this path name, and you can simply check here that, okay, if the path name, I'm just giving an example, the path name is equal to let's say /admin. So if this is the case, then you just render it, or else you would not render. I hope you're getting right. Or sorry, I've done opposite. So if it is admin, so you just not render the component, or else you render it. So in that case, this path name will be very, very helpful, right? To understand that how you're going to get the current path name. The second thing I want to, the next thing I want to explain, that is useSearchParams. So let's say how you are going to get the search params. Extremely important. This is very, very important, where you'll be handling any kind of filters, or let's say you are navigating from one page to another page with some params. So in that case, you need to know these useSearchParams. Now I'm going to simply log these search params, and you can see what we'll be getting, right? Save this. So you're getting search param. Currently you don't have anything here, but now let's see if I'm going to give name, and I'll give my name here, enter, and you can see that you are having a size 1, so there is one param. But now how I'm going to get this? This is a like set, right? So here how I'm going to get this, and to get this, what you need to do, right? So for example, let's say I want to get the Sangam from my search params. Now this is the value and this is the key, so this will be my key, and to get it you need to do search params dot get, and then the name of the key. So name is the key name, right? So this is my key name. So if I do this, it will give me Sangam. So I'm going to save this and see what is, okay, I think it's not saved. So you can see you're getting Sangam, right? Now there can be multiple also. For example, let's say I'll have age equal to 20, and if you hit enter, now if you notice one thing, if I just log the search params, you'll be getting 2 instead of 1, and you can see that the size is 2. And you can also see all of these in the doc. Go to useSearchParams, and if you notice here, you can use this get method, right? So let's say you're having this. So if you do search param dot get a, so it will give me 1. If there are multiple with the same, for example, let's say name Sangam, and then I have a name John, and then let's say I have another name equal to Ricky. Now in that case, what I need to do, right, I need to get all the names. So in that case, what you need to do, you need to use this get all method. Okay, so if I go here, and let's see if I simply do search params dot get all, and then you need to give the param name, which is name, and if I now save this, and you can see that you are getting Sangam, John and Ricky. And now this can be very, very beneficial, right? So this is how you can use. You can also check if certain keys exist or not. So if I just do search param dot has, and I'll give name here, save this, you are getting true. But if you notice, the key name is present, but for example, if I try to do the same for age, so in that case it will give me false. If I do age, sorry, not is, if I give age here, age is not present, so it will give me false. So all the methods you can simply check here, right? So you have get all, keys, values, entries and everything. So these 3 are the important one that we need to know before we move into the project sections, right? So now I think try to practice all of this, how you can use all these based on different scenarios. Now let's move on to the next concept. Alright, so now we have understand all the 3 client-side hooks that we can use: useRouter, usePathname, useSearchParams. Now let's see how we can create a loading component, right? So not loading, sorry. Let's start with the not found page first. So Next.js has a special file convention that is called not found page, right? So for example, let's say if I go to a component which is not present, so I'm going to give this one as maybe marketing, and I'm going to hit enter, and you can see that you're getting 404, the page could not be found, which is automatically handled, and it's showing that this page is not found. But for a real application, right, whenever user will visit these kind of pages, you are going to render a custom message, right, or custom UI. And to do this, what you can do, right, you can go to the app folder, because this is the where you are creating all the pages, remember. And now one more thing, you can create not found page in every folder or every page level, but I think when you are showing this kind of not found pages, only one not found page is more than enough, right? Because you don't have to show different not found page UI for different use cases unless you are having that kind of requirements. So go to app, and now to create a not found page, what you need to do, right, you need to give this exact name. So you'll do not hyphen found, so the name has to be same, right? Remember, Next.js is handle all the routings based on the name that you are giving, right? If you give a different name, it will not be able to understand. So now not hyphen found dot tsx, and now here what you can do, right, you can simply give a custom message here. So I'll do not found page, and I'm going to just give, I'm going to give a simple message that the page you are looking for is not exists. And then what I'll do, simply I'll give a button, and I'll do a class name. Let's give a bg as black, padding of 5, and text as white. And I'm going to do go to home page. And then what we can do, simply you can convert this onto a client, or you can also do what, right, instead of button you can also use link, whatever. And then what I'll do, simply I'll use the hook that we have just now learned. See how I'm actually doing all of this. This is the same approach that I usually use whenever I'm learning a new technology. So in the previous section I've learned a new concept, and in the next section I'm trying to apply that concept. I hope I'm able to explain all of you that this is the best way to learn any technology, so that you don't have to be dependent on any YouTubers or like AI and those things, right? Whatever you are learning, try to apply in a different way. So just now we have learned useRouter. Now I'm applying the useRouter concept here. And then what I'm going to do, simply I'll take a on click, and I'll simply do key that router.push, you go to the home page. That's it. And if I save this, right, and you see what will happen, and you can see now this marketing page is not present. Instead of that custom default 404, you are getting a custom message that the page you are looking for is not exist, and you can go to the home page, and you can try for any page, right? Let's say I'll give any random page. So this page is also not present, hit enter, you'll be getting the same not found UI component. So Next.js will automatically check if there is any not found page or not. Yes, there is, so it's going to pick from there. Okay, so this is the concept of not found page. Now another thing we are going to understand, and that is the loading UI, that how you are going to handle loading. Now again, for loading also Next.js has a special file convention that is called loading.tsx or loading.jsx, whatever file you'll be creating. So if we go here, right, let's go to the router section. Okay, and now you see, so there the file name has to be loading.js. Now this you can create any level, you can create on the app level also, or let's say for example I'll give one example. So for every page that you are creating, the loading UI has to be different. So in that case, what you need to do, right, for every page folder you are going to create a loading.tsx file, and for every loading.tsx file you can write different UI. But if you are showing same UI component, same loading component throughout the application, then instead of creating in every folder, what you can do, right, you can create this inside your app folder. Just like just now we have created not found, you can create a loading.tsx file, and every time there is a loading or something is streaming, it will automatically pick from that particular loading.tsx file. But now I'm going to do a different way so that it will be easy to explain. Inside this app folder, I'm going to create one more page, and I'm going to give this a name as loading example. And inside this, I'm going to let's create a page.tsx file. Okay, and now what I'll do, right, I'll simply create a component here. So let's close this. So I'll export default async function, and I'll do maybe loading example, And here what I'll do simply, so I'll return what we can do. So let's return a div. Also I'm going to use some static data here. Now for now we don't have discussed anything on the data fetching, but that is okay. So normally, because if you notice, this is a server component, right? So we don't have the use client directive on the top. So this is a server component. So because we haven't discussed the data fetching, but I just want to explain one point, that in server component you can directly fetch data inside server component on the server side. Now what I'll do, I'll simply create an async function. Just think this one as a you are doing an API call or something, and I'll do a get data. And in this one I'm going to do a await new promise. I'll do resolve, and I'll take a set timeout, and I'll just do the, let's do the resolve, and let's maybe give 2 seconds time. And now what I'll do, right, I'm going to return a stats, and I'm going to do users 10,000. okay. So for example, this is some dummy API call now, and then to call this method you can directly call this here, that const data equal to await. Remember we have the async here, right? So you can use await, and then you have to call this method here. Now again, I know I'm repeating that we haven't discussed the data fetching part, but that is fine. Anyway, whenever we'll be creating the project site, you will see how I'm going to simplify all of these things by creating projects, right? It will be very simple. Now inside this, now I have the data. Now I'm going to do this. So I'm going to take a class name, and I'll do padding of 4. Let's give a h1, and I'm going to do loading example. And inside this, just will simply take the p, and I'm just going to render data. Sorry. So do data dot stats dot users, and let's give a class name. So maybe I'm going to do font as bold and text sm. So save this, and now we'll go here, and I'm going to do loading example, because that is the name we have given. So you're getting loading example and the users here, right? So you can also give like users. Okay. Now I have this requirement that, okay, for this loading example, there can be possibility whenever I'll be doing a real-time API call, there can be a delay, and the moment the delay will happen, I need to show some kind of loader here, right? So maybe loading or some skeleton or something like that. So how we are going to do that? Because we are doing only for this page, right? I remember I told you need to create loading.tsx file inside this folder. So here I'm going to create a, remember the name has to be loading, so we'll do loading.tsx. So the moment you'll create this loading.tsx, this loading is only applicable to this folder until unless you'll create on the outside. I hope you are getting. And here what we can do, right, simply, so let's create export default function loading example loader, and I'll simply going to return a div padding of maybe 8. I'll do a div, and I'm going to do a loading, and here we'll simply do class name height of 8, or I think this is fine. Let's keep, we don't want to spend much time on this. And now I'm going to save this, right? See, you're getting loading, and then you're getting result. See what is happening, right? Refresh, you're getting loading for 2 seconds, and you're getting result. Now this is a perfect example of how you can use, right? So what we are doing, so in real application also it can happen, right? Maybe your API is taking 1 second time, and in that 1 second you're going to show some kind of loading. Definitely you're going to show some better UI here, but currently we don't, that doesn't matter, right? You just have to change the UI. The functionality you need to understand that how it is working, because you have this loading.tsx file inside this folder, it will automatically pick from here. Okay, now if you refresh this, see, you're getting loading and then the result. So 2 things we have learned, not found and the loading. Also we have learned 3 hooks that we can use till now. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we can see that we have covered almost most of the important concepts regarding routing. Now we are going to understand how you can handle errors. Okay, so for that I'm going to create one more folder inside this, and I'm going to give this one as error example, and let's create a page.tsx, and also let me just check for error handling here, right? And you can see that what it is telling, that error can be divided into two categories, whatever. Implement error boundaries, this part, using error.tsx file, right? And global-error.tsx file to handle unexpected errors and provide a fallback UI. And this is very, very important, right? Whenever something error happen, you need to show some kind of message to the user so that they will be able to understand. Now the same thing we are going to do here, right? So inside this error example, let's do one thing. Because we don't have any real data or anything, I'm going to just create some example here, right? Some dummy data. So I'll do export default, do async function, and I'm going to do error example. Here let's return div, give a class name, and now again I'm going to create some dummy function here. I do async function get, maybe let's do get products because I think it will be a better example. And now I'm going to simulate a error here, right? Dummy error. Sorry, not dummy error here. And to do this, maybe I'll do const sudo error, and let's give a math dot random, and maybe you can do math dot random, let's do 0.5 maybe, so it will give me 50% chance of error, right? Or let's do 0.6, and then I'm going to do, no, let's give 0.5, and I'll do if sudo error. And now what I'll do, right, simply, so you just need to throw a error here, so I'll do new error, and I'm going to do failed to fetch products, and then I'm going to simply return products here. So I'm going to return a ID of 1, name equal to 1, and let's return 2 more. Okay, save this, and this one I'm going to render here, right? So I'm going to just take a h1, let's keep products list, and here I'm just going to take a div, let's take a class name, we'll do grid gap of 4, and I'm going to, okay, so before that we need to get the products here, so simply we can do the same thing just now you've done, right? So do const products equal to await get products, and then you'll simply do products dot map. So here I'll do product, so I'm going to return a div, we'll give a key which will be product dot id, and inside this just render the product dot name, we'll do product dot name. Okay, save this, I think this looks fine, and I'm going to go to error example. Refresh this again. Awesome. Now you can notice that you are getting this error, runtime error, right? That it's failed to fetch products. This is because it's happening here, it's coming here, and this we are using some dummy error. But now you don't want to show these kind of things in production, right? Doesn't make sense. So in that case, what you can do, you can create a error.tsx file for that particular scenario. So I'm going to, remember, I'm creating this one inside this folder, so I'm going to do error.tsx, and here you can write some custom message here. So what I'm going to do simply, so let's first make this one as a client component, right? Remember one thing, that this is the error UI for products, very important what I'm repeating, right? Means this file will create an error boundary for that particular route. Okay, and what will happen, it will automatically shown whenever there is any error occurs in the while fetching the products, right? Something will happen, and this must be a error component. And if you go to the official doc, so you can see, let me just quickly show you using error boundaries, right? You can see error boundaries must be a client component. It's very, very important. And let's say how we are going to do this. Now it's already here, or definitely I'm actually learn all of this from this documentation only, but you can also do the same, but it's always better if someone explains, right? So I'm going to explain how we are doing this. So I'll do export default function, and I'm going to do this on, maybe let's give error example UI, something like that, right? I'll do fallback UI. Now definitely in project, whenever you'll be working, give some valid or proper name, but it's okay. Now remember, this will receive two things, right? So it will receive the error, also it will receive a reset, sorry, it will be comma. And if you go here, you can see, and this will be error, and then you can take the result and you can do something, right? You can log the error to an error reporting service. So maybe let's say you're having some so normally what will happen, right? How this I'll give you one very important interesting fact, how these companies usually work. So whenever there is any production error, right, maybe in there can be a React Native app, or let's say it's a React application, so they have some kind of error tools, right? Monitoring tools, so something like Splunk or Grafana, or let's say there can be OpenObserve. These kind of things are there, and they will be having some kind of error logging service. Logging service is nothing but, logging can be different types. So it can be a normal log, it can be a warning, it can be an error. Whenever there is any error happen, right, so what they will do, they're going to monitor that particular error, and they'll send a service call, and once you'll send that error, you're going to get the report, and they're going to sync that report to all the tools that they are having, right? And that tools can be very, very beneficial whenever you'll be having some kind of support role, right? Or let's say some customer reports a particular error, and you'll be able to see that what kind of error that customer is facing, and how you're going to do that. Maybe they are storing the customer ID, and based on that ID you'll be able to get the error. So that is the reason these things are actually important. So here we have the error and reset, and now we need to give the type. So here I'm going to do error, so this will be a type error, and I'm going to also pass here digest, sorry, and this will be optional, and this will be a string, and this will be and, not this. And then also you're going to have a reset, which will be type will be void, and inside this, as I already mentioned, you can take the useEffect hook, and you can do something with the error. So it will get the error here, so you'll be getting the error as a dependency, and then you can do whatever. So maybe you're going to send a report to your error logging service, and here you're going to simply return the UI, and I'm going to return div, and I'm going to simply just take the p, and I'm going to do error dot message, or I'm going to do an error occurred, and let's give a class name. So I'm going to do text red 600. Save this, refresh this once again. See, failed to fetch products. Awesome, right? Refresh this, you're getting the, because we have done this on dummy, but I just want to show you that you're getting this one. So you're getting a custom message. So this is how you need to create an error boundary. So we have learned loading and error, how you can handle. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so now we will learn another concept that is called route groups. Okay, so see, route groups are nothing but, whenever I'll try to explain this one very, very simply. So I'll give one example. Let's say you are creating a auth page, or auth functionality you are implementing for a certain application. So normally in auth, what else you'll be having? You'll be having a login page, right? You're going to have a registration page, you're going to have a password reset page, you're going to have a send verification email page, something like that. what you can do, right, using route groups, you can simply group all the routes, right? And if you see what they're telling, that you can mark a folder as route group to prevent the folder from being included in the routes URL. Okay, this is different. So okay, first we need to understand what is the main advantage of doing that. So main advantage is nothing but this is the part. So this allow you to organize your route segments, right, and projects file into logical groups without affecting the URL path structure. So without affecting the URL path structure, this we are going to understand what actually this means. But just like I mentioned it, so you're having a auth page. So what you can do, inside your auth route group, you're going to have the login page. Then inside the auth, you're going to have the register page. Then inside auth, you're going to have the maybe password reset page, right? And all of these you're going to group inside a route group, so that user, or not user because your user don't have access to your code, next developers, whoever will be writing or seeing your code, they will be able to understand, okay, all these pages are coming into one route group, which is the auth, right? So let's how we are going to do that. So first of all, remember we have actually discussed this marketing example, right? We don't have the marketing page for now. So for example, let's say I'm creating a marketing application, and for that marketing application, inside marketing functionality, I'll be having multiple pages. So I have a about page, I will have a contact page, and what I'll do, right, simply to group this one or to make that one organized, I'm going to create a route group, and the group name will be marketing. And to do that, inside this app folder, again not source, inside app folder you need to create. So inside app folder, to create a route group, what you need to give, you need to give these round brackets. Very important, not square brackets. Square brackets is for dynamic pages. So inside out brackets, it will be giving this one name as marketing. So this is the first step. Now Next.js will understand, okay, this is a route group, and all the folders that I will be having inside this folder, that will be come under marketing, right? And inside this, let's say I'll have a about page, and here we will give page.tsx, and I'll have a contact page inside marketing only. So I'll do contact, and I'll do page.tsx. okay, also let's create a layout page. So inside marketing, I'm going to create a layout.tsx. okay, now this part we need to understand. So if you go here, right, it's saying that this will group in logically all the folders, but it will not affect the URL path structure. So what this actually means, normally if you see till now, whatever folder that you have created, each and every folder name we are considering as route. So what I mean, so let's say if I want to go to dashboard, I need to go to /dashboard, and this is the name that we have given. If I go to catch all routes, I need to give catch all routes. If I go to loading example, I need to go to loading example. So you might think that, okay, now if I already have a route group, and if I go to /marketing, I'll be able to see something and see what is happening here. First, I'm going to create this component, right? So let's close everything, and I'm going to create marketing about page. Save this, and also I'm going to do the same for contact page. Okay, and also for this one we have a layout. So I'm going to create another, so I'll do export default function, and I'll do marketing layout. So this will give me children, and these children will be React node. And here what we're going to simply do, we'll return, let's return a div, and I'm going to return a header component, and here maybe let's return a nav, and here I'm going to return a link, and I'm going to do marketing, just example, okay, and I'll do /href. Let's give this one as home instead of marketing, and I'll just copy this and paste it 2 more times, and I'm going to give this one as about, and I'll give this one as contact. Save this, and now also we are going to render the children. So I'm going to take a main and I'm going to render the children, and now save this. Now see what will happen if I go to this marketing route. So I can go to /marketing, right, because this is the name that we have given, and let's try to go to marketing. Oh, this is weird, you're getting 404, right? So this is the part I was talking. So what actually happens, right, whenever you'll be giving a route group inside this bracket, it will actually not considered as URL path. Okay, so you can't access with /marketing. So if you think I'll go to /marketing and then inside marketing I'll be having about, and if I go to /about, you'll be able to see the page. You see it's still getting 404. This is because this marketing here is not a route at all. This is actually using only to group all these inside a folder. I hope this is clear. Then you might ask, okay, then how can I access this about component? So to access the about component, instead of go to marketing /about, you need to go to only about. And you can see you're getting home, about, contact, and marketing about page. The same, if you go to contact page, you need to go to /contact, and you're getting marketing contact page. See, so this is what I'm talking about, that this route group will only help us to group all the routes inside one segment, but this will never considered as a route. So you can't go to /marketing /about to access all these pages. You need to completely ignore this, right? This is not a route, this is just a grouping. So you need to go to /about or /contact to access the pages. Okay, I hope this will clear the concept of the route groups. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so I think we are almost at the end of this routing section. So now before ending this, I just want to discuss about how you can work with metadata, and also how you can create dynamic metadata. See, when you're working in Next.js, right, see, metadatas are actually very important if the website that you are building that is dependent on SEO, and let's say you want to improve the performance, or you want the search engines to find your website very properly, right, so that it will be rank higher simply. So for that, what we are going to do, we can use two type of metadata concepts that we are going to understand. First one is how you can write static metadata, and then dynamic metadata using generateMetadata function. So for this one, what I'll do, right, so let's create another folder inside this, and I'm going to give this one as metadata example. Now, as we already understand that there can be two possibilities, right? So either your either your page is a static page, or it can be a dynamic page. So first let's start with a static. So here what I'll do simply, so let's create a function, and I'm going to give this one as metadata example, and inside this let's do one thing, let's return a div, let's return a h1, and this will be metadata examples. And here I'm just going to do, let's take some dummy data, and I'm going to do an ID of 1, and let's do a title of 1, copy this, and let's do ID of 2 and title as 2, and we'll do ID as 3 and the title as 3. So now what I'm going to do, right, so I'm simply going to render this here. So I'm going to take a UL, and inside this I'll simply do examples.map, I'll do item, I'll just simply take a li, take a key item dot id, and here I'll simply take a link component, and let's render the item dot title, and in the href I want to go to this. So what I'll do, right, I'll create another dynamic component inside this folder. So I'll go to /metadata example, and then I'll go to the dynamic page. So I'll do item.id. Okay, so now this is my simple metadata component. So I'll go to metadata example, and you can see that we are getting these three. Awesome. Now to write a static metadata, how we are going to do it, right? So for example, you want this page to be defined with certain metadata values. So for example, you want search engines to know, okay, this page that I'm currently working, it's related to for example, let's say some products, or it is related product details, or it is related cart, something like that, or it's some particular blog. And to do this one, what you can do, simply you'll do export const and you'll do a metadata, and the type will be metadata from next. So you need to import, and here you are going to pass the, so first you can pass a title, and if you hover right, so you can see this is the document title. For example, the moment I'll change, you can see these will change here. So for example, I'll give here metadata example, and you save this, and you can see this title is now changed. Similarly, you can also add a description for this one, that this is my example of writing metadata, static metadata, right? Similarly, you have a lot of other properties that you can check. You can also see, you can add like alternatives, language, metadata base, lot of other things. You can see all of these here, right? You can go here and you can check the metadata object and what are the properties that you can use. Now based on your requirement, you can just add all of this. Now, but I just want to explain that how you're going to do it, right? You can do it using regular functions also, with async functions also, but at the end the concept is simply these metadata will actually help to improve your SEO. So this is the way of writing static metadata. Now what I'll do, right, I'll simply create a dynamic component. So let's do a slug, and inside this I'm going to create a page.tsx. okay, so now let's do one thing. So in this one, what I'll do, right, simply, so first let's create this. So I'll do export default function, and I'll do dynamic metadata example. So this will give me params, remember, and this will be, let me just simply copy this instead of rewriting. I think we have already write it here. So this will be the type, so I'm going to copy from here and I'm going to paste it, and slug, and this will be string. And now what I'll do, simply here also let's give a return type, not here, sorry, this will be our page content, and I just want to return, let's return a div. And here what I'll do, right, so I'm going to take the example, some of the example. For example, I'll take const, and we have this example data that we have used, right, this one. So similar data I'm going to use at some dummy data. Definitely this you are going to, in real website you'll be getting this one from API or something. Here I'm going to just give that, okay, if this is 1, so in that case I will give a title as 1. okay, if this is 2, I'll give the title as 2. If this is 3, I'm going to give the title as 3. Alright, so here first let's take the slug. So I'm going to get the slug, so I'll do await, and I'm going to get this one from params, and then I'm going to get the data. So this data will be my dummy data of this slug, oh sorry, this will be of slug, and this will be as key of type of dummy data, because every time I'm going to click this, right, and if you see this, I already have mapped here. So this will give me the data, and here I simply just render the data.title. So this is fine. So now if I, let's say, click on this first one, let's click here, and it's going to the metadata example /1. Go back, if I click here, it's going to second, and if I click here, it's going to third. But now here we need to actually dynamically generate the metadata, and to do this one we can use a generate metadata function. So I'll simply do export async function, and I'm going to do generate metadata. So here also we'll be getting the params, and the same thing we need to use here. So let's copy this, paste it, and here I'm going to, this also is going to give me a promise, and this will be of metadata. And here what I'm going to do simply is I'll do const, again I'm going to get the slug, this will be await, I'll do params, and then I'm going to get the data. So my data will be dummy data of slug as key of type of dummy data, and then I can simply return the title. Remember we are returning a promise of metadata type, so you can return the title here. So what will be your title? Title will be your data dot title. Similarly, you can do the simple description. For now I'm going to return the data dot title only as description, but whenever you'll be having some real data you can return that. But the main idea is that how you are generating this, right? So you can save this, and now let's refresh this, and now I'll just click here. See, it's changing, right? It's going to 1, it's changing. If I click here, it's going to 2, it's changing. So you are actually generating the metadata, but it's for dynamic value, right? This value can be anything, and whenever you'll be getting the data from API, the same API data you can use and you can do the same. So with this, I think we have covered almost everything. The very important one that you need to know to start your journey with routing, because all the things we have discussed in this section 8, it is very important, like concept of page.tsx file, concept of dynamic routes, how you can create nested routes, route groups, then creating catch-all routes, optional catch-all route, manage loading state, all the client-side hooks, error boundary, and also this metadata. So now let's move on to the next one. Now see, I think we are going to create the projects, right? And all the whatever concepts that we are learning will be now applying in the project, and with this it will give you much more better understanding of the things, right? So let's get started and move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so now in the previous section we have covered all the things, all the basic things that you need to know on file-based routing, how the dynamic route works, and all the other concepts, right? So what I've decided, right, before I jump into project, so let's quickly cover this small section where I'm going to give you some of the basic idea how you are going to work with data fetching both in server component and in client components. Now remember, when we are talking about data fetching or interacting with API, there are actually two things. One is fetching data, so means you are getting the data from a source, right? And second one is updating data. So what I mean by updating data, right? For example, let's say you are having a form or you are adding a new input and you are saving that input or saving that product to your database, just giving example, right? Or let's say you are updating something or you are deleting something. Now this part, the updating part, we are going to learn while doing the projects. Why? Because until unless we'll interact with real database, right, it will be really tricky to understand how these things works. So that is the reason before starting this particular section, I want to make it clear that there are actually two parts when we are talking about data fetching or data mutation. So you have a data fetching and then you have a data mutation, right? Or how you are going to update data. So this one we have concepts like server functions or server actions, how you can create API routes, how you are going to revalidate a particular path after updating some data from the server side. So all these concepts we will be covering while implementing the two projects that we are going to cover in next two sections, right? So I just want to make it clear. So in this section I will be focusing mostly on data fetching part. So let's do one thing. So I'm already in the same project concept folder. So inside app I'm going to create a folder which will be my parent folder, and I'm going to, let's give this one as data fetching. Okay, now inside this one let's do one thing. Let's create first folder which will be, let's give this one maybe name as server fetch, right? So first I'm going to see how you are going to do a server side fetching, right? And this one let's create a page.tsx, and now I'm going to close everything else. Let's create this file first, and then I'm going to do server side fetch example. Let's return a div and let's give a h1 with server side data fetching, right? So let's keep this one very simple. Save this, and now I'm going to go to localhost 3000. Let's go to /data fetching /server. What is the name that we have given? Server fetch, right? So I'm going to do server fetch. Also we have this now, oh sorry, not writing here. So let's render this page first. So I just copied that because I'm going to use this dummy JSON API, right, for our API call. So now let's say we have a requirement that you need to fetch some data from an API, and that data you are going to render here. Now if you're a complete beginner, then you can actually watch this particular section, but if you already know how Next.js 13 and 14 works, then maybe you can skip this. It's up to you, but I will highly recommend not to skip, right? Now here let's go to the docs. As I already mentioned, right, we don't have a real database or any API, so we need to actually keep rely on some dummy APIs, right? So we will go to, as usual, like everyone uses, to fetch the list of products from this API endpoint. As I already mentioned, that this is a server-side component. Why? Because we don't have the use client directive at the top of the page, right? So if we just convert this one to a client page, that time you just can't directly fetch the data from the server side. So this is a server-side component. Now first thing what we need to do, because we are interacting with the API which is asynchronous operations, we need to convert this API component to async. And now what we can do, right, we can simply create an async function here. So simply just create an async function, and this is nothing but this is the function where you are going to call this API, and then we will be data directly on the server side, right? Now here I'm going to just do this one as, let's do get products. And here what I'll do, right, so let's see the output that what we will be getting. So if you see, we'll be getting these products, and inside products we'll be having all these properties, and then we'll be getting this total, skip, and the limit. So what I'll do, simply I'm going to take a interface here. So let's take interface, let's give this one name as product, and I'm going to keep the ID. So ID will be number. So you can see all the properties here, that you'll be getting the ID as number. Then you'll be getting the title. So I'm going to do a title which will be string. I'm also going to do a price. Maybe let's render the price also. I'm going to do number, and also let's do the category which will be string. And then what I'll do, right, so I'm going to create a response. So I'll do interface products response, and here we'll be getting the products. So if you see, right, we'll be getting the list of products here. And then also let's say I want to take the total. So I'll do products which will be product of array, and then I'll be getting a total which will be a number. So this will be my return type, right, because this is what we'll be getting here. So I'm going to pass this product response here. And now let's do, so what we can do, simply you just have to do a simple API call, that's it. So you'll do const response equal to await, you'll do fetch, and then I'm just going to copy this and then paste it here. And then what I'll do, simply I will do, so let's do if this response.ok is false. So let's throw a new error, right? So I'm going to do new error, and I'll do failed to fetch products, and then at the end I'm just going to return response.json. That's it. And also, oh, I think we are doing wrong here. We need to make this one as a promise. Sorry, my bad. And here we need to pass it like this. Okay, because it will return a promise, right? So we are going to return the JSON. Now the main idea is not this interface or whatever you're doing, because you're interacting with the products. Doesn't matter, it can be products, it can be cart, it can be user information, it can be blog, it can be anything. The idea is how we are going to do the API call, right? So two steps. First, you convert this component to async. You created a simple function, right, on the server side, because we are doing in the page level. Now normally what we should do, right, we should keep all of this logic in a utils file. That also we are going to see that how you are going to structure all of this properly while implementing the project. But just keep this idea that this is how we are going to do it. And this, to call it, what we can do, right, simply we can do const products, and you'll do await, and then call this function, right, so do get products. That's it. So now this will give you the data, and this data you can simply render here, right? So what I'll do, so let's do one thing, let's take h3, and I'm just going to render products dot total. So these many products, this number of products. So let's see, if I now save this, what is happening. If I go here, you can see we are having this 194 number of products, right, these many products. And now what I can do, simply I can just map this, right? So I'll do products dot products dot map, right? So we'll have the type as product, and then you can just render the, so we'll do div. So I'm just going to take a key which will be product dot id, and here I'm just going to render let's render maybe another h3, and let's render the product dot title. Copy this and paste it. So I'm going to make this one as p, and I'll do product dot price and product dot category, right? That's it. Make it, keep this one simple. Now let's save this and let's see what you're getting. So you're getting all the products, and also if let's make this one like this, I'm going to do a div and let's give a class name. So I'm going to do flex column and gap of 2. Save this. So you're getting gap of 2. So every products you're getting here, right? So these all are the products. So now this is what is happening. These data is getting rendered on the server side. Now you can also check this. If I now just log this product, right, and you see what is happening here, you'll be getting all the information here. See, all the product information and everything you will be getting here, right? So this is the process. This is a very simple example, but here very important that how you're going to fetch data on the server side. Just create a function, async function, and then call it from your component. So with this part is done. Now let's move on to the next concept. Alright, so moving to the next one, I want to explain one another thing, that is a new hook that is introduced, that is called a use hook. And if you have already watched my video on React 19, that I've already covered all the things that you need to know on React 19, right? Because there are a lot of new features they have introduced. So here this use hook, this will actually React API React hook that lets you to read a value from resources like promise and context. And these both the things I'll explain in very detail. So if you go to my channel, right, so I'll show you quickly. Let's go there and I'll show you that which video you need to watch, and you can see that you have all the React 19 explained in 25. So let's open this video, and here you'll be getting the use hook concept, right? So there will be use in promise and context. See, so this is the word you need to watch to get some idea. But if you don't want to watch that, still I'm going to explain that how. Now normally we don't use this that much, because in Next.js, right, we have various options, and you will also understand why we normally don't use this, but you should still, it's always better to know new things, right? So let's do one thing. Inside this data fetching folder, I'm going to create a use hook example, and let's create a page.tsx, and here I'm going to simply create, let's do a function, and I'll do use hook example, and let's return a div, and I'll do a use hook example, right? So we're going to use the same API that we have used. And to do this one, let's do one thing. Let's go to here and let's go to the users API. So I'll fetch the list of users, and let's see the output here. So we'll be getting the users and as well as the total, right? The same thing that what we have used. But for this one, let's keep only this. So I'll do interface. Let's do user, and this will have a ID, which will be number. This will have a first name. So you can see we'll be having a first name here. First name and last name, so this will be string. Then we'll have a last name, which also will be a string. And then I'm going to create one more interface, and this will be my users response. And here we'll be getting the list of users, which will be user type of array. Now what I'll do, right, I'll create a promise. Remember, use hook actually work with promises, and also you can use with context also. So here I'm going to create a function, and I'm going to do get users, and this will give you a promise, and it will return the type as users response. And what I'll do, right, simply I'm going to return, remember I'm going to return a promise, so I'm going to return a fetch, and inside this I'm going to call this URL. Okay, so this is done. And then what I'll do, simply let's do dot then, so I'll be getting response, and I'll do res.json, and we are going to just return this. Okay, so these, now you see you'll be getting this warning that you can convert this one to a async await, which is fine, but I want to show you that how you are going to use these inside this component now. So what will happen, these will return a promise. Now what you can do, right, you can call that use hook, and then you can wrap this promise inside that hook, right, and then you'll be getting the data, whatever this promise, it will be returning here. And then after this, what I'll do, right, so first I'm going to get the user promise. I'm going to do const and let's do users promise, and then I'm going to call the get users method here. So this is going to return a promise. So this is done. And now what I'll do, right, so inside this, the parent component, let's do one thing. So let's take a suspense. So I'm going to take a suspense. So what will happen, if any fallback happens, so it will go back to the fallback and it's going to render that like streaming data, or your loading some loader, whatever skeleton component. So I'm going to take a fallback, and inside this fallback, let's return some, let's return a div. And here what I'll do, right, so for now let's only return loading, that's it. So this will be my fallback, and inside this fallback, now I want to create a separate component. So let's say I have another component which will be my function, and I'll do users list, and in this user list, what I'll do, right, I'm simply going to call this user list, and I'll simply pass this user promise, right. So these we are going to return receive as a prop. So first let's receive, so I'm going to do users promise, and here this will be, so the type will be here, this will be users promise, this will be promise, and the type will be promise, and this will be our users response. So this will be the type, and here I'm going to just call this user list, and I'm going to pass the users promise, which is nothing but this promise here, right. So I'm going to pass it here, that's it. So now what I'm going to do, simply cannot be user, okay. So now here, now I want to render the user information in this user list component, but to do this one, this is now returning a promise. Remember, this is returning a promise, right? This is not returning the result. So here you can use that use hook component, right? So what you need to, not component, use hook. What you need to do, you need to wrap this promise inside that use hook, and and that is going to return you the list of users. And to do this one, I'm going to simply return a div for now, and here I will simply just do const get users list. And this will be, now you will use the use from React, and here you need to pass the promise. So this will be my users promise here, that's it, and this will give you the list of users. And then what you can do, simply you can just map this here, right. So you get users list dot users dot map, and you'll be getting user, and let's return a div, and let's take a key which will be user dot id. And inside this paragraph, I'll simply render user dot first name hyphen user dot last name, and this is done. If I save this, and now let's go to use hook component. So I'll do use hook. Awesome. So you can see that you're getting faster. Also, if you notice, you get the loading for some time, and that is because this suspense is actually rendering the fallback until unless we are getting the data from this particular promise, right. And this use hook actually helping us to return this data, and this data we are rendering here. So this is one of the way that you can render, right. So you can see you are getting loading, and then you are getting the data. So I just wanted to show you, like, if you are getting this kind of situation where you are going to use this use hook, you can use this one in this way. So this is two ways that you can do. Now definitely there are multiple ways. We can like normal fetch you can do. Like, we are also going to learn that how you are going to use server action to update the data, and then once the data is updated, we are going to revalidate the path, revalidate tags. There are a lot of things, but now let's move on to the next one. Next, we are going to see some of the ways that you can do in the client side. Oh, before that, we also need to discuss some of the basic concept of caching, how caching works, and how you are going to manipulate some of the caching options based on your requirement. So let's see that in the next part. Alright, so now let's see some of the caching options, right? So first of all, I want to explain some of the things that is actually important, that how the data caching works. So what I'll suggest, right, please try to come to this link which is in the documentation, that is come to this deep dive and caching, and believe me, this is the best resource that you can get to master Next.js caching, because I can't cover each and everything that is mentioned in this doc, right? Although what we will do, right, when I'll be implementing both the projects, I will try to cover some of the revalidating concepts, like how you can do time-based revalidation and also on-demand revalidation, which is actually important that we are going to cover. But mostly you need to understand some of the things, right? If you notice this part here, that the first time whenever there is a fetch request is happened with the force cache option, that I'm going to explain what is that. So Next.js checks the data cache for a cached response, right? If the cache response is found, then it will return immediately and it is memorized, right? And if it is not found, it will again do a request, and then the result will be again stored in the caching, and then it will be again memorized, right? And there are some other multiple options that Next.js provide that you can configure whenever you are going to do a fetch API call, right? So let's see how it will work. So let's go to this server fetch. Now we are not going to create any separate file or anything, so I just want to mention these points. So there are 4 things you need to understand. The first one is that, so we have a default. So when there is default, you are doing any fetch call, right? So what will happen? So it will cache your response automatically. Now there are certain options that you can use. The first of all, in the cache you can use options like reload. Then you have cache options called no store. I'm going to explain each and everything. Then you have force cache, right? Just now we have seen. So these 3 things, first of all, you need to understand how it will work, and based on your requirement you have to choose the certain strategy. So for example, let's say you have to get the data every time, you have to get updated data every time you are going to refresh the page. So that time which option you are going to use, so something like that. And to use this, what you are going to do, right? So in the fetch option here, you are going to pass the cache option, right? So how it will work, simply here after these give options, you can see that you'll be having the option here, and then what you can do, you can simply pass a cache option here, right? So in this cache option, if I just give, so you are getting all of this, right? If I just do control and space, you'll be getting all the options. So first you have a default, so you don't have to pass anything, it will automatically take from default. Then you have no cache, right? So what will happen when no cache will happen, right? So before that also, let's understand what will happen when this no store you are going to write. So when you are going to pass a no store, so it will never cache your response, right? So how it will work, it will always going to fetch fresh response. So this is the first thing you need to understand. So whenever you are going to have updated data every time, you are going to use a no store as your cache option. Now next, move on to the next one. So here I'm going to pass another one, and that is called force cache, right? So let's see how this will work. So what I've done, right, I'm in the API reference of the fetch, and here what you need to do, go to this option where we have option.cache, and here you'll be getting a lot of details, right? So first of all, I already mentioned, if it is default, it will fetches the resources from the remote server, or from wherever, like you are fetching the data from your database on every request in development, right? Next time we are having no store, that I've already mentioned here. No store will never cache a reference, right? It will fetch the resources from the remote server on every request, right? Even if the dynamic API are not detected on the route, which is fine, but you need to understand this part, that it will fetch the remote server on every request for no store. For force cache, it will first look for a matching request. If it is a match and it is fresh, then only it will be returned, or else if there is no match, or if there is even a stale cache, then also it will going to fetch the resources from the remote server, okay? And then we have the reload. So reload will going to bypass the cache. It is going to fetches the fresh response, and it's going to update the cache, right? So we also have the cache as reload. So you can use cache as reload. So this will also bypass the cache, and it's going to fetches the fresh, so it will do fetches fresh response from your remote server, and it's going to update the cache. So mostly I will suggest you can like experiment with all of these options, mostly no store, and or else you just keep it as default. Now again, I just want to keep this on, like you have to use all of this every time, because I just want to be like very sure, or else some of you will come and comment, okay, why you mentioned to use all of this. Again, I already mentioned, very important here, that these all you need to use based on your requirement, you need to apply the strategy, right? So you need to apply cache strategy. It's not like you have to use default all the time, or you have to use no store all the time, or reload all the time. It depends based on your requirement, that what kind of application you're using and what is the criteria for that particular feature. Okay, so this is all the basic caching option you should know. Now let's move on to the client side data fetching. So I'm going to show you 3 ways that we are going to do that. First one is normal useEffect. I think that we already know, but still I'm going to cover. Second, we are going to use a SWR hook. And third, I'm also going to show you how you're going to fetch data using React Query. Okay, now I'm going to show you, let me just save all of this. I'm going to show you how we are going to do the client-side data fetching, right? So first, let's do a useEffect example. So I'll do useEffect example. Then I'm also going to, so first let's create all the pages. So all of this will be client component, because this will be client-side data fetching. So I'm going to do useEffect example. Let's return a div, let's return a h1, and I'll do useEffect. I think this part we have done 100 times if you are doing React for a long time, but still we should do it, right? Should not skip. So go to the data fetching and create one more. I'm going to do SWR example. This also I'm going to show you, and then I'm going to also show you how we are going to do using React Query. Although this is not a React Query course, I'm not going to cover each and everything in depth. Either you can watch my React video that I've uploaded last year, or else there will be a lot of really good videos are available on React Query you can actually see. And here let's do one thing, let's paste it here, and let's paste it here also. So I'm going to do this one as SWR example, and also let's give this on caps only. And also I'm going to do this one as React Query example, right? So do React Query example. So first let's start with the useEffect. So as usual, whenever we are going to do API call, right, means we should normally take 2 things. So first we'll take a loading state, set is loading, and we'll give as useEffect as false, and then we'll simply take one more. So let's take maybe a data, set data, and this will be use state of empty array for now. Now here what we are going to do simply, so first we'll take a useEffect hook, right? Take a empty dependency, we are going to do one page load, and then I'm just going to do fetch list of products, right? And I'm going to do this one little first. I'm pretty sure if you have done React, you already know this one. So we're going to do async function fetch list of products. So I'm just going to do const response, and let's go to our server side fetch, copy this, right? So I'm going to copy from this to this, and I'll do await fetch and paste it here. So this will be const result, so this will be await res.json, and before calling the API we're going to make set is loading as true. We can also do this one in, if you want to do this in much better way. So do this, so take a try, paste it, take a catch. So here you just log the error for now, and then take a finally and make the set is loading as false again. And here you just simply do, sorry, I will do set. So I'm going to do if this result is true, so I'm just going to do set is loading as false. You can also do here, but we are already anyways doing, but let's skip it, and I'll do set data is result. Okay, now here what I can do, we can also give the type, right? So this will be, the type will be products. I'm going to copy this and let's paste it here, and I'm going to just pass this one as product, save this. Okay, then in that case we're going to set here result.products. Now what you can do, simply you can just go here and then render. So I'm going to do data, because we are setting in the data, right? So do data.map, or let's copy from here only. Oh, sorry, let's go here and then copy from here, this part, copy this and then just paste it here, and this will be, instead of this will be data, and we're going to render all this, right? Also, if you want, you can just do if is loading is true, so you're going to return each one and then return a loading, right? That's it. Save this. Now the main idea of doing it like I have done a little fast, the reason is just to give you, if you have already forgot this, how I'm pretty sure you already know, right, how you are going to do using a useEffect. Now this is not a bad way. This is like, you'll see, right, if you go to very companies, like when they have done some app, see, when I'll tell you very interesting thing, like when you are doing any like YouTube videos, or when some people are telling me to YouTube video, most of the times what you people told me, like that try to use some new technology or like some third-party packages like SWR or something. But if you go to a company, right, you see the situation will be totally different. So when they have very top or like very complex products and level application, you'll see most of the people will at the end is going to use this useEffect and everything, right? They are not going. So what I'm trying to say, they try to avoid these third-party packages as much as possible. And you might ask me why. The reason is because when you work for a company, that company doesn't want to take that much risk. So for example, let's say you're using a third-party library as XXX, right? Now let's say after 2 years, the support for this package is gone, so there is no support. So what will happen, that company can't like let this happen, right? So their product is actually dependent on this particular package. So what they actually believes that, so there are two things: either they will say whenever there is a product that is very popular, there is a community, there is a support, they are going to use that, or second, they try to build their in-house package. I hope you're getting what I'm trying to say, right? So they will build their in-house packages. For example, it can be related to React library, or it can be related to like CSS frameworks. So they will create their in-house package, right? So they have a different team based on that. So what is the advantage? So they have control in their hands, right? So that is the reason I always mention that don't rely too much on third-party packages. Just learn the basic fundamental things. You will be able to learn any other things very, very easily, right? This is very important, so I just want to mention. So now let's save these, and let's see if I go to the data fetching and then go to useEffect example, and let's see what you're getting here. See, we're getting loading and then getting the data, right? So we're getting loading and then data we are getting. Awesome. So I think this is one way that we are going to do that. Now let's move on to the second one, right? Second one is using the SWR hook. If you're using like working with some freelancing project, or you are working, or you are learning, or you are currently in your college, right, you are creating final year project, that time I'll say that okay, you can actually apply all these third-party packages, new technology, so that in your interview you can showcase all of this, that I know this, I know that. If you give me this job opportunity, I will be able to work if there is a new technology in future, right? So this is how you should approach all these things. So for you learning new things, I'm highly recommend, but for experienced people, once you enter any company, right, you will see the situation is completely different in those companies, right? So they don't use this kind of like, I don't want to give names here because I think everything is good, but they don't use all these third-party databases or CSS that you are seeing nowadays. And you can also prove me wrong if I'm telling wrong. Just go any companies, work, and you'll see that most of the top companies, they have their own in-house inbuilt packages, right? So they don't like to use all this fancy Prisma, Drizzle, those kind of things. Now next, let's go to SWR. So first I'm going to go to the docs, and we need to install, we are using npm, so we'll do npm install SWR, right? So copy this, and let's paste it. So what are the key features of SWR, right? So first of all, this will do the automatic caching, and also it will do an automatic revalidation, right? Also there is another very interesting property that you can use here, that is called revalidate on focus. So I'm going to show you, that is called revalidate on focus. See, this is actually very interesting. So what will happen when you will refocus on a page, right, it will automatically revalidates the data. This is really cool. right? They also have interval polling for real-time data. You can use this one for real-time. Let's say you're implementing some stock application, and when you need real-time data, you can use these hooks also. They have better error handling, retry logics, and a lot of other things, right? So let's see how we are going to do this one in very simple way. So first of all, we need to create a fetcher function, right? So if you go to the main basic part, right? So let's go to data fetching. So you need to create a fetcher which simply uses fetch, a native fetch, and then pass the URL, and it's going to return the promise, right? So what I'm going to do simply, so let's create the fetcher. So I'm going to const fetcher, and this will be, so here this will receive a URL, type will be string, and here what I'm going to do simply, so we're going to use a fetch. I'm going to pass the URL, so I'll just do dot then take the response and return the response back, right? Very simple fetcher function, that's it. And now what we are going to do simply, so let's say we want to we want to call some API. So just take this, and we are going to use this use SWR hook from SWR package just now we have installed, and here we need to pass the key, right? So key is nothing but the URL. So for example, let's say I want to call this maybe something else, right? Let's do these comments. So let's go here and let's take these comments, and we are going to pass it. So first we are going to pass this one, and here we are going to pass certain options, right? You can also experiment all the options that are available in the official doc. So I'm going to just use this revalidate. So it's called revalidate on focus. So I'm going to make this one as true. Also this has a refresh interval. So refresh interval is nothing but after how many time you want to refresh the data, so it will automatically refresh. So you can search for your refresh interval. So this one, so copy this, and then you can pass it here. So for example, let's say I want to do it every 30 seconds, so 60 seconds, based on that you can pass. Also there is a error retry count, which is also really cool. So you can search for error retry count, something like that is there. Error retry count, huh? This one. So what this will do, so I'm going to give this one as 3, right? So this will retry if any errors occurs, right? And here what you will receive, so you're going to receive the data that you're going to get from your API call. You're going to receive any error happens. You're also going to receive any, if there is any loading or not, and also you're going to receive a muted function, right? So now let's save this. Now this will automatically give you the data here, and this data you are going to simply render. So now what you're going to do simply, I'm going to take, so I'm going to check if this is loading. So I'm going to return the same thing. So I'll do return a loading here, and or else I'll simply going to render the data, right? So let's do one thing. Maybe you can just take the same UI that we have used here. Let's copy these, and here we will be getting, so let's do one thing, or I think I again need to clear the types and everything. Let's use the same one. I don't want to write, so I will use the same interface and use the same URL here. This one, so I'm going to pass it here, and here what I'll do, right? So I'll do data dot products dot map, and this product type will be product, and here we are going to return the same thing, right? And I think this is fine. And also here I think we have done a major mistake, and that is we need to pass the fetcher, how it will work. So the second one will be, so we need to pass the fetcher here, right? So we can pass the fetcher function here, that's it. So now save this, and let's log all these 3 things, right? So I'm going to log here, save this, and I'll go to SWR example. SWR example. Awesome. So now you can see that what you're getting the data back, you're getting false. Refresh this once again, you're getting loading for some time, and error is undefined, and this is false. Now what I'll do simply, I'm also going to, maybe if there is any error occur, you can render the error, right? So for example, I can check if there is any error. So simply maybe return a h1. Oh, sorry, what I'm doing, I'll just return a return. I'll do a h1 and I'm going to return an error dot message. That's it. Now save this. We don't have any error. Maybe let's try to experiment, right? See, you're getting error. Awesome, right? Okay, now this is working fine. So this is very basic way. You just create a fetcher function, you pass the URL and then some of the options, right? So whenever you will be in focus, it's going to call the API, right? Now I'm also going to show you that how you are going to do a refresh. So let's take a button and I'll do a refresh, and then I'll create on click and I'll do handle refresh. So let's create this, and what you need to do, right, you just need to call this mutate function. So what this will do, this will actually manually revalidate your data. So there can be some scenarios that you might occur when you need to on button click, you need to refresh the data to get the updated data, right? So that time you can use this mutate function. So if you save this, right, so now I'm going to click here, so it's going to call the API, right? See, on button click it's calling, right? So this is all the basic things that you can do. So you can get the data, handle the error, manage the loading state, and also use the mutate function here. So with this, I think these two things you have learned how you can do using useEffect, SWR. Both are actually very important. So don't see, normally what will happen, right? If you see in my next two project, when I'll be doing the real world project, you'll see most of the times I'll try to avoid to do any API calls or anything from client side, right, until unless it is actually required or it is actually mandatory to do in the client side. Most of the data fetching will be occurring on the server side, so we are going to use some server actions or API route, or you can directly do, or directly you can also do a DB call from your server side, which is absolutely fine, right? Because that is the advantage of using server components. Server components run on the server side, so you can actually direct do a DB call, which is really cool. And then what we are going to do, right, we are going to serialize the data, or you can directly pass the data from your server component to client component. So this is one of the best approach of doing it. But again, it's always better to understand how client side data fetching also works, right? So I think these two are done. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so let's understand React Query, which is currently called as stack query, in very simple way, right? If you're completely new, but if you already know this one, if you watch my React video where actually I've covered all of these, still let's see. So it's like similarly, just now we have seen that SWR as a data fetching library, right? So this is another data fetching library which helps us for data fetching, automatic caching, mutating data, and a lot of other things, right? So two things we need to know. The first of all, if you go to the very basic way of using React Query, first we need to create a query client. And if you go, let's go to the quick start first. Okay. So here first we need to create a client. Now this client is nothing but what we need to do, right? So just like the concept of context, right? So whenever you're going to create a context, you're going to provide that context in the root component. So what will happen whenever you're going to wrap all your child components inside that context, all the child components will be able to consume the context value using some use context hook. Similarly, the concept is also very simple here. So what you're going to do, right, we'll be installing this stack query package. So this will help us to create a query client using this query client, and then we're going to use this query client provider where we're going to pass this client just now we have created, and then we are passing all the child components here. So normally what you should do, right, we are going to do this one in the root component or in the layout component. So whenever you are going to wrap this query client provided in the layout component, so what is your layout component? So layout component is the root of your application, and inside that all the child components are nested, or however it is, that doesn't matter, right? So what will happen whenever you're going to wrap it, all the child components will be able to consume this query client. Very simple, right? So this is the first step. Second step, consider again, that is the reason I give you the example of context, right? If you compare these both, it's actually exactly same, right? So you are creating a context. Similarly here you are creating a client. Second, you are providing the context. Similarly here you are providing the client. Third, you are going to consume the context. Similarly here you are going to consume the client. See how both are related, right? So here once you'll create the client, you are going to consume the client. To consume the client, we are going to use a use query client, right? And then we are going to see how we are going to make queries. So this is the overall process. First, let's do one thing. Let's go to installation, and I'm going to install this what is this called, npm install tanstack query. So copy this, clear this. Also I'm going to install the dev tool. So there, oh my god, so there is, I don't know why this will happen. Let's clear this. So I'm going to paste this, and there is another dev tools that you can use which will help you to debug and everything. So you're going to install, always install this one, right? So install this both. And then I already mentioned we are going to create a provider, right? We need to create the client. So let's wait for some time. So what we'll do, go to our app, not app, I think go to source, and then I'm going to create a providers, and maybe let's create what we should create, query client, or let's do one query client provider, just to so that you'll be able to understand easily. So this will be a client component, and the first thing what we're going to do, we will simply just do export default function, and I'm going to do this one as query client provider. Just consider this one similar to how the contextual, right? So this will be my children, and the type will be react node. Why? Because we'll be getting all the child components here, right? And then what we are going to do, we are going to create our query client instance. So here what we should do, right? So I'm going to show you a better way of doing this. I'm going to take a use state here, and inside this we are going to create a new query client from tanstack query. And here we are going to pass couple of options, right? You can pass some options. I'm going to pass a default options. So what options we are going to pass? So I'm going to pass a queries, and inside queries I want to pass a stale time. So what stale time is, that means whenever I'm going to fetch any kind of data, I want to cache the data for 5 minutes by default. So I'm going to do cache the data 5 minutes by default. So every page. And if you notice my website at SDevHub, so there actually whenever I need to do any client-side data fetching, I have actually used React Query. So what will happen, right? If you visit any page and let's say try to go back and come back to that page again, you'll see that page will not refresh. So what I'm doing, so I'm not only using React Query, I'm using some custom caching logic also, but this is what it actually works. So I'm just doing a by default caching for some time. Okay, so here I'm going to use a stale time and make this one as 5 minutes. So I'll do 5 into 60 into 1000. And also we are going to do that, so there is another property that is called GC time. So GC time is going to keep your data in cache for certain time, right? How much time you want to keep that data. So let's do this one as 10 minutes. So this is my default options, and then I will be getting my query client here. Okay, so this is done, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply return. So I'm going to return query client provider. So we need to import this one from this. So let me, oh, I think I have given the same name. So let's do one thing. So I'll do client provider, this one. So this we need to import from query client provider. We can also rename this, but it's fine, let's keep it like this. And here we are going to pass the children, and this is going to receive a client, which is mandatory, right? So this is a mandatory, so you're going to pass the query client here. That's it. And now if you want to use that dev tools that we have installed, right? So here we are going to use this React Query dev tools, and here we are going to pass initial is open as false. I just don't want to show this initially, but if you want, you can make this one true. So this is the main thing that you need to understand how this is working. So we created a query client with some default options. If you experiment, you can check all the other options, but this is just doing a cache the data for 5 minutes by default. Also, if you see the GC time, right, let's search for the GC time here, not testing man. See, rename cache time to GC time. So here you can see the 10 into minutes, so whatever queries you can do, default options, right? Now here, once this is done, so let's consider this one, you created a context and now you need to provide this. So how we are going to provide this one? So we are going to provide this one from our layout, right? So layout is a root component. So we go here, this is our root component. So what I'm going to simply do is I'm going to cut it and I'm going to use that client provider and I'm going to pass it here. That's it. So now all my components are wrapped inside this client provider, and in this client provider I'm actually passing the query client. So I'll be able to extract the client from the page that I want to access this React query. I want to query, right? So now what we are going to do simply, so we will be creating, I think we already have created a page, right? So let me just open this React query or something. We created React query, this one. So now in this page I want to fetch some data, so we need to consume that client, and then based on that we are going to do this one. So let's say how we are going to do that. So first we will be using the same example, same interface that we have used. So let me just do one thing, let me copy this, or let's do one thing, let's use some different this time. We are using maybe post. Okay, so here what I'll do, let's go to React query, close this, and I'm going to create an interface. Let's create a post interface. So post also will have the similar, we have ID, title, we'll use a body, and let's maybe use the, I think these three are fine, right? So let's use ID, which will be number. Let's use the title, which will be string, and let's use the body, which will be string. Awesome. Also we are going to take another interface. I'm going to do posts response. So I'm going to do post, and type will be post, and also will be getting a total, which will be number. That's it. Now what I'm going to do simply, so here we are going to first consume the query client, right? I already mentioned that we need to get the query client. So I'll do query client, and this will be use query client from TypeScript query, right? So this will help us to for our data fetching, right? Whatever we want to do. So there are a lot of inbuilt advantages that this will provide. So when you are doing using useEffect, you need to handle all this loading and everything manually, right? But here this will automatically handle loading state, error state, and also success states, right? These will also give you caching strategies. Also this will also give you mutation, but mutation we are not going to cover for the first. This one we need to understand how we are going to fetch the data. So now what we will do simply, so I'm going to take const, and here we are going to use this use query from TypeScript query, and we are going to pass this post response. This is the response type, and inside this what we are going to do, we need to pass couple of things which is actually important. So first we are going to pass a query key. So this is a unique key that will actually tell you that what kind of data you are fetching. So for example, here I am fetching list of post, so I'm going to give this one name as post. I hope you're getting it. So this will actually change based on the feature that you are implementing. Let's say you are implementing list of maybe user information, so you're going to pass a user, or you are fetching address, you're going to pass address, something like that. And then you are going to pass here a query function, right? So this query function will be async function, and inside this what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to do a const response, and this will be await fetch, and here I'm going to copy this, that's it. And then what I will do simply, so I'm going to do if this response dot okay, so I'll do throw new error, so I'll do failed to fetch posts, and or else I'm simply going to do, so here I'm going to return response dot JSON, that's it. And here also you can pass some individual query options, right? For example, let's say for this particular query you want to add a stale time that I want to cache the data for 2 minutes, or I want to do this one for 10 minutes. But if you see in the provider you have given, by default it will always tell the data for 5 minutes. So you can actually change this. So let's say for this one I want to do this one for 2 minutes. So I'll do 2 into 60 into 1000. So it will cache the data for 2 minutes. So I pass query key, which is important, query function, and then some optional properties here. Here we'll get a couple of things. So I'm going to get a data, I'm going to get a is loading, I'm also going to get a error, and you can also get a refetch options, right? Couple of things. So first I'm going to just do if loading, sorry, is loading. So I'm going to return a h1 and I'll do loading. Also, if there is any error, you can render the error dot message, or maybe error occurred. So let's do if error. So return h1 and I'll do error, something like that. And then here what I'll do simply, so let's do one thing, let's go to the SWR example, let's copy this and let's paste it here. So I'm just going to do here, so we'll be having data dot, this will be post, so this will be post, so we'll remove this. So we'll be having post dot id, then we have post dot title, then we have post dot body, and we'll remove this, and we are going to remove this one. That's it, right? So now let's save this, and now we will go to our React query page and let's see what we're getting, right? So let's do React query. Awesome. So now we are getting the data, right? And this is how you need to do it. So I think this is all the things that I want to cover from a client-side data fetching. Now if you notice that I have almost covered most of the things, how you're going to do a server-side data fetching, how you can use hook to handle promises and everything, this also you can do, right? Then we covered all the caching options, client-side data fetching using useEffect, SWR hook, and React query. Now I already mentioned, right, we haven't covered very important thing, that is the mutation of data, how you're going to mutate the data using server actions, also the concept of API routes, also how you're going to revalidate the data using revalidate path, revalidate tags. But those things we are going to cover in the project, because the one and only reason, because in the project we'll be having APIs, we'll be having databases, and those concepts will be easy to understand, right, instead of doing all of this using dummy data. So with this, our server with this, the data fetching section is now completed. Now finally we are going to start working with our first project. So now in this particular section we are going to start with our first project. Now believe me, before even I start this project, in this one you are going to learn a lot of things, and the way I'll be explaining, right, very slow, and you're going to have a complete overview of how you can work with Next.js with latest tech stack, all the CSS frameworks and all the CSS tools or state management libraries, databases, and everything that we are going to use. So let me give you some of the overview. This will be a simple CRUD application, and I'm pretty sure some of you will be like, okay, here again we like the same CRUD again and again. So CRUD is very important thing that you need to know whenever you are starting anything. So don't take this CRUD simple application very lightly, right? These things are very important. If you can create a CRUD application like creating, updating, deleting, and fetching, and you know these things very well, you will be able to create any complex project. It doesn't matter. So we'll be using the latest version of Next.js. We are going to use setcn for our component library. Like, this is very popular, and I think there is a reason why this is popular, because I believe this is one of the best component library that you can use, because you can create your own custom libraries out of it, right? Custom components, and there are a lot of flexibility here. Next, for theme management, we are going to use Next themes. For ORM, we are going to use Drizzle, because I think this everyone mentioned this one, and I also believe, I think Drizzle is actually better than I'll not say, like, I'll not compare, like, I don't want to compare and say like Prisma is better or Drizzle is better, but I think Drizzle is pretty good. So for this one we'll be using Drizzle, and for this particular project we are going to use Node Postgres. Okay, so I'm not decided to use Neon because maybe in the next project I'll be using Neon. So for first one we are going to start with Node Postgres. Now couple of things you need to know. So your concept should be clear on terms of like Postgres, like how you can write queries, what is the concept of relation, because I'm not going to cover all of this in this particular video. And if you want to know all of this like better and like in depth, what you can do, right, search my Node.js series on YouTube and go to the part 3. Okay, so Node.js part 3, and in the part 3 I've actually discussed each and everything that you need to know on Postgres, how you can start installing pgadmin, and then how you can write queries, the basic concepts, transaction, and a lot of other things. So as I mentioned, we are going to use Drizzle with Node Postgres, and the next one I will be using Neon. And for Auth, I think this is most requested, and I think it's the reason I haven't choose Auth just because there are a lot of videos are present on Auth.js, and I like everyone knows how you can use Auth.js. So we are going to use better Auth for this complete video. Now there are two things we are going to cover. So in the first project, so in this blog project, I'm going to use email and password login we are going to use for this particular project, and in the next one we are going to use Google Auth. Okay, so that you will get both the ideas. Now there are so many people that have mentioned me to use magic link, then we have email OTP. Now see, there are a lot of options is available, right? So if you go to the docs and let's go to the authentication, not authentication, I think it will be plugins, and you see how many they have. They have two-factor, you only username, like phone number, and so many. So instead of doing all of this, it will be like too much bloated, right? So many information is also not good. So what I've decided to use traditional email and password login. I think that is very important to know, and then social sign-on. So both the things we're going to use. So first one we're going to use email password. So I'll just recap everything. So you use Next.js, SatCN for our CSS, Next theme for our theme management, Drizzle with Node Postgres. For Postgres, we are going to use local pgadmin. So you can install this one from here. What you can do, right, I'll highly suggest you can watch the part 3 of my Node.js series. Okay, and for Auth, we are going to use better Auth, and for state management, we are going to use Justin, because Justin is very light and it's very easy to use. So I just want to give all the overview, because this project we are going to do very slowly. You are also going to learn how you can work with latest React 19 features with server actions. Also you are going to understand how you can fetch data and everything in a real project. So first what we are going to do, I already created a project, and first we are going to install SatCN from scratch, and you are going to see how we are going to set it up in a project, right? It is very simple. If you already worked, I think I'm pretty sure you already know, but maybe some of you are actually doing it for the first time. So for them, actually I'll be doing this one little slow. So if you already knew, you can skip all of this part. So go to docs. So we are using Next.js, just select, and then whatever package manager you are using, just select, and you're going to use npm SatCN latest init. So I'm going to copy this, and then we are going to, let me close this one, and I'm going to, oh sorry, clear, and then I'm going to install. Now when we usually install Next.js for the first time, right, there will be tailwind CSS and everything will be auto install. Like it's very standard now, everyone is using. So if you notice that it's actually checking some of the checks, that it's checking that whether we are using Next.js or not, tailwind CSS config is present or not. So you're using latest version 4, and some import aliases are validating. So for this one, I'm going to keep this one as neutral. And then now remember, there is one like warning you'll be getting, that for Next.js 15 there is a React 19 they're using. Now there can be some possibility, right? There are some packages that are not comfortable with React 19, so it can fail. So I'll highly suggest what you can do, right? You can also downgrade version 19 to React 18. It will not be a big of issue, okay? But for now we are going to keep it, but later if it is needed, we are going to move this one to from React 19 to React 18. but for now you can do use force, right? So let's do it, and it will install. And once this is done, now how this adds work, right? So it's like component based. So whatever component you needed, so they have a lot of components here, whatever component you needed, you can only install that component. So what will happen, it will not make your like app very heavy. So what will happen, let's say in material UI and those things, you're going to install everything at once. So here, for example, let's say I want to only install button, so you can click here and just install npx /latest add and the name of the component that you want to install. So I'm going to install the button component first. I'm going to copy this and I'll again clear and then install this one. Now you see you'll be getting that use force warning again because we are using React 19. Every time you're going to do this one, right, you'll be getting this. So there is a possibility. See, you're getting use force. So I'm going to do enter, and this will install the button component. And I'm also going to show you that how this will work. So I'm going to just minimize this one, go to a package project folder, go to components, see there is already a automatic component folder is added, and inside this will be having a UI folder, and whatever components that you'll be adding from SADCN, all the components will be auto installed here. Now I'll highly suggest don't modify anything here until unless you need to do it. You can use some custom component also you can create, but these all are the automatically created. I'll highly suggest not to modify, and you can just simply we can import this, right? So for example, let's say I'll just let's do one thing, let's start the dev server. So let's do npm run dev. All right, so let's open this. Now we need to install a couple of more packages that we need, right? So first let's open another terminal. So I'm going to install Justent for state management, and also we're going to install Next themes. So first we will be creating all the folder structures, all the files that we needed in proper way, so that now again one more thing, whatever folder structure I'm creating, just take the idea and then you don't have to blindly follow all of this, right? So you can create or apply your own idea. So now I have this fine. Let's do one thing, let's create all the basic components that we need. So let's do start step by step. First we will go to source. Inside source you can see that we already have the components folder, and inside this component folder let's create a layout component, and inside this layout I'm going to create two file. One will be container.tsx and second one will be our header component. So we'll do header.tsx. Okay, so let's start with the container. So container, see what actually this container means, right? So these all are optional components. So what I mean by optional is like these all are not mandatory. So these components, small components we are creating just to make the file and folder structure very neat and clean. Okay, so that doesn't mean that you have to create these components, then layout and container every project. You don't have to do that. So this is just give you the idea that this is one of the way of doing things. Okay, first we'll do export default, and I'm going to do very slow. Okay, I'm actually telling you very clearly. So if it's like very slow for you, we can increase the playback speed, or else I think if you're completely beginner, I think this will be very helpful, right? So this container will receive two things, right? It is going to receive the children, all the nested children, and I'm going to explain that why it is needed, and then if there are any extra class name that we have. So it will receive a children, it will also going to receive any extra class name, and I'm going to create a container props. Okay, so let's create this. So I'm going to do interface, we'll do container props. So this is going to receive a children which will be react.react_node. Also it's going to receive a class name which will be optional, so I'm going to give this question mark, and this will be a string. So what this will return, right? So this is going to simply return, so I'm going to return a div, and here let's give a class name. I'm going to use this I'm going to explain what is this. So I'm going to take a curly bracket. I'm going to import this cn. So this cn is actually a utility function that you can use, right? You can see this function, it will actually merge multiple class name together. So this is just a utility function. This will be automatically created inside this lib and utils folder. So I'm going to use this cn. So here what you can do, right, you can pass multiple class names and it is going to merge everything and create one single class name value. So for this one I'm going to use a container. I'm also going to give a mx of auto, margin inline auto, and also I'm going to give a px of 4. So padding inline is 1 px. And here after this I'm going to pass this class name. So if there is any other class name, it's going to merge it. And then inside this I'm just going to pass the children. Okay, so this is my container. Now remember everyone, I'm repeating once again, this is just a component just to show you that how you are going to neatly organize your files and folder structure. This doesn't mean that you have to create this every file. Okay, just take the ideas and based on that you can modify based on your different project requirements. So now what I'm going to do, right, so let's start with the header. So header will be a client component. So for this one we are going to take a use client directive, and then I'll simply let's do header for now and let's return a header. And we are going to first create the structure properly, and then we are going to start working on all the components. So we have the header component. Awesome. So now what will be our next step? So now what we'll do, right, simply remember when we need to do a next theme, we are going to use this next theme. So how this will work, right? So basically you need to create a theme provider. So now see here you have to apply your own ideas or own logic. So not own logic, your own understanding of React context, that how you are going to wrap this provider. Inside this provider you are going to pass all the components, right? That is the reason I already mentioned in the prerequisite that you need to have good understanding of React and everything. So we need to actually create a theme provider component which will actually provide theme throughout the application. So if you go to the site cn, right, and let's search for next themes, let's see if we have something like that, or let's search here directly. I'm going to copy and paste this one here. See, we have set cn and let's see what we are having. So it's telling the first install next themes, create a theme provider component. See, so what we need to do, right, we need to use this theme provider which is next theme provider, and this theme provider, and here you can see that we are passing all the children. So these children is nothing but all the child components that you will be having inside your application, right? And then what you can do, go to your main layout. I think this we've already discussed, and in the layout component you use this theme provider and pass these children. Okay, the same thing we are going to implement. So let's do one thing. What we can do, right, maybe inside this component folder, let's create another folder, and I'm going to give this one name as theme, and inside this I'm going to create a theme provider. So I'll do theme provider.tsx. So let's create this. So I'm going to do, okay, this has to be a client component. I'm going to do export function, and I'll do theme provider. This will receive a couple of things. So it's going to receive the children, and for now I'm also going to pass here another props. If there is any extra props, I'm going to spread it. And here let's give, or let's create a interface. We're going to create an interface. So I'm going to give this one as maybe extended theme provider props. Okay, and here what I'm going to do simply, so I'm going to return. So I'm going to return. So let's do one thing. Let's import something from next themes. And here we have this theme provider component, right? See, you can see theme provider, and I'm going to rename this one as next themes provider. So I'm going to return this. So I'll do next theme provider, and you're going to pass all the props that you're having, and inside this, remember now this is a common component, right? This common component we are going to use in our, sorry, we will go to our layout, and in this component we are going to use that. Okay, so this theme provider will have some common component which will be applicable for every pages. So what I mean by that, so if you go to the header component, right, so for example, if I go to headers, I'll be a header here. Now this header will be there in every page, so that means that header has to be somewhere in the common place so that we don't have to include in every page, and this is the place where you need to do it. So here what I'll do, right, simply you're going to import the header component. I hope this is clear. So passing the header, now this header is common, and then I'm going to take a main, and inside this main I'm going to pass the children, and here let's take a class name. So I'll import cn. Here I'm going to use container. I again do a mix of auto ex of 4, and here if there is any custom class name that you want to provide, that also you can take, right? So let's take another prof here, that will be container class name, in case you have some special requirements. So in that case you can pass this container class name also. So here I'm going to pass this container class name. Okay, that's it. So now I'm going to create the interface, because we need to create this interface. So I'll do interface, this extends theme provider props, right? So we have already seen that. If you go here, so we have the theme provider props. Next theme provider, you can also take this, but we already have this theme provider props that we can use as a type. And then here we can pass this container class name as optional, right, because this is the property that we have taken. So I'm going to just extend this and going to pass this one as a string, which is optional. So you have to pass it or you don't have to pass it. So now what will happen, right, you have a common layout. Common layout, why I mean by common layout, because this header is now common for every page. If you need, you can also add a footer component here. So add a footer component as homework, right? So now what I'll do, simply I will go to my main layout page, because that is where I need to do that. So I'll go to main layout. I'm going to change this one as blog Next.js 15 blog, and I'm also going to change this one as Next.js 15 blog using just and Drizzle and Postgres. So it's changed here. Now what I'll do, simply, so I'm going to remove these children. I'm going to call this theme provider. What is the name that we have given? Let me check. Theme provider. So I'll do theme provider. I'm going to import, and inside this what you need to pass? We need to pass the children, right? So I'm going to pass the children here. That's it. And here we are going to pass a couple of properties, right? So now I'm going to pass a attribute property, and this will be class. I'm also going to pass a default system, so this will be system. You can also check all of this here, right? You can go to this and you can check all of this: default system, enable system, and disable transition change. So let's copy these two also, and I'm going to pass it here. Save this, and now if you go here, right, let's see what is happening. You notice one thing. Okay, this is a different warning. This is hydration. This is fine. This will come. Maybe I have some extension installed, right? I think this is coming because of that only. Let me check. If client has a browser extension installed, yeah, I told you. Okay, so now refresh this, and you can see that you are getting the header. So whatever page will be going, this header will be now common. So now one concept you have learned this from this particular whatever you have done so far, that how you are going to use a common component throughout the application. It's very, very important, right? These things. So now we have a common theme provider. We have a container, which is like a different component that we are going to use later. Then we have a header component. Now what you're going to do, right? So let's create all the pages that we need. So how many pages we need here? The first one will be in the home page. We are going to render all the blogs. Okay, then we'll be having another page where we'll be able to create a single blog. So it will be a create page. Then we're going to have a edit page, dynamic page, where we're going to see all the blog details, and then there will be a profile page. So these many pages we need. So first I'll go here and let's do one by one. So go to app, create a post component. So I'm going to give this one as post. You can give this one as blog, whatever, because at the end we are creating blog only, right? post only. So here I'm going to create post, and then I'm going to create a nested route. See how I'm applying all the concepts that we have learned so far. So I'm going to create another folder, and this will be create, and then I'm going to create a page.tsx. so now I'm going to do, this will be my create blog, or let's do create post, and let's return a div, and this will be my create post. Save this. So this is the first component that we need. Second, inside post I will be having corresponding individual post details page, right? And to create a details page, how we are going to do, so we need to create a dynamic route. And how we are going to do that, so we'll be creating using these brackets, and then I'm going to give a slug. Okay, and here what I'll do, simply I'm going to create another page.tsx, and now let's copy this, paste it here, and this will be my post details page. Awesome. Let's make this one create post page. Next, what else we need? We also need a edit page where we are going to do the edit, right? I'm creating all of this. There is a reason. It will be easy for understanding purpose because I'm explaining, right? For you it's like optional. You can create these pages later also whenever you'll be implementing the features, but let's create all of this at once. So here I'm going to create one more inside this. I'm going to create edit, and inside this I'm going to create another slug. Why? Because when we'll be editing, we are going to edit an individual post, right? We are not going to edit all the post, so it will be a dynamic page. So I'm going to do slug, and inside this I'm going to create page.tsx. Copy this, paste it, and this will be edit post page. Awesome. Then what else we need? We are going to need a auth page also, right? Where we'll be handling our login and registration. So go to app. Inside app, I'm going to create a auth folder, and I'm going to create a page.tsx. So this will be function, and this will be my auth page, and I'm going to return a div, and this will be my auth page. So here we are going to handle login and registration both. That's it. Then we are going to have a profile page where we'll be able to see all the profile information. So I'm going to create a profile page. Inside this again we'll create a page.tsx, and then let's copy this from here. So I'm going to do profile page, next we also will be having a search page. So I'm going to do search page.tsx, so this will be search page. I think auth we have created, post all the pages we have created, profile created, search we have created. That's it. And then we will go to our page.tsx, which is the page that currently you are seeing, and this will be where we are going to render all the post. So this is nothing but I'm going to remove all of these, and this will be our post list page, or this will be our home page. Save this. So post list page, and then now let's say if I go to now /search page, you can see this header is actually common, right? Only this part is changing. Let's go to the profile page. Then we'll be going to post/create page, where we'll be able to create a new post. Then we have post/slug. Slug means the dynamic page, right? See, post/slug means, let's say I want to go to the post and then I want to check the first post. So this will be my post details page, right? Then go to the second, the same, and it will be like that. And then I'll be able to do the edit also. So I'll go to post/edit/1. So it will be my post edit page. Awesome. So now I think all the pages are done. Now what else we need to create here, right? So we're going to create a not found page also. So let's go to app. Remember, I already mentioned the concept of not found page. Either we can individually create in every page, but I think that is not that much recommended. What you can do, right, just create one single not found page at the root level. Root means inside app. So go to app folder, and create a not-found.tsx page. And let's quickly create this. So I'll do export default, I don't know, let's create like this shortcut. So I'll do not found. Inside this, just take a div, take a class name, let's give this one flex column, item center, justify center, let's do a mean height 70 VH, text center, px of 4. Inside this, let's take a h1 and I'm going to do 4 not 4. Let's do a class name, so I'll do text 5, let's do 6XL, I'll do font extra bold and margin bottom of 4. Inside this, I'm going to take a h2 and I'll do page not found. Let's take a class name, so I'll do text 2XL, font semi bold, margin bottom of 6. Inside the after this, I'm going to take a p. Let's do a class name, so I'll do text muted foreground, margin bottom of 8, and I'll do max w md, and I'll do the page you are looking doesn't exist, or maybe let's do has been moved. And then what I'll do now, we are going to use our go to our setcn and go to our button component, and you can see how we are going to use this button. So we're going to import this from our components UI and button, and this is already installed, right? If you go to components UI and then you have a button, so I'm going to use that button component. So I'll do import button and I'm going to pass a as child, and here I'm going to pass a link component, import from next link, and I'm simply going to do return to home, and here I'll pass a href of has. That's it. I think let's save this. Now we'll go here. Well, let's wait, I think it's loading. Now if I go to any random page, right, enter, see we're getting 404, page not found, the page you are looking doesn't exist or has been moved, and go to return to home, so it will go to the home page. Awesome. So the basic structure I have completed. So we have created our not found page also, we have created all the pages that we need. Now what will be our next step? So next step will be, we will be creating the UI structure for the auth page, right? So we'll go to the auth page. So this is where we are going to render our login page and the registration page UI, right? And then we will be implementing our very important section, that is how we are going to work with better auth to implement email and password with middleware concept, that protected routes and a lot of other things. So let's start working on that part. Hey everyone, I think before I mentioned it that I'll be working on the login registration part, but I think it's important to work on the header first, right? Because header will be common, so it will make our life easier. So let's go to the header component. So go to components, layout, and then header. I'm going to close this. Let's close everything else to keep everything clean, and we'll start working on the UI for this one. So I'm going to do header, and inside this, let's take a class name. So I'll do border as bottom, I'll do bg background, I'll do sticky, let's do a top of 0, and I'll do z index of 10. Inside this, let's take a div, we'll take a class name, so I'm going to do container, mx of auto, I'll do px of 4, height of 16, flex, item center, and justify, let's do between. Inside this, I'm going to take another div, so I'm going to do a class name, so I'll do flex, item center, and gap of 6. And inside this, I'm going to take a link from next link, and here I'm going to have my header, so I'm going to do next .js15 blog, and here I'm going to take a href and it will go to always the home page, right? So save this. So we're going to get we'll get this, and then I'm going to take a class name. So do font extra bold, and let's do font bold only, it will look weird, and text Excel. Awesome. Then after this, what we're going to do, right? So we can also take some of the links or the nav items that we will be having. So for now I'll give some dummy links, right? So for example, let's take a nav items, and I'm going to take a label. It will be go to home, and I'm also going to give href, it will be home. Then I'm going to copy this, paste it one more, and this will be maybe create post, right? And this will go to /post/create. That's it. Or let's do create only, create is fine. So now what I can do, after this link, I'm going to take a nav, we'll take a class name, so we'll do hidden. If for MD only, we are going to make this one as block, or else we're going to give hidden. We'll do item center and gap of 6. Inside this, I'm going to take a nav items, I'll do map, this will be my nav item, and here I'm going to take another link, and I'm going to render the item. So this will be nav item dot label. Here I'm going to take a key, I'm going to do nav item dot href. We are also going to pass a href because link component href is mandatory, so which will be nav item dot href. For class name, I'm going to use the cn utility. I'm going to import from leave and utils, and here I'm going to pass this one as text sm. We'll do font medium, and I'm going to do transition colors, and on hover I'm going to do maybe text primary. Now again, all of this is up to you how you are going to style it. It's not mandatory to use all of this, right? That you need to follow me. So now if we'll go have home and creates, if I click here, we'll go to post create, click here, go to home page, right? So it's working. That's it. And then after this, go to here, I'm going to create one more section. So we'll take a class name, so do flex item center and gap of 4. Inside this, I'm going to take another div, I'll do class name, I'll do hidden md block, and here what we'll do, we are going to keep a placeholder for search, right? So let's do one thing, let's keep a placeholder only. For now I'm going to keep a placeholder, so keep a placeholder for search. After this, we'll be having another placeholder that will be our theme functionality, right? Or theme icon, where we can select or toggle and then the theme will change. So this will be my placeholder for theme toggle. Then after this, I'm going to take a div, and I'm going to do class name, I'll do flex item center gap of 2, and here I'm going to simply take a button. So you'll import button from sitecn. You can pass a variant here, so let's pass a variant as host, and I'm going to pass this one as child, and inside this I'm going to take a link and give this one as login, and on href, so this will go to auth page. Save this. Okay, so you can see on hover. Now I think, okay, let's make this on primary, right? We'll see how it's looking. I think we don't have primary, or what else we have, default, sorry. Okay, now if you want, you can also remove this link, or else you can just use the useRouter hook. Remember, we have router.push, that also you can do. So what I mean by that, so if you just remove this, I'm just showing you all the possibilities that how you can do all of this. Remove this, and you can also remove this from here. It's not mandatory. Take on click, and here what I'll do, right, simply I'm going to import the use router. So I'll do router equal to use router, and then just take on click, and then just call this router dot push, and it will go to /auth route. Save this, and you'll be getting the same result. I'm going to refresh this. Click here, so it's going to the auth page. You can give a class name. I'll do cursor pointer. That's it. So now we have the basic structure of header is completed. Now we'll start working on this. Go to here, so we'll start working on this auth page. So now let's go to the auth component, and then what I'll do, right, because we are going to create some of the components, I'll go to components folder, because all the auth related components will go inside auth folder. So this is how you should structure the project, right? So here I'm going to create an auth, and then couple of again we are going to divide it into multiple components. So these will be very see, if you have worked in companies, right, you will see they also follow something called Sonar. I'm not sure if you know Sonar. So Sonar is actually will verify your code before you push the code to production. And what that actually do, right? So for example, let's say you have a auth component and the code is like almost 1000 line. So some teams have rules, they will not allow you to push that code into production. So what you need to do, right, you need to make that code modular. And how you can do that? You can do that by reducing the complexity of that code. And now you might be asking that how that complexity is coming. So that complexity is coming from the number of lines that you are having, number of functions that you are having, how many nested structure or nested if else or nested ternary you are using, those things, right? So what you need to do in that case, you need to divide that 1000 line of code into multiple files. So that is the reason it's always recommended to divide your components in such a way so that it will be more modular and the complexity will be less. Means complexity less is nothing but each and every component is very clean, and that define a purpose of that particular component. So inside this auth, I'm going to create a auth layout component. I'm going to create a login form component. I'm going to create a register form component. I'm also going to create a user menu component that we are going to do later. We don't have anything to do with this now. But now let's quickly create all these components. Right? So go to start with the login form. So I'll do login form, and let's return login form. Save this, copy this, go here. So this will be register. Go here, save, give this one a user menu. Let's keep it like this, and then we have the auth layout. Okay, so now we have all the components ready. So in our auth page, this is the page, right, where we are rendering all this. I'm just going to render the auth layout page. In the auth layout, I'm going to use the login and registration. Now see how scalable and modular we are creating, right? So that each and every component will be very clean. So what you can do, right, you can simply call the auth layout component here. That's it. Save the auth layout. Now let's start working on the auth layout now. So here I'm going to remove this. Also going to make this one as a client component. And here I'm going to return a div. Let's take a class name. So let's make flex, justify center. I know I'm doing little slow, but that is I'm doing because there will be so many people told that Vaya, you are doing very fast, I'm not able to understand. So that is the reason. So we'll do 80 VH, and then I'm going to take one more div. I'll do class name. Let's do width as full, max w do md, padding or maybe 5, do background as card. Then I'm going to do rounded large, I'm going to give a shadow sm small. Then I'm also going to do a border. Inside this I'm going to take a h1 and I'm going to do something like welcome. Okay, and here I'm going to do a class name. So I'll do text to Excel, font I'll do bold. Even if you don't know Tailwind, right, these things will not be that much difficult to understand, right? It's normal CSS classes, margin bottom of 6. You can also see the values and everything. For this one you need to install a Tailwind extension, that's it. Save this. Now what we will do, right, we will be having two tabs, one for login and one for registration, so that we don't have to manage two different pages. And for this one, go to setcn, go to tabs. So as I already mentioned, right, whatever component you needed, you only install that component. Go to tabs, copy this, npx setcn at the rate latest, add and the name of the component, and then we're going to install this. Again you'll be getting that use force. You'll see you're getting that right. So once this will be done, you can go and verify. You see there is one more component is being added here. Okay, and this setcn is actually using Radix UI in the background. Now what you can do, simply keep it like this. So after h1 I'm going to take the tabs component, so you're going to import tabs. Now remember another thing I noticed some people do the mistake. We have already installed setcn, right? I already mentioned that they use Radix UI, so you need to check that from where you are actually importing. Sometimes people will do what, they will import by mistake from this Radix UI, but you need to do it from your UI component, right? Because the setcn is itself using Radix UI in the background. So import from UI tabs, and here you need to pass a value. So for value, because we are going to have two tabs, one for login, one for registration, so I'm going to take a state here. So I'm going to do const, I'll do active tab, set active tab, and this will be use state of login. And inside tabs you're going to pass the value will be active tab, and you're going to pass on change. So here instead of on change you need to do on value change. You're going to pass set active tab, so it will automatically handle. And class name I'm going to do width as full. Inside this we need to render all the tab list, so you'll import tabs list from UI. Again, see, you don't import from here. And inside this, let's take a class name. So I'll do grid columns of 2, margin bottom of 4, and I'll do width as full. Inside this I'm going to do a tabs trigger, and here I'm going to pass a value. So for this one, value will be login. Remember, this value is actually sync with this one, so if there is any mismatch it will not work. And here I'm going to pass login, copy this, paste it, and you need to do this one as register, right? And this will be register. So save this. You can see you're getting login. Now I'll go here and just change this one to register. Save this. You can see register is now by auto selected, right? So this value will define that which will be auto selected whenever you are going to refresh this page. This page will mount first time. So now after this I'm going to just do tabs content. So for every tab we are going to create a tabs content, right? So for tabs content, now here also the value you are giving login, here also you need to give the value as login. So that means this will tell that this tab content is for this tabs trigger, and the next tab content will be the for register. Okay, so here you're going to pass a value, this will be login, copy this, and this will be register. So now let's see if I pass login here, right? And you'll pass register. Save this. See, for login you are getting login, and for register you are getting register. Okay, So this is how it will work. Now instead of login and register, what we can do, we can simply render the login form and the register form here. So I'm going to just do login form, and I'm going to remove and make this one as register form. Save this, and now we have the login form and the register form. Okay, so the base structure is completed. Now let's start working on the login form and the register form UI. For this one, we're going to use React hook form to manage our forms, and for validation we're going to use JOD. I don't know how to pronounce, or I think it's JOD or something, right? It's called. So that one we are going to install, and then we'll start working on that particular UI. Alright everyone, so now we'll start working on the login and the register form. Before that, we are going to install a couple of SWR components, right? So we're going to install the input, and also we're going to install the form component, and I'm going to explain that how we are going to use this form, right? So if you see building forms using React hook form and JOD. So for this one, let's do one thing. Instead of explaining here, right, we'll see in action how this is happening. I'm going to install a couple of packages. So let's open, let's clear, and I'll do npm install react hook form. Also going to install JOD, and I'm also going to install the hook form / resolvers. This is the package. Install this, and then we're going to install the SWR component of input and the form. Okay, this is done. Now let's install form and input. Also install label. Alright, now let's open login form, and then let's start working on the structure. First, this will be a client component for sure, because we are going to use manage state. You can't use this one as a server component. First thing, I'm going to handle the schema, right? Now remember, this you can also put it in a different file, but for now we're going to create here only. So I'm going to do login schema. This schema is for validation. So here in the login page, normally what we'll have, very simple, you're going to have an email and a password. So I'm going to import something from JOD Z, and then I'm going to do, this will be a shape, will be object, and inside this I'm going to pass email. So I'm going to, email will be string, and I'm going to pass a type as email, and let's give a message, maybe please enter a valid email address if in case user is giving a wrong email address, right? So I'm going to do please enter a valid email address. Then we are going to have a password. This will be z.string, sorry, minimum I'm going to give 6. You can change this one whatever you like. Password must be at least 6 characters long. So this will be our login schema, right? Also we're going to have a type. Now if you already worked with React hooks form, this will be very simple. So I'm going to create a type. We'll do login form values, and this will be z.infer, and I'm going to pass the type because we need to give the type of our schema. So this will be type of login schema. That's it. So now what I'll do, right, simply, so I'm going to create some state here. Okay. The first thing, whenever we will be having our login, and then user will enter email and password, let's say you want to handle some kind of loading state, right? So it's always important to manage a loading state so that you can give a better user experience to users. So I'm going to do is loading, and I'll do set is loading, and this will be use state of false. Next, let's take our form, right? So I'm going to initialize form, and here I'm going to have const. So I'm going to take form, and this will be use form from React hook form, and here you need to pass the values, right? So that is the reason these values we need, and this value will already, we are having the type schema, right? That how we are going to shape our data. So here you are going to pass the type, so this will be login form values, and inside these we are going to have our resolver. So I'm going to take a resolver, and this will be Zod resolver from hook from resolver Zod. We already installed this one, and here you need to pass the schema. This schema is nothing but our login schema, and also we are going to pass some default values. So in the default values, it's like taking any cell state, right? So we're going to pass the email will be empty and password will be empty, and this will automatically come because we've already saved the data here, right? That's it. So this will be our initial form. Now after these, we are going to create the structure. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to import form. This form is nothing but the form component of SADCN, right? You can go here and you can check the structure. So first you need to import the form. Okay, so this form we are going to import from UI, and here we are going to pass the value. So we are going to pass the spread the form here, this form value that we have taken. So inside this I'm going to take form, and we are going to pass a on submit. So we're going to do later for this one. For now, let's take a class name, and I'm going to do a space y of 4. Inside this we are going to use a form field. This form field, inside this form field we are going to have the control, the name, and the render. So render will tell that what you want to render. So inside this form control we will be having the form field, right? So either we want to render input or select or text area or blah blah, whatever you want to handle, right? If you see, they have already have the example that you have the const form, which is use form, that we have already used. We have also passed the default values. After this, you are going to take the form control, the name of that field, render, and in the render you will have the form label and the form control. Inside form control we have an input. Now this input can be select, it can be radio, it can be checkbox, it can be text, it can be anything. Okay, so this is the structure. So inside form, now you are having a form field. That's it. So here you are going to pass the control. So this will be form dot control. Next you are going to have the name. I'm going to give this one as email because this will be our email, and then render is actually mandatory here, right? So in the render, so here we are going to give the field, and what we can do, simply we can render the form item. So you have the form item, so copy this. So the form item. So let's import this one from form. Inside form item I'm going to take the form label. So I'll do form label, and I'm going to give this one as email, and then you need to import the control. So form controller is nothing but this will tell that what you want to render, and inside this I want to render input component. So input we have already installed. So I'm going to pass a placeholder, and I'll do enter your email, and you're going to spread the rest of the form here, whatever properties that we are having. That's it. And now let's save this, and we'll go here and we'll see what is happening here, right? So go, and you can see that we have a email field. Awesome, right? This email is also handled by this form label, and then you have the form control. And for password also it will be same, right? We don't have to write it. Copy this, paste it. So this will be password. You're having the password here, form label, this will be password, and here you have the form control input. Here you just have to pass the type. This is important, so you're going to pass a type as password. Placeholder we are going to keep like enter your password. Save this, and you have, see, I have so many passwords have installed, whatever, but you see you're getting all this, right? Email and the password. So now the basic UI is actually completed for login. The same structure we are going to do for register also, right? So let's complete the UI for both login and register, and then we are going to handle the form submit and everything. Alright, so now let's start working on the register form. So first, as usually, we're going to use this one as client component, and then we are going to save our schema, right? So I'll do const register schema. So this will be z dot schema, and here not schema here, z dot object, and inside this I'm going to take a name. So this will have a name field, so I'm going to do z dot string. Let's give a mean of maybe 3, and then I'm going to do name must be at least 3 characters long. Then we are going to have the email of that user, which will be z dot string. This will be email, and I'm going to add a please enter a valid email. Then we are going to have a password, so this will be z dot string, and here we are going to have dot min. I'm going to do 6, and let's copy it from here. Then also we are going to have a confirm password, so I'll do confirm password, and this will be same. So let's copy this, and we're going to do the same. Now what I'll do, right, so this will be our schema. Now remember, we also need to validate if the password and the confirm password both are same or not, because you can't use both as a different, right? So I'm going to add a define property here, and here I'm going to get the data, and I'll simply check if the data dot password, if it is equal to data dot confirm password, right? And in that case I'm just going to add a message, and I'm going to do, if this is not the case, I'll do password do not match, and here I'm going to pass the path, and this will be my confirm password. That's it. So this is done. So now let's create type. So I'll do register from values, and this will be z dot infer, and I'm going to do a type of register from schema, so register schema. That's it. And then we are going to start working on the structure. So first, as usual, I'm going to take another loading state. So I'll do const is loading, set is loading, and this will be use state of false. Then I'm going to take the form, right? So I'll do const form equal to, so this will be use form, sorry, from where I have used, okay, React form, this is fine. I'm going to pass the register form values, and here we are going to use resolver. So this will be zod resolver, and I'm going to pass the register schema, and then I'm going to use the, this is very irritating, man, this pop-up is coming, right? I'm going to pass a name, will be empty, email is empty, password I'm going to do empty, and confirm password will be empty. So these will be the form values, and then we, as we will, create the structure. So I'm going to cut it. So let's import form from UI, which is outside cn form. I'm going to spread the form here, and then I'm just going to use form, and inside this let's take the same structure. So do const space UI of 4, and inside this I'm going to use a form field. So what we need to pass? We need to pass the control, which will be form.control. Name, we are going to pass as name. Render, so this will be the field, and here what I'll do simply, so we're going to render the form item. Inside this I will be having the form label, and I'm going to do in name, and inside this I'll be having the form control. So form control, and here I'm going to use the input. So we'll do placeholder, and I'm going to do enter your name, and then I'm going to spread the rest of the form here, sorry, field here. That's it. So now let's save this, and we'll see what you're getting, right? So getting off, let's remove this, right? Fine. And then let's do the same for email. So I'm going to copy this, So this will be email. Awesome. Then we are having the password. So this will be password. Enter your password. And we need to pass a type here. And then copy this. And I'm going to do confirm password, right? So do confirm password. And also we need to change the name. So I'm going to go here and take the confirm password. And I'll do simply enter the password, enter your password again. That's it. So this is done. Now I think in both the places we also need to render the button, right? So I think that we haven't done. So let's first do for this one. So after this I'm going to take a button component. So type the button will be submit because we're using form, and I'm going to take a class name. I'll do width as full, and also I'll pass a disable property if the is loading is true. So in that case it will be automatically disabled. And here I'm going to just take is loading if this is the case. So I'll do creating account, or else I'm going to do create account. Awesome. And the same thing we need to do for login form also, right? So let's import the same thing again. So I'll go copy this from here, go here, paste, import this, and this will be this. I'll make this one as signing in, or I'll do sign in. Okay, that's it. So I think this is done. So if you just make this one as, let's say I'll make this one as true, right? See, this will be disabled, right? You're getting this one. Same for here also, you can do check the same, right? All right, so I'll make this one false. So this is done. So now what we'll do, right? So in both the places we need to handle the on submit. Now definitely we don't have any database or any API call for now, anything, but we can restructure the submit, right? That is fine, later we can add. So I'm going to just create a on submit method. This will be definitely async because we are going to interact with our database. We're going to implement API calls and server action and those things. So here I'll be getting the values, and the type of values will be login form values. Okay, because in these values you'll be getting the email and the password. Fine. Here you're going to make the set is loading as true, and then I'm going to take a try catch. Inside this try, what we'll do, right, simply, so for now I'm just going to log these values. Okay, save this, and now what we need to do, right, we need to call this on submit. And how we are going to do that? So this form will have an on submit method, right? So we're going to take on submit event handler, and here this form that we are having, right, this form is nothing but that form initiated we using React hook form. This will give me a, if I do just form dot, right, you will see you'll be getting a lot of methods. Here you are getting one method which is called handle submit. So in this handle submit, what you are going to pass, right, you are going to pass the on valid property, that what you want to do. So here I want to pass this on submit method. Now if this is confusing, you can also rename this one to something else, but you need to pass this method here. So that means you are telling whenever I'm going to submit the form, I am actually calling this particular method here. Okay, so now let's save these and let's see what you're getting in these values, right? So we'll go here, open the console, and then I'm going to just do sign in, and you can see you're getting email and password. Awesome, right? And this is also changing. So now you're getting this value. Now what we need to do is just need to pass this value to our database, and we are going to store it. But we need to do this one later because we are using better auth, and there are a lot of processes you need to do. We need to do all of this step by step. Same thing we can do for register form also, right? So let's go to the register form, and I'm going to create one more method here. So let's do here only. So I'm going to do const on submit. You can also do on register submit, right? We'll do on register submit. So we'll do async. So we're getting the values. So these values will be register form values. Do the same thing, set is loading as true. Then you're going to get the try catch, and then here simply again I'm going to log the values for now, and then we are going to pass this here, right? So do on submit. So this will be form dot handle submit and pass the on register submit method. That's it. So now if I go to register and let's say I'll add my name here, I'm going to add this email, I'm going to add this password, I'll add a different password, submit. You're getting error, right? And then we can make this 1 2 3 4 5 6, create, and you're getting the value, right? So we have name, email, password, and confirm password. Awesome. So now with this the basic structure is completed. Also let's do one thing. If this is confusing, let's make this on login submit instead of this, right? So I'm going to pass this on here. Alright, so I think we have actually completed most of the things. Now another thing I just want to show you quickly, that is how you are going to render the error messages, right? So we need to render the error messages, and to render the error messages, what we can do, simply we can go to each and every form control, and here we can just render another component that is called form message component, and these will automatically handle because we are using the React hook form with Jod for validation, right? And we are going to see all of these messages here, right? Because it's actually resolving here using the schema. So pass this form message everywhere and see what is happening, right? So here I'm going to pass this. Same thing I'm also going to do here. Pass it here. So now let's go here and let's remove this. Let's create. See, we're getting now this is valid email we need. Now I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6, and I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Password do not match. You're getting it. This is awesome. So now you can create this and it will work. Alright, the same thing you can also do here also, right? So if I go here and remove this and try to submit, you're getting please enter a valid email address. Even if you remove this, not coming, right? Awesome. So with this we have actually completed the login and UI. See how slowly I've done step by step explaining. I'm pretty sure you will not get any kind of issues, right? You don't have to rely on any AI tools and everything. Just watch the video, go to the official doc and explore. So once this is done, now we need to do a lot of things. So first of all, I already mentioned that you need to install this PG admin in local. I already have in my Node.js series. I also discuss each and everything that you need to know for Postgres queries, right? Schemas and those things. You also need to have a bit like I'll say very basic understanding of Drizzle, right? How it will work. But anyways, I'm going to also explain everything, right? What are the queries and everything. So in the next part, couple of things we need to do. First, we need to set up or install Drizzle. We also need to install Auth, and then first we are going to implement the login feature, because without the login feature creating other things doesn't make any sense, because we need to also implement middleware, how we are going to protect routes and a lot of things. For example, let's say if I try to go to post/create page, I'm able to access this page, right? But this should not happen. You can only create page if you are already logged in. That means this is a protected route, so we need to protect it until unless user logged in. So we are going to do all of this in the next section. So in the next section we'll be completing the auth module. Alright, so now we are going to start working on the setting up our database, working with Drizzle, and also implementing Auth, email and password authentication with like middleware and also route protection and a lot of other things. Now this section is going to be little, so I'll not say complex, but there are a lot of steps that are needed to complete this particular flow, right? And you need to understand how the flows are working. As I already mentioned multiple times, that if you have a basic knowledge on Postgres, like queries, schemas, those things, it will be very, very helpful. Okay. Also, if you go to the Auth, right, and if you go to the docs, I'll say it's very, very well written. But if you are a beginner, you will not, I can guarantee you will not sure like from where you can start and how the things are connected and linked each other. So if you see, right, there are a lot of things that are needed, you need to understand to complete the authentication flow. And I will say it's not simple. Like, I don't want to give you false hope that okay, this will be very, very simple to understand just like Auth.js, but no, there are a lot of steps and it's like very, very well written, but you need to understand a couple of things. The first thing, let's start very basic things step by step, that what are the things we need to install. First, go to beta auth and go to the installation part. As usual, we need to install the beta auth. Now, there is nothing related to Next.js or anything, you just need to install it. So I'm going to copy this and then open another terminal, clear this, and I'm going to install beta auth. So this is the first thing. Now we'll go to Drizzle, let's go to documentation, and for this one we'll be using Node Postgres, right? So if you go to Postgres SQL, you see they have actually written a lot of basic things that how you can get started. So that is the reason I mentioned you need to know some of the very basic Postgres things, like how connection works, how you can create a database. All of this I clearly mentioned in the part 3 of my Node.js series, and if I repeat all of this, doesn't make any sense, right? Because this is not related to, like, this is Next.js tutorial. Now I know definitely I'm going to explain the things that I'm going to write for this particular video, for this particular project, but going into in-depth, it will just make this video longer. We are going to use Node Postgres. What you can do, right, if you don't want to watch the part 3 of the Node.js, you can go to the basics and just see some of the couple of things, right, that how you can, what is client, what is this PG package, how you can create queries, right, how you can write queries, very basic things. Now what we need to do, because we are going to use Drizzle with Postgres, so we'll go to this Node Postgres. We need two things. We need Drizzle ORM, definitely we need to install. We need the PG package, we need a Drizzle kit, and also the types of Postgres. So let's copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Also I'm going to copy this and we'll I think let's wait for some time. So once this is done, so that means we have installed the very basic packages. Now I want to spend quite a few time on the beta auth, right, how the process will actually work and how you can go through the documentation. It's very, very important because they have a lot of things, and in different sections you need to understand everything. Before that, let's quickly install the Drizzle kit and also the types. First thing, we need to install this, we have already done. Then to set environment variable, just create environment variable and add this beta auth secret, right? And also you can add the beta auth URL, which is actually the base URL. Now first thing what you need to do, right, couple of things you need to understand. First, go to integration and first to go to the Next.js, right, that because we are using Next.js, so we need to understand how the flow will actually work. So if we go here, right, first thing, as usual, just like Auth.js, we need to create a catch-all route inside our API auth, and this is the name we have to give, that is all, and inside this we have a route.ts file. Now this is actually almost similar, right? So here what you are going to do, simply you will be creating the handler which will expose the get and post method. Now next thing, also if you see, there are a couple of things, right, how you can create a client, how to work with server component, client component. Now if I want to explain each and everything here, it will be very, very messy, right? So I just want to show you that in which places you need to go to get some of the context in the documentation. So this is the second thing. Next, go to the concepts, not concepts, I'll say go to authentication, and here first start with this email and password, right, and see the basic things, very, very basic things, right, how you can do a sign up, sign in. And to do all of this, right, first we need to create a Auth.js configuration, so that we are going to see. Once we'll create Auth.js configuration, this will create an instance auth, and this auth will expose a lot of methods, like for example sign up, sign in, sign out, those kind of methods. So this is one of the section. If we are implementing social sign on, that we are going to do in the next part, you need to come to this authentication section and you can implement that. Now come to concepts and go to database. Okay, now here, right, you will be getting all the database related things that you need to configure. For example, how you can write schemas, user schema, session schema, account verification, those kind of schemas. So you need to come here. So I'm just giving you all the places where you will get the ideas, right, instead of going each and everything. Second very important place that you can go, that is go to database and go to Drizzle, right? Because we're using Drizzle, whatever you can use, whatever you're using, you can just correspondingly check that. So first we'll go to Drizzle, and you can see that what we are simply doing here, they need the better auth, and this better auth will have the Drizzle adapter that we need to use to connect with our database, right? And also they will give another CLI. This CLI will help you to generate the schema, but I'm not going to use this CLI in this particular project. I'm going to use this one in the second project. Now if you ask me why, because if I just use the CLI, right, it will just generate automatically and you will not be able to understand. So we are going to manually create the schema for this particular project so that you will get good idea. And then there are a couple of other places I will highly suggest to go, and that is go to the plugins, and here you can see you will get a lot of other options that whatever you want to implement. But here one very important thing we are going to implement in the next part, that they have a inbuilt authorization module, right, that is called the admin. So if you want to manage role-based authentication, let's say you're having user and admin, this is absolutely awesome, right? This is really good. How you are going to create admin user, how you're going to protect user from accessing admin pages, those kind of things, right? And the last thing I will suggest you can go to, that is the go to reference and go to options. So here you'll be getting all the options that how you are going to configure the auth.js file. That also I'm going to show you. So these all the places, like now you'll understand, right? All the pieces are like scattered. What you need to do, you need to actually combine all of this and then you are going to create. That is the reason I mentioned, like, it's not that much simpler for a complete beginner. They don't know like from where to start and where it will end, like that. Okay, so now first thing what I'll do, simply minimize this, open pgadmin 4. I already mentioned I'll be using this, and I have quite a lot of databases here, right? And I'm going to create one more database, and let's give this one as Next.js blog YouTube 2025. Okay, so this is the database we are going to use. Now the first thing, at the very first, we need to do what? We are going to go here and create a env file. So this is the first step, and here what I am going to do, simply, so we'll go here, and if you go to the databases, go to Drizzle, and we are using this database, right? But before that, we also need to do a couple of more things. So we'll also create the Drizzle config file here, right? You can also go to the documentation and search for drizzle.config.ts file. So this is the Drizzle configuration file that we are going to create. We are going to give a dialect, so we're using Postgres. The schema folder, like in which place you have the schema that is located, and in which folder you want to generate the output, right, where you'll be having all the migration and everything. So let's do one thing, let's create, I'm going to do drizzle.config.ts. now here what I'll do, let's close this, and first I'll do export default, and here you are going to use a schema. Now this schema will be the path where we will be having this schema. So what we'll do, right, inside this leaf, now remember again I already mentioned that we can also generate the schema using that using that better auth CLI, but creating using CLI in this particular one, because this is I'm creating from a beginner point of view, it will be little, I'll not say it will be little fast, right? So some people will not be able to understand how this is actually getting generated. So instead of doing that, let's create manually. So go to leaf folder, and inside this leaf folder create a db folder, and inside this db folder create a schema. Got it? So I'll do schema.ts, and I'll tell this Drizzle config that okay, this will be my schema path. So I'll go to source, I'll go to leaf, I'll go to db, and I'll go to schema. So this is my schema folder. Then out, so out is like from in which folder I want to, I'm going to create on root, and then this will be my folder name, Drizzle. Then I'm also going to add a dialect. Also you can add here satisfies config. These we are going to install from Tailwind kit, sorry, not Tailwind kit, this we need to install from the Drizzle kit. We already installed the Drizzle kit, right? So we'll be having the config here. So here we'll be having the dialect, and this will be Postgres. Also you're going to give the DB credentials, fine. And in this one, remember they have actually changed. Previously I think it was like connection string or something, I'm not able to recollect, but now you need to use URL, and this will be process.env will give like database URL, or else this will be empty, fine. And then I'm going to add two modes. I'll add here verbose as 2 and strict I'm going to add as 2. Save this. Now let's copy this one and go here, not here man, go to env and add this, and I already just have the format. So you have user and this is the root, so root is my password, localhost it will, this is the port where it will run, and this is the project name. So I'm going to use Next.js blog YouTube 2025. So I'll do Next.js blog YouTube 2025. Okay, so this is done. So now we have a schema folder where we are going to create the schema. We have the drizzle.config.ts where actually we are telling that this will be my schema folder, this will be my out. So when I'm going to do right that npx drizzle generate, and it is going to create the schema or all the migration, and we are going to migrate to our database, right, just like Prisma how it will work. So now again if you go to the better auth, right, let's go to better auth, and you see we have the CLI, right, go to concepts, go to CLI. Here you have the CLI option. See this CLI I'm talking about. So once you'll run this command, right, and you will give like output, and then you're going to pass this path, it will automatically generate. But there is a catch. So currently the beta doesn't know, right, that you are implementing what kind of authentication. Try to remember this, what I'm trying to say in the next 1 minute. Very important, or else like you'll not be able to understand better auth. Better auth can only create this schema once you have the auth.js file configured. Very important, right? So whenever if you go to the authentication, right, go to the auth and then email and password. So you see we are creating auth.ts file. So this auth.ts file will tell that okay, I'm implementing an email password authentication, or I'm implementing a social authentication, means like Google Auth, or I'm implementing a something else, maybe magic link or something. So this auth.js will have all the configuration that you need, and based on this configuration you need to run that CLI. I hope you're getting. If you don't run that CLI before, it doesn't know, right, what kind of authentication you are implementing. So first you need to create this auth.js, then you are going to run the CLI. But again I already mentioned we are going to not use the CLI, we are going to use that in the next project. But for now let's go to database, and we want to show you one more thing, and you need to understand some of the code schema, how it will work, right? So there are a couple of things you need. So this better auth requires the following tables to be present in the database, right? So it needs a user table, okay, it needs a session table, and it needs a account table, and also it needs a verification table. So couple of things it needed. Now another thing is very interesting. Here you will see that when we are going to implement the email and password login, right? So better auth actually doesn't like we don't need to pass the password directly. So what it will do, right, it will generate a password automatically, dynamically in the account table, and it will be getting stored. But we are going to see that on later. Before that, very important, we are going to implement first our auth.js config, right? So now let's do one thing. Inside leave I'm going to also create auth.ts file, okay, and next we are going to do another thing. Two things we need to do. So go to integration, go to next, and you can see we need to create this, right? This is actually the route handler that we needed, right? So create a API route. So now I'm going to go to my app folder. Inside that I'm going to create an API folder. So this will be my API folder. Inside this we have a auth and then this catch-all route. So I'm going to do auth, and then I'm going to create a catch-all route, and inside this I'm going to create a route.ts, and here we need this, so we can copy this simply from here and you can paste here, right? So this is the first thing, nothing, you don't have to do anything else here, right? That's it. Now we can go to auth.ts and we can do quite a few things here, okay? Now a lot of things we need to do. Okay, why we are getting error here? Okay, because we don't have the auth here. Makes sense. So for now let's commit it out. We are going to do this, or let's skip it because side by side we will do this one, right? So I'm going to now create our very important most important part, that how you're going to configure. So I'm going to do export const auth, and now go to the email and password login. So here, right, to enable email and password authentication, you need to set email and password dot enabled option as true. So this is the configuration you need to keep first one, right? There are a lot of other configuration we are going to use, but I'm going to show you that how you can write different configuration. So here I'm going to do what? So I'm going to import beta auth. I think we need to import, let's import it. So import from beta auth, and this will be beta auth. And here, now first thing what you're going to do, right, I'm going to show you all the options that you can use, right? Now remember, I'm writing all the options just to show you here that how many options you can actually write. Doesn't mean that in every project you are going to write all the options. It's not needed, it's not mandatory. So for example, let's say we are implementing email and password. So if you keep only this email and password here, this is mandatory to tell that okay, email and password you are doing, so you're making this one enabled as true. But if you want to know more about the options, so let's start with the first one. So you can see we can give app name here, right? So let's give here app name. So I'm going to give Next.js 15 blog. Then we can also give the secret. So here I'm going to use process.env dot, remember we need to give the beta auth secret, right? Go to secret, and we have the beta auth secret. So we have secret and then secret key. So I'll use beta auth secret. Okay, or else I'm going to do some random value for, sorry, some default value. So I'm going to copy this, go here, and then I'm going to paste it. This beta auth also gives you CLI to generate this auth secret also. You can also check that. So go to CLI, I think there will be some secret. See, they have also this one, so you can use this, it will generate a secret, right? So maybe you can just copy this. I think we need to install this one, I believe, if I'm not wrong. Let's install the CLI also, right, and see how it is working. See, learning very slowly, right, it's going to help you in long run, right? That's why I always start with very basic projects and then move to complex one. If you're doing complex, just like I know many of you actually are very interested in like creating very complex application, which I also believe is correct, but you should first know the basics, right? If you don't know all this flow, it's going to give you hard time later. I'm not sure why this is taking this much time, man. Alright, so I think it took so much time to install, so now let's try to create this secret, right? Let's see what is happening. Okay, see, so it's generated this secret. So let's copy this, and then you can just replace it here. That's it. Alright, now let's move on to the next options, that what else we are having. So we have learned that you can write secret and then base URL. So base URL we can also write, which will be your base URL for your beta auth, right? So this is the root URL where your application server is hosted. So copy this and then go to where we need to go, auth.js, and here paste it, and I'm going to do process.env dot base URL. I'm just showing you all the options, right? Again, I'm repeating, it's not mandatory to write all of this every time, but if you know all of this, it's better, right? Because you don't know what kind of requirement you are going to have for your project. Go here, copy this, paste it. This is done. Next thing, we are also going to have now the database configuration, right? But for database configuration, we are going to do later because we need to create the schema. So if you go to database configuration, you can see what you can do. Simply you can pass the database dialect you need to pass. So we are going to use here Also because we are using the Drizzle, right? So it will be, I think, little different. See, we need to use this Drizzle adapter, and here you're going to pass the DB instance that we are going to create, and then we're going to pass the provider. So in this case our provider will be PG because we're using Postgres, right? So we'll skip that one for now. Then what else other options we are having, right? So let's go to options, let's go to email and password. Remember, we are doing email password, right? So here you can do lot of things, right? You see, first of all, email and password, you are going to make this one enabled as true, important and mandatory. If you don't do this, there is no way you can do email and password, right? So I'm going to copy this. Let's go to auth, and then I'm going to pass email and password and do enabled as true. Then we are also going to use, so if required email verification, I'm going to make this one false. We'll not do this one now. It will make this one very, very complicated. At least we'll do later. Then I'm also going to do what else you can do. Let's do a mean password length. So I'll do mean password length and max password length and auto sign in, all three. So all three I need. So I'm going to paste it. I'm going to make this one as 6. Mean max password fine, auto sign in I'm going to do false, right? So after registration it will not automatically sign in, which you should not do, right? So user needs to log in to get into the application. So these all the configuration. Next, let's go to the now session, right? There are a lot of others, right? You can just explore all of this. Go to session, and here you can do a lot of things. First, you can pass the model name, expires 7 days, update age is nothing but, let's say, what it will do, right? It will update the session expiration after 1 day of inactivity. So here in this case, then we are going to also have some cookie cache also you can do, right? So enable cookie caching session in cookie. This is default false, so you can make this one as true, and you can give a max age maybe 5 minutes or 10 minutes, whatever. And there are a lot of other options. So what I'll do, right, simply let's use couple of options to explore. So I'm going to do session, and let's do an expires in, and we're going to do 7 days, right? So I'll do 60. Again, all of this you can change this whatever you like. 24 into 7. I'm also going to do update age, so this will be 60 into 60 into 24, right? 1 day. I'm also going to do a cookie cache, so I'm going to do enabled. Let's make this one as true, and let's give a max age as let's do, how much we should do, 15 minutes, 10 of, let's do 5 minutes. That's it, right? And also there are one more option that we can use, that is called disable session refresh, right? So it will disable session refresh, so that session is not updated if there is any changes in the update age option. So let's make this one as true. Not here, right? No, I think not here. It will be here. Okay. Then there are some advanced options that you can use, right? Go to advanced. Rate limit also you can implement here. You can give the rate limit here. Okay. Go to advanced, and here a couple of things I want to mention, right? The first thing is that you can use these secure cookies. There will be use secure cookies which will be true. Now you should not make this one true in the dev instance, right? Make it in the production. If it is production instance, you need to do it. Then there are some cookie attributes also you can pass. See, default cookie attributes, say HTTP only true, secure true, then some other options, right? So maybe let's use cookie secure cookies, and I'm going to make this one true if process.env.node.env is equal to production. Okay, and I'm doing I'm doing wrong, because this should be under advanced section. Then we are also going to use default cookie attributes, and I'm going to do HTTP only true, and secure also I'm going to make if the process.env.node environment is equal to production. Awesome. So now you see we have created Auth.js configuration. See, this is step by step we have learned, right? Now definitely I can't put each and every option here, doesn't make sense. Just to give you the overview that how you can come here, and then based on your requirement you can just modify all of these. So now we have created the auth config, we have created our route here, right? So it will automatically pick from this auth. And now what else we need to do? Now there are quite a few things we need to do. First of all, we need to create our schema. That is very important, and also need to create an auth client. So what I mean by auth client, right? So let's go here, let's go to concepts and go to auth client, and you can see that you can create a client instance, right, using this create auth client. So what this client instance will do, right, this will give you all the options that you need. For example, this will give you the sign in option, sign out option, then you are having what else you have, sign in, sign up, log out, session, like a lot of others. Let's search here. There will be some options, right? I'm not able to, like I told you, right, there are so many things it has. We need to check. Okay, let's implement this one and then we'll do. So what I'll do, right, simply go to leave. Inside this leave we have the auth.js, and I'm going to create a auth client.ts, and here let's do, so I'm going to create the client, so I'll do export const and I'll do auth client, and then I'm going to do create auth client. So let's import from better auth. So this will be create auth client. Sorry, I think there was some noise. So here we need to import this one from React, and this will be create auth client, and here we are going to pass the base URL. Sorry, this will be base URL, and this will be process.env dot, we are having the base URL, right? Or else let's use this. That's it. And now what this will do, right, so this will export quite a few things. So here what I'll do, I'll take the auth client, and now if you see, this will give you the sign out, sorry, sign up, sign in, sign out, then this will also give you use session, right? And if you just do here, you see a lot of things you're getting: change email, change password, delete user, forget password, and whatever things, so many things it has, right? For now we need all of these four, we need it. So now let's save this, and this is done, right? So how many things we have done? So we have created our auth.js config, we have created our route handler, we created the client, and now let's go here and let's create the schema. Now see, as I already mentioned, right, if I try to create this schema automatically, or I want to generate, I just need to run that CLI. It will automatically go to this auth.js, it will check what config we are using. So it will check, okay, we are using email, password, login, and based on that it will automatically generate the schema. Okay, but let's do this one step by step, right, so that we'll get some idea. So now I'll go to schema, and then I'm going to create our first table, which will be our users table, right? So here I'm going to do pg table. Let's import from Drizzle orm / pg core. We haven't installed, I think we have, right? So this will be pg table. Here I'm going to give the name, so this will be users, and here I'm going to use the, let's go to the database, go to user, and see how many things we need. We need ID, string, this will be string, we need the name, we need the email verified, image optional, we are not going to include, we don't have image for now, we are going to have created it and updated it. So these things we need. So let's start with the ID. So ID will be varchar. So here I'm going to pass this one as ID, and here we are going to do a length, sorry, this will be length, I'll do 255, and this will be primary key. Next, okay, so we need to add more, so we'll add name, so let's add here, this will be also varchar. So here I'm going to pass this one as name, and this will be, we'll do length as 255, and let's make this one as not null. Next we are going to have email, so I'm going to do same, pass email, let's do this one as length also, let's make 255, this also will be not null, and also we need to make this one unique. Okay, so after this, let's do the email verified. So I'll import boolean. Oh man, we are importing from wrong. This will be from here. Let's remove this. And here we are going to also take this one as maybe email underscore verified, and I'm going to do default will be false. Then after this we are going to have the created at and the updated at. So I'm going to do timestamp, and here we are going to pass this on as maybe created hyphen at. I'm going to do default will be now, right, current time, and this also will be not null. At the end we are also going to have a updated at. This also will be timestamp. I'm going to give the column name as updated underscore at. This also will be default now, and this also will be not null. Okay, now let's go through once again. So we have the ID, we have the name, we have the email verified, image not needed, optional, created at, and updated at. Okay, now next what we can do, simply we also need to create a for session. Now for session, let's see, we have the ID, we have the user ID, right? So it should be the ID of the user that will be mapped. We need the token. We also need the expire set, IP address, user agent. Now these are optional, you can put it or not, it's up to you. Created at and updated at. So what I'll do, let's create. So I'm going to do export const, I'll do sessions, and here I'm going to do again pg table. So this will be, I'll give sessions, and here I'm going to pass again ID. So let's copy from here, paste it. So after this I'll be having the user ID, right? So this will be user ID. So for user ID, this will be varchar. So here we are going to pass the user underscore ID, and let's give the length as 255. And here what I'm going to do, right, we need to give a reference. So this reference is nothing but the ID of that user, right? So in the reference I'm just going to do here users dot ID. Okay, that's it. And also we're going to make this one not null, comma, save this first. Then after user ID we are going to have the token, right? Copy this, so we'll do token. So for token also this will be varchar, pass the token, and here we are going to pass the length as 255. Next we are going to have the expire set. So here we are going to simply do timestamp, I'll do expires underscore at, and for expires we are going to do this one as not null. Then we are going to also add, let's add the IP address also, right? So we'll add the IP address. So this will be also same, copy this, and we'll change this one to IP address, maybe IP underscore address. Then we are going to also have the user agent. So copy this, so I'm going to do user agent. So for this one I'm going to do just text, so do text, and I'm going to pass this one as user underscore agent. What else is left? So I think expire set, this is done, created at and updated at. So copy from here. Okay, so two tables we have created. Now we need to create the accounts table. So this is nothing but this will stores your credentials, authentication credentials, including your passwords, right? And also we are going to almost, this will be almost similar to this session, but there are some extra fields. So first you have the ID, the user ID, ID of that user, account ID, right, the ID of the account. So it can be SSO login or normal credential account like email, password, ID of the provider, then access token, refresh token, lot of other things you have, right? So here we are going to use couple of things. So let's create. So I'm going to do export const, I'll do accounts, and here we are going to do pg table. Here I'm going to give this one as accounts, and here we are going to do ID. So ID, let's copy this, After this I'm going to have the user ID, so it is same. Copy this, paste it. Then we are going to have the account ID. Copy account ID. Let's copy the all other also, right? So we also need the provider ID. Then we need what? We need the password. There will be password, so this is the password. This is mainly used for email and password authentication, right? Not for all others, so that is the reason this is optional. But because we're implementing email and password, we need the password field here. So I'm going to have the password, and then I think rest are optional, right? So provider ID, account ID we have taken, created and updated that we need. So I'm going to take the created and updated that. Sorry. So for account ID, we are going to use varchar. I'm going to do account underscore ID. Let's give a length as 255 and let's do not null. Copy this, paste it here, and let's do provider ID. Same. Then for password, you just need to do text and you pass the password. That's it, right? So this is done. So now we have all the tables created. Now one thing I want to mention once again, that here what will happen, right? This better auth will automatically store your password in the accounts table that we are going to see. Now here couple of more things we need to create. We need to create one more table, and I think it will be better if we create at this time only, or else we need to come again and again. We need to generate and migrate. We also need to create our post table, right? Because we'll be creating post, and it is nothing related to any complex like normal post schema, just like you create for MongoDB or other, right? So here we can simply create export const posts. This will be very, very simple. So take the PG table, you pass the post, and here what I'll do, right? Simply I'm going to take an ID. So this will be serial. I'm going to pass this one as ID, and I'll do this one as primary key. Then we need the title of the post, so I'm going to do varchar. I'm going to pass the title. Let's make a length as 255 and let's do not null. We also need a description. I told you, right? This will be simple, right? Nothing difficult. So let's copy and paste, make this one description. Then let's take what we can do, right? Maybe you can take a slug property, right? So let's take a slug and let's copy this. Let's make this one slug, and I'll do not null, and also let's make this one unique. So there will be unique slug for every post. Let's do a content of the post. So I'll do text, I'll do content, and I'll do not null. And also I'm going to do a author ID, right? So author ID is nothing but which user. So user will have the ID, right? Which user is actually creating that post. Very, very simple concept, right? All this relation and everything I already have explained in my previous Node.js videos. You do varchar, you pass author hyphen ID. Let's make the length, and also you need to give a reference, right? So I'll do reference. So this will be what? User dot ID, and this also will be not null. So now every post will be created by a author, right? And then again created and updated it. Awesome. So now we have, see, I have created manually. I'm not sure if any other people will create these kind of things. They just, whatever videos they create, right, they create using CLI, so it will save this much time. But for all of you, because I know there will be some beginners, so they want to understand these things, I have done each and everything step by step, right? That why it is needed and what. Now in the next project, when I'll be using CLI, now this will be a piece of cake. You'll be able to understand very, very easily what is happening here. Now, very, very important, we need to now create some relations. Now this concept you need to understand here. If you go to Drizzle, right, just search for relations. There will be some place. Search for relations. So the sole purpose of relation is to let you query or relation editor is the most simple and concise way. So what actually mean by relation, right? So whenever we are going to call this query and we are going to go to a particular table and we are going to find something, right, we need to have some relations for that, right? For example, I'm going to give one example that see here, right? So we have like one to one. Again, how many times I'll explain each and everything I've already have explained in my videos. One to many also I've explained. Then we have many to many. So these things, foreign keys, let's create, or else it will be like what relations mainly we need. So first we need a users relation. Okay, so here we are going to have a one to many, means a particular user can author many posts, right? So user can author many posts. The user can have multiple posts, right? A user can have multiple accounts and user can have multiple sessions, right? Now here what we are going to do simply is I'm going to do export const. Let's make this one as maybe users relations, and we need relations from Drizzle ORM, and here you are going to pass the table. So here user will have the relation with the post table, correct? So I'm going to take post. Now here what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this one as one, so this will be one to many, and inside this I'm going to take a author and I'll tell one with which table, right? With my users table. And here what I'm going to pass, I'm going to pass the field. So my field will be the post will have the what post? Can you guess? This will have the author ID, right? See, now this is actually linked, and now you need to give, okay, this post will be now related, but based on what? Based on what reference, right? And if I give here reference, and reference what you need to give, you need to give the users.id, means I'm telling that. So very simple word, right? If you go here, we have the users ID, and the similar the reason in the post we have the author ID, which is actually giving the reference to the user ID, right? Makes sense, right? So a particular user can create multiple posts. So this is the first relation we need. So we are creating relation with post table with user, where we are actually giving two things. First one is based on which field, which is post.author ID, and based on what reference, which is our user ID. Next we are having the post relation, so I'm going to do export const. So here what we are going to do, we are going to do posts relation. So I'm going to do relations, I'm going to pass post. Here I'm going to do one, and here I'm just going to pass author. So let's do one, and I'm going to do users, and here I'm going to pass field. So this will be my post dot author ID, and reference will be users dot ID. Means simply this is just telling that this will define we have one author or basically user per post. Okay, so this is my post relation. Next I need the account relation, right? Means each account belongs to one user. So there will be every account, whatever account you create, it will belongs to one user. This also we need. So I'm going to do export const, and I'll do accounts relations, and this will be relation. So here we are going to pass the accounts, so this will be one, and here we are going to have the user, right? So because each account will belongs to one user, so I'm going to give user, right? And here we are going to pass one, so we're going to pass the users table, and you're going to pass the field, right? So field will be accounts dot author account ID, sorry, not account ID, accounts dot, we are going to have the in the accounts table we are having the, sorry, what name we have given, let me just check. We have the user ID, right? So this will be accounts dot user ID, correct? And then we are going to have the reference, which will be users dot ID. So that means every account, for every account dot user ID, which is mapped to user dot ID, I think we have already done that. So if we go here, we have the user ID, which is mapped to user ID, user ID means, don't get confused, right? This is the name of the field, this is the relation, which is the table name, which is this table, the users table, and this is the ID. Next, at the end, we are going to have one more, which will be our session, means every session is belongs to one user, right? So now when that will be required, so let's say I want to fetch session info along with the user, so that time whenever I'll be fetching the user, I also will be getting the session for that particular user. So I'm going to do export const. Maybe I can also create a small video on this relation. If this is getting little like complicated, you can comment it down, right? If I'm getting multiple comments, then only I'll create, right? And here I'm going to do sessions, and then I'm going to do 1. So I'll be having the user, right? So session is related with user, and here we're going to do 1, and I'm going to do users. Field will be sessions dot user ID, and reference will be user.id. That's it. So now let's save this. I think this is done. Alright, so now what we need to do, right? So we need to export this. So I'll do export const schema. So we're going to pass users, accounts, sessions, and post. So now we have created the schema. So now let's go and create our DB connection, right, and also the client. So inside this DB, I'm going to create index.ts. So first we are going to import something from Drizzle ORM / node Postgres, and I'm going to get Drizzle. Also I'm going to get the pool from PG package. This, what is this pool, how to create a pool instance, all of this is already explained. And then I'm going to import star as schema from, so go to schema folder, right? That's it. So now I'm going to create a connection pool. So I'll do const pool. This will be new pool, and here I'm going to pass the connection string. So this will be simply your process.env. So let's see what is the name that I have given, database URL. And here I'm also going to use a SSL property, right? So I'll do SSL is this process.env.node environment is equal to production. So in that case, I'll simply do reject unauthorized false, or else I'm going to make this one as false. Also I'll do a max of 10. That's it. And then after this, all of these are optional, okay? It's like not mandatory. So I'm going to create a Drizzle instance with the connection pool, and also need to pass the schema just now we have created, right? Because we're going to generate schema and then we are going to migrate. So I'm simply going to do export const. So I'll do db. So let's use Drizzle, let's do Drizzle, pass the pool and pass the schema. Okay, this is done. And then simply we are going to use, if we needed for transaction, that we are going to create a client. So I'll do export async function get client. So I'll do const client await pool dot connect and just return the client, and this is done, right? So we have almost completed all of this. Now we need to do one more thing, right? So what we need to do here, we need to go to our auth.js config, and here we are going to create our database connection, right? Because database we need to configure the Drizzle, right? So what we should do, so let's do it after this. So I'll do a database property here. So I'm going to use a Drizzle adapter. So we need to import this from, so we'll do better auth / adapter / we have Drizzle, right? Why this is not coming, not sure. So we have adapters / Drizzle, and this will be Drizzle adapter. And here we are going to pass the db instance. Just now we have created this db, this one. So I'm going to import this db, and here what we are going to pass, right, simply, so we're going to pass the provider will be pg, and now we need to pass a schema. And now here it is actually important, right? So first what I'll do, simply we are going to import star as schema. From we'll go to db, go to schema. So here first we are going to spread the schema, and here, right, you need to pass this one in this format. Go to db, so we have the search for schema here. Okay, let's go to the database. I also not sure where it is coming, so we need to give the see this one. So if you notice, right, they needs to give this table name as users only, right? So user or session and then account, right? But if you go to my schema, I've given like users, accounts, and yes. So what you need to do, you need to map it. So here you're going to pass a user, and this will be your schema dot users. Then you're going to have session, this will be schema dot session, and then you're having account, then you're having schema dot accounts. And I think all of this is now completed. Now if you notice, I already mentioned first time, right? See how many things we have done. If you recap everything, right, so we have installed all of these, we created a Auth.js configuration, we created a Auth client instance, we created a API route handler, we created DB connection, DB schema, right? All of this we have done. Now what we can do, we can generate the schema, and then we can migrate, and that will be synced to our local Postgres database. So let's see if this is working, right? If there are any error, we need to check. So what I'll do, simply I'll do npx drizzle generate. What this will do, right, it will go to this drizzle config. It is going to check if there is any schema in this file or not. If not, it will going to give error. So we already have the schema right here. Once it will get the schema, it will create an output directory. So enter. So let's see what is happening. Could not okay, I think we are doing something. Let me just check what is the I think we can use this Drizzle kit or something. Let me just check. I'm not able to recollect. So we have generate npx drizzle kit generate. Yes, so we need to do this. So now it will actually create a drizzle not drizzle config, this folder, right? Drizzle folder is created. Now what I'll do, simply I'm going to do generate and then clear this and then just do migrate. Migrate applied successfully. Go here, refresh this, go to schema, go to public, go to tables, and see user, sessions, post, accounts. Awesome. Now here if you notice, if I go here and go to all those, you'll be getting this all the tables of like columns that we have already created, right? All are coming. So this is done. So now we actually successfully implemented our and migrated our schemas also. The main configuration is also created for our better auth. Now what we can do, now we can go and lot of things we have done, right? So now we can go here and then start calling the API, and for this one we are going to use server Excel, and then we are going to see if the user is getting stored in our DB or not. So let's do that in the next part. Alright everyone, so now let's see if everything goes correct or not, right? So we need to go to our register form, and now what we need to do, we need to go here. Let's do a little slow. On register submit, now we need to call some method from better auth which will help us to sign up this particular user, right? So how we are going to do that? So for this one we have created this auth client, remember, and this auth client will expose this sign up method, and this one we are going to use. So what I can do, simply on register submit, when we are going to submit the user information, I'm going to do two things. The first thing, once the user fills and click on create. I'm going to call that sign up method. We are going to pass the name, email and the password. Once it is successful, you will navigate this user to the login tab, so that once they register, they needs to log in to go enter the application. So let's see how we are going to do that. So first thing here, what we'll do, inside this try, I'm going to remove this. So I'll simply do const equal to, so we'll do await, and I'm going to import sign up from auth client, and this will give you dot email. See, we are getting email, so we are doing an email password login. Here we are going to pass the name, which will be values dot name. We are going to pass the email, which will be values dot email, and also we are going to pass a password, which will be values dot password. And here we are going to get if there is any error, so this will give me error. Now what I'm going to do, simply we need to also go to and install SADCN component that is called Sonar. I think let me just clear this. Let's go scroll. Okay, here we have add, so we have Sonar. Let's go and let's search here. We need to do one more thing. We need to import this toaster. Fine, let's install this one. So if you see, right, we go in our root layout component, we need to copy and use this toaster component. This we need. This is actually the main wrapper. So we'll go to our layout, and after, I think this will be before body. So after this, let's pass this and import this one. So here what I'll simply do, so if there is any error, I'm going to do if any error, so I'll import toast from Sonar, and I'm going to do failed to create account, please try again, and let's return. And then what I'll do, or else it will be success, right? So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to do your account has been created successfully, please check your email, not email, please log in or please sign in with email and password. Then what I'll do, right, go to our auth layout, and here I'm going to pass a on success prop, and here what I'll do, simply I'll do set active tab will be login. So let's save this, go here. Sorry, so I'm going to create an interface, so let's create here. So I'll do interface, so I'll do register form props, and I'm going to do on success, which will return void, and we are going to simply pass it here, right? So we'll do on success, pass these register form props, and then what I'll do, simply we'll simply check if it on success is true. So I'm going to call the on success and invoke this. Okay, I hope you are getting. And then in the catch, let's log this error, and finally make the set is loading as false. Okay, so now I think this is completed. So now let's see if this is working or not and what is happening. We don't know, right? So go here, let's keep it like this only, side by side. Go to network tab, go to register, add, give some unique name. What name we can give? Let's give David. I'll do david@gmail.com. 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's create, and we are going to see what is happening here. Oh my god, how come it's successful? Awesome. So you can see that we are getting, I think it's done, it's working fine. So now you're not getting token, right? Makes sense, because remember we have this go to Auth.js, we have this configuration auto signing in false, right? So we are not going to get it. So here we'll be getting created at email verified false, which is fine. ID of that user, name David, updated at. Awesome job. Now go here and let's refresh this. So I'm going to do all rows. There is one data. Now see what is happening. Now it will be very interesting thing. Go to accounts table and go to all rows and see what are the things. See, notice one thing, password. So they actually created, they use some, I think not able to recollect the algorithm name, they are using some particular algorithm to store the password in the accounts table, and provider ID, you can see you're getting credential, user ID mapped to that user ID, right? This is the account ID and the rest of the things, and this is working absolutely fine, right? There is no issue. And once the user is logged in, registered, they are going to the login. Now same thing we need to do for login, and once you log in, you'll see that the token will be stored. So BetterAuth will create a secure cookies, and that token will be stored in cookies, and then we are going to implement our middleware. So what actually middleware? So I'm not sure, I think we haven't discussed the middleware concept till now, but we are going to see in action so that it will be easy to understand, right, what actually middleware is. But before that, let's implement the login part, and then we are going to move to the middleware section. Okay, so now let's implement the login also, right? So we'll go to our login form, and then we are going to do the same process. So in the on submit, we'll take const, we'll do await, and we're going to use sign in from our auth client, and this will also give me the email method. So here I'm going to pass the email, and this will be values dot email. We are going to pass the password, which will be values dot password, and also you can pass another one that is called remember me. So I'm going to do true. Then I'm going to take error, so I'll do if any error occurred. So simply we're going to take toast, and I'll do login failed, and I'm going to return. Or else I'm going to do toast, I'll do login success. Now once login success, what we need to do, we need to navigate the user to the home page, correct? And so what I'll do, simply go here and let's take const router equal to useRouter, and then we are going to do router.push. So after login success, we're going to do router.push, and I'm going to do home page. Save this, see if this is working right. So let's refresh this. So what will happen, right, whenever you are going to log in with the email and password, BetterAuth will automatically, they already have the stored password in the accounts table, right, and the accounts table and the user table both are interconnected using the ID. So I'm going to do david@gmail.com 123456, and let's try to give some different password. Let's do sign in, login failed, right? Also need to do, if login failed, we need to make this one nice. Oh, okay, we need to do here, sorry. So do log as error, and let's make only e here, and then I'm going to do finally make set is loading as false. So let's try to give, okay, login failed. Now 1 2 3 4 5 6, let's try to sign in, login success, going to the home page. Awesome. Go to your application, go to cookies, and see you have the auth session data and the token, right? Now coming to the very important part, right? And that is, see, now what I'll do, I'll simply go to the auth page. Okay, now what is this? Now you might be thinking, okay, I've just now have logged in, but I'm still able to access this auth page, right? That should not happen. So the reason is because Next.js doesn't know that how you're going to protect all the routes, right? So for that one, there are two ways you can do that, and I'm going to show you both the ways, but the best one is to implement the concept of middleware. So what middleware will do, right? So Next.js middleware is actually, this will allow you to run code before any request is completed, right? So what you can do, so let's say I want to protect a particular, I have two pages, page A, page B. Now page B is a protected page. So what I need to do, every time I'm going to go to the page B, I want to run some kind of check, and if the check is successful, then only I want to go to page B, or else I'll never can access the page B. So that is the work this module will do, right? So here what you can do, right? So here you can see quickly redirects after reading parts of an incoming request and modifying headers for all pages, blah blah, so many other things, right? And they have matchers, conditional statement. Matcher is nothing but like based on what, so these will allow you to filter the middleware to run on a specific paths, right? But here if you see in the documentation, they have a lot of things. These you can only master if you practice multiple times, but I'm going to show you how we are going to implement for this particular project, right? So you will have at least some idea. And to do this, what you need to do, right, you need to create a middleware.ts file at the root. So at the root means create inside source folder, not project root, inside source folder root. So go to source, inside this I'm going to minimize all this. Inside source I'm going to create a middleware.ts file. So this is the first thing. If you see, it is inside source. This is actually important. Now here I'm going to do what? I'm going to define some of my protected routes. So I'll tell that, okay, this route, so if I go to /profile, this route will be protected. Then if I go to maybe /post/create, this route also will be protected. If I go to /post/edit/1, this route also will be protected. So these are my protected routes. Now based on your project requirement, you can add as many routes you needed. So I'm going to just do const and I'll do protected routes. So here I'm going to do, see, if you notice I'm doing very slow so that you can understand these things. And if I do post/create, then we have /post/edit, and you can add multiple also. Now what I'll do, simply I'm going to do export async function, and we're going to give this a name as middleware, right? So this will have the request object and the type will be next request. Inside this, first thing you are going to get the path name, and to get the path name you can use this request.nextURL.pathname. Search for path name here. So your request.nextURL.pathname. So this will give you the current path name. So let's see, if I want to access this, it will give me auth. So here I'm going to get the path name. So I'll do const get current path name, which will be request.nextURL.pathname. And now I need to get the session. Now how I'll be getting the session, right? See, there are multiple ways you can get, but one of the best ways is that you go to better auth and search for get session cookie. So here, right, you can use this get session cookie, okay? Or else you can also do like this. Go to 15.2, you can also do auth.api.getSession and then pass this. Let's try this one, right? If this is not working, then we'll use this. So we'll use copy this, and then I'm going to pass this, and this auth is nothing but our auth that we've created, and headers is the Next.js from next headers. So this will give me session. So now I'm going to simply check the current path name that I'm having, if that comes under protected route or not, right? So for example, currently I'm in this auth page, right? So if I'm in this auth page is not a protected route, correct? Because that is not there in this array. So I'm going to filter or check this. So I'm going to check if this is a protected route. So I'm going to do protected routes dot sum. So I'm going to give my route, current route. Now let's give only route, and here I'm going to do path name dot starts with this route, okay? If this is a protected route, that means this route everyone can't access. If the user is authenticated, then only they can access this. And I'm going to check if the session is not present. So what you need to do, that means you need to redirect the user to the auth page, because the user is not logged in. I hope you're getting. Means I am accessing a protected route, but the user is not logged in. So what you'll do, simply you'll do return, you'll do next response dot redirect, and you're going to take new URL, pass the route. So I want to go to the auth page, and then you pass the request dot URL. Now I think I have done, sorry, this will be inside this. Okay, so if this is protected route and if the user is not present, so it will redirect. Or else I'm going to check if the user is already in the auth page but user is already authenticated, so they can't access the auth page, right? Means if user is already logged in and user is accessing auth route, so what will happen? They can't access it. They will automatically redirect to home page. So I'm going to check simply if the path name is equal to auth, and if the session is already present, so I'm going to do return next response dot redirect, go to new URL of home page and past request dot URL. Or else I'm just going to call the next middleware, so I'm going to do return next response dot next. Alright, and now after this what we'll do, right, we can add some config, that matcher that I mentioned, right? So we'll do export const config, and here I'll do matcher. So I want to run on the certain pages, so I'm going to do profile / path, then I'm going to do /post / create, I'll do /post / edit / path, then I'm also going to do /auth. Also let's do one thing, let's go to better auth, and then I think instead of that auth, right, I think they have clearly mentioned that it's recommended to use only existing of a session cookie to handle the redirection. So in that case I think it would be better if we use get session cookie only here, right? So let's remove this. So we'll do get session cookie. So I'm going to import this, so we'll do import from, so we'll do better auth / cookies, and this will be get session cookie, and you need to pass the current request. I think this will be better. So now let's save all of these and see what is happening, right? So we'll go here, so refresh this page. Now I'm going to go to auth page. See, you're not able to access the auth page. The reason, because you have the cookie stored right here. So I'm going to clear the cookies. So let's see what is happening. Clear the cookies and now try to access the auth page. See, but now if I try to access the profile page, you are redirecting to the auth page. Awesome, right? So you will never able to access the profile page until unless you are authenticated. So if I try to, let's say, authenticate, so I'll sign in. So I'll be going to the home page here once this is successful. So it's done. This will be little slow in the dev environment, right? So in production you'll not get that slowness. But now let's say if I try to access the auth page, you'll see you are going to the this page only. But if I try to go to profile page, now you will be able to access the profile page. See, you're getting the profile page, right? So now I think the auth functionality is completed. So what you can do right now, your task will be, if you go to the auth.js, here you can just play around all this session, right? That how much time you want to expire. Let's say maybe 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 day, 7 days. For now we have 7 days, but all these things you can change. Now we need to do a couple of things. First we need to change if the user is authenticated. You saw here logout. That is the first thing, and then we are going to implement the theme, and once this is done, then we have start working on the post create. So we'll go to post create, so we'll start working on this particular component. But if you notice, you will never able to access the auth page now. See, you're going to the home page, and this is happening because it's going to this middleware. It is checking if there is any cookies already present, so it is present. Then it is checking if the user is already authenticated, means session is there, and you try to access the auth page, so you are redirecting to the home page. and the opposite will be the user is not authenticated, but if they try to access any auth pages, so they will be redirected to the auth page, right? So this is the very important concept that you need to know. So this is one of the way of doing middleware, right? So there is another way you can do this, so that also I'm going to show you, but first let's implement this header part and the theme integration, and then we are going to start working on rest of the things. Alright, so now what you're going to do, right? So we will be completing our header and also theme functionality. Now remember, I already mentioned it that whenever user will be logged in, that time we need to render the logout button and also the user menu instead of the login button. But how we are going to do that? If you go to the auth client, and you can see that we have this use session. So this is a client side hook, right, that we are going to use, and the same thing we will be using in our header component. So let's go to layout and let's go to header. So I'm going to close this. The first thing what we need to do, we are going to get this. So I'll do const, and I'm going to go get data, and this will give me session, and this will be from use session from auth client, and this also will give you another one that is called is pending, right? So this also will be able to check. Now what we are going to do simply, so let's go here. So if you see in this part, right, so we are going to check if the, so first of all we will check if is pending is true, that means currently it is loading, so we are going to render nothing, or else we will check if the use session is already exists, so we are going to render the user menu component, or else we are going to render the login button. So here what I'm going to simply do, so let's cut it from here. So I'll check if is pending is true, so I'm going to render null, or else I'm just going to do if the session that we are having dot user, so this will give you the user information. If this is true, so I'm just going to, let's do one thing, go to auth layout, and you can see that we have this user menu component, and this component we are going to render. So I'm simply going to render the user menu, okay, or else I'm going to render the login. Save this and see what is happening. So okay, it's loading, and you can see that you are getting user menu. Awesome, right? Alright, so now let's start working on this user menu component. The first thing, I'm going to convert this onto a client component. So we'll use client. Now here we need to use some more components from SADCN, right? So let's install. So we'll go here, and then okay, let's clear this. So I'm going to install Author component. I'm also going to install drop down menu, and also I think these two will be fine, right? So let's install this. In the meantime, I'm going to take some of the states. So first I'm going to take a loading state, and I'll do set is loading, and this will be use state of false. And here let's install this, and once this is done, so we need to wait, I think, because we are going to use the drop down menu component. So let's wait. Okay, so I think this is done. So now let's remove this from here, and I'm going to use drop down menu. Now inside this we are going to have a drop down menu trigger, and here I'm going to do as child. Inside this I will be having a button component, and here I'm going to pass the variant, I'll do a variant, and I'll do host, and here I'm going to do a class name. So I'll do relative height of 8, width of 8, and I'll do rounded full, and inside this I'm going to render a Author component. And here if you want to check the Author component, you can check all of this component here. So go here, and there will be a Author fallback also, right? If you don't have the image, you can use the Author fallback component, and I'm going to use the same. So I'll do Author fallback, and here what I'll do, simply I'll check that if that username is already present, so I'm going to render the user.name, or else I'm going to just render the user. So I'll do, so how we'll be getting the user? So let's do one thing, let's take a interface here. So I'm going to take an interface and I'm going to do user menu props, and I'll be getting a user, and this user will be type of user, and this user will be getting from our better auth type, and here we'll be getting the user, and this will be user menu props, and these we are going to pass here, right? So we'll be passing this here. So we'll do user, and this will be our session.user. That's it. Save this. So we'll be getting the user, and now this user we can render here, right? So we'll simply just do that, render the user dot name if the username is present, or else you just render user. Okay, so this is the thing we need. And then we are also going to do class name, and I'll do height of 8, width of 8. I think this is fine. Also, let's do one thing, let's create a small utility function to get the initials instead of rendering the full name, right? So to get initials, to get initial, pass this, and let's create this component, function here. So look, const get initials, we'll be getting name, this will be string, and I'm going to do return. So I'll do name dot split, so I'll split with space, and then I'm going to take map. Let's take the first one, that's it, and then simply just do join, and let's also make this one to uppercase. That's it. And let's go here, let's save this and see what you're getting right here. See, you're getting D, right? Remember the name was David, so you're getting D. Awesome. So now we are getting the trigger. So trigger is nothing but when we are going to click, we'll be getting the drop down, select drop down below. After this, you are going to create the drop down menu content. So I'll do drop down menu content, and here what I'll do, let's make the align end. Also I'll do a class name of, let's make width 56. Inside this I'm going to take a div, let's take a class name. So I'll do flex item, I'll do center, justify start, and what else, let's do a gap of 2, padding of 2. Inside this let's take one more div, I'll take a class name, I'll do flex column space y of 1, and I'll do leading none. And here what I'll do, simply let's render the p, and I'm going to render user dot name, and here I'll take a class name, let's do font maybe bold. Also let's render the user dot email. So I'll take one more p, I'll do a class name, and I'm going to do text as small, and I'll do text muted foreground, and I'm going to render user dot email. Save this. So let's see what you're getting, right? So if I click here, see, you're getting the name and email. Awesome. Then what else? So after this, let's take a separator, right? So you can take a separator which will give you a horizontal line or border, something like that. So you take a menu separator, save this, and you're getting this, right? You see, fine. And then after this I'm going to take some menu item. So after this I'll take a drop down menu item, and here let's render as child. Inside this I'll take a link from next link. And now see, one thing I just want to mention, right? So whenever you'll install SATSIAN, right, there will be icons package that will be installed. I'm sure if you have already worked with Next.js, you definitely know this, that is called Lucid React. This is the one, right? If you're completely new, so this is the icon inbuilt package will be automatically installed, and most of the icons, right, most of the icons will be getting from here only, and it's pretty good to use, like easy to use. The same thing we are going to do here, right? So let's render a user icon here from Lucid React. Let's give a class name. I'll do margin right of 2, height of 4, and width of 4, and here I'm going to give a href. So let's make this one as /profile, so it will go to the profile page. And after this I'm simply going to take a span and make this one as profile. Save this. so I'll be getting this. Awesome. Then what else? Maybe let's take one more menu item. So I'll copy this, and here let's do this one as a pen square, and I'll do create post, and this will go to /post/create. And then after this, let's take one more separator. It will look nice. So this, I'll take one more separator. Okay, and then I'm going to take a logout. So I'm going to take one more drop down menu item. I'm going to take a logout icon. I'm going to do same class name, margin right of 3 and height of 4, width of 4, and inside this I'm going to simply do span, and I'll do is loading if this is true. So I'll do logging out, or else I'm going to do logout. And what else we need? I think this is fine. Let's do one thing. Let's take a class name here. So look cursor pointer. Let's use the same class name for all the items, menu item and then this menu item also, right? And then I'm also going to take on click. So I'll do handle logout. And what else? Let's take a disable property. So when is loading will be true, that time it will be disabled. So let's copy this and let's create this, right? So I'm going to create a logout. So I'll do const handle logout. This will be a async method, and this is done. So now let's refresh this. Let's see what is happening. So you're getting null because it will take some time, right? And if you notice why this is happening, if you go to the network tab, refresh this, you'll see that beta auth is actually fetching this get session. This will take at least some time, right? In dev it's taking, in prod it will be much faster, and here you'll be getting the session and everything, right? So that is the reason you're getting the delay, little bit of delay. Oh, sorry. If I click here, now you're getting all of this. So if you click, it will go to the profile page, and then go to the create post page, and you can go to the home page from here. So now we need to create the logout. But how we are going to create logout? Now logout creation is also very simple. In the auth client, you have this sign out method that is provided by the auth client, because you have already have the auth.js instance, right? Now what you can do simply here, first we'll make set is loading as true. Let's take a try catch, log the error, and I'm going to do finally, and I'm going to do set is loading as false, and then I'll simply do await. I'll get the sign out from our auth client, and here you're going to pass a couple of options, right? So first you're going to pass a fetch options, and here what we'll do simply, we are going to show that if it is success, so on success, if the logout is successful, we are going to show some kind of toast, right? That logout is successful. So I'm going to do toast, and here I'll do maybe you have been logged out successfully. And then I'm going to do, also we should do another thing, we are going to refresh the page. We are going to do a soft refresh, and to do a soft refresh we are going to do a very like most used hook that is called our useRouter, right? We have already used this one previously, and here this will give you a refresh method. So what you can do, you can simply do a router.refresh. So do router.refresh. So this will simply refresh the current page, right? But it will not be a hard refresh, right? So this is the thing, and rest of the things is fine, right? So in catch you're logging the error, you can also show some kind of toast. So let's do a toast here, and you can see that failed to log out, something like that, and I'll do please try again. Let's save this and let's see if everything is working or not, right? Okay, so let's wait, and I'm going to click logout. You have been logged out successfully, you are getting login. Now see what will happen. If I try to go to the profile page, you're going to the auth page, you can't access, right? It's working absolutely fine. Go to any other page, it's going to the auth page. Go to post details page, I think it's like compiling, I think. Let's wait for some time. Okay, post details page we can access. Makes sense, right? We can keep this one as it is, because in the home page we have the list of pages, so any user should be able to see the post details. They will not be able to delete it definitely, because delete we are going to do in a different way, but here what we'll do, right, simply we can actually keep this one as an auth page. If you don't want to keep this, so I'm pretty sure you already know what you need to do, right? So go to middleware and then just add that post details also in the protected route here also, right? You can add this and it will automatically work, but for now this is fine. And then you can log in, and then let's see if we try to go to again profile, it will be in the auth page. Let's try to sign in. Now you're getting this, right? See, you're coming. Now you go to the profile page and you can see you'll be able to go to the profile page now. So you're going to the profile page, and if you again you can do logout and it's going to the auth. Awesome. So that means after doing all of this process step by step, our auth module is now completed, right? So now in the next part, let's implement the theme, and then we'll start working on the creating post, editing, and those things. Alright, so let's implement the theme functionality. So first what we'll do, right, let's go to source and let's create our store folder. Inside this I'm going to create a theme store.ts. okay, now let's make this one as use client, because we're going to use hooks and everything. And here first we'll create a interface, and I'm going to give this one as theme state. And here you need two things. So first I'm going to check if is dark mode is true or false, which will be boolean, and then I'm also going to do toggle theme. This will be a method, and after this just simply create the store. So I'm going to do use theme store, and here we are going to use create from just end. We are going to install, I think we already have just end installed, right? And here we are going to get it from just end, and here we are going to pass the type. So type will be theme state, and what you are going to do, right, simply, so we're going to call persist. So I think these we need to import from the just end middleware. Okay, and here we'll simply take set, we'll make the is dark mode as false. So we'll do initial state, and then here also we'll take our toggle theme. So toggle theme will be, so we'll do set, we'll be getting state, current state, and here we are simply going to do is dark mode. This will be not equal to state dot is dark mode, and here also you're going to pass the name as theme storage. Alright, so I think this is done. So this is the only thing we need. We are just toggling the theme here, and then what we can do, simply go to our components, and then we have this theme here, and here I'm going to create one more component. Let's give you some name as theme toggle.tsx. We'll mark this one as client component, and I'm just going to do export default function, and I'll do theme toggle, and here first thing let's return. So simply return a button. Variant I'll pass as let's do this. Then I'm also going to do a size, I'm going to pass as icon. Also you're going to take a on click, which will be handle toggle theme. This we are going to create the method, and here we are going to simply take a sun icon, and I'm also going to take a moon icon. So basic theme. Here let's make a height of 5, width of 5, and here also let's do one thing. Let's take some more styling, right? Let's do this one as rotate 0. I'll do a scale of 100. I'll do transition all. For dark, let's make this one as minus rotate 90°, and for dark I'm going to do scale as 0. For moon, let's take a class name, so I'm going to do this one as absolute, height of 5, width of 5, I'll do rotate 90, I'm going to do scale as 0, I'll do transition all. For dark I'm going to do rotate 0, and for dark I'm going to do scale as 100. And here what we need, right, we need our from our store we need the state, so I'm going to do use theme store, just now we have created, so we'll be getting our current, if it is a dark theme or not, and then there will be a set, what is the name we have given, toggle theme we have given, right? And then I'm going to also get the toggle theme. Now I'll be getting two things from our use theme, and this use theme we are going to use from next theme package. So this is a hook that we can use from use theme, and this will give me the current theme, and also this will give me another set theme method. So here what I'll simply do, so first thing we need to sync the current theme state between next theme and the just and store. And when I'm going to do handle toggle theme, so here we can simply just do call the toggle theme, and this toggle theme will do what, if you go to here, this toggle theme will just change from dark to light and vice versa. That is the first thing. And then also the same state I want to store in the next theme, this particular hook also, right, so that next theme also will know that currently what is the current theme that we are having, whether it is dark or it is light. So I'm just going to do set theme, so I'm going to do if it is dark mode, so it will be light, or else I'm going to do dark. And then I'm simply going to take a useEffect, and here we're going to pass the theme, and also, oh no, we need to take theme, not themes, so we'll take theme and also is dark mode as a dependency. So I'm simply going to check if the current theme is equal to dark, and if not dark mode in the state, so I'm just going to do use theme store dot set state, and here what I'll do, simply I'll make the is dark mode as true. That's it. Else if, so I'm going to do if the theme is light, and if the dark mode is and if the dark mode is true, so in that case I'm just going to do use theme store dot set state, and we'll make is dark theme as false. So now save this, we'll go to our header component, and then we have a keep a placeholder for theme toggle, so here we can use this. So we'll do theme toggle, so save this, let's see what is happening. So you're getting this, and if you select, see it's changing, right, so it's working fine, and you don't have to do anything else here, right, so it will automatically work. Even if you refresh, it will persist. Change this, refresh this, it will take the current theme only. So we are doing nothing, but the main important part is that we are actually syncing, where is that theme toggle, we are syncing the current state between the next theme and the just and store that we are having, right. So this is how you are going to handle. So this is a very basic implementation of theme. So what are the things we have done? So first we have created a theme provider, right. This theme provider we are using, so we have the this theme provider we are using in the layout component, right. So in the layout component, so we have wrapped this, and then we are passing all the child. We have created a theme toggle where we are having icon, and on click of this we are actually toggling the theme, and then we have a state. store where we have simple state and a method which is just simply toggling, nothing difficult here. So with this you have completed the theme also, right? And now let's start working on creating new post, because we need to start working on this page first. So let's start working on the form component. Okay, first thing we are going to install the card component from site scene, right? This we need. So let's quickly install this one. So I'm going to install card. Okay, this is done. Now let's close everything. Let's go to our post, then we have create, then this component create post. Okay, let's create the structure first. So I'm going to remove this from here. Let's take a main. We are going to take a class name. We'll do py of 10. Inside this I'm going to take a div. I'll do class name. I'll do max w4xl mx of auto. Inside this I'm going to take the card component, and here I'm going to take card header, and then I'm going to take a card title, and let's do create new post. Okay, and here we're going to give a class name. So let's do text 4xl, font bold. Save this. So let's see how it's looking. So you're getting this. So next we are having the card content. So after this header I'm going to just take card content, and we'll keep a placeholder. Now I'll go to components, create a post folder, and in this I'm going to create a post form component. Now this will be 100% a client component because we need to work with state management. So I'm going to do simply post form, and let's return a div, and let's just render it here, right? So I'm going to take the post form component. Alright, so this is done. Now let's start working on the post form component, right? The basic structure we should create, not basic, I'll say all the things we should create, right? So let's go to the db once and schema. Just want to check that what else we are having. We are having a title, we are having a description, and we are having a content. These three things mainly we need, right? So first let's start working with creating the or shaping the post form schema. So post form schema that we need for validation and everything, right? So here I'm going to do const post schema. So I'll do it's automatically imported, okay, very fast. So I'll do z.object. So I'm going to do title. So this will be z.string. Let's do a mean of 3, and I'll do title must be at least 3 characters long. Then max, let's give 255 maybe, and I'm going to copy this and I'll pass here that title must be less than 255 characters. Okay, then copy this, paste it, and make this one as description. So description I'll do max maybe 5. So this will be description, and mean 5, and max I'll keep 255 only. And then what else we need? And for content we need, so copy this, and I'm going to do content, and for this one let's remove the max, only keep the mean, and I'll keep maybe 10. Alright, I think this will be very simple. I think this is the thing that we need, mainly 3 things: title, description, content. I already mentioned every videos, right? If you want, you can experiment, you can add some more fields, it's up to you. Now what else we'll do, right? So for now I think this is fine. Let's create the type. So I'm going to do post form values, and this will be equal to z.infer, and here I'm going to do type of post schema. Okay, so this is done. So now let's do one thing. The first thing, we will create the structure, right? Now remember, in the previous part when we have implemented the login and the registration form, I have showed you how you are going to use the form component from SWR. Remember, we have used form control and everything. Now this is definitely one of the best way. I will say I'll highly recommend to use like this, because this is very standard. But if you don't want to use the form, you can also individually use the corresponding components to create a form, and the same I'm going to use in this component. Now you might ask me why I'm doing two different things. The idea is not related to this. See, if you notice my teaching, how I actually teach, right? I try to give you all the possible ways that how you are going to implement all the things. Now it's up to you how you are going to catch all of this and how you can apply your own idea, and you will understand that in which scenario which method to apply. I hope you are getting right what I'm trying to say. So now both the things I'm going to show you, and then whatever you like you can basically do the same. Both the methods are correct. There is nothing wrong in that. So here I'm simply going to take a form, normal form, and inside this let's take a class name of space y of 6, and inside let's take a div. Let's take a class name of space y of 2. Let's take a label component. Label we have already installed, and here I'm going to do title, right? And then I'm going to use a input component. See, we are not using the form input here. We are normally directly rendering the input here, because if you go here, right here, we are actually using this inside form control. So here we have use input. I'm going to use ID. This will be title. I'm also going to give a HTML for which will be title, and here I'm going to give a placeholder. So I'll do enter post title, and then I'm also going to do okay, we also for now let's keep it like this. Let's save this. Let's see what we are getting. So I'm getting this, then copy this, paste it. This will be description, and for this one I think we need to install text area component also from SWR. So let's quickly do that. Awesome. So now let's import this. So I'm going to use a text area here. So I'll do text area. So I'm going to pass the ID as description. Then also I'm going to pass a placeholder and do enter a sort post description. Awesome. Next, copy this. Then you'll be getting one more, and this will be for content. So I'll do content, and here I'm going to pass content, and this will be enter post content. Let's give a class name. I'll give a mean height, maybe let's give 350. Is it? I don't know how it will look. Let's try 350. No, it's looking very bad. Not bad, I'll just like it's very, I think this is fine. Awesome. So now I think this is fine. You can also use like resize none and those things, right? You can use that. Let's use resize none, right? Okay. Now after this, what we will do, simply we are going to render a button component, right? So let's take a div. I'm also going to do a class name, or let's do one thing. Let's keep this one simple. Let's take only one button. I think that will be fine, because we don't need two buttons here. And I'm just going to do here create post. Let's give a class name, and I'll do margin top of 5. Save this. Okay, let's make how it will look if I do width full. Okay, not bad. Fine, this is fine. Now the basic structure is completed. So what we'll do, let's create the our form state, right? So here after this, I'm going to take const, and here we use form from React hook form. We are going to pass the values, so we'll do post form values, and here we are going to pass resolver as usual. So resolver will be zod resolver, and here you're going to pass what? You're going to pass the schema, right? I think this part we've already discussed. And now I'm going to also give the default values. I'll do default values. So in the default values I'm going to pass the title empty, content, let's do description empty, and content empty. And here what we'll be getting register method, we'll be getting a handle submit method, and also there will be errors. And to get the errors you're going to get from form state, and this will give you errors. Okay, now we need to register each and every form field here, right? So what are you going to do simply, so let's start with the first one. So you just have to register, so I'll just spread the register here, and you're going to pass that which field you want to register. So you're going to register title, and here you're going to simply pass that I'm actually registering title. That's it. Save this. This is done. The same thing you need to do for here also. So you're going to do, let's copy this. So you're going to do description and copy this, and this will be content. I think this is done, right? That's it. Now what I'll do simply, I'm going to take a use transition hook. Now remember I already told that I try to use some of the React 19 concepts also. So I'm going to take a pending state. I also have a React 19 video on YouTube. You can check that also if you want to understand some of the basic things, right? How this start transition and everything work. And I'm going to do use transition, right? And then I'm going to use some of the disable state. So when this will be automatically handled by this use transition hook, right? Whenever you're going to start a transaction. So what you can do simply, you can pass a disable property here, and you can tell that when the is pending is true, it will be disabled. Copy this, pass it here, pass it here, and also pass it here in all the places. That's it. And now what you'll do simply, okay, let's do one more thing. When the is pending will be true, so I'm just going to do saving post, or else I'll do create post. Now, and also you need to give a type right here. I think this I miss. So type I need to give submit. So now this is done. So let's go here, and in the form I'm going to create an on submit method, and this will be handle submit. Now this handle submit is this handle submit that will be provided by React Hook form, and here you are going to create your form submit method, right? So look const on form submit, and then you're going to pass it here. Okay, that's it. And now what you'll do, you're going to get the data, and the data type will be post form values, and you can simply log the data here, right? So let's see what is happening. A lot of things you have done. Save this, and let's see. So I'll do first description, and I'm going to post here, and you're getting title, content, and description. Awesome. Now we can also render the errors also, right? So let's do one thing, let's render the errors here also. So errors is provided by here automatically handled, because we are passing, remember we are passing the resolver as resolver and post schema, and in this post schema I already have my schema shaped, right? This is the shape that we are having, that this should be this many length, or this will be max, something like that. So it will automatically pick from here. Now what I'll do, let's go here, and I'm simply going to check if this errors dot title, if this is present, that means there is an error. So I'm going to do a p, and I'm going to render errors dot title dot message, and here let's give a text as small and text red 600. Let's do 700. Let's copy this, paste it here. So this will be description, and this will be description. Then at the end we have one more. So we'll do content, and we'll do content. Okay, so now let's try to keep it like this. We are getting this, remove this. Okay, so it will see it's getting focused, right? So it will always work. So now everything is completed. So now we also are getting the data, but now we have the very important thing that we need to do, we haven't done till now in the real project, that is how you are going to save data in your database. Now see, there are two ways of we can do that, right? So I think we have the API routes, and then we have to update or muted data, we have server actions. So let me give you the basic idea. So updating data, you can see that we have the server actions, server functions, not actions. I think this called now server functions. So server function actually will help you to write server side code, and it will help you to interact with your database, right? And to do this one, you can directly use this in server component, and for client component there is a way of writing that. As I already mentioned, that it will be always better to see this one in action, that how we are going to do that. So I'm also going to show you that how you can show the pending state, right? How you can revalidate the cache, how to do redirecting and everything in the next two projects, in this project and the next project also in details. So first action we need to now create, and that will be to save or create a post and save that in our Postgres database. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. So now let's create our first server functions or server actions that will help us to interact with our DB, right? So for that, what you're going to do, right, as I already mentioned, you can, because this is a client component, so you directly can't create a server function, so you need to create a separate file. And I will also suggest you to use the same for your all the projects, right? So what will happen, right, it will keep your code very organized, so you'll keep all the server function in a single file. Now we are going to see how we're going to create that, right? So first I'm going to create a folder, and I usually give this one name as actions. You can give this one whatever you like. I'll give actions, and here I'm going to create post actions.ts. Now if you go here, right, let's go to server functions, and you can see that how you're going to create. So if you see, we have app, and then inside that we have action.ts file. Now one thing is very important, just like when we are creating a client component, we are using use client, right? Similarly for server functions, you can see that server functions are also known as server actions. So server actions, to create a server action, you need to use this use server directive at the top of this file. If you don't use this, it will not work, right? You are going to get an error. So here first thing, I'm going to convert this one to a server action file. So I'm going to use a use server. Now actually using this, I'm telling Next.js that okay, this is now a server action, so here I'll be able to interact with DB. You can do API call or whatever you want to do. The first thing, I'm going to create my first server action, that will be to create a post. So we export async function, and this will be create post. So what this will receive, this will receive form data, and the type will be form data. And now we are going to do a lot of things here, right? So we need to do a couple of things, and you need to understand why all of these things we are doing. The first thing, we need to get the current user. Now you might ask me why we need that. See, if you go here, right, if you notice that this post/create, this is a protected route, means not any user can come and then they can create any post, right? They has to be logged in. Now you might counter me that okay, I'm already using middleware to protect this route. Still, that is fine, but still you should always check all of these in your server action, also in the server side also, that whether the current user is actually a authenticated user or not. Or anyway, you also need to use that, because why? Because let's say in your DB you need to store the current user information, maybe user ID, but how you'll get the user ID? That user ID is stored in your session, right? So Betterauth will give you that session information. So how we are going to do that? To get the current session, you are going to do this. So I'm going to do const, and I'll do session. So I'll do await. Now we remember we have the auth, and this auth will give you an API method, and this will give you a get session method. So this get session method will give you the current session, and here you're going to pass the headers, and in these headers you're going to do await. Remember, you need to use await here, or else this will give you error. And you're going to use headers from next headers, right? That's it. And you will need to invoke this. Remove this, you're getting error. See, you need to use await here. So this will give you the current session information. Now you can simply check if this session is not present, or if the or not why or man if is on. If the session dot user is not present, that means what you can do, you can simply return a success as false, and you'll return a message something like you must be logged in to create a post. I hope you're getting right. So that means you're doing one level of extra check here. Now what I'll do, I'm going to get the form data. This form data I'm going to send from my client side. So from here, from this onForm submit method. So here now what I'll do, simply I'll do get form data, and I'll do const title, and this will be form data dot get title, and this will be as string. Copy this, or not tile man, this will be title. Paste, this will be description, and this will be content. So 3 things will be getting right. Awesome. So now what we'll do, simply you can also do validation here, right? That you want to validate that if the title is not present, you are going to return some error that the titles are not present or description is not present. So I'm going to give a homework to all of you, that do a homework here, that implement a validation check, second level, extra validation check. Now although you might counter that we are already validating, right, or else user will not be able to submit, click on the submit button, but still just do it. Now what you can do, right, go to schema and see we have this slug, and this slug is unique. So for every post, this slug will be unique. And to do this one, let's do one thing. Let's go to our utils file, and then I'm going to create one method. Okay, so this one I'll do export function, and I'll do slugify. I'll get the text as input string, and this will give me the return type will be string, and I'm going to do return text dot to lowercase, and I'm going to replace. Now this replace, I already have this one written, this regex. I am not expert in regex, so I just copied from Stack Overflow. So this is what we are going to use. So we'll do slash, and here we are going to take, I'm also going to explain what is this, but first let's use this. So you just convert this one to a regex and give and replace with this, and then I'm also going to do dot replace, and here I'm going to do plus I think this will be slash g with, and then I'm going to replace with hyphen. So if there are something like, let's say doing Next.js 15, so it will do something like this, right? So it will going to do Next.js -js 15, something like that. So it will create a unique slug. Now let's save this. I'll go here, and here we are going to create the slug. So I'll simply do create the slug, and this we are going to create from the post title, and then I'll do const slug, and here I'm simply going to do slugify and pass the title. So this will give you the slug, and then we are going to check that if the current slug is already exist or not, right? So if the current slug is already exists, so you're going to return an error that you need to try with some different title, because that slug with that particular title is already exists, so we can't create duplicate blogs. So here we are going to do check if the slug already exists. So I'm just going to do const existing post, I'll do await. We have the db. So this db is nothing but, if you're getting confused, this db is the db that we have created, right? And this will give you the query, and here we'll be getting the post. Remember, we have the post table, and I'm going to find first, and here what I'll do, simply will check where equal to. So here we'll do equals, and here I'm going to do posts. This we are going to import from our schema, and I'll do post dot slug, and here I'm going to pass the current slug, so it will check. I think this is fine, right? Equal we need to import from Drizzle warden. fine. And then I'm simply going to check that if existing post is already present, then I'm going to do return success as false, and message is a post with the same title already exists, please try with a different one. Okay, so this is the check that we have done. Now we are going to insert the new post, right? So I'm going to do const, I'll do new post, and this will be await db.insert. I'm going to pass the posts, and I'm going to pass the values, right? We need to pass the values. Now post will have the title, so title I will be getting from the client side, I'll be getting the description from the client side, I will be getting the content from the client side. I have already created the slug here, slug also you can pass. And now what else we need to pass? So if you go to schema, you see ID, it will be automatically generated, title we are passing, description we are passing, slug we have already created, content we are passing. We need to pass the author ID. Oh my god, we need to pass the author ID. Now see here, actually you need the session, right? So the session will give you the user ID, and that user ID you are going to store in the author ID. So you're going to do what? Do session.user.id. okay, and this is done. And then what you're going to do, do dot returning. Save this. So this will now save your newly created post in your DB. Okay, so this is the complete process. Now if you notice how all the things are linked, right, and how I'm actually explaining step by step, I'm not actually moving or skipping any of the part. Now coming very important thing, that what actually happens when you are going to submit a new post. See, for example, let's say when I'm going to create a new post, right, I want to navigate to the home page and I want to get the latest post just now I have created. But to do this, how we usually do in React application, so maybe you are saving a post, and then what you will do, you are going to refresh the page, right? Or else you are going to do what? You are going to do some router.refresh, or you are going to do another API call to get the list of posts. But here what you can do, right, there is another method that you can use that is called revalidate path. So what we are going to do, when we are going to create the post, let's say I want to navigate the user to the home page, and once the create post is successful, I am going to revalidate this particular path. So I'm simply telling Next.js that okay, when I'm going to create the post, you revalidate the path, and what will happen, Next.js will revalidate, and basically they will refresh. If I want to explain this one very simply, they are going to refresh and you are going to get the updated data in the UI. And if you see, right, you have the revalidate the cache, and to do this one you are going to use this either revalidate path or revalidate tag. So if you go to revalidate path, and if you see that what it is telling, revalidate allow you to purge cache data on demand for a specific path, right? Revalidate only invalidates the cache when the included path is next visited. Okay, that means let's say if I create the post and I redirect the user to the home page, and at the same time I'm revalidating the home page here, so it will going to refresh the page and you are going to get the updated data. Okay, so here I'm going to do revalidate the home page to get the latest post. I hope you're getting. And now I'm going to do what? I'll do revalidate path, and I'm going to refresh the home page. I'm also going to refresh another page. I'm also going to refresh the post details page. So how many pages you want to do, you can do that. And then I'm going to do slug, pass the slug, right? So it will revalidate the details path. Also I want to revalidate the profile page. Okay, so all the three pages or route I want to revalidate once the create post is successful. Now these actually will differ based on your project requirement, right? You don't have to do it every time. Once we'll do that, now I'm going to return success as true, message I'll do post created successfully, and I'm going to pass the slug. And here what I'll do, just return false, right? Return false, and I'll do fail to create post, and remove this. Save this, and we have done a lot of things. Now what we need to do, we need to go to create post form, and on submit we are going to call this create post action. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. The first thing, we are already using start transition, right? So I'm going to just remove this. I'm going to take the start transition, so this will be async here. And now what I'll simply do, inside I'm going to take a try catch, and inside try, first I'm going to create the form data. Remember, this create post is going to receive a form data, so type is form data, so you need to create a form data here, right? So I'm going to do const form data, normal JavaScript concepts, nothing to explain here. So I'll do new form data, and we'll simply do form data dot append. So we're going to append title. Title is what? The data dot title, right? So we'll do data dot title. Same thing do for description and content. Okay, so this will be content and this will be description. Then I'm going to take a result, and what we'll do, simply we are going to do, maybe let's do result equal to await. We'll do create post. We are going to import from our actions, and it will receive the form data, so I'm going to pass the form data. Okay, and now let's see what we are getting in this result. First we need to check, right? So let's check here, log the result. Okay, so let's give here first post added, and then I'm going to paste here, and let's try to do create post. Success true and post created successfully. Slug, we are coming this, I think there something wrong with that one, I believe, so we need to check this. But let's go here, right? Let's see what is happening in this post. So I'll do all rows. Let's see we are having any post or not. So if the first post added, slug is not being added, this we need to check. Author ID we are getting, created we are getting, updated that we are getting. Awesome. So that means what you are doing, right? This is extremely secure because you are actually adding on the server side, right? And if you see this create and everything, you see the preview and everything, payload also, it's not at all exposed, right? Most of the things, definitely you'll be able to see the form data and everything, but this is very, very secure because you are using server actions. It's directly interacting with your database, and you are getting the result back. Now what we'll do, simply once this is done, right, if this is successful, so you can see you are getting success as true and message or whatever. So I'll check if the success is true. I'm going to navigate the user to the home page. Okay, so what I can do, simply will check if the result dot success is true. So I'll do toast, I'll do post created successfully, and then I'm going to do router, or router I think we need to take, right? So first I'm going to do const router, so use router. So let's do here router dot refresh and router dot push to home page. Else let's log the error here, right? So do fail to create post, and I think that's it. So this is the thing we need. So now let's save this. The only thing we need to check, that is the slug creation, that I need to check. Maybe I already told, right? So I'm not, I think there's something wrong with this. Let me just quickly take the reference here. Okay, I think something we are doing wrong here. See, I think I told, right? So this is what I am missing here. So we have bracket, and then we need to use this. Okay, now let's try to add one more. Let's see what is happening. Do second, let's try to create. Still we are not getting. Okay, but it's going to the home page, But let me quickly check this one, right? This part I'm doing something wrong, and then we'll fix this. And once this is done, now we are going to render the list of posts here in this. Then after that we are going to start working on edit and delete. Hey everyone, as I already mentioned, right, so I made mistake in the regex one, so I just quickly changed the regex and it's actually working, right? So you can actually simply check this. I think you already have the source code, you can download and just use the same. So you see, right, I just do, let's say, 5th post. I just check it, so it will work. Added, and let's add a post. Let's try to create, and you can see that we are getting 5th post is created. And go here, let's go here, try to add one more time. Let's create, and you can see that you are getting a post with same title is exist, press try with a different one, so it's coming here. So now we can also check that if it is false, so you can render the same, right? So you can go here and you can just do the same, that if else, if it is not success, so copy this, and here you just log the res.message. Okay, so let's say if I try to add this, you're getting this, right? Awesome. So now this is working. So what will be your next step? So next step, if you see, if I add one more, so fifth post unique. So if I try to create, so it's going to the home page. So now we are going to render the list of posts in this home page, and also we're going to create our details page. So for this, now we need to create one more thing, that will be our queries, right? Because see, first we have save, like we are already saving, and then to query means to get the data, we need to query from our DB, right, from that particular table. And for that we need to go to our DB, and inside DB I'm going to create one more file, and I'm going to do queries.ts. So let's close everything else, and now here let's create first query, which will be get all posts. So I'm simply going to do export async function, and I'll do get all posts, do try catch, so log the error and return empty. And then here I simply do const fetch all posts, and we'll do await db dot query dot posts dot find many, right, because we need to get all the posts. And let's add a order by, so I'm going to do a descending order, and this we are going to import from Drizzle, and here I'm going to do based on the created date. So I'm going to do post dot created date. Okay, so this will order. And now see, very important, now you'll understand why we have added all these relations, right? We have added the relations with our account, we have post relation, user relation. So now what I need to do, right, here I want to add the author relation. Okay, so I'll do a with, and I want to simply make the author as true, so it will automatically give you the author information, means every post is created by which author, right? Again, I'm repeating, if in case you're not able to understand, I know that for some people this understanding these relations will be little tricky, so you can let me know. Maybe if I get so many comments, so I'll create a quick crash course on Drizzle and Postgres relations and everything. But still, I will highly suggest go and watch the part 3 of the Node.js video. So this is done, and then simply return all post, right? So do fetch all post. I think fetch is looking bad, man. Let's do get all post. Now get all post, we already have this one. I'm very bad at this naming. Let's do all posts. That's it. And then we are having one more we need to do, that is based on slug, right? But first let's see how it is working, right? So let's do one thing. Now let's go to our post component, sorry, main page component. And now here what we are going to do, simply we will be calling that queries, right? So let's do one thing. So I'm going to remove this. Let's take a main, and here I'm going to take a class name. Let's do a py of 10. Inside this I'm going to take a div, and here I'm going to take a class name, do max w7xl, mx of auto, px of 4. Inside this I will take a h1, and let's do something like welcome to the blog. Also let's take a class name for this. So I'm going to do text for Excel, font as bold and margin bottom of 2. Now after this what you're going to do, so let's call the query. Now what we can do, the first thing we need to convert this one to a async component, because we will be doing the API call, right? Asynchronous operation. So I'm going to do const post, this will be await, and then we are going to do get all post. That's it. Also we will pass a metadata here. Remember we have learned the metadata, so we'll export const metadata and the type will be metadata, and let's give a title. This will be Next.js 15 blog. Also we are going to give a description and we'll pass the same. So let's copy this and let's see what you're getting in this post. And if I go here, right, and you can see we are getting all the post here, right? Whatever post you have created. Awesome. Now what you can do, simply you can render all of this. That's it. So what you're going to do, we'll just minimize this one and then maybe let's do it after this. So I'll do a post dot length if this is 0. So maybe I am going to render a div. Let's do a class name. So let's do text as center, and I'm also going to do py of 10. Inside this I'm going to take a h2, and here I'm going to do class name. I'll do class name. Let's do text Excel and font as medium, and I'll do no posts yet. That's it. Or else I'm simply going to render another component. So let's do one thing. Let's go to our components, and inside this I'm going to create a post list component. So I'll do post list.tsx. So let's create this component. So I'll do post list. Let's return div, and then I'm simply going to pass the post list component. Okay, so getting post list, which is fine. So now what I'm going to do, simply, so let's start working on this component, post list component. So we'll go here. Now remember one thing, what you're doing, you can see that how I'm dividing each and every component small chunks, so that in one component we are not keeping so much logic, right? That is also another thing you need to check. Another thing we are going to do, let's do one thing. This post list component will receive the number of posts, right? So I'm going to do posts, and let's make this one. Let's do one thing. Let's maybe what I can do, right? We will create a types folder. So let's go here, and inside this maybe I'm going to create a types, and inside this I'm going to do index.ts. Okay. So now what we're going to do, whatever types that we are having, we will be writing here. So maybe let's start with, so I'll do export interface, and let's do what name we can give. Let's give post list props. So what this will receive, right? So this will receive number of posts, and that will be type of array. So I'm going to do post, and here I'm going to do array. And here inside this, let's take all the properties. So we'll have an ID, which will be number, right? We also have the title of that post, which will be string. We are also going to have the description, which will be string. We will also have the slug, which will be string. We also will take a created at, which will be date. And also I'm going to take an author. Remember we have taken the author. So we are, if I go here, right, in the queries, so you can see that we are passing the author as true. So I'm going to pass the author as so this will be object, and here this will have a name, which will be string. Save this, and now this will be my type. So I'll do post list props. Now here what I'm going to do, we need to pass the number of posts, right? So we'll do post, and this will be our post, this post that we are having. So let's remove this. And now if you see what we'll do, simply we are going to map this list of posts here, and then we are going to call another component. And remember, like if you see one thing, like I'm taking this project very slowly, so that if you're a complete beginner, you'll get the basic idea of how you can create a project from scratch. I'm not telling that you need to create the same project, same components every project, but I want you to capture that idea so that whenever there will be a new project or any other projects are coming, you will be able to apply your ideas, and then you will be able to create it instead of depending on any YouTube video or any something online resources, right? So here okay, I remove that. Let's take a div, and then I'll do class name. Maybe let's do a greet columns 1, md will do greet columns 2, and large I'll do greet columns. Like these things I've done so many times, right? Like it will be like I will be doing little first. Okay, so this is done, and then I'm going to do posts.map. So I'm going to do post, and here I'm going to, again I mentioned it that we are going to call another component, and that will be my post card component. So I'll do post card.tsx. Okay, so here I'll do function, and I'll do post card, and let's return here div, and this will be post card component. And what I'll do, simply I'm going to pass a post card component, and here let's pass a key which will be post.id. okay, so let's see what you're getting here. Awesome. So you're getting 6 posts, makes sense. Also let's do one thing, let's take a margin top of 10. Awesome. So now I'll go to post card component. Now this post card component, what it will receive, this will receive single post, right? As a prop we need to pass. So these post we need to pass as a prop to this component. So this also we need to do. So let's go to our types again, which is types component, and I'm going to do create one more. So I'll do export interface, and I'll do post card props. And here what we'll do, simply we copy this, but this will not be an array, this will be single post, right? So we'll remove this, and we'll remove this from here. That's it. And we'll go to post card. So this will receive post, and this will be post card props. And now we'll go to post list component, and we are going to pass the single post. So we'll do post, no, sorry, post, why it's coming as post? Okay, I've given this one as, this will be post, so this will be post. So here we are going to have pass the post, single post. Okay, so this is done, and now we are going to start working on this post card component. So let's remove this, let's take a card component. Inside this, okay, first let's take a style. So I'm going to do height as full, flex as column. Inside this I'm going to take a card header, and here I'm going to take a link, and we are going to go to a details page, right? So if you go here, so currently we don't have a details page. See, create, and then we have a slug. This is our details page. Remember, we have the post details page. So in this link component I'm going to take my card title, and inside this I'm going to do post dot title, and here I'm going to pass a href, and this will go to slash post slash the id of that post, right? So we'll do post dot id, so it will go to the dynamic component. I think this we have already discussed. Class I'm going to, let's give a hover. On hover I'll give maybe underline, and let's do a class name of text 2x 3xl maybe. Let's see how this is looking. Save this. I think 2 is fine. Let's make this one 2. Okay, so let's click here, I think it's compiling the page. See, it's going to that page, and if you click the first one, it's going to page number 1, details page. Click this one, and this is working, right? Awesome. So now after this, I'm going to take a card description, and maybe let's do a by, and then I'll be having the post.author.name, right? And let's give something like anything, not this one, man. Let's give like this. And here what I'll do, right? So let's do one more thing. Let's create a function, helper function. Let's go to utils, this one. So let's create, so I'll do export function format date. This will receive the date, type will be date, and return a string. And here this will return new. We'll do intl dot date time format, pass here enus. No, I think yes will be caps. And here I'm going to do a month, maybe long, pass a day, numeric, then we are going to do a year, will be numeric. And here you need to do a format and then pass the date value that you have passed, right? So this will create a string and it will return in that format. And we'll go here and then just call this format date, like nothing to discuss here, right? Normal things. So we'll do post dot created at, save this. Let's see what you're getting. By David, and then the date. I think this date we have created. This is fine. So this one actually I'm recording after 1 day, so I'm not, I can't record continuously, right? I think you all will be able to understand, like it's very difficult to record long videos. So I'm doing this one little slowly, like after 1 day or 2 days I'll be recording like that in break. So this is done. So card header is done, and then what else we can do? So we can also take a card content, and let's maybe render the, let's take a p, it will look nice. And then I'm just going to do post dot description. So let's keep here text muted foreground. Okay, so I think this is done. So let's see what is happening, right? If I go here, create, so I'll do again post created. Okay, let's click on create post, sorry, save post. Again post created already came here, and notice one thing, you are getting the updated post here, right? And the reason why this is happening I already mentioned, and this is happening because we are doing what? We are doing this revalidate, right? We are revalidating the path. So every time we are going to revalidate, it's going to fetch the next set of or new set of data, whatever is needed. And you can see that it's working absolutely fine. So with this also it's looking pretty, I think, clean. Now what we'll do, right, we'll go to this page. On click of this, we'll go to this page, create the details, and then we need to start working on the edit and the delete. So let's start working on the details page first, and then we'll move to edit and delete. Alright, so now what we'll do, right, so simply we are going to create one more query. So let's go to queries, close everything else, and let's create one more query here. So I'll do export async function, and let's do this one as get post by id. Now you can do by id or you can do by slug also, right? So let's make this one by slug. The reason why, because remember we have created the slug unique, right? So there will be only one slug per particular post, so it will be unique. So we'll get post by slug. We are going to get the slug as input, which will be type will be string, and then here I'm going to do a try catch. And in the try I will simply do const post. So this will be habit. I will do db.query.post, and I'm going to do find first. And here what I am going to do, right, so we need to use a where, and where we are going to do equal. So we're going to import equal, and then we are going to pass that, okay, I want to check the equal with post.slug, and then I want to check with the slug that I'll be passing as a input, right? So if both are matching, that means there is a post, right? And here what I'll do also, I want to render the author information. So we'll pass a with, because there is a relation with post and author. So I'm going to make the author as true. That's it. And then what I'll do, simply we're going to return the post. And in the catch, let's copy this, and I'm going to return null. Save this. So now what we're going to do, simply we'll go to our slug component that we have created. So we'll go to post slug and then page.tsx, and here let's first convert this one to async function. And now remember, this post details component will receive the slug as a input, not slug as a input. This slug as a param, not input. It will receive a slug as a param, because we have already discussed in the routing section. Remember that whenever we'll be having this dynamic page. So let me just quickly show you once. So just copy this, so let's go to the dynamic routing. Let's go, where is dynamic routes, and then you're having this one I'm talking about, right? So we'll be getting the slug from the params, and this slug is depend on the name that you have given here, right? So same thing we can do, right? So let's copy this. I'm going to copy till this part from here and go here and then paste it. Okay, and simply we'll do const post, and this will be equal to await get post by slug, remember, and then we are going to pass the slug. Now what we are going to do, simply now here, okay, we are getting cannot find slug. Oh sorry, we need to do params.slug. Let's do one thing. I think it will be better if you simply do const slug, and first we'll do await params, because we need to use await here, or else you'll be getting warning, and then you pass the slug here. This is much cleaner way of doing, right? I'll also suggest you to use the same process here. And then I'm just going to simply check that if this post is not present, so I'm going to just call the not found. So there is a not found component that you can actually call, so it will go to the not found page, right? That particular post cannot be found. Now here we have an important things to understand, that how we are going to get the author information here, how we'll get the author info, right? Because we need to check that if the current user is actually the author of this particular post. So there can be two possibilities, right? Either you are actually creating the post and then you are visiting the details page, that means you are the author of this particular post. Second scenario is someone else is visiting, so that means that person is not the author. Why we need this information, you might ask me. That this is needed for edit and delete, right? So that means, let's say I am creating a post, someone else can't delete or edit that post, right? So I am the only one who is the owner of that post, so I'll be able to delete or edit it. Now here, very important thing, you're going to understand that how we are going to get the session information from better auth, right? And to get it, so you're going to do session, and I'm going to await. So we have auth, so we are going to import auth. This will give you this API dot get session, and inside this you're going to pass headers, and this will be await, and then you're going to pass the headers from next headers. So this will give you the session information, and this session information will have the user information, and that user information will have the ID. Now that means that will give you whether this user, the information of the current user, and then we are going to simply check. So I'm going to show you that how we are going to check it. So I'm going to do const is author, and simply do if the session dot user dot ID is equal to post dot author ID. I hope you are getting right. If these both are same, that means this user is the author. This is very important that you need to understand. So once we'll get this, now I'm going to remove this. I'll do div. No, let's do main here. Let's do main. I'm going to do a class name. Let's do a py of 10, and inside this I'm going to do a div. I'll do class name. I'll do max w4excel, and then I'll do mx of auto. And inside this, let's create another component. Okay, so I'm going to create one more component, and I'm going to give this one name as post content.tsx. So let's create this component. So do function post content, and let's remove, let's return post content. And here what I'll do, simply I'll do post content. And now we need to pass a couple of things here. We need to pass author information and the post, the single post, but that is fine. Let's see what is happening, right? So let's refresh this page. Now let's see if I click here. I think one more thing. Okay, I got it. So this part we need to change. The reason we are actually sending to the based on ID, instead of ID we are going to send this on to slug. So let's go to post card, and remember we are sending, right? So I'm going to do this on a slug instead of ID. Now let's see what is happening. So go back. Now let's see if I click here, right? Why it's going to 7 still. Okay, let's refresh this page. Okay, I think it was loading the dev server. So now let's try once again. Let's click here. See, it's going to the 5th post unique, and if I click here, it's going to again post created. That means it's going based on the slug. Now definitely you can also do this on using ID also, which is fine, but I thought it will be little different if I use some slug, right? And now you might ask me why this slug can be very important. Let's say you're creating a blog application where this slug also can help you in the SEO and those things, right? So you'll be having the title of that particular blog, so it will give you the idea that okay, this blog is based on this. Now we have this one, so now we need to create the post content component. So let's start creating this one, right? So here, okay, before that I'm also going to, let's do one thing, let's create one more type. So I'm going to do post content types. So let's go to the types, and I'm also going to do export interface. I'll do post content props. Inside this will also have the same post. Also let's take here updated at, in case we need this. And also we will be having the isAuthor. Remember we are passing the isAuthor, right? This we need to pass. So isAuthor will be boolean. That's it. And now we'll go here in the post content. So this will give me two things. So I'll be getting the post and the isAuthor, and this will be my post content props. Now go here and then pass the post, which will be post, and then we are going to pass the isAuthor, which will be isAuthor. Now let's save this and let's start working on this component. So I'm going to take a card. Inside this, let's take a card header. Let's take a card title, and then I'm going to render post.title. You can remove this. Let's take a class name, and then I'm going to text 3xl. So let's select and see it's coming. Awesome. And then after this, I'm going to take a, let's do something like this, right? Let's take a card description. Inside this, I'm going to do by, and then I'm going to pass post.author.name, and then here we are going to pass that. Remember we have created a format date, and we are going to pass post.created@. Save this. Let's see what you're getting. We're getting this one, and I think this is fine. After this, after card header, I'm going to take a card content, and let's take a class name. So, or I think for this one not needed, so let's keep this one simple. Simply we are going to render the post.description, and let's give a class name here. So I'm going to do text muted foreground text. Let's keep large and margin bottom of 6. And if you need, we can also render the content, post content. Okay, I think we need to add this one. Let's add the content. Okay, so this will be my post.content. And let's, if you want, we can make this on 4 XL. Let's see how it's looking, right? Text, let's keep black and font bold. And then after this we are going to render the edit and delete. Now remember, now this is the place where actually you need to know whether this post is created the current author or not, or current user or not. If not, we are not going to render that, right? So here I'll simply check that if is author is true, then only we want to render this. So I'm going to do card footer, and let's take a class name, do flex gap of 2. Inside this I'm going to take a div, class name will do let's move this on here. Inside this I'm going to take a button, and I'll do as child, I'll do a variant, I'll do outline, size I'm going to do small, and inside this I'm going to take a link component, and here let's render a pencil icon from Lucid React. Let's give a class name, height of 4, width of 4, and margin right of 2, and let's give a edit text, and here it will go to edit. Now where it will go? So if you notice, this will go to this page that we have already created. So if you go to post, inside post we have a edit, then we have a slug, and then we have the page. So it will go to /post/edit and /slug component. So it will go to /post/edit/ so we're going to do post.slug, right? So let's save this and see what you are getting. And if this is the author, then you'll be getting the edit, right? You are getting the edit. Same for delete also. So let's do one thing. Let's take one simple, or we can also do something like this, right? Let's do one thing. Let's create a separate delete component. So I'm going to show you that how, like, we are going to keep the structure very clean, and the same thing you can also do in your projects, right? Now it's absolutely optional. If you want, you can directly render a delete button, and then on click of that you can just delete it, but I just want to show you. So I'll just take a delete post button component .tsx, and inside this, so this will be a client component, so do use client. So let's do, first let's take an interface, and I'm going to do, so we'll take directly here and we'll do delete post button props, and I'm going to do take, so I'm going to pass a post ID which will be number, or let's keep this one here only, it will be clean. Okay, so now I'm going to create this. So we'll do delete button, delete post button, right? So this will receive a post ID, and this will be delete post button props. And here what I'll do, I'm going to return a button, and inside this let's take a variant. So I'll do destructive, size I'm going to do small, and here what I'll do, simply I'm going to render a trash 2 icon. Same, take the same height and 4, width of 4, margin right of 2, and I'm going to do delete. Okay, so for now keep it like this. Let's go here, and then maybe after this just render the delete post button component. This will receive the post ID, so this will be your post.id. okay, save this, and so you'll be getting a delete button here. Alright, so now let's do this, right? So I'm going to just log out. Okay, so we are not getting this. Now let's do one thing. Let's go to login, go to register, let's give some different names. I'll do Sangam3, I'll do sangam3@gmail.com, 6123456, create, and let's try to log in, right? So I'm going to log in. So you can see that we are getting this my account, this is a different account, and now I'm trying to go to this post and you can see you are not getting the edit and delete, right? So that means this is working fine. Only the user who is creating the post, they only can see the edit and delete. So I'm going to now log out. So let's go to login. Let's log in with David, sign in, and then what I'll do, let's go here and you're getting edit and delete. Awesome. So now let's start working on the edit functionality and the delete functionality both. First I'll start with the edit. So for edit we are going to go to, so if I click here, right, it will go to that particular page. So click. I think the page is compiling, let's wait. Let's see. See, it's going, I don't know, it's very slow first time. So if you click here, it will go to the edit page, right? Edit with the slug. So let's say if I go here and click this edit, so it will go to the edit page. So now we are going to render the edit functionality with the form and everything, and once this is done, then we'll move to delete. Alright, so let's start working on the edit. So first thing what I'll do, right, let's minimize this one. Let's go to the slug page and I'm going to copy this from here. Oh sorry, I need to copy this, and then I'll go to the edit and slug, close everything else, and let's paste it here. So first thing we need to get the current. Okay, very important. Now remember one thing I want to mention here, and this is actually a really important thing that you need to understand. See, we are already protecting the routes using middleware, right? And if you go to middleware, you can see that we are actually protecting that when it will go to edit component, this user has to be authenticated to access this post, which is fine. Now there is another way I mentioned, right, that you can also check the user if the user is authenticated or not. If not, then you will be able to redirect the user without the visiting the page, right? So I'm also going to show you here how you're going to do that. Now you don't have to do both, but if you're adding, this also will not any harm to your application, right? So you're giving some extra protection. Definitely middleware is going to already block that before this page will be getting rendered, but if you're giving, let's say, okay, I'll give one more example. Let's say you don't have any middleware. So in that case, what you can do, right, you can use this particular approach that we are going to see. The first thing we are going to, okay, we need to convert this one to async, and then first I'm going to take the slug, so I'll do await params, and then I'll do const session, this will be await auth dot get session, pass the headers, and this will be from next headers. Alright, so after this, now here we'll check that if this session is not present, or if the session.user is not present, so this is the thing that you need to use. This is called redirect, right? So you can use this redirect method, which will redirect the user to certain page, right? So you can see this will insert a meta tag, whatever your route handler, you can also do that. Now what I'll do simply, if the session is not present, so I'll redirect the user to the home page. So this is what I'll do, right? So now let's say what will happen if I now save this, right, and let's say try to log out. See what happened. Now here what is happening, right, very important, you're going to the auth page because the middleware is already, I mentioned, right, that middleware will automatically handle that. So in the middleware, if you go to the middleware, you're actually giving this logic that if the user is not authenticated, you redirect the user to the auth page. See, this is exactly what is happening, right? And that is the what I actually mentioned, that this is just an extra level of check you are doing, or if you're not handling through middleware, then this is one of the way. But if you see, it's already handled by middleware, so it's going to the auth page. So what will happen if you try to go to post/edit and then this one, it will go to the auth page. The reason, because it's never going to this part here. But the moment we'll remove this middleware, let's say you're not handling middleware, then also if you That time if you do, then it will come to this page. Again it will check if the session is not present and it will go to the home page. Or you can also make this one as auth page. So I'm just giving example. So these are the two ways that you can do protection, right? Either you are doing on the top level, root level, using middleware, or if you don't have the middleware, you just do it on the page level. Okay, let's go log in. I'm going to sign in. Let's go here, let's click on edit. And now what I'll do, I'm going to get the post. So I'll do const post, and this will be avet get post by slug. And I'm going to do, no, we already have the slug, right? That's it. And then simply again same thing, if the post is not present, so we're going to call the not found page. And then after this we can also check this one, right? That if the user is not the author, I'm also going to redirect the user to that page. So I'm going to do if the post.author id is not equal to session.user.id, that means this user is not the author, so I'm going to redirect the user to the home page. That means you can't access this page or edit this page, right? Why this is important? Because let's say in this page, these concepts you need to understand all this. So in this page, let's say you are not rendering this button for those users who haven't created the post, but there can be people who can directly access from here, right? They can directly go here, and then they can also access the post and they can edit it and submit it. So this will be a security breach, right? So in that case, what you are doing, even you are not rendering, and if user try to access from the URL, you are also giving another check here that you can't do that also. If you access through URL, then also you'll be redirecting to the home page. I hope you're getting this point. So let's go here, and then I'm just going to take, so I think we already created a container component. Let's render the container component, and inside this I'm going to take a div. Let's take a class name. We'll do max w2xl. I'll do font as bold, margin bottom of 6. I'll do edit post. Let's make this one h1. Then okay, now here what we need to do, right? We need to render the post form component. So this component we need to render. Now here we need to do a couple of changes that we will do now, but we are going to call the post form component here. Okay, and here we are going to pass couple of things, right? We need to pass, if you go here, currently this is not receiving anything, but this will receive two things. It's going to receive the post. So let's take an interface here, and I'm going to do post. You can put it also that in that types file, that is also fine, but I'll do here quickly. And then I'm going to do, this will receive a is editing post, which will be optional, so this will be boolean. Also it will receive a post, which also will be optional, because you are going to only get it for edit. So I'll do an id as number, let's do a title as string, let's do a description as string, let's do a content as string, and let's do a slug as string, and let's receive these two things. I'm going to pass a post form props, so I'll do is editing and post. Okay, so both will be optional, and this one you are going to get from my edit component. So I'm going to pass is editing, so this will be true because we are editing this one, we are from the edit page. And then I'm going to pass a post, and here I'm going to pass a id, this will be post dot id. Then you're going to pass a title, which will be post dot title, pass the description, which will be post dot description. We're going to pass a content, which will be post dot content, and then pass the slug, which will be post dot slug. Awesome. So these two things we are going to receive here in this component. So let's see what it is rendering, right? Still it is compiling. Let's refresh this. I'm seeing this issue in Next.js, like it will be something, it will be very slow. I think they needs to improve this part. Sometimes it's very irritating. Let's make margin top of 10. Let's give it text 4xl. 4xl is fine. Awesome. So now we have all this, but we need to render, right? We need to render or fill this form because we are doing edit. So how we are going to do that? So for this one, we are going to make couple of changes in this component, right, where we are rendering the default values. So what I will simply check, I'm going to remove this. So I'm going to check if it is editing, right? If it is editing and if the post is present, which we are getting from this one. So I'm going to just put some default values. So I'm going to put these, or else it's going to be the default add value. So here we're going to do title. So this will become post.title. I'm going to pass the description, which will be post.description, and pass the content, which will be post.content, right? And if I save this, right, it will be auto populated. Just see. Again, it's still, let's refresh this. See, so it's auto populated, right? So if you go back and let's see if I try to do this one, this post, click here, let's click, see. So you're getting this. Now you'll be able to change, right, whatever you want to edit, and then you can also change this one. Now here couple of changes we need to do. The first thing, let's go below, and I'm just going to do this, right here. If it is editing, so I'm going to do update post, or else I'm going to do create post. So this is one of the change we need. So it will be update post. So now this part is completed. So what will be our next part, right? See, next part we need to create one more action. Now why? Because we need to create an update action, right? Because we are going to update muted data. We are going to do a muted data, right? So for this one, whenever we are going to do an update or mutate of any data, we are going to create another server action. So remember, you have created for create post, so we need to create one more for update post. So let's create here. So I'm going to do export async function, and this will be update post. Two things we are going to receive. We are going to receive which ID and which post I need to edit, and second thing, I'm going to receive the form data, which will be type will be form data. So here I'm going to do a try catch. Now here, because this is a server action, right, this code is run on the server side, you can directly get the session, which is actually very helpful. So you'll do const session, it will be habit, you'll do auth dot, you have the auth, right? Okay, auth dot api dot get session, pass the headers, habit, headers. Okay, so now simply we will do if not equal to session or not equal to session dot user. So simply return success will be false and message will be you must logged in to edit a post. That's it. And then we are going to, well, let's copy from here instead of rewriting, right? So we are going to get all this. Then again do the same thing, right? I will keep this one, that you just do the homework here. Extra validation. Then once this is done, then we are going to again do the validation. We are going to create the slug, right? So we'll do const slug, this will be slugify, and pass the title, and then we are going to check if the post is already present or not. So I'm going to do existing post, this will be await, and then what we are going to do, we'll do db.query.post.find first, and here I'm going to do where I'll use and pass equal, and here we're going to do post dot slug, comma, we're going to pass the slug that just now we have created, pass a new property, and then I'm going to do post.id. No, sorry, this will be post.id comma post id. So simply we are checking that if the slug is already existing and this belongs to a different post. So this is what we are checking here, right? If this is the case, that means we are going to add a check here that if this is true, so I'm going to return success will be false and message will be a post with title, or let's do with this title already exist. If this is not the case, then we are going to get the post to update. So the const will do post. So this will be await dv.query.post.find first and pass where equal, so your post dot id will be equal to post id. And then also you need to check another thing. We are already checking these things, but it's always better you do this one in the backend side also, right? Doesn't matter if you have a separate backend or microservices or you're using Next.js backend only, but you need to check all this, right? I'm just giving you all the way of doing. So if the post.author id is not equal to session.user.id, so that means also you need to return success false here. Means if you're not the owner, that means you can't do this. So you can only edit your own post. You can change all of these messages, but I'm just writing all the edge cases. And then you're going to update this one, right? So you'll do simply do await, right? And you'll do dv.update, and here you're going to pass post, and then you're going to do a set property. So this set will tell you that which property you want to update. So I want to update the title, because I don't know, right? User can update the title, description, or they can also update the content. And then pass the slug. Then also we're going to pass an updated date, and updated date will be the current date. This time you are updating the post. That's it. And now here we'll simply just do dot where. So we need to tell equal post.id is same as the post id. That means we are simply telling that you do this, you are going to update in this table, set all these properties where means in which post you want to update, right? And this we are checking. So we have the post table. So in the post table, let's say there are 5 posts. Every post I'm going to go through and check if this id is same as the current post. So if this is true, that means that post I want to update, so it will update there. Okay, and now can you guess what we need to do? So we need to do revalidate all the paths, remember? So we'll do revalidate home page. We are going to revalidate /post/slug page, all the pages. We are also going to do revalidate path. So here what we are going to do, we also, so this is our current slug, or let's do one thing. I think this will be fine. Once the edit is also successful, right, you can also redirect the user to the home page. That is also fine. And also I want to update the profile page here. These 3 also I want to update. And then I'm going to return. So let's do a success as true. Message will be post edited successfully, and I'm going to pass the slug, and this is done. And in the catch, just return copy from here. So log the error. You fail to edit. Hey, this will be save this, and then we'll go here, and also let's add here also fail to add. So I think this is done. So now we need to go to post form. So a couple of changes we need to do here. So what changes we need to do? So whenever we are going to submit, right? So if you go to the top, when you are doing submitting, so here we need to make a couple of changes. So first, when we are doing this create post, so here I am going to simply check if we are editing and if the post is present, so that means we are actually updating a post, or else we are going to add a new post. So in the else block I'm going to add this. Okay, and here what I'll do simply, okay, so here we need to also take, I'm going to do res, and this will be await, so we'll do update post, and we are going to pass the post.id, and also it will receive the form data, which will be your form data. That's it. And I think this is done. And then here, remember, we are doing post created successfully. So instead of this, I'm going to check that if is editing true, so I'm going to do post edited successfully, or else I'm going to do post created successfully, and in both the cases we'll be going to the home page. Save this. So now I think all the flow is completed, and let's see if this is working or not. Let's refresh this. So a fifth post unique, and I'm going to make this one to edited. Remember, now let's do update post edited successfully, fifth post unique edited. I know it's like the name is little different, but okay, you can change this on whatever you like. Go there, it will go to this page. You can getting edited. Let's edit. I'm going to add some different. I'll do John Doe. Okay, let's update John Doe. Go here, you can see this is also updated. So now I think the edit part is also completed. See, step by step, very slowly we are doing all of this, because these things are very basics, foundation of any application, any full stack application. You need to know CRUD very well. CRUD means creating, updating, reading and deleting, right? So all three we have completed. Now let's start working on the delete in the next part. Alright, so now let's create another action. Okay, we already have the file open, so I'm going to create one more, and this will be export async function, and this will be delete post. So this will receive the post ID, which will be number. Here we are going to do the same thing. We'll do try catch. Let's copy this, and the first thing, once again, we are going to get the current session. This will be await auth.api.get session, pass headers. This will be await headers. Then the same thing, so we are going to check, copy this, paste it, and we're going to do delete. Okay, then we are going to get that which post we need to delete. So I'm going to const post, or do post to delete. This will be await db.query.post.find first, and what we'll do where equal, and same thing again, post.id will be equal to your post ID. If the post is not found, so you're going to return success will be false, message will be post not found. That's it. And then also you're going to do the same thing, right? That if the author is different, so you can't delete. So I'll copy this, paste it, and this will be post to delete dot author is not same, so you can only delete your own post. And then we are going to just delete the post, and to delete the post, what we'll do, simply we'll do await db.query, sorry, this will be not db.query, this will be db.delete, and delete from which table you're going to do post, and then you will simply tell that where, and you do equal that my post ID, so you do post to delete dot ID will be same as your post ID. This post ID is nothing but you'll be getting as a input from your UI side. Okay, and here I think this is fine, not post to delete, this will be post dot ID. Post dot ID is nothing but from your table, right? And then this will done, and then you'll simply do revalidate path, and then also you're going to do revalidate path, and you'll go to the profile page. That's it. And then at the end, let's return success will be true, and message will be post deleted successfully. Save this. I think this is done. So what will be the next step? Next step, let's go to our delete post button, and here simply we'll take a one click. So I'll do handle delete, and I'll simply do async function, do handle delete, and here what we're going to do simply, so we can also take a loading step, but it's fine. Let's take a try catch. Simply we'll do try catch, and then, or let's take a loading state. I think it will be better. So I'll do is deleting, set is deleting, and this will be use state of false. Copy this and then pass a disable property here. When this will be deleting, it will be disabled automatically. And here I'm going to do what you're doing wrong here. So you need to do async oh my god, see, these things I will do, I will be like sometimes crazy. We are doing arrow function and then we are doing normal function there. Fine. So do set is deleting as true, and then I'm simply going to do that get the result. So do const res will be await delete post, the action just now we have created, and pass the post id. Post id is this post id that will be receiving, and then you'll simply do if res.success is true. So we are going to redirect the user to the home page, and to do that we are going to take the router, and you'll do router useRouter, and here you'll get the toast from Sonar and pass the res.message, and do router.push, and this will go to the home page. Also let's do a router.refresh, so it will do a refresh. Else we're going to do a toast and do res.message, and here I'm going to do copy paste this, and I'm going to do an error occurred while deleting the post, please try again. And here in the finally I'm going to do set is deleting as false. Save this, and let's see what is happening there. Let's go to the home page first. I think it's loading. See, sometimes these things will take so much time. Okay, this is done, I think. So go to the home page. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. I want to delete this post. Go here and let's do a delete. Post deleted 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. That post is not there. Let's delete the John Doe. Delete. See. Also, if you want to make the user experience much better, what you can do, right? You simply do is deleting. So you'll do something like deleting, or else you'll do delete, and this will look better, right? So if you, let's say, go here and let's try to delete, and delete it. Awesome. So I think with this we have completed all the pages. So let's do one thing, right? I think we have also created this profile page. So let's create the UI, basic UI here. So let's go to the profile page because I almost forgot to implement this. Close this, and here the first thing we need to get the current session. So I'm going to do async, and we'll get the session, right? So I'll do const session. This will be await auth.api.get session, pass headers, and this will be await headers. Then again, if not equal to session or not equal to session.user, so what we'll do, redirect the user, remember? So redirect to the home page. You can also do auth page, whatever, it's up to you. And then what I'll do, simply I'm just going to render the basic information here. So I'll do main, let's take a class name ey of 10, and here I'll take a div class name. So let's do max w7xl mx of auto, and also I'm going to do px of 4. Inside this, let's take another div, and here let's take a class name. I'll do flex justify between. I'm going to do item as center, and what else, let's do margin bottom of 8. Inside this, I'm going to take one more div, and I'll take a h1, and I'm going to do your profile class name. So we'll do text 3xl and font bold. So let's see what you're getting. Okay, so after these, maybe what you can do, so let's take a button, and here I'm going to take a plus circle. Class name, I'll do height as 4, width as 5, let's do 5, and margin right of 2. Let's take a create post, and I'm going to do as child. Let's do one thing, let's take a link component maybe, and you're going to pass href, go to post / create, right? Let's take like this in case you, okay. Then what else, let's render some user information also maybe here, right? So I'll do a card. Inside these, let's take a class name. I'll do margin bottom of 8, and here I'm going to take a card header. I'll do card title, and I'll do account information, and let's take a description maybe. Now these things I'm just doing just to show you. You can also skip this part, right? It's not mandatory to do. So do your profile info. Then I'm going to take a card content, and inside this, let's take a div to class name space y of 2, and inside this I'm going to take a div. Let's take a span, and I'm going to do name, and we'll do session dot user dot name, and let's take a class name for this one. Let's do font as medium. Copy this, and let's render the email. I think that will be more than enough, right? So you'll be getting your name and email. That's it. So now I think we have completed everything, right? So we'll go to home page. We're getting all of these. Create. Then we have also done edit. Edited. You can go here. You can also delete. And you can also go and check the profile. Awesome. So I think with this we have completed our first project. I know I took a lot of time, but remember one thing, right? We have learned a lot of things, right? How to implement better auth from scratch using email and password login, right? How to work with middleware, how you can protect routes, how you can protect route on the page level also using session, that also you have checked. So with this, I'd highly suggest try to practice this kind of CRUD application multiple times. Do 5 or 6 CRUD, simple. Then only you'll be able to do any kind of complex project also, right? So with this part is done. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so before starting the second project, let's quickly see the demo, right? So this will be asset management platform. So we are going to also implement role-based authentication for this particular project. So we'll be having user and admin view. So user will be able to upload assets and they will be able to sell it, and then admin can approve the assets and they can manage the categories and everything. So first I'm going to just log out. And let's say how the process will work. And for this one we are going to use Auth, and for this one we'll be using Google Auth login. Also for this one we will be implementing the admin feature, that is actually inbuilt feature that will be provided by Auth. So a lot of things we're going to cover in this one. So let's go to the login page. I will sign in with Google. Now I have 3 accounts. So this is my admin account. So in this admin account I am actually already logged in here. You can see that I'll be having the asset approval page and the settings page. So in the asset approval page you can see currently all the assets have been reviewed. So in the settings page what you'll see, all the users and total assets. You'll be able to add a new category also. Let's maybe kids, let's add here. So you'll be able to add this. Now I'll go to the user view. So in the user view we'll be having the user assets, my purchases and gallery. So go to my purchases. So here you'll be able to upload a new asset. So let's say I want to upload a new asset. So do new added asset, and then I'll just select the category and choose a file. Maybe let's say I will choose this one, and then I'm going to upload this. So it's going to upload this asset to Cloudinary. We are also going to show this loading state. You can see that this is loading. This is actually proper data you're getting. Once this is done, you say 100% it will be completed, and you are going to see that uploaded asset here. It's now pending, and now we'll go to the admin view and go to asset approval. So you have one asset, you can approve or reject it. So let's say I want to approve this. Once I approve, you can go back and let's refresh this. So it's approved now, and once this is approved, this asset you'll be able to now see it in the gallery view. So in the gallery view you'll be able to see all the assets. Now if you try to click on this asset, you can see that you can't buy your own asset. So what you're going to do, you're going to log out, and then I'm going to log in with a different user account. So I'm going to log in with this account here. Now I'll go to assets. So this is that user assets, whatever they have uploaded, but I'll go to gallery view, which is a public view, and here I'm going to buy this particular asset. So I'll click here, click on purchase now. So it's going to the PayPal purchase page, and there you will be able to purchase it. So once I'll do continue, so it's going to process, and once this is done you'll be able to download the asset. So now you can see that you purchased successfully. You can now download. So once you'll click on download, you will be able to upload this from your Cloudinary storage. Go back, and now let's go to my purchases. So here you'll be able to see the invoices. For these two it's not there, so this because this is done, this is recorded during development. But once I'll click on this invoice, so you'll be able to see the invoice also. For this one we're not going to use any third-party package or anything. We'll be using custom HTML structure. You can also print this from here, save as PDF. Okay, so this is all the features that we are going to cover in this particular video. You'll be in this particular project you'll be learning a lot of things. So let's get started, and good luck. Alright, so let's get started. So the first thing you can see that I already created one project. So first we are going to install, so let's install the SADCN, Drizzle, and also we are going to use Auth, right? So let's click Next.js, and then I'm going to copy this, and then let's paste it here. So let's enter neutral, and we use force. So this will install, and then we'll go to Drizzle, go to documentation. Now for this one also we're going to use node Postgres, right? So let's go to our Postgres, and we are going to use the node Postgres, right? So let's do one thing. Let's click here. I think not this one, sorry. We need to install these two. So we need the PG package and the types. So I'm going to copy this. Let's clear this, paste it. So this is the first thing, and then we are going to also copy the types. I think this will take some time. Let me just pause this. Okay, so this is done, and let's install the types. Now we will go to better auth. Let's go to installation, and I'm going to install the better auth, right? So let's copy from here. Okay, clear this. Also, I'm going to install the better auth CLI. Remember I mentioned that for this one we are going to use the better auth CLI, right? So here we will be having this one, right? So, or let's do one thing. We can use this one later also. I think for now this is fine. First, let's go to our setcn, and then I'm going to install a couple of things, right? So first, let's copy this because we need a lot of components for this project, but we'll start with only button, and let's install CRUD, and also let's install label. Some of the basic things I'll install. So we have input, then we need select, then we are also going to use text area if needed, and also we are going to use dialog. Then we also need to have a switch component. Then we are also going to use sonar, and what else? Okay, we also need the drop down menu, and let's check here. So what else? So badge also we need, so let's install the badge. So all the things at once we are going to use. And what else? So let's go through data table. I think let's install the table component. Table also maybe we needed. Then radio button, scroll area, I think select we have already done. Separator, let's install separator component. And what else? Table, tabs, toast, toggle, group, I think this is fine. So let's install all of these at once. Okay, so this will install all the packages. Now let's go to our app, page.tsx. so this will be our home page. Now couple of things we need to do, right? So we are going to install not install, we are going to create some of the pages. First we'll start with the login page, and then we'll be creating the basic. Okay, I think these all are done. Awesome. So let's start working on the pages now. So go to app, and then I'm going to create another folder, and let's give this one as login, and inside this I'm going to create page.tsx. so let's start. So first I'm going to do function. So this will function, this will be login page. Inside this let's return a div, so I'll give a class name. So let's do a flex min height screen. Then we are also going to do item as center, justify, let's do center. Then also I'm going to do a background color, let's do bg slate 50. After this I'm going to do for this project also we're going to do very slowly, so that because a lot of things you're going to understand. Again, I mentioned it that all this project I'm creating from a beginner point of view, so that beginners also will be able to understand. Here I will take a class name, I'll do width as full, I'll do max, let's do wmd, and also I'm going to do a shadow. Inside this I'm going to take a card header, and then I'm going to let's do one thing. Let's first let's do a class name text center, and here inside this I'm going to take a div, and here let's take a class name. So I'll do mx as auto, padding of 2, I'll do rounded full, let's do a bg till 500, and also I'm going to do a w as fit. Inside this I'm going to use a package icon, and let's do a class name height as 6, width as 6, and text as white. Save this. Let's see what we are getting in the home page, right? So I'm going to open this. So you need to go to the login page, right? So let's go to the login page. So you're getting this one. So after this I'm going to take a card title, and inside this maybe we'll do welcome back, something like that, whatever you want to add. let's add a class name for this also. So I'll do text to Excel, font as bold, and also I'm going to do a text till 600. Awesome. Then what else? Let's maybe add a card description. So I'll do card description, and let's add a sign in to your account. Okay, and here let's take a class name. Let's do text slate 600. Then after these we also need to have, so after card header I'm going to take a card content, and inside this I'm going to render a component which will be our login button component. So we'll do login button component, we'll keep a placeholder for now. And then if you want, we can also take another card footer, right? So let's take a card footer component. Here I'm going to give a class name as flex justify center, and inside this I'm going to do a link, and I'll do back to home. So I'll do href, and this will go to home page. So let's take a class name. So I'll do text as small, I'll do text slate 500, right? And on hover, maybe let's take a text hover, and then do a text till maybe 600, right? So let's see how it's looking. So you can see that on hover we are getting this, right? So click here, it will go to home page, and this is coming. So here what we are going to do, we will be start working on creating the login button component. Now remember, I will explain all the flows. So first we are going to complete the login page. So login page we are going to keep very simple. So once we'll implement the login page, we are going to implement the header component. Now remember, we are not going to complete the complete header component because that is not possible until unless we'll complete the complete authentication. Okay, so we're going to keep a placeholder of header. We are also going to create all the pages. So we need a asset page, gallery page, user purchase page, and then admin pages. So all the pages we're going to create, and then we are going to start working on the authentication first, because remember, for this particular project we are also going to have a role-based authentication, right? So there can be either user or there can be only one super admin. And for this one again, we'll be using pgadmin, and then for database we are going to use node Postgres, because I thought I'm going to use Neon, but see, I've already checked in YouTube and see there are a lot of videos and there is no point of creating another videos, right? And also remember, creating local database is going to help you a lot when you are doing it for the first time, or let's say you want to experiment, right? Instead of using these third-party databases and everything, right? So using node Postgres with Drizzle and then using pgadmin, I believe is actually very logical options that we are going to use. So let's start working on the login button component, and then we are going to move to the other sections. So now let's go to the components folder, and here I'm going to create a folder for, maybe let's create an auth folder, and let's create login button.tsx, and this one will be a client component. So I'm going to do use client. Let me close this, and let's create the component. So this will be login button. Inside this, let's return a button, and what we'll do, right? So we'll take a span, and I'll simply going to do sign in with Google, and let's take a class name for this one. So I'm going to do a with as full. Let's do a bg till 500. For hover, let's do a bg till of 600, so maybe 700. You can experiment with all of these, right? So I'll do text as white, py as 6, I'll do text as base, and font I'll do medium. Let's go here and let's import this component here. So I'm going to remove this, and let's do login button. Awesome. Now, okay, I think this is looking bad, right? Let's keep 600 only. I think it will look better. Okay, so now what else we need? We also need an on click, and also you're going to have it disabled, but for now we are not going to do this. First we need to implement all the other things, right? So I'll go to the components folder. Let's go to the, here I'm going to create one more folder. Let's create a layout. Let's do a header.tsx. Keep this one as a, okay, for now let's keep it like this. So I'll do just header, and here I'm just going to return a div, and I'm going to make this one as header. Save this, and I'll go to the layout.tsx, and here I'm going to change this one to asset manager app. Same thing I'll do here. And here what I'll do, simply I'll import the header component, save this, and we'll have this. Now for this one we are going to add some condition that when we'll be in the login page we are not going to render the header component. And to do this one, it is very simple. There are multiple ways you can do that, but if you go to the header component, right, so let's convert this one to a use client, and what we'll do, we'll simply use a path name, right, so do const path name, and this will be use path name, and let's log the path name, right, so we'll see what you're getting. I think this part we've already discussed. And go to console, so getting login. So I'm simply going to check that if this is a login page, so I'll use login page, and here this will be a boolean, and this will be if the path name is equal to slash login, right. And what I'll do, simply here I'll check if this is the login page, so it'll simply return null, so you don't return anything, that's it. So save this, and you'll see that you are not getting anything here, right. But if you go to the home page, let's see, if I go to the home page now, you'll be getting the header component you're getting here, but for this one you are not getting. Awesome. So this is one of the way you can implement that. So now this is done. Now let's do one thing very important. Let's quickly implement all the components that we need, right. So sorry, not components, all the pages that we need. So how many pages we need here? The first of all, we need to see, we have two types of roles, right. We have a user role and then we have admin role. So how I'm going to do now, here I'll give a homework, right. So what you can do, right, whatever routing concepts that I have discussed in the first section, for example the concept of route groups, so those things you can apply here. So for example, let's say you want to create a something pages for admin, so you can do something like this, admin. Or let's say you're doing for normal user, so you keep like something like this, dashboard. So I want you to experiment with all of this, right, that how you are going to implement. But for now what I'll do, simply I'm going to take this one as admin, one folder, and I'll create one more. I'll give this one as dashboard. So this is my normal user dashboard, okay, and this is my admin dashboard. Also I'm going to take one more folder which will be gallery. So gallery will be a public route any user can access, okay. So these three. Now inside this dashboard I'm going to create one more folder, and this will be assets. So these will be my user assets. Inside dashboard I'm going to create one more which will be user purchases. So I'm going to do user purchases, only purchases I'm going to keep. Similarly for admin, so for admin we will be having two pages. One will be asset approval page where we are going to approve the asset. Second will be admin settings. Now I'm not going to make this one very complicated because already like video will be very long. That is one of the reason, and also keeping this one too complicated is not going to help, right. The main idea is to understand the concept. So I'm going to keep only two pages for now. So I'll do asset approval, and also I'm going to keep one more which will be settings page where you're going to handle all kind of settings. So now I think we have almost all the pages here. Let's do one thing, let's create all the page.tsx file, right. So I'm going to keep from here. So I'm going to do this one as gallery page, and let's return a div, and let's make this one as gallery page, right. So save this, and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it here in the purchase. I'm going to paste in the assets, I'm going to paste in the asset approval, and I'm also going to paste in the settings. So in the asset approval, let's quickly change all of these, right. So asset approval page, okay. Then I'm going to do settings page, then let's go here, and then I'll do dashboard assets page, and at the end we'll be having the dashboard purchase, right. So I'll do user purchase or purchase. Let's do user purchase, right, user purchase. You can also make this one as user. If you don't want to keep dashboard, right, you can keep user. These all things you can experiment whatever you want to do. User purchase, user purchases page, let's keep this on instead of this, right. So I'll do user assets page, user assets. Awesome. So I think we have all the pages that we need. So let's recap everything, right? So we have the login page, which is actually implemented. I think this will be very simple. We are going to implement our sign in with Google. Then we will be having a public page. So this page will be a public route. Anyone can access this page. Then we are having a dashboard page, which only normal user, whoever is authenticated, they can access these pages. And then we have admin page where user has to be authenticated. Second, user has to have a admin role to access these pages, right? So see how I have designed this project, right? So all the concepts are actually combined, right? If you notice that you have role-based authentication, you have unauth pages, how you are going to handle, you also have the normal auth pages, for example the dashboard page. So now in the next part, what we will do, right, we'll simply create a very basic structure for header, and then we'll start working on the implementing the authentication first. Alright, so now what you're going to do, right, we'll be implementing our authentication first. Okay, before that, what you need to do, right, you need to go to the Google console, and in the Google console you need to create a project, and there are a couple of things you need to do, right? So if you go to the let's go to the credentials, and here this I'm using some old, because this part I've already discussed in my Node.js videos also, how you're going to use this. So just create any auth client. You can create credentials from here also, so you have to select auth client ID because we're going to use Google Auth. And once you click here, right, so what you can do, simply you need to make two changes. The first thing I'm going to show you, so you have to give the URLs. I kept localhost 3000, and then you have a redirect URI where I have API/auth/callback/Google. So repeat once again. So localhost 3000/API/auth/callback/Google. The reason is because what will happen, right? Well, while we have implemented in the first project the email and password login, remember we have created a catch-all route inside this app API folder, right? So this will help us to, when user will be redirect back after authenticating through Google, so we need this URL back, right? So two things you need to do. First, you have to create the app, configure all of this, and then you'll be getting the client ID and the client secret. I already have all the credentials, client ID and secret ID, so I'm going to create a environment folder here. So I'll do env. Let's create env. Oh, where I create, I need to create in the root. So I'm going to .env, and here I'm going to paste Google client ID and Google secret, these two things. Also you're going to have one more, which will be our database URL, right? So these also I'm going to add here. And for database URL we are going to use the pgadmin4. So here let's create one more. So I'll do create database, and I'm going to do next YouTube asset manager 2025. Okay, so we'll copy this, and this is the one that we are going to use. So this some prerequisite we need. Now what will be our next step, right? So the next step will be, first we need to understand how the Google Auth actually work in the using better auth, right? So let's go to the authentication. Let's click on Google because we are going to use social sign-on. Click here and see what you need to do, right? First, as usual, every time you need to create a auth.ts file, right? And in the auth.ts file you are going to use a social provider, and then you are going to put that which authentication you want to implement. So for example, we are going to implement a Google, so we're going to have a Google where I'm going to pass a Google client ID as string and then client secret. And then to use this, we are going to create an auth client. Remember, all these concepts I have explained very slowly in the first application when we have implemented that blog kind of app. So here the concept is actually exactly same. The only difference is, instead of doing email password login, you are just implementing using Google. Also, it is actually mandatory what you need to do, right? If you go to the let's go to the integration, and let's go to Next.js. And you see that you need to always have to create, we need to mount this route handler as I already mentioned, right? So you need to go to /API/auth and then the catch-all route. And if you notice, this is the reason we actually need this redirect URI here, right? /API/auth and then /callback/Google, whatever you want to give here. So this is the things, right? So there are 3 steps we need to follow first, which is mandatory. First, we need to create an auth.js file. Then we are going to create an auth client, and then we'll be creating this API route. 3 things. And then I'm going to show you that whenever we will be having that auth.js config, we are going to run that better auth CLI. And remember, I mentioned in the first project that because in the first project we have implemented that one manually, so you write all the schema manually. But here what you're going to do, right, we will be using that better auth CLI npm sorry, not npm, that CLI command to implement or to create the schema automatically. And how that schema will be created, that schema will be created based on the auth.js configuration that you have written. So whatever property, so for example here you have a social auth, right? So whenever you're going to run that CLI, better auth will understand, okay, you are implementing a Google social auth login, so it will generate the schema based on that. And what it will generate, if you go to the concepts, go to database, I think this also I've already discussed, that it will go to and then it will create some table, right? It is going to create a user table, it is going to create a session table, account table, and then verification table. These four things it is going to generate automatically. And then we are going to also see that how it will create. So first what I'm going to do, right, in the next part, I'm going to paste three things in the env file. I'm going to paste the database URL, Google client secret, and Google client ID, these three things. And then we are going to implement the auth.js config. So first thing, let's implement the route handler. Okay, so let's go to the integration, go to next, and then we have API, auth, all, this is a catch-all route, and then route.ts. So I go to app, I'm going to create API, I'm going to create auth, I'm going to create a catch-all route, and then I'm creating route.ts. And let's copy these, right? So I'm going to copy this and then paste it here. So this is the first step. Second, we will go to our lib folder, and inside this lib folder I'm going to create a db folder first. So let's create a we also need to create auth, fine, which we are going to create. So I'm going to create a db folder, and inside this lib folder I'm going to create a auth.ts file. Okay, so here first thing we are going to do couple of things, right? First I'm going to define here that we will be having two roles. So first I'm going to have admin role, which will be admin. Then also I'm going to have a user role. So I'm going to have a user role, and this will be normal user. And then I'm going to create a export const auth. So this will be better auth. So let me just import this. I'm going to import something from, so I'll do better auth, and this will be better auth. And here we are going to first pass our database. So I'm going to pass a database, and this will be Drizzle. So let's import from betterauth / Drizzle, and here, no, not Drizzle, this will be betterauth / adapter / Drizzle. And here we are going to have the Drizzle adapter. So this I'm going to use, and then I'm going to pass the DB connection here. So we also need to create a DB connection. So let's do one thing, let's create the DB connection here only. So I'll go here and let's create a index.ts file, right? So here what I'm going to do simply, so I think I already mentioned, right, we will be using the local Postgres, and also okay, I'll repeat once again, I think I already have pasted in the env. You can see that I have the DB URL, client ID, and client secret, these three things, right? So what I can do simply, let's go to the DB where we have index.ts. So here I'll do const pull, and I'm going to do new pull. Also we need to import this. I'm going to import these from, we need the pg package. So I'm going to import from pg, and here what I'm going to pass, I'm going to pass the connection string. This will be process.env.database URL. That's it. And here we can also pass this SSL property. So you can do something like this, right? If the process.env.node.env, if this is production, so in that case we are going to do reject and authorize is false, or else I'm going to keep this one as false and pass a max property as 10. And here I'm simply going to do export const db, and I'm going to use Drizzle. So let me just import this. I'm going to import from, so you have Drizzle ORM / node Postgres, right? So you're going to use node Postgres, and here what we are going to do, we'll be importing the Drizzle, and here we are going to pass Drizzle This is the same thing we have done in the previous project, that's why I'm not explaining. And we need to pass the pool here. Now remember, we also need to pass a schema here. Remember, we have to pass a schema, but we haven't created the schema. The reason we are going to create the schema automatically using the CLI. So that is the reason I'm going to keep this one as empty for now. I hope you got it. Okay, that's it. And also if in future we need the get client, so I'm going to create another function here, helper function, and I'm going to get client, and let's do const client will be await db.connect, not db.connect man, pool.connect, and then I'm going to return the client. Awesome. So I think this is done. So now let's start working on the auth.ts file. So here what we're going to do, simply we are going to pass the db. So I'm going to pass the db here, which we will import from there, and then we also need to pass a provider, which is important, right? We are going to pass provider as pg because we're using Postgres. I think this part is done, right? So now in the auth we have database configured. Next, what we need to do, we need to pass the social providers. Remember, we are implementing a Google Auth login, and here you need to specifically mention that what kind of authentication you are implementing for your social provider. So you are implementing a Google login. So here you are going to pass two things. You need to pass a client ID, which is mandatory. So you need to pass a process.env dot let me just copy it. I'm going to do Google client ID. This will be a string. Then we have a client secret. So I'm going to do process.env dot client secret as string. That's it. And here I believe we have another property. Let me just search, but I'm not able to recollect now. So the map profile to user. So this is a custom function that you can use, right? So we have a map profile to user. So this will actually tell you that what are the things you want to return here, right? This is a custom property. So this one I'm going to add here. So let's add a map profile to user. So this will give you the current profile. So once the user is authenticated using Google, right, so you'll be getting some information. So this information will be captured here, and then you are going to return some of the properties. So let's say this profile will have a name, then this will have an email. So I'm going to return a profile.email. See, now these all are not mandatory, but I'm just showing you that these all the ways that you can actually handle all of this, right? Then I'm going to pass an image, which will be profile.picture. And then we are also going to pass a oh, what is happening here? Sorry, I have to do return. And then I'm also going to pass a role. Now see, role here, what I'll do, right, I'm going to pass the user role as a default. So that means what will happen every time any user will logged in, right, any user logged in, they will be normal user by default, right? So that means I'm telling that if 100 user logged in, so they'll be all user. To create admin role, I already mentioned this concept that if so many people actually ask me that how we are going to create admin role. See, you can create admin role directly in the database. It's absolutely valid way of doing it. There is nothing wrong. Okay, I don't care whoever is telling it's not correct. It's absolutely correct. You can do that. So what you can do, right, you can, let's say you want to make your user as a admin user, super admin. You can go to your database. If you're the owner, you can directly do it one way. Second, you can create an admin script. So create admin script, run that script, and then you are going to automatically run the script, so the user will be automatically saved as an admin user. Second way. Third way, you can, I already mentioned, top companies, very like product based or service based, they use some kind of CCM tool, right? So what will happen, they have a tool where they will be actually keeping all the credentials, for example admin role or secrets and everything, and to fetch it, what they're going to do, right, that CCM will be synced with your code base. So let's say they're using GitHub, what is that called, Bitbucket or something, right? And then some other GitLab or whatever, that CCM config will be automatically configured, and they will be fetching the CCM, and based on that they are going to handle all of this. So there are multiple ways you can handle admin role, right? So what we are going to do, we will directly go to a database and change my user as admin, which is absolutely fine, nothing wrong with that. So now this is done. So what will be our next step, right? So we have the social provider. Now see, here we are going to have one very important plugin, that is the admin plugin. Now BetterAuth has a inbuilt admin plugin that you can do, right? So you can go to plugin and go to authorization. See, you will have a admin. So admin plugin provide a set of administrative function for user management in your application, right? So that means to use this plugin in your auth config, you need to include this plugin. Now remember, there are a lot of things you can do, like it has a lot of options. We are also going to see that what you can do, right? For example, let's say you can ban user, you can unban user, you can delete user, whatever you want to do, you can do that. And to use this, after this, just add a plugins and add here. So first of all, I'm going to add admin. Okay, we also need to import this admin plugin from betterauth/plugin. I'm going to import from betterauth/plugins, and this will be admin. So here what I'm going to pass, right? So I will be passing admin roles, and here I'll simply tell that, okay, for admin role, this will be my admin role, right, which will be my key, which is admin. And then I will be having a default role. See, I'm going to give a default role, which will be my user role. That's it. And here, if you also can do, you can pass some next cookies, right? So this is, there is a cookie plugin that you can also use. If I'm not wrong, so let me search here. There are next cookies. See, so this is the last plugin in the array, so you can actually do that. So to simplify this, you're going to use this plugin, which will automatically set cookies for whatever a set cookie header is present in the response. So that you need to add at the end. So I'm going to add a next cookies, and this is done. So now you have, what is problem here? I think this will be normal. Sorry. Okay, so I think this Auth.js configuration is now completed. I think this would not come here. Let me just remove this and then import once again. Save this. So three things we have done, right? So first we have created a auth config. In the auth config, we have the database connection, database configuration, not connection, database configuration, that we have a social provider. We are specifically telling that we are implementing a Google Auth login. Then we have some plugins, admin plugin. Then we have created our DB connection, right? And then we have also created our route handler. So what will be our next step, right? So next step will be, let's create our auth client here. So inside this leave, I'm going to create an auth client that actually we needed, right? So I'm going to do auth client, and here I'm going to import something from, so I'll do betterauth/react, and then we have create auth client. Also I'm going to use a admin client, so I'm going to do from, and I'll do betterauth/client/ this will be plugins. That's it. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to import an admin client. So here what I'll simply do, I'll do export const, and I'll do auth client, and this will be create auth client, pass the plugins, right? So you can pass this admin client. That's it. And then what I'll do, simply I'm going to do a export const, and we'll take this auth client, and this will give me all the options, right? It will give me a sign in, this will give me a sign out, this will give me a user session. Also this is going to give me a I think not user session, let me check it. I think this will be use session, and then I'll be having the get session. Okay, and this is done. So now what we are going to do, so whenever I will be going here in this page and I'm going to click this, right, I'm going to call this sign in method, I hope you are getting, and then we are going to call that Google Auth. So again I'm going to repeat, very important. So we have created a Auth.js config where we are telling that we are implementing a Google Auth, we have created a Auth client, we have implemented the DB connection, and we have implemented our route handler. Now you ask me, okay, now you already mentioned that we are going to create our schema automatically using client, how it will work. So it will work based on this Auth.js config that you have created. So Betterauth will scan this file. I'm not scan means I'm just going to try to make this one simple, that how it will work. So it will come here, it will check that, okay, I am implementing a social authentication with Google, I also have an admin plugin, right, and based on that it will automatically create. Let's see how it will work. See, if I just go here, and what I'll do, right, I'm going to just close this, clear this, and go to Next.auth, go to CLI, there will be CLI, and let's copy this, next npx betterauth /CLI latest generate, copy this, and let's paste it here. And now what we are going to do, right, we will be giving the output that where we want to save the generated schema. So I'm going to copy this, let's copy it here, and what I'll do, right, let's do copy this path. So I'm going to copy the relative path and I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to do /schema.ts. so I'm telling that, okay, in this path create the schema.ts file. Let's see what is happening. Enter. Let's wait. So it's asking, do you want to generate the schema in this path? Yes. And awesome, finally it's created. Now if you go there, right, in that path, see what will happen. Go there and you see there is a schema, and if you go here, now see you have a schema, see automatically it created. So you have a pg table with user, you have a session table, you have a account table, you also have a verification. And remember one thing, it's very interesting, you see they also have added this band reason and band expire. Why? Role. The reason, because you have an admin plugin here. I hope you are getting right how this is working. So because of this admin plugin, they have automatically generated whatever requirement you need. Based on that, it created the schema. So now we have the schema created. So what we can do, we can simply create our Drizzle config file, right? So we need to create our Drizzle config. So let's quickly create that. So I'm going to go here and let's create the drizzle.config.ts file at the root level. Okay, so this you need to create at the root level. So first thing, these also I have also discussed in the previous part, that how you are going to create everything, how it will work. So we'll be having the schema property. So here I'm going to import the type. So let me just import type from, so I'll be having the Drizzle kit, and this will be config. So this satisfies config. So here you'll be having the schema. So here I'll be going to the source folder, inside lib folder, inside db folder, inside schema. Okay, then I'll be having out. So I want to create our migration and everything in this path at the root level. Then I'll be having a dialect. So this will be Postgres, and also I'm going to create a db credentials, and inside this I'm going to pass a URL. This will be process.env.database URL. Where you have created that, I think here, right? So your database URL, and I think this is done. But why we are getting error here, right? This should not come here. We need to give this. Awesome. So you have the schema path, we have the output path, we have the dialect, we are using Postgres, and the DB credentials. Now everything is created. See, it's a long process, right? We have created the route handler first, we have created the auth config, we created the auth client, we created the DB connection, we generated the schema automatically, we created the Drizzle config. Now we can migrate this schema, right? So you can go here and then clear this, and then do npx drizzle kit generate. Okay, so it's automatically reading from there. We have account for table, and then just do migrate. Awesome, it's done. Now go here, refresh this, go to schemas, go to public, go to tables, and then we have 4 account session user verification. So it's a long process, but I have explained each and everything very slowly. So this is all the process. So now we are in a good position to implement our authentication. So now what will happen, right? We don't have to do anything else. Go here, on click of this, just call the method. So which method you need to call, that also I'm going to show you. So if you go to authentication, go to Google, you just have to call this sign in method, signin.social, and then you have to pass the provider as Google. Once you do that, user will be automatically authenticated. That user info will be automatically stored in our table, and then after this, whatever we want to do, we want to navigate the user to the home page or dashboard page, is up to us. That we are going to do. But first, let's implement the on click of this what will happen, and then we are going to handle the role based part, because role based part we are already managing using our Drizzle, right? Drizzle is already handling using this admin plugin. So this is the huge advantage here, right? So it will automatically handle, and then we are going to see how we are going to now protect pages based on the user role. Alright, so now let's implement the on click of this, and then we are going to call the method. So let's go to login button component. Let's close everything else now. And what I'll do, right, simply, so I'm going to take a handler. So I'm going to do const handle login. This will be async, and here what I'll do, simply let's take a on click. So we'll do handle login, just call await, and then we'll do sign in. Remember, we have implemented from auth client, and here you need to use the social. So here what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the provider, that what kind of social login you're using, which will be here. If you see, we have Google, and then we are going to pass a callback URL, that after authentication which page it should redirect. So it will go to the home page, and I think this is done. So now let's save this. If everything goes correct, this should work. So I'm going to refresh this, and now okay, I think this is not running, right? So we need to run the server again. So I'm going to do npm run dev, and let's refresh. Awesome. And now what I'm going to do, simply, so let's click here and let's see what is happening. So if you see here, it is compiling. Okay, we are getting 500. It's interesting. Okay, let's see again what is happening here. Let's click here. The model verification was not found in the schema. Please pass the schema directly to the adapter options. Cause undefined. How come the verification is not found, man? The verification is there, right? We have the verification here. Let's see how many properties that we are having here. Yeah, I think we have this one. Well, let's generate once again, right? Let's see what is happening here. This should not happen. So let's run once again. Let's refresh this. I don't think I'm like spilling any step, but maybe there can be something we are missing here. Let's see if we are getting same error or not. Let's enter. Sorry, let's click. Okay, we are still getting the model verification was not found in the schema object. But we have the verification, right? Well, let's go to the database. Oh my god, man, I got it. I'll make this mistake. Remember, we haven't passed the schema here. Okay, because that time the schema was not ready, right? We need to pass the schema here. So what we're going to do, right? So let's import the schema from the schema, right? So we need to do import. Let's simply do star as schema. That's the reason, from schema, and this we're going to pass it here. I quickly forgot that. Okay, now let's save this. It should definitely work, but I think we need to generate again. So let's do once again. Let's clear. Oh, sorry. We need to, let's generate first. And let's do migrate. And let's now run again. Now let's see what is happening. Okay, let's click here. Okay, I think it's compiled. 200. Awesome. Now we are getting. Okay, so I have 2. So now let's click on this. And we are going to the home page. And if you go to the application, go to the cookies, we have the better auth cookie here. Okay, go here. Let's go and then refresh this. Go to the user and then open the rows. And now you'll see we have email verified is coming true. Image we are getting user. See, we are getting user, right? So we can change this one to admin anytime, but before doing that we need to do a couple of things, right? So first of all, I want to explain I want to discuss one thing. Now remember, in the previous part we have implemented middleware, and what the middleware was doing. So middleware was actually, before any page is actually run, so middleware will run and it will check that, okay, whatever user want to do. So for example, let's say the user is a authenticated user. Now if a auth user cannot access a login page, right? So what will happen? Whenever any auth user try to access the login page, they should be redirected to any other page, and that check we are doing in the middleware page. But remember, I told you that there are 2 ways you can do that. One is you can do that in the middleware, which I still think is the best approach, but as I already mentioned, right, my idea is to give you all the various options that you can handle. Now there is another way you can do that, right? You can do this one or manage this one on the page level. So let's see how we are going to do that. See what will happen if I now try to go to the login page. Can you guess? So if I go to the login page, see, you can still access the login page. This should not happen at all because the user is already authenticated. And to do this, what you can do, right, you can go to login page, and then I'm just going to do a session. So I'll do const session and I'll do await. So I'm going to convert this one to async. So I'll do await import auth dot, so we have the API dot get session, and here we're going to pass the headers, and this will be await headers from next headers. And now what I'll do, right, I'll simply do if session is present, I'm going to redirect. So I'm going to import from next navigation, redirect user to the home page. The moment I'll save this, see what will happen. So now refresh this page. See, it's going to the home page. This is the point I was trying to mention, that there are 2 ways you can do that. You can handle from middleware, or you are doing in the page level, right? Based on your project requirement, you need to now choose that which method you need to do. Okay, so let's see if I try to access the login page, see what will happen. See, you're going to the home page. You can't never access the login page once again, right? Because that should not happen. So this is done. So now what we're going to do, next step, we need to implement the role-based authentication. But for this one, we need to have a admin user in the database, right? As I already mentioned, for this one I'm going to manually change my user to admin user. Also we need another user because we need admin user and a normal user to test all the features, right? So to do this one, before that I'm going to go to the header component. Let's go to layout and header, and here we are going to implement now couple of things, right? So first let's do one thing. Let's implement this header component because header will be common for most of the pages, and then we will implement the role-based authentication, that how we are going to protect the users. Alright, so now let's start working on the header structure first, right? So I'm going to remove this. So let's take a header and let's give a class name. So we'll give fixed, let's give top as 0, left as 0, right also I'm going to give 0, z index of 50, let's give a border as bottom and background as white. Inside this I'm going to take a div, let's give a class name. So let's give a container flex, height let's give 16, item center, justify between, and also let's give a px of 4. Now inside this I'll take one more div, I'll give a class name. So I'm going to give flex, item as center and gap as 4, and here I'm going to take, let's give a link component, and here I'm going to give a href will be homepage, and also let's give a class name which will be flex, item as center, and also I'll do gap as 2, and inside these let's take another div and I'll give a class name of padding as 2, rounded medium, and I'll do bg till 500, and let's take a package and let's give a class name. I do height as 5, width as 5, text as white, and then after this let's take a span and let's give asset platform. For this one I'll take a class name, so let's do font as bold, text as Excel, and text till let's do 600. Save this. Okay, and then after this what we're going to do simply, so now let's take one nav component. So I'll do a nav component. So we need to give certain condition here. The first of all, now we need to actually get the current user. So what we'll do, right, there will be a gallery option here. Okay, now gallery page will be so that will be like Auth page, right? So means any user can access that particular page. So let's do one thing first. So first I'm going to render the gallery link here. So let's just render gallery, and this one I'm going to go to href, and this will go to / gallery page. Okay, and here let's take a class name. So I'll do text as small, font as medium, and I'm going to do on hover, let's give it text till 600. So on hover we'll be getting this is fine. Now if I'll give you one thing, like, so let's do this one later. So I just want to give some certain condition here, that for admin users we are going to render some options, for normal users we are going to render some options. Now again, if you want, you can do something like this, right? So let's say you want to experiment. So for admin user, instead of rendering this header, right, you can just create admin dashboard where you are going to have on the left sidebar, and you are going to render all the admin menus, and right side you are going to render the admin content. But the reason why I haven't done this, because I'm primarily focusing on the functionality part. Now again, if I want to create those kind of UI and everything, it will take time. I hope you are getting right. The idea is to understand all the functionalities and how you can create complex features, payment, invoices, and those things you are going to see, and also file upload functionality. So let's not focus too much on the UI part. Now before that, I want to take a couple of things, right? So first let's go here and let's take the user. So I'm going to take const and then I'm going to take from use session. Now remember, use session will be getting from our client, leave client, from our auth client, and here you'll be getting the data, and I'm going to take this one as session. Also there will be is pending if you want to use. Now here what I can do, right, simply, so let's do one thing. Let's now give some of the condition that I want to render certain links when I'll be knowing that okay, user is authenticated and user is not admin user. So we are going to render a couple of options. So to do this, I'm going to simply check that if is pending is false and if user information is present. Before that we also need to take the user, right? So let's do one thing. Let's take the user. So I'm going to do const user will be equal to session dot user, and then I'm going to do const is admin user, and this will be if the user, remember user will have a role, remember, so this role, if this is equal to admin, so then this will be a admin user, right? So now I'm going to just do if the user is a normal user and user is not admin, so not admin user, so I'm going to render a couple of things, right? So I'll just take first link, and let's do assets. Let's give a href, so this will go to /dashboard/assets, and I'm also going to use the same class name. Copy this, paste it here, save this, and then I'm also going to copy this one, and I'm going to paste one more, and then I'm going to give my purchases. So if you notice, we are getting this, right? And also we need to give some style in this nav. So let's give a class name. So I'm going to do item as center. I'll do flex, gap of 6, and I'll do margin left of 6. Right? So we're getting gallery, assets, and my purchases because this user is a normal user. And if you go to our user table, right? So let's go here. So you can see that this is a normal user, so we are getting this, makes sense. Now I'm just going to do if the user is a admin user, right? So after this, let's give one more condition that if is pending is false and user is present, means user is authenticated, and this is admin user, so in that case I want to render this. So let's take the same structure, and here what I'll do, simply I'm going to take, let's copy this, paste it here. So for admin user will be getting asset approval, and also will be getting one more which will be settings. So this will be admin settings, and this will go to, so we have the admin page, and then we have asset approval and the setting, right? So let's change all of this. So this will go to admin and then settings. This will go to admin/asset approval, and this will go to dashboard / let's check the name, so purchases. All right, so I think this is done. Now after this, what I will do, right? So now, okay, so let's do one thing. Let's, if we want, we can also render the menu icon on the right side. So after these parts, I think where this is ending, let's check. So we have link, nav, and then after this div, okay, here I'm going to take one more div. Let's check if this is working or not. I just want to check where it is rendering. Okay, so now, so here simply let's take a class name. So I'll do flex, item as center, and gap of 6. Inside this, let's do one thing. Let's check is pending. If this is true, so I'm going to render null, or else we are going to check if user information is present. So in that case, I'm going to render the user information, or else we are going to render the login button. So take a link and then give a href which will go to /login page, and here what I'm going to do, let's take another button inside this, and I'm going to do login, and here let's take a class name. So I'll do bg till 500 or 600. Let's give 500 only. However, I'm going to give bg till 600, and I'm going to do text as white. So now if I save this, right, you will see that you'll be getting user here because user is now authenticated, right? If I refresh this, for some time you're getting this login. That also you can handle. What you can do, right, you can check that if the user, check the pending state or the user state, and here whenever you're returning the JSX in this place, here you can add the condition. But for now, let's do all of these improvements later. So now for this user part, so here we are going to render our user drop down. So here let's take a div. So I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do flex item as center, gap as 3, and inside this I'm going to take a drop down menu. I'm going to do a drop down trigger, drop down menu trigger. Let's keep as child, and inside this let's take a button. So variant I'm going to pass, sorry, this will be variant, and also you will keep class name. So I'll do relative, let's do height as 8, width as 8, and rounded full. Okay, so after inside these, what we're going to do, we're going to render the Author component. I think we need to install this. So let's go to this page. So let's copy this. Okay, let's wait for some time. Okay, I think this is done. So now let's import this, and here I'm also going to give a class name. So I'll do height as 8, width as 8, border, and let's do border slit 300, and inside this I'm going to just render the fallback for now. Sorry, Author fallback. And here what I'll do, simply we'll take a class name. I'll do bg till let's give 500, text as white, and here I'll simply check that if the user dot name is present. So I'm going to do user dot name, let's take char at of 0th, and then I'll do 2 uppercase, or else just render u. So let's see what you're getting right here. Okay, so now what else? So now menu trigger is done. So on click of that we need to render, right? So we need the menu content. So I'll do drop down menu content, and inside this I'll take a drop down menu label, and here we'll take, so let's do one thing, let's render the username. So I'll take a div, let's take a class name. So I'll do flex as column and space y of 1, and inside this I'm going to take a p, and then I think we didn't close this, we need to close this here. So here I'm just going to render the user.name. So I'll do user.name, and here I'll take a class name for this one. So let's take a text as small, font as medium, and I'm going to do leading none. Awesome. What else we can render? I think this is fine. Let's do one thing, let's render the maybe I'm thinking what else to render here, right? Okay, menu content. Okay, let's render only the logout. So what you can do, simply you can take a drop down, there will be a menu separator, drop down menu separator, right? This one, let's take this one, and then maybe let's take one more menu. So I'll do drop down menu content, no, drop down menu item, sorry, I think we have done drop down menu content for previous one, which is fine. Then we have drop down menu label. Okay, for this one I think menu item is fine. And then let's do one thing, just take the logout button, and here I'm going to take a class name. I'll do margin right as 2, height as 4, width as 4, and take a span inside these. So I'm going to take a span, and let's do logout, and here I'm going to take a class name. Let's do as font as medium. I think this is fine. And for this one, let's take a class name. So I'll do cursor as pointer. I'll do text red, maybe 500, and let's see how this is looking. Let's save this. Menu item must be within menu content. Sorry, I think we have done some mistake. Menu item must be under menu. Okay, this will be inside this. Awesome. So now we are having the name and the logout options. So on click of this, just we need to handle the logout. So let's take a on click on this menu item. So I'll do on click. Let's do handle logout. Copy this, and let's go to the top. See, I'm doing very slow so that no one gets any issues or anything, right? So I think so many people actually ping me and on Insta and LinkedIn that please do little slow. You know, sometimes it is like really you're doing very fast and it's very easy, like difficult to catch. So that is the reason doing very slow. So just what you need to do, right? You take await and call the sign out method from the auth client. And here what you can do, right? Just pass a fetch options. And in these fetch options, so you'll be getting an on success method. This all will be handled by better auth. And here you are going to do, you just take the router. So I'm going to do const router, which will be useRouter. And then you simply just do that. Once this is done, you're going to do router dot push and redirect this to the home page. And now let's save this. Now refresh this, and let's see what is happening. So click here. See, so you don't have those. Okay, I think this is something. Okay, this hydration field. Okay, this is because I have some extension installed. That is the reason it's coming, which is fine. So now if you see, you're not able to see the menus, which makes sense. Also, you will not be able to go to any other pages also. So let's do a login once. So it's going to the login page. Let's click on login. So I'll select this account. So we are getting this, right? As I mentioned, if you want to improve this, just don't render anything here, just add that condition. Now what I'll do, right? I'll log out once again. I'll go to login page, click here, and then I have only one user. Okay, what I'll do, I'm going to install another user. So I just logged into my both the emails. Click here, go to continue. So we have both the users. Now go here, and then I'm going to just refresh our database. Open this. So both the users. What I'll do, right, for this user, the 2022, I'm going to change this one to admin. This is the part I was talking that this is one of the way you can create admin user, which is absolutely fine. Okay, and there will be some options. Sorry, there will be save data changes. So I'm going to change this one to this. Now what will happen, right? So let's log out, log in, click once again, and then click on this account, and let's see what is happening. See, you are getting asset approval, and settings. Now definitely there are a couple of changes we need to do. Now here I will give you one thinking process, that what you think, and based on that you can implement. Remember, gallery is a Auth page, right? I mean, any user can visit this particular page even the user is not authenticated, but it's your choice what you want to do. For example, let's see, if you're admin user, you can hide this menu. I hope you're getting that for admin user, what admin will do, admin will only approve the assets, or they can manage the settings, so they can't buy or sell any assets from their account, right? So there is only one super admin until unless you are having multiple admins. So what you can do, right, I can suggest you can just give a condition that okay, I'll just give you the idea. So by all of these things that I usually say, right, what I trying to explain every time, that this is just a dummy projects. You don't have to copy and paste everything what I'm doing, right? You have to think in your own way and try to implement different possibilities. So here you have this gallery, right? So what you can do, simply you can check that okay, if it is not pending, and let's say if user is present and if the user is an admin user, so what you can do, you can render null, or else you can render all this. Save this, and I will not be getting this, right? But if until once you log out, you'll be getting the gallery. And even if you log in, and let's say you log in with your normal user credential, you'll be getting both, all three. See, you're getting gallery, assets, my purchases. But if I log out and log in with my admin credentials, I'm not getting this one. That is happening, I'll tell you the reason, because that is the reason this is pending is taking little bit of delay. So that's why you are getting that. You can actually handle this by adding some checks, but that is the point I want to mention here, that asset approval and settings you can keep only 2 when the admin user is actually logged in. Okay, so with this is done, but there are very important things that we need to cover. I'm not sure if you're able to guess it. See what will happen now. See, I'm an admin user, correct? Makes sense. So I'm an admin user because I have the approval and settings. What will happen if I try to go to the gallery page? So let's go to the gallery page, and you can see, okay, let's see what content we are having in the gallery page, right? So I don't think we have anything, is it? But we are having the gallery page. Okay, I got it. The reason is because we have the header, right? So this content is actually behind of this. So let's see what is the height of 64. So we can go to the layout, and then what you can do, right, you can just take a main and give a class name margin top of 64px. So you're getting this. Also you can do a, let's give a px of 4 maybe. Alright, so now you're getting gallery page. So now this is my point, that even I don't have the menu here, but I can still access the gallery page if you're an admin user, right? So how you're going to do that? Remember, as I already told you multiple times, see, these concepts you need to understand. It's not about just completing these 2 projects that I am teaching in this particular video. In this way, you'll not be able to master any technologies. How many videos you will watch? You believe me what I'm saying, that is correct. I told you, right, that there are 2 ways you can handle all of this. Either you can do it in the middleware level, which is actually correct, not correct, like both are correct, but that is best way you can handle all of this from a single place. But you can also do all of this from page level. So in the first project I have showed you how you can do that in the middleware. This one I am showing you how you are doing it from the page level. Remember, in the page level we have given this condition, right, this one. So now what you can do, right, you can do the same logic in every page. Now why this will give you more control? So let's say you are having 10 pages, and for every page you have different condition to follow. So in that case, instead of doing this one in the middleware level where you have to write multiple logics, you can do this in the page level also. So let's see, if I now go to gallery, and now what I'll do, right, I'll simply do const. So first let's convert this one to async, and then I'll do const session equal to await. So auth.api.get session. So here we are going to pass headers, and this will be await headers, right? So now what I'll do is I'll check if the session is present, and if session dot user dot role is equal to admin. See what I'll do. I'm going to redirect this user to the home page. Got it? So now I'm doing this one on the page level. So now if I try to refresh this page, see, you're going to the home page, right? So you can't access the gallery page. See? So these things you need to actually do it, that you are actually doing this on the page level, that if I'm already admin user, so even my menu item is not here, I'll not be able to access it from the URL also. So these all the concept or this logic, we need to do it in every page, right? That we are going to do it later, but I just wanted to mention once again this point, that there are multiple ways you can protect all of this. You can do it on the API side also, like let's say in the server side also you can do that. You can do this one on the middleware level, you can also do it on the page level. So with this, the header component is now completed. Let's move on to the next one. So next one, what we're going to do, what will be our next step? So for next step, for admin user, because admin will be able to manage the settings, so we'll go to the settings page, and here I'm going to create the category, because whenever a normal user is going to create an asset, they needs to select a category, right? So because of that, we are going to create a category, and admin only will be able to create category. So that is the first feature we are going to implement. So before we will start working with the category functionality that we are going to add from the admin settings page, we need to create the schema and also the relations, right? So for now we only have the user related schemas, we don't have any relations. So let's create one more. So I'm going to do export const category, and this will be equal to pg table. So I'm going to give this a name as category. And here we are going to, first I'm going to add an ID, so I'll do serial, and here I'm going to make this one as ID, and this will be my primary key. Then what else will take? So let's take a name. So name will be text, this will be name, and this I'm going to keep not null, and let's also keep a unique, right? So every category will be unique. And also I'm going to give a created at, so I'm going to do a timestamp. Let's do the same created at, and here we are going to simply do, so let's take a default function value. I'm going to give new date, and also let's do not null. So this is done. Save this. Also we are going to create the asset schema. So let's create once again we need to come back, and again we need to create. So let's do export const asset. So I'm going to do pg table. This is actually important, right? So these things we are going to do very slow. So here you need to understand what are the things you'll be having. Here you'll be actually you will think based on your requirement. Let's say you're working on a client project, how you're going to think all of this, what are the properties you need to create this particular asset. For example, let's say here I'm adding 10 properties. So many of you actually ask me that how you actually think all of this, that before creating. See, I don't just go to any, like for example, go to any AI tools and then search for all these sessions, right? So I usually think and then make a relation, create some ideas. It took a lot of time to create a single video, right? Now sometimes, for example, let's say I'm creating 10 properties for this asset. It's possible you can keep 50 properties also if your project is very complex, right? So it depends how you're going to think and all of this. So here let's take a ID. So I'm going to do UUID. So let's take a ID. So I'm going to do default random, and also I'm going to make this one as a primary key, because there can be multiple, so many assets, right? Here assets will also have a title. I don't know, this pop-up is irritating, man. Text, I'm going to do title, and let's do not null. Then I'm also going to take a description. So description, I'm going to keep text. This will be description. What else? So I'll do file URL, which will be our image URL. So I'm going to do text. Let's do file underscore URL, and these also will be not null, right? So that has to be, or else what is the like meaning of adding, right? Then also let's do a thumbnail URL. So I'm going to do this on as text, and I'll do thumbnail underscore URL. What else? We also need another property which is approved or not, right? Very, very important, whether the admin actually approved these assets or not. So this is how actually I create all the relations, right? That first user is going to upload an image, it will go to the admin view, they are going to approve it or reject it, and based on that user will get a feedback, and once it is approved, then only that asset will be visible in the gallery page. So here in is approved, I'm going to do text, I'll do is underscore, let's do approved, is approved, and then I'm going to do a default, so I'll do pending, and I'll do those, this one as not null. Also we are going to have a user ID, which user is uploading this, so I'm going to do text user underscore ID, and this will be not null, and I have to add a reference. So here reference will be my user from a user table, right? So we have user.id, correct? And here also I'm going to do on delete, so let's add a cascade. Now after this, what else? We also going to have a category ID. Remember I told you whenever you are going to upload any asset, so we're going to add a category, and to add a category we are going to map that particular category with this category ID, so that we'll be able to understand, okay, for this particular asset which category we are having. So here let's add a category ID. So here I'm going to do this one as integer, and here I'm going to do, let's do category underscore ID, and here also very, very important, you need to give a reference, and reference will be your category.id. What else? Okay, let's copy this. So I'll copy this, created at, and also I'm going to have updated at, right? And this one will be updated at. I think this is fine, right? So these all the things we need mostly for category, asset management tables, right? So now what we're going to do, simply let's break it here, and also this will be user So now we are going to add the relations. So the first relation we are going to add, that will be our user relation. I already mentioned, if you're not able to understand how the relations and everything works, please comment down, I'll try to create if possible. So to import relations, take the user table, and this will have a many, and here what I'm going to do, simply, so first we'll be having the session. So we have many session, and this will be session. Next we are also going to have accounts. I'm going to take, which will be many account. Then I'm also going to add assets, which will be many asset. That's it. Then I'm also going to have the asset relations. So I'm going to copy this. Let's do this one as sessions relations. So this will be with session, this will be one session, and here we are going to add user. So user will have one session, so pass the user, and here I'm going to pass a field which will be my session.user ID. Remember, session will have a user ID reference, and here you have to pass the reference, that from where it will take the reference. So reference will be our user.id from our user table. Okay, save this. Then also I'm going to copy this, and then let's do a accounts relation. So I'll do accounts relations. So this will be account, this will be one, then same. So you're going to have account.user ID. Okay, so this is done. Next we are going to have the category. So let's copy the let's write it. So we'll export const category relations. So these will be relations. I'm going to pass the category table, so this will be many, and here we are going to pass the assets. So there will be many, we are going to pass the asset, and at the end we are going to have the assets relations. So the const asset relations, this will be relations asset table. So this will have both one and many. So here we are going to have user, pass the user table, and then we are going to have, so loop fields, this will be asset dot user id, asset will have the user id, and reference will be user dot id. So this is the first one. Then we have category, so we have one, so we're going to pass, because every asset will have one category, so here we are going to have pass again the same thing. So you have to pass the field and the reference, right? So in the field it will be asset dot category id, remember we have a category id, and reference will be category dot id, right? And at the end, I think for now these two will be fine, right? Later if needed. So all the relations for now at least we have added, because we also need to add the payment schema, invoices schema, those things. So let's clear these. So let's do npx drizzle git generate, and then I'll do migrate. Awesome. So now let's go here, let's see if those are coming or not. So I'm going to refresh this. So we have assets and category, right? Awesome. So now what we'll do, I think schema is done. Relations is also actually important, because when we are going to interact with database we need the relations. Also definitely we are going to need the schema. So now category schema is completed, so let's start working on the admin side category creation. Once that is done, then we are going to come back to user view, and then we'll be working on the asset upload. Alright, so now let's start working on the settings page UI. So we'll go to admin and then settings page. Let's close everything else. Let's create the basic structure first. So I'm going to take a div. Let's take a class name, container, and also I'm going to do py of 10. Inside this, let's take a h1, and I'm going to do admin settings. Let's take a class name, and here I'm going to do text 3XL, font as bold, margin bottom of 5. Then after this, I'm going to take one more div. I'm going to take a class name. I'll do grid columns as 1. For MD, I'll do grid columns as 3. Gap as 5 and margin bottom as 7. And inside this, I'm going to take a card component. And here I'm going to take a class name. Let's do bg as white. Inside this, I'm going to do a card header. Let's do a card title. And here I'll do a, for this one, for card header, let's take a padding bottom of 2. For card title, let's do a class name. I'll do flex, item as center, text as large, and font as medium. Here I'm going to render a users icon. Let's do a class name. So I'm going to do margin right as 2, height as 5, width as 5, and text till 500. And here I'm going to render total users. Okay. Then after this, I'm going to take a card. Let's take a card description. That's something like all users, all registered users on the platform. Then after this I'm going to take a card content, let's take a p and let's render 100 for now. And here I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do text as 3XL, font as bold, and I'll do text till 600. I think this is done, so let's copy this. One second. Copy this and let's paste it. Oh man, which one? I copied this one and then paste it here. 1 second, and then I'm just going to do maybe total assets, and I'll do all uploaded assets on the platform. Let's do 1000, right? Some random value. So I think this is fine. Then what else we can do? So here I'm going to render. So after this div, let's take a one more card. Let's take a card header. Let's take a card title, and I'm going to do category management. And here after this I'll do the card content, and I'm going to create a component where I'm going to handle all of this. So I'll go to components, create a folder admin, let's give category manager.tsx. So let's create this. I'll do category manager, let's return a div, and then I'm going to use this. So I'll do category manager, save this. So we'll be getting this. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what you're going to do simply, okay, I think this is looking fine. So let's start working on this one. So we are going to first check that if the users already uploaded the categories, so we're going to render all of this, or else simply we're going to add any input or something like that, and then on click we are going to create some actions, right? So we also need some actions where we are going to handle with our database. So actions, I mean server actions that we have already discussed. So let's start working on this particular component. All right, so first this will be a client component. So I'm going to do use client, and I'm going to remove this. So let's take a div. I'll do class name, I'll do space y of 6, and here I'm going to take a form. Let's take a class name, I'll do space y of 4, and inside this I'm going to do a div. I'll do a class name as space y of 2, and here I'm going to take a label. Remember, import this from your UI, right? This part I already mentioned. So I'm going to do new category, something like that, and let's save this. Let's save where it is coming, right? So we're getting new category here. Alright, so now after this let's take a div. So let's take a class name. I'll do flex, gap as 2, and inside this I'm going to take a input, right? And also I'm going to take a button, simple button will import, and then I'm just going to take inside this, let's take a plus icon. Let's do a class name height as 4, maybe width as 4, and margin right as 2, and then I'm going to do add. Okay, so here I'm going to do a ID. So let's do this one as category name, and let's do a HTML for category name. Okay, and then what else? So I'll do placeholder. So I'll do enter category name. We're going to have some state, but for now this is fine. So let's save this. Let's see how this is looking, right? Okay, so you can see it's looking pretty good. Then what else we need to do? So we are just going to check that if the category is present, so we're going to get the categories, or else we're going to render nothing. But before doing that, we need to do one more thing, right? So we need to create a certain state. So first what I'll do, let's go here, let's take the first state. So here I'll be having couple of states. So first I'm going to do a categories, set categories, and here let's take a type. So I'll do type, so I'll do category, so I'll do ID as number, name, because every category will have a name, and also it will have a created at, right? Created, spelling is correct, right? Created at, which will be date. And here I'm going to do interface, so I'll do category manager props, so I'll do categories, and this will be category. Alright, so here now, so this will be our type. So let's take this one as a prop. So we'll be getting our initial categories, and let's give this one name as initial categories, and the type will be category manager props. And here what I'll do simply, so I'm going to pass this one as useState, and let's pass this one as category, and let's take the initial value will be our initial categories, right? So this we will be receiving from this from this component. So this is the first thing. Then also I'm going to take some more states that we need to get. So first I'll do one more, which will be new category name, so the new one that we are going to add, and this will be set new category. Okay, this will be caps name, and let's take this one as use state of empty. For now, let's do one thing, let's pass the categories as empty array. Okay, so let's save both. Then what else we need? I think for now this will be fine. So let's do one thing, we already have the input here. So for this input we are going to take the value, so value will be our new category name, and then we are going to take on change. Let's take the event, and then I'm going to do set new category name will be event.target.value. That's it. Save this. Alright, so I think this is done. So now what we're going to do, right? So on click of this, let's take, I think we already have the form, right? So let's do one thing, let's give a type as submit. And what else? I think this is fine. Also, if you need, you can also change the class name here, right? So let's give a bg till 500. For hover, I'm going to do bg till 600, and let's give the text as white. Awesome. So now what I'll do, let's take a on submit, and I'm going to do this one as handle add new category. So let's create this function, right? So first thing what we're going to do, so the const handle add new category, this will be async, this will be event, will be receiving the event, which will be simply react.form event. And here first we are going to do event.prevent default, this is mandatory or else the page will refresh. Then what we are going to do simply, so first let's take a try, let's do a catch, and here let's log this error for now. And inside this try, first I'm going to take a form data, I'll create a form data, so const form data, and this will be new form data, and I'll simply do form data dot append, and I'm going to append the name, and this will be our new category name, so the new one that we are going to add. Now till this part this is done, but before doing further in this particular component, what we need to do, right? We need to create an action. So what will happen whenever I'm going to type some value here and then click on this add, I'm going to call action, which will actually save this particular category in our database, right? So let's do one thing, let's create our action. So we'll go to our app. Inside this app now I'm going to create, no, not app, let's do outside. So inside source I'm going to create a actions folder, and here what I'll do, I'll simply give this one name as admin actions, right? So all the admin related actions I'm going to put in this particular file. So I'll do, so let's first, what we need to do, I think we have already done multiple times, so we need to actually use a use server, because this will be, we are going to interact with our database. and this will run on the server side. And before doing this, we also need to install JOD for validation. Let's quickly install this. So let's do clear, and I'll do npm install JOD. Awesome. So I think this is done. So first thing what we're going to do, I'm going to create a schema. So I'll do const, and let's do category. Now let's do a little slowly. So I'll do category schema, and before that let's import z from JOD. So I'm going to simply make this one as z.object. Inside this I'm going to have a name, and name will be z.string, and I'm going to give, let's give a mean value as 2, and also you can give some like category name must be at least 2 characters, right? Then also you can give a max I'll give 50, and then I'll do category name should be max 50 characters, must be max 50 characters. So this will be the only schema that we need for now. And now what I'll do, simply I'll do export type. If needed, we are also going to let's export this. Sometimes you need these types. So I'll do category form values, maybe form values. Let's do this one, values, and this will be z.infer, and here I'm going to pass type of category schema. Now we are going to start creating our action, right? The first action. So let's do one thing. Let's give this one name as export async function. This will be add new category, right? Now I normally, what I usually like, right, I always give this action here so that I'll be able to understand that this actually is a server function or a server action. So you can give that, and here I'll take the form data that I'll be receiving from this component, because we have the form data here, and the type will be form data. That's it. And then the first thing what we need to do here, first thing, always on the server side also you need to add the check that if this user is admin user or not. If the user is admin user, say for example, let's say from client side there is a hacker and they have done something, they're able to actually bypass the logic, but they will not be able to do on the server side, right? So there also we are giving another extra check. So what you can do, you can do session, and this will be await auth.api.get session, and we're going to pass headers, and this will be await headers from next headers. And then we are going to simply check that if not equal to session dot user, or if the session dot user dot role is not equal to admin. So in that case we are going to simply throw new error that you must be an admin to add categories. Then after this I'm going to take a try and do catch. So first I'm going to get the form. So what I'll do const name. So this will be form data.get. So I'll get name as string, and then I'm going to do validate. So I'll do const validate fields, and this will be category schema dot parse, and we are going to pass this name field because we are going to validate the name field. If you are having multiple things, multiple properties, so you can validate or pass all of these. So I'll do const, and I'll do if this is a existing category or not, because remember category will be unique. Now if I'm not able to recollect, you can go to the schema and go to the category schema. You can see that name is actually unique, right? So we are going to check if there is existing category with the same name is there or not. So I'll do existing category, and this will be await db import, and then I'll do dot select. So we are going to select from, so we are going to give from, we are going to pass the table name. So this will be category we are going to import from schema, remember? So import schema, and then we are going to tell that okay, check where. So inside this table check where, and then you are going to use equal from Drizzle. So you are going to check where it is equal with what, equal with category dot name. So category will have a name field, and this name we are going to check with the name that we are getting from this component. I hope you are getting right, or else sorry, my bad, because we are using validate fields, so it will be validate fields dot name. So now it is going to check both the name. If both are same, so in that case we will be knowing that okay, there is a existing category. And you can also limit this with, so I'm going to limit with 1. No, sorry, 1. And now what I'll do simply, so I'm going to check that if this existing category dot length, if this is greater than 0, so I'm going to simply return false will be, sorry, not false, this will be success will be false. And you can also return a message like that category already exists, right? So category already exists, please try with a different name. So this is another check we have done. Now we are going to add this category, right? So simply we'll do add db dot insert, sorry, db dot insert where. So you're going to pass the table, and then you need to pass the values that you want to insert. So here I'm going to simply insert name, which will be validate fields dot name. So this is going to save, right? And now can you guess what we need to do? So we're going to revalidate the path. Remember, revalidating means once you're adding something, users will be able to see the updated value in the UI. So I'm going to simply do revalidate the path. So which path we want to revalidate? We want to revalidate this admin settings path. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to pass it here. There are multiple ways you can do that. This is one of the best way you can do, right? Or if you, let's say you're using client side component, you can also use router.refresh, but that actually sometimes doesn't work, but that is also another way of doing all of this. Or you can also do a hard refresh of the page, which I will not recommend. Like every time you're going to add something, you are going to refresh the page. Or another very good approach is that what we'll do, right? Normally in React, if you're not working with Next.js, in React, what we'll do, right? So you're adding something, and then you're going to again call the list API. I hope you're getting what I'm trying to say. So instead of revalidating the path, you have a list API, right? So let's see, you're having where we are getting the list of API. So let's say I'm adding a new component. What you're going to, sorry, new category. What you will do, you are going to call the same API again, so that you'll be able to see the new category just now we have added. So there are multiple ways you can do this. And then I'm simply going to return success true and category added. So I'll do category added, right? That's it. And what else? In the cache we can return something like this, some error occurred, or fail to log this error, and I'll do failed to add category. Alright, so I think this is done. So this is all the thing we need. Let's save this component also. And now I'm going to add one more here, and this will be export async function, and to get all categories action. So simply do try catch, and I'm going to copy this from here, paste it, fail to fetch categories, and in the try simply I'm going to return await db.select from category, right? And then you can also do order by, so I can order by category.name. That's it. So this will be to fetch all the categories, and this will be to add a new category. So now what we can do, we can simply go to our page. So this is the main settings page. Here we are going to call this get all categories action, and then we will be getting the categories, right? And these categories we are going to pass as a prop in this component, and then we are also going to add the category. So let's see both the things are working or not. Alright, so before doing that one, let's do one thing. Let's also add the server action to fetch the list of total users also, right? So I'll go to the admin actions. Let's add one more here. So I'm going to do export async function, and I'll do get total users count, and here we will be doing this thing. So I'm just going to copy this, and then let's paste it here. We also need to actually, we should add this one logically here also, right? So we didn't need to add here also, if not equal to user. So I'll do if not equal to user, this is fine. So you must be an admin to access these data, and here also this will be, you must be admin to access this data, same message. And now, and also we need to, okay, let's do one thing. Let's take a try catch, and here I'm going to copy this, fail to fetch users count, and in the try, so try, what I will do, simply we're going to do const result. So to have it, I'll do dv dot select, and here what are going to pass, right? So we're going to pass that we want to get the count, okay, and this count will be, we'll do SQL, and here we're going to pass, this will be a number, type will be number, and then what I'll do, right, I need to get the count. So I'll do count star, and then what you need to do, you need to mention that from which table you want to get this count. So I'm going to do from, and then we are going to get the user table, and these we are going to import from our schema. Okay, I think it's okay, it's imported. So now this will give you all the users count that is present in this particular user table. What you can do right now, remember, if you're admin, then we need to actually so for example, let's say there are total 5 users, and out of 5 users there will be always one admin, right? So logically this would be 5 minus 1, right? So admin you need to discard. So either what you can do, you can check here from this result, check if the user role is admin, so don't return, or else you can also do it on the UI side. But first let's do one thing. Let's return result of 0 dot count, or else this will be 0. So save this. So this will be get total user count and get all categories, and also I'm going to do action here, get total user count action. So now I'll go to the page, and here this is our main page where we are going to get both. So first I'm going to convert this one to async, and here I need two things. So first I'm going to get categories, and also I'm going to get the user count, and this will be await. I'll do promise dot all, and here what will pass, right? So you're going to pass get all categories action. Remember, just now we have created, and we are also going to pass get total user count action, right? So both we are actually calling at the same time. So now we can pass both this user count here. So let's see what is happening. User count first will pass, and also we're going to pass the categories here, right? So we'll pass the categories. So this is fine. Oh, there is some error. The number or not reasonable React. Okay. Oh, okay. So let's do one thing. So here, right, we are returning these. So or else this is get total user count. Let's return 0, and for get all categories, let's return here empty. There is nothing. So now let's save this, and let's save this one also, and let's see what we are getting here, right? See, we are getting 2 user. Now remember, in this 2 user, if you see, right, I'm going to log this, not log. So let's go to our DB, and I'm going to go to the user table. So if you see, we have one admin. So what we can do, we can filter these admin user from this list, but let's do this one later because we have a lot of things to do. So first this is done. So now we will be getting the initial list of categories here in this category manager. So now in this part we can call this add new category action, right? So this is the only thing that we need to do. So let's go to the page, not page, go to the category manager, and here we'll simply do const result, and this will be await, and I'll do add new category action, and here we are going to pass the form data. Okay, and then I'll simply just do if the result dot success, if this is true. So in that case, so here what we're going to do, right, we are going to optimistically update the UI, and to do this we are going to do a new category. So this is, I'm just showing different approaches, right, that how we are going to do all this functionality. So I'm going to create a temp ID, so I'll do math.max, so I'll do 0 comma, so we have the list of categories, and here I'm going to do dot map, so I'll do category, and I'll do category dot ID, and here what I'll do, I'll simply do +1 because this is the new ID. Name will be new category name, and created at will be the current date, so look, created at will be the new date. Okay, so this will be my new categories. Now what I'll do, simply I'm going to do set categories will be my existing categories that we are having, this one, and then I'm going to add the new category. So I'm going to add the new category here, and this is done. Also we're going to make the set new category name will be empty. So now let's save this, all of these. So let's see what we are getting, because we also need to render it, right? And to render it, so after this part, so where the form is ending, so here I'm going to simply, so let's do it enter, let's take a div, I'm going to do h3, and I'm going to do categories, let's do a class name, so I'll do text as large, font medium, and margin bottom of 4. And then after this I'm going to simply check if the categories dot length, if this is equal to 0, so I'm going to render a p, and I'll do no categories added, right, or add your first category above, or else I'm going to render a table component. Remember, we actually install the table component from SWR. Inside this I'm going to take a table header, inside this we're going to do a table row, and then we'll be having the table head. So I'll do name, created at, and then actions. So I'll do created, and then I'm going to do actions, and here I'm going to do a class name. This will be width of, I'll do 100 px. Okay, now after this table header I'm going to do table body, so I'll do table body, and here I'm going to do I'm going to do categories dot map. I'll get the category, and then here I'll do table row. Here we're going to pass a key which will be category dot id. Inside this I'm going to do a table cell, and I'm going to render category dot name. So class name I'm going to do font medium. Let's copy this. So here I'm going to do category dot let's do a new date of category dot created at, and here I'm going to do two local date string, and I think this is fine. Let's remove this one is not needed. And then in the table cell I'm going to add another one more, and I need a button component which will delete the existing category. So I'll add a button. I'm going to pass variant as host. I'll pass a size will be icon, and what else, I think this is fine. Inside this I'm going to do a trash 2 icon. This is actually one that I like to use for delete. I'll do height of 5, width of 5, and I'll do text red 500. Fine. Let's save this. Let's refresh this page. So now let's see what is happening, right? So I'm going to add a new category. So let's do clothes. Well, let's try to add. Awesome. So now we have a cloth here. Refresh this page. So I'll be getting. So I'll do new. Okay, you can also test it here, right? So let's go here. Let's see the category. So I'm going to do new all rows. And we have one category added, right? So now you can go here and add one more. So maybe let's do web development. Add and add it. See, it's very fast, right? Here and go there. Refresh. So we have two. So means it's working fine, right? So what else we need? So now we will go to our actions and I'll add one more action here. So let's add export async function. So we'll delete existing let's delete category action. Here also you need to give the check that you must be an admin to delete this category. Then what else we need? So we need to delete, right? So simply we are going to do try catch. So let's log the error and I'm going to return success will be false and message will be something like failed to delete category. Alright, so here what we'll do, simply we are going to do app-it and then we'll do dv.delete. See, I need to pause multiple times, right, because of like outside noise and everything. It's very irritating mind sometimes. So here I'll do where and we are going to do equal. Sorry, first I think this is fine. Sorry, we need to do equal. This will be I'll be out. Like if I'll do pause and doing multiple times, right, I'll be out of touch. It's very irritating. So here we are going to do category.id and this will be equal to, we actually need to get the current category that we need to, category ID that we need to delete. So I'll do category ID, which will be type will be number and these will be same with this category ID. If both are same, so in that case we are going to delete. Then I'll simply going to do revalidate path and copy this and pass it here. That's it. So I think this is done. So now let's create one more function to delete the category, right? So what we'll do, go there. I think we already have the button, so I'm going to do on click. So I will do handle delete category and we're going to pass the category.id. Copy this and let's go to the top, go const handle delete category async. So we'll do current category ID to delete and then simply I will do const result. This will have it delete. We need to give the type, so this will be number. So I'll do delete category action and we're going to pass the current category ID to delete. Also if you go here, right, so let's return here that if this is true and I'll do category deleted. Okay, save this. So I'll do if result dot success. If this is true, so I'm going to update this one. So I'll do set categories will be categories dot filter. So I'll do category and this will be c.id not equal to current category ID to delete. That's it. So now let's save this. Now let's refresh this page. So let's delete this. I think this is deleted, so let's go here. So we have only one category here. Okay, so this is working fine, right? So let's add one more. So let's do React.js, and we are getting the category. So now admin will be able to add or delete a new category. So what will be our next step? So next step will be, we need to now upload the asset. So why this is actually a prerequisite? Because when we're going to upload the asset, right, so we need to select the category for that particular asset. So that is the reason actually we have first implement this functionality. So now we will start working on the uploading the asset. Once uploading of asset is actually successful, then again we need to come back to this admin panel, and then we need to work on this asset approval page. So whatever assets will be uploaded by users, admin has to approve or reject that particular asset, and based on that we are going to render that asset in the gallery page or in the public page. So let's start working on the upload asset functionality, and then we'll start working on asset approval. So now in this section we are going to learn that how you can use Cloudinary to upload any assets. So for example, for this particular project we are going to only see image as an example, but for video or any other like assets, if you're uploading, the process is actually same. So I'm also going to show you that how you are going to implement a signed signature. With a signed signature we are going to actually upload the asset based on the authentication signature. And also I'm going to show you that how you are going to implement a progress, right, real-time progress, that when the upload will happen, it will actually show you the progress, that how much it's actually uploaded. And this particular section we will do a little slowly, so that you will get all the overview that how we are going to implement all of this. But before that, first what you need to do, you need to create a new Cloudinary account. You can use Google, but again I'm repeating, I've seen a lot of people usually use my credentials, so that is the reason I'm not going to show you my env file. So here what we are going to use this cloud name, API secret, and API key. All three things you actually need. So once you'll create a new account, you'll be getting all of this. You can also see all the API secrets and everything here, view API key. So these three, cloud name, API key, and API secret, these three things we actually need here. Okay, so first we are going to install the Cloudinary package. So copy this. So I'm going to do clear, and let's install it. Okay, let's clear this. Alright, so this is done. So now the first step will be, let's create the basic structure, because we will be start working on the assets page, right? So this is where user going to upload their assets. It will go to the admin page, admin will approve the asset, and then only you'll be able to see that in the gallery view. So this is how the whole flow will work, right? So now if you notice, I'm actually, if I log out, right, so log out, and then let's do login. And you can see I just logged in with my user account, not with my admin account. So let's go here. So we'll go to the assets page. Now first I will go to app. Inside app we have a dashboard. So this is where I'm going to create a layout page, right? So this layout where we are going to handle all the basic layout for the user view. So first thing, so let's close everything else. So I'm simply going to do export default async function, and this will be my dashboard layout. So I'll use a dashboard layout, that is also fine. And here this will receive the children, and the type of these children will be React node, right? And here first thing I'm just going to return, so I'll return a main. So I'll do class name flex as 1, padding of 4, and for large I'm going to do padding of 6, and this is going to return the children. So let's save this and let's see what is happening, right? So now we'll be getting the assets and everything. So first thing, here we are going to add a check. So to const session. See, these things are very important. Remember, we haven't implemented the middleware in this particular project. So I showed you that you are going to do this one on the middleware level. I'm actually again repeating the same concept so that all this will be automatically handled, or you can also do it on the page level. So here again I'm going to do it on the page level. So I'll do API, not API, auth.api .get session. So I'll do headers, right, and this will be habit headers. And now I'm going to check first thing that if the session is not present, so you simply redirect the user to the login page, right? So let's save this and let's see if this is working or not, right? So I'm going to refresh this page. Now I'm going to log out and let's go to /dashboard/assets. See, it's going to the login page, right? So let's log in, and now I'll go here, not go here, let's log out once again. You need to understand these concepts. So I'm going to log in, and I'm going to log in with my admin account, not with my user account. So now if you see, we don't have that page, right? But what will happen if I try to access the dashboard/assets page? You are able to access this. This should not happen, right? If you're admin, you should not able to access the user unless you have that kind of functionality for your project. Then you can do all of this, but for our project it is not possible. So now I'm going to add this check that if session is present and if session.user.id, if not id, man, the role, if this is equal to admin, so then user should not go to this page. Instead we'll redirect the user to the admin/asset approval page, right? And now save this, and now I'm going to refresh this page. See, I'll go to the dashboard/assets. See, it's going to the admin and asset approval page, right? So we'll not be able to access that page, and that should not happen, right? It will be in this page. So this is what we have added, these two checks. And the reason why we have added a layout, so that let's say for this example, in this user dashboard we have 50 pages. So instead of doing in the every page, we have done only one page on the layout level, okay? Because this layout is only applicable to the dashboard view. The same thing we also need to do it on the admin view. Don't think that I actually forgot, but I'm also going to do this one, because in the admin view what will happen, let's see, if you are a normal user and you are trying to access admin page, so you should not access admin page, right? If you are admin user and not normal user. So what will happen, if a normal user trying to access admin page through the URL, will redirect the user to the admin view, user view. So now let's log in with the normal user. So go to assets. So now we will go to my assets page. So here the first thing, so let's do one thing. So I'm going to remove this. Let's return a div. So I'm going to add a class name. So I will do container py of 6. Inside this, let's take one more div. I'll do class name, I'll do flex, justify between, item center, margin bottom of 6, and I'll do h1, and this will be text. Let's do 3XL, and font is not here, blunt. This will be class name, text 3XL, and font is extra bold, right? And then I'll do my assets. Now after this, I'm going to create two component. I will go to my components, and let's do one thing. Let's do what I can do, right? Maybe dashboard view, not dashboard. I think we have admin and user, right? So we can do either user view or dashboard, whatever, it's fine. Let's do add dashboard only, because the page is also same, right? I hope you're getting what I'm trying to say here. So here I need two things. I need asset grid page. Also I need a upload page, upload asset page component. So these two things. So upload asset will be a client component, So I'll do upload asset. So this will be like a dialog kind of thing. So here I'm going to, for now, let's return a div, copy this, and asset grid also let's give asset grid. So we have asset grid and upload. So these two things I'm going to use in my this component, right? So let's do one thing, let's just return the upload asset, and after this I'm going to only render the asset grid, and I think this is done, right? So these two things we need. So now in the upload asset we will be creating the dialog. So this will be simply a kind of like we are going to render the dialog, and inside that dialog I'm just going to render all the form and everything, right? So let's start, first create the structure of that, right? So here I'm going to remove this, let's return a dialog. So here inside this I'm going to do a dialog trigger, and I'm going to do as child, I'm going to keep a button, and let's do a plus icon. So let's do a class name, margin right of 2, height of 4, width of 4, height of 4, and here I'm going to do upload asset. And for the class name here, let's give a class name as bg till maybe 500, hover bg till 600, and I'll do a text as white. Okay, save this. So we don't have anything for now, but I'm going to create this. Also we need to take one more state here, so I'm going to const open set open, and this will be use state of false. So for dialog we need to have a open property, right? Oh sorry, prop. So this will be open, which will be open, and I'll do on open change, which will be set open. That's it. Then we will be having our dialog content. So here I'm going to take a class name, let's do a small max width. How much should I do? Let's do 600, and we'll change if it looks odd. Inside this I'm going to do a dialog header, and then a title. So this is a very standard approach of writing components inside Sendit. So you have a so similarly you have card content, card header, card title. Similarly dialog content, header, and then title. And I'll do upload new asset. So let's say if I click here, we'll be getting this. Right click, sorry, outside click, it's closing, right? So automatically it will handle this using this prop on open change. Then after this you can add a dialog description, upload a new asset or some, give anything, whatever you like. And then after header I'm going to take a form component. So here first thing, let's take a class name. So I'll do space y of 5 4, let's do 5 only, and then I'm going to take a div. So I'll do class name space y of 2, and here I'm going to do a label. I'll do title, and then I'm going to do a input. So here I'm going to give a ID as title, name as title, and here also I'm going to give a HTML for title, and let's do a placeholder. I'll do title, right? So if I save this, so we have this one, we can copy this, the exact same thing, this part here, and paste it. So this will be title. Or what else we are having here in the schema, title, description. So let's add a description, Let's change all of this, and also this will be text area. That's it. Save this, have this. So next we need to render the categories, right? But before that we actually need to get the list of categories. So what we're going to do, right, from our page here we need to pass the categories as a prop. So for this one, let's do one thing. Let's create a type here. So I'm going to do a type, and let's do a category, and this will have an ID which will be number. Category will have a name which will be this name which will be string, and this also will have a created at which will be date. Then I'm going to create a interface, and let's do upload dialog props. So here we will be getting the list of categories, which type will be this category, right? And here we are going to receive this, so we'll be getting categories, and here we are going to pass the upload dialog props. So now first we need to get the list of categories, right? And to get the list of categories, what we are going to do, simply we need to fetch the categories here. Now remember, we already have created the admin action. So what I'm going to do, right, let's do one thing. Let's create dashboard action. So all the dashboard related actions will be keeping in this particular actions file, and dashboard actions.ts. So here the first thing we are going to do, use server, and I'll simply do export async function. I'll do get categories. So let's do try catch. So I'm going to log the error, and here I'm going to return empty array, and here I will simply return db dot select from category. That's it. So this will give me the list of categories, and these categories we will be fetching where? So we are going to fetch in the assets page. So let's go to the assets page, and here we will simply do, so I'm going to do const categories. This will be await. So let's convert this one to async, and I'm going to do promise.all, and I'm going to do get categories. Let's do one thing. Let's make this one get categories action. So let's do get categories action. So this will give me the list of categories, and these categories I will be passing here as a prop. So now I'm going to pass these categories, or this will be empty. Awesome. So now we have the list of categories here, and these categories we are going to render in our component. So now let's go to the scroll down, and then after these we are going to use the select components. I'm going to copy this, and these I'm going to make this one as, let's do category. So type will be, sorry, HTML4 will be category. We don't need this, we need a select, and here we are going to take a select trigger, and then we'll be getting the select value. So for this one we are going to have a placeholder, and I'm going to do select, I'll do select a category. So after this I'm going to do select content, and here we're going to do categories dot map, and then we will have a select item. So we need a key which will be c.id. We need a value which will be c.id.toString, and here I'm going to render the c.name. save this. And now if I go here, we're having clothes and React.js, right? So these two categories, so whatever categories admin will be creating, we will be able to select from here. Makes sense, right? That's it. I think all the three things that we need. Now after the dialog content, I'm going to have a dialog footer, and inside this I'll be taking a button. And let's do one thing. So here we are going to I think, oh sorry, I think I made some mistake here, right? So these form, sorry, we have the dialog content, okay, that is the thing. So we need to actually put it, so this div, after this we need to use this, because we will give this one type as submit, and here I'm going to just use upload. Let's give a class name, margin right of 2, height of 5, width as 5, and I'm going to do upload asset. We also need to have one more very important thing that I miss, that is we need to copy this, and after the select, so this is where the select is ending, right? So after this I'm going to paste this, so this will be my file, so where we are going to upload the file, right? So we need the file, and here we are going to use input, so we'll give id as file, and here I'm going to use accept. So for now I'm going to only do image, and HTML file will be file. So now let's save this, and now let's see how this is looking. I think here we also need to give the type as file. Save this. Awesome. So now we are getting these images, so we'll be able to select. So now I think we are having all of these, right? I think this let's remove this description. This is not looking good. Let's remove this. So we're having title, description, category, and file. So now the next step will be we are going to handle the forms, right? So we need to handle the form. So let's do one thing. Let's take couple of state. So here after this I'm going to take one more type, and I'm going to do form state. So let's take a title, which will be string. We'll take a description, which will be string. Also we need the category ID, right? So let's see what else we are having in the schema. Category ID we have, so we need the category ID, which will be string. Then we are going to also have the file, so the type will be file, or else this will be null. That's it. Save this. Now we need to actually have couple of more state. The first state we need to check if the file is uploading or not. So I'll do is uploading, set is uploading, and I'll do use state of false. Then I'm also going to check take one more, which will be upload progress status, set upload progress status, and this will be use state of 0, right? And at the end we need one more, which will be our form state. So I'm going to do form state, set form state, and this will be use state, type will be form state, and here we are going to have the title, description, category ID, and also file, which will be null. So these all the things that we need, right? So now what we are going to do simply, so we need to go to each and every input, and we are going to pass two things. The first thing, we are going to pass a value. So this will be my form state dot title. Copy this. So this will be form state dot description, and for the select we are going to pass in the select. So you need to pass a value here also, and this will be form state dot category ID. and at the end we are also going to, I think for that one it is fine, but we also need to take one more, and that is on change. So let's take on change. So for on change, what we'll do, right, let's create a method handle on input change, something like that. So I'm going to copy this. For this also it will be same. For select, instead of on change we need to give on value change. Okay, so sorry, this will be handle input change, on value change, and for this file this will be same. So it will be something like this. So we'll do on change, it will be handle input change. So four inputs that we are having. So now what we are going to do simply, or let's do one thing for this one, for the file one, right, file one, maybe we can create a separate one to keep the things clean. So for this one, let's make handle file change instead of handle input change. So now copy this and let's create this method here, right? So I'm going to do const handle input change. So handle input change will receive an event, and the type will be react.change event. Now here this will be either HTML input element or HTML select element, not select element, HTML text area element, this one. So here after this I'm going to take two things from event.target. So we'll be getting name and value. So now I'll simply just do set form state. So this will give me a previous state, and I'm going to spread the previous state, and I'll simply do name will be value. That's it. And also we are going to create one more, which will be const handle file change. So here this will be event, which will be react.change event, and this will be HTML input element. And here we are going to take the file. So the const file event.target.files of 0. These all are normal React or JavaScript concept, and I'm not going to explain all of this. Like these will take a lot of time if I just explain each and everything of 0. And then I'm just going to do something like if file, means if the file is present, and then I'm simply going to do set form state. This will be prev. So I'm going to just spread the previous state, and we are going to pass the file here. That's it. Okay, on value change we are getting error here. Why is that? Okay, I got it. So this, for this one we need to handle this one in a different way. So let's do one thing. Let's create one more. So because this will not give you the event, this will give you the value. So let's do handle category change, and I'm going to show you why this is the case. So I'll do handle category change, and let's create here. So the const handle category change, and this will give you value, right? This will not give you the event, so you'll directly get the value. And if I just log this value here, right, save this, and you'll see that why this is happening. So let's say if I select, let's say if I select from here, right, see you're getting 1 or you're getting 3, see. So that is the reason. So here what I will do, right, simply we are going to pass, copy this, and we'll do this, and then instead of name we are going to pass the category ID. Category ID will be this value. That's it. So now let's save all of this, and now log the form state. So let's see what you're getting. So you're getting empty all of this. So I'm going to add my first asset description, category I'll select clothes, and file I'm going to select this image, and we'll see what you're getting here, right? So you can see you're getting title, category ID 1, description this, file you're getting the file, and title you're getting title. Awesome. So this is working fine, right? So now the front end side functionality is actually completed, how to handle the forms, but we need to create a couple of things. The first thing, we are going to create an API route. So this will be our first API route. So we're going to create a Cloudinary signature, and using that signature we are going to upload that asset to the Cloudinary first. It will be uploaded to the Cloudinary. Cloudinary will give you some URL and a unique ID, asset ID that is uploaded. That information we are going to save in our DB. So this is the complete process. And to upload this, as I already mentioned it, first we are going to generate a signature. We are going to use the API route, and then we will be creating a server action. Once the Cloudinary once the asset is actually uploaded to the Cloudinary, we will be getting the URL, and we'll get the URL back. We are going to call the server action, and then we are going to store that in our DB. So this is like couple of steps that are involved in this. So let's see how this complete process will work. Now remember, we are using Cloudinary. It doesn't mean that the process will be different for AWS, or if you're using AWS S3 or something else. Maybe the events and packages are different, but at the end the concept is same. So in S3 bucket also, if you're actually for example, let's say you're using S3 bucket, or let's say Cloudflare, there also it is the same process. You're going to first upload the asset to the bucket. This will give you a signed URL, and that URL you are going to store in your DB. Okay. Alright, so let's create our API route. Now to create API routes, I think till this particular till this video, whatever we have covered, we haven't discussed the API routes, right? So see, there are, and also there is a reason, right? I already mentioned, right? So whenever we will be creating the project, by creating the project we will be learning all the concepts. Similarly, just like we've learned how you can create server actions or server functions, which will actually interact with your server, and it will also help you to interact with your DB. So to create a server action, how it will work, so you can either do this one on the page level if you are working with a server component, but to use a server action in a client component, you need to create an actions folder, and then inside actions folder you are going to create all the actions, and then you need to use this use server directive, right? This is actually important. So once you use this, Next.js will understand, okay, this is now a server actions. Similarly, there is a concept of API routes. So API routes, because we all know, right, Next.js is a full stack application, full stack framework, right? So here you will be able to interact or write your own APIs without having a separate Node.js backend or Java Spring Boot backend or like Django, whatever. So here, to create an API route, what we are going to do, right, we need to go to the app folder. This is very, very important because we're using app folder here, right? So we need to go to app folder. Inside app folder we need to give a name as API. Now once, I think it's already there, I think we have already used the first API route, right? That is, I think again I'm explaining, but it's okay. So we already created the first API route, that is for our beta Auth. But once we'll create an API folder, that means this will be considered as a API folder, means this Next.js will consider this folder that where we are going to write all the API related things, right? So for example, let's say we are going to fetch some data, we are going to interact with our DB or anything that we need some server side functionality. So inside this API I'm going to create one more folder. So again, when you're creating, just like I already mentioned the concept of routing, right? So whenever you're creating any page, you are giving the name, and that folder name will be considered as the route. For example, let's say we are having the admin pages, so we need to go to /admin/settings. Similarly for API also we need to use the same structure. So let me explain. So let's give Cloudinary, and I'm going to create one more folder, and I'll give signature. So now to access this route we need to do what? So we need to go to /API, because this is the root, /API/Cloudinary/signature, and inside this, just like for routes we have created page.tsx. To create API route you need to give route.ts. Very, very important. If you don't give route here, it will not work, right? So you need to give route to explain Next.js that okay, this is a API route. So now what I'm going to do, first we need to import the Cloudinary. So I'm going to import from Cloudinary. So I'll do version2 as Cloudinary. Now here we need to use cloudinary.config. So we need the cloud name. So this will be process.env. I think I've used some envs. So I'll do Cloudinary cloud name. So I'll do API key. So I'll do process dot env dot Cloudinary API key and API secret, right? So I'll do API key and API secret will be process dot env dot Cloudinary API secret. Awesome. So this is the first thing that we need. And now to create a route, we need to actually specify that what kind of route we are creating, whether this is a get request, whether this is a post request, whether this is a delete request, or it's a put request, or whatever else. So I'm going to export async function, and I will be creating a post request. I will give post, so this will give me request, and the type will be request. Inside this, I'm going to take a try catch, and here let's log the error. I'll do error while generating Cloudinary signature, and I'll do return next response. We are going to from next server, and this will give you a JSON method. So I'm going to do man next request, not next response we need. So we'll do JSON, and here I'm going to simply let's do write that error, and I'll do something like failed to generate signature, and also we're going to pass a status, and let's give 500. Save this, and inside this try first we are going to receive something from our client side. So to get something, so I'm going to do request.json, and I'm going to pass a timestamp as a like parameter from this request. So I'm getting a timestamp, and then I'm going to create a unique signature, right? And this I'm going to do Cloudinary. This will give you a utils method, and here you'll be getting an API sign request, right? And in this sign request you are going to pass the params that based on what you need to create and the secret that you need to pass. So here I'm going to pass the timestamp, and also I'm going to pass a folder, and here I'm going to give this one maybe next course asset manager, next full course asset manager, whatever. And here you are going to pass the process dot env dot Cloudinary API secret as string. Okay, so this is going to generate a signature based on this method, and then you will be returning this. I'm going to return next response dot JSON, and here I'm going to return the signature. I'm going to return the timestamp. Also I'm going to return an API key. This will be this API key, right? Not secret, man, not secret. I'm going to return this as string. Oh, this will not need. That's it. So this will be to create the signature here. So we need all the config. Based on this config, it's going to generate, and this is the folder where we are going to generate this. So now what we are going to do, right? We need to go to upload asset, and whenever we are going to click on this upload asset button, so we need to do a couple of steps, right? So what are the steps that we need to now follow here? See, the first thing, whenever we are going to upload, we need to first generate the signature. So that will be the first step. So first I'm going to generate the signature. Once the signature is created, then I'm going to store the asset in our Cloudinary. Once the asset is uploaded in the Cloudinary, I will be getting the URL back. Once I'll get the URL back, then only I'll be able to store that in my DB. So it's like a lot of process that are involved. Okay, so let's see how you are going to do that in the next part. So next part will be very, very important. Alright, so now let's start working on uploading the asset, right? So the first thing, we will go to our form, and then I'm going to do on submit, and I'll do handle asset upload. Copy this. Now here we need to actually follow a couple of steps, right? So first thing, let's create this method. So I'll do handle asset upload. So I'm going to do this one as async event. So this will be react dot the type will be form event, and here first thing I'm going to do event, I think you guys already know, event default, and then I'm going to do set is uploading will be true. This is the first step, and set upload progress status will be 0. Okay, then so I'm going to do a try and catch, and inside this try, so what will be the first step? First we need to generate the signature. So first I'm going to do const, and I'm going to do await, and I'll do get Cloudinary signature. So let's copy this, and then let's create this function, right? So I'm going to do async function get Cloudinary signature, and this is going to return a promise, and let's give a type. So I'm going to do Cloudinary signature, and here let's create this type. So I'm going to do type Cloudinary signature. So we will be getting three things, right? Signature, timestamp, and API key. So we'll do signature will be string, then we are going to have a timestamp, this will be also a string, and then we are also going to have a API key. So API key also will be string, right? That's it. So now see, again I'm going to repeat one very important thing, and that is, I think we have done some mistakes. Sorry, this timestamp will be, this will be a number. So now I'm going to repeat one more time the process once again. So first we are going to create the signature. Okay, so once the signature is created, we are going to call the Cloudinary API. We will store the asset in our Cloudinary cloud. We'll get the URL back, and then we are going to sort that URL with the asset in our DB. So here what I'll do simply, so let's do const timestamp, and let's do math dot round, and I'm going to do new date dot get time, let's do divided by 1000. Now I'm going to do const response. You can also create this one on the server side, and I'm going to do await fetch. So you need to go to /API /Cloudinary /signature. So this will be our path, and here we are going to get a method which will be post. Let's pass a headers. So I'm going to do content type as application /JSON, and also you're going to pass the body. So in the body we'll be passing JSON.stringify, and I'm going to pass the timestamp that just now we have created. Now I'll do if this response dot okay, this is false. So basically we are going to render an error, throw an error that failed to create a Cloudinary signature. Okay, and then at the end we are going to return this response.json. So this is going to create the signature. Now once the signature is created, so we'll be getting three things, right? So we're going to get a signature, and also we'll get an API key, and also you're going to get a timestamp. And let's see what you're getting if I just copy all of this and let's log it here, right? So let's log this, save this, and see what will happen. So I'm going to open console, and let's add something. So I'll do first, let's select a category, choose a file, and I'm going to choose maybe this file, this image, and let's do upload. So it's going to call this, you're getting 200, and you can see you are getting this one. Why we are getting undefined here, timestamp? Okay, this is interesting. So let's go here. Okay, let's see in the timestamp we're having the, oh, we are getting passing the timestamp as a caps. Something is going wrong here. let's see the problem. This is the problem here. So this will be timestamp, and here also you're going to have the timestamp. So now let's save this. Here also I think I've given a small half, that is fine. So now let's do one thing, let's try to upload one more time. So we are getting the API key, the signature. This signature is created, so you can see here. So you're getting in the API key, this is the signature timestamp. This is the API key, right? This is not the API secret, both are different. So now the signature is we have created. So once the signature is created, so now we are going to create our form data for our Cloudinary, right? So we are going to pass a couple of things. So I'm going to do const Cloudinary data. This will be equal to new form data. I usually love to work with this form data. I think this is pretty good way to learn whenever you'll be working with forms. So I'm going to append. First thing, we're going to append the file, and we're going to get all of these options. If you go to the official doc, right, and let's go to the upload, and let's go to the properties, right? So here you'll go, see we're having the file, then let's say you can also add API key and a lot of things, right? Like there are so many things, so you can pass all the things. Then you're having the signature folder. You can come here and you can, based on your whatever like functionality that you're having for your particular project, you can handle all of this. So here first what I'll do, I'm going to pass the file. File is actually mandatory, we need this. So this will be our form state dot file, right? And this will be as file. Then I'm going to pass the Cloudinary data dot append. So I'm going to pass the API key, and this will be our API key, this API key that we'll be getting back. Then we are going to copy this, let's paste. So we need API key, timestamp, signature we are going to pass, and also the folder. So I'll do this one as timestamp. So this will be timestamp, and we are going to make this one to string. Then we are going to have signature, this will be signature, and then we are going to have a folder, and let's give any name, right? So for example, I'm going to give I think here we have used some folder, right? So let's use this one only. Okay, so we have file, API key, timestamp, signature, and folder. Now I'm going to upload the this one to our Cloudinary. So I'm going to create a XHR request because we need the upload progress also. So I'll do XML HTTP request. I'll do XHR.open, and here we are going to pass the type. This will be post, and here you're going to pass the URL. Now to get the URL, I think I'll show you that how you're going to get it, right? So there are, now remember, there are multiple ways you can upload this one. So you can directly use this Cloudinary.v2.uploader.upload. This is a method. Here you need to pass the file and all the options, and then it will return the callback, and this also will give you the response back. But because if you have already watched some of my videos, you'll see that most of the times I actually usually use the same method multiple times in my Node.js videos, in my React videos. So that is the reason this time I try to do something different, right? So I'm going to use the direct URL. So there will be URL, see this one. So https api.cloudinary, then we have version1_1, then you need to give the cloud name, right? So this will be my in my env file, and then we have an image, so we are uploading image and then upload. But here instead of image you can also pass auto. So what this auto means is, this is actually tell the resource type. So if it is auto means Cloudinary will automatically detect it whether it is an image or it's upload. Got it? So now let's copy this, and then I'm going to pass it here. Amen. What I copied. Okay, let's copy till this part. I think I need only this much. I think this is, so I need only this much. That's it. So I'm going to pass it here, but I will make this one as template literals. So we have cloud name. Now in the cloud name I'm going to use my env. So I'll do process.env, and I'm going to use this cloud name, Cloudinary cloud name. Got it? And then here I'm going to pass this one as auto. So this will create a XHR request, Then I'm going to simply do, so after this will give you upload method, so you'll get this upload and this will give you on progress, and here you're going to get the event, normal JavaScript concepts. So here you will simply do if event dot length computable, so here you're going to like calculate the progress. So I'll do math dot round, and here I'm going to do event dot loaded, so how much it is loaded divided by how much it is the total. So based on that you will be getting the remaining, so into 100 we are going to do, and then I'm simply going to do set upload progress status will be this progress. I hope you're getting. So once this is done, right, so this once you'll upload the image to the Cloudinary will give you a promise. So I'm going to create a Cloudinary promise. So I'll do Cloudinary promise, so this will be new promise. Let's pass here any, and here I'm going to simply do resolve and reject, and here what we are going to do, so let's do XHR onload, and then so we'll check if XHR dot status, if this is greater than or equal to 200 and XHR dot status is less than 300, so that means this is done. So I'm going to get the response, and this will be JSON dot parse, so I'll do XHR dot response text, right, and then you're going to also resolve this, so you're going to resolve and then pass the response, else you're going to simply reject. So do else, you'll do reject and just pass a new error, right, so pass new error and then upload to Cloudinary failed. Got it? And this is done. And now after this I'm simply going to add one more, so I'll do XHR on error, and here also I'm going to do reject, and here I'm also going to do the same thing. Let's copy that upload to Cloudinary failed. Done. And don't forget to do XHR.send, and we are going to pass the Cloudinary data. Okay, and I think this is done. So now once this is completed, so this promise is going to give you the data back, right? So we need to wait until unless the upload to Cloudinary is completed. So to do this one, we're going to do const Cloudinary, let's do response, and I'm going to do await Cloudinary promise. Okay, and now I'm going to create the form data. So these form data will be now, so our response will be now completed, and once this is done we are going to store this in our DB, right? So that means Cloudinary is going to give you the URL, thumbnail URL and all the other things back in this particular response. And here I'm simply going to do const form data equal to new form data, and here so we'll do form data dot append. So first we are having the title, so this will be form data, sorry, form state dot title. Then we are going to add the category, sorry, not category, description. So do form state dot description. Now if you are getting confused, this is actually this description category and file. Okay, then again copy this, so we are having form data dot this, we are having the category ID. So category ID, and this will be dot category ID, and here after this we are also going to have the, so let's copy this once again, and let's see the schema what else we are having. We are going to have a file URL, so do file URL, and this file URL will be our Cloudinary response dot, so here you are going to get a secure URL. Now let's copy this, paste it here. Also you're going to have the thumbnail URL, so copy and then make this one the same, because both will be same. So you're having title, description, category ID, file URL. So this we are going to get back, so I'm also going to log this here to see what we are getting. And once this is done, and everything is completed, then we are going to upload this asset to DB. So this will be our next step, right? So I think everything is done. So let's see what is happening, right? So I think we have already logged this. Oh, this will be response here. This is wrong. Okay, so let's see what is happening, right? So let's go and open console. Let's add an image. Go to network tab, upload. We were getting 401. Invalid cloud name undefined. What we have used here, Cloudinary cloud name, and in the env we have cloud. Oh, got it. Okay, so this is another interesting thing, because see how the env variables works, right? So when we are going to use the server side, it will work, but because we are using this one on the client side, so we need to expose this with next_public, and then we are going to use this name. So means what I'm trying to say is, so we are going to add one more next_public _ Cloudinary cloud name. Okay, so this will tell Next.js that okay, we will be exposing this particular env on the client side. I think that is the reason it's not working. So let's save this and let's see what is happening. So let's refresh this once again. So I'm going to upload, choose, and go to pictures. I have some images, so let's open this and let's do upload. Okay, now I think the error is not coming. Okay, it's 200. So go to console and you can see we are getting all the lot of response you're getting back. So you're having URL, and there will be a secure URL, then there will be asset ID and a lot of things, asset folder. You can also check this if you go to my media library, so you'll be seeing that one, right? So go to here, see this is uploaded, right? So here this is uploaded now, and you can see the location here. Okay, so this is the folder, and here we are having 2 images. Awesome. So this is working fine. So now we are getting the URL back. So in the response we're having all the URL, and based on that we have actually put all of this title and file URL, thumbnail URL, so we will be able to save these to our database, right? So to save this one, we are going to create actions. So go to our dashboard actions and let's create our server action to save the asset. So do function, and I'm going to do upload asset, and here we'll be getting the form data, which will be form data, right? Now the first thing, we will do the same thing just now we have done. So we'll do session await, we'll do auth dot api dot get session. So we're going to do headers, so we'll do await headers, and here we're simply going to do if not equal to session dot user. So I'm going to throw new error, and I'll do you must be logged in to upload asset. Okay, and then also let's import from Zod, and I'm going to add a schema. So do const asset schema, this is z dot object, so I'm going to do title, this will be z dot string, right? Then we are going to have the description, so do z dot string, also you can make this one as optional. Then we are going to have the category ID, which will be z dot number, and Also you can do positive, this one, and this will be please select a category. Then also I'm also going to have a file URL. So this will be only string, so z.string, and you can also pass this on a URL validation, and this will be invalid file URL. Also we are going to have a thumbnail URL, which will be also same. Also you can make this one as optional. That's it. So you are having title, description, category ID, file URL, and thumbnail URL, right? All the things we need. So now we are going to simply, so after the check, we will take again the same thing. So we'll do try and catch. And in the try, I'm going to do const validate fields. So we'll do asset schema.parse. So I'll do title. So this will be form data dot get title. Copy this. So I have a description, category ID, file URL, and thumbnail URL. So this will be description. Then we are going to have the category ID, and I'm also going to change this one to number. Then we are going to have the file URL and also the thumbnail URL. So this will be file URL and this will be thumbnail URL. Also do, if this is not present, so you can also pick it from the file URL. So this will validate, and once the validation is done, simply you will do avid and you will do db dot insert. So you're going to insert in our asset table, correct? So you're going to import and then you're going to pass values, right? So first you're going to pass the title, which will be validate fields dot title. Next we are going to have the description, which will be validate fields dot description. Then we are going to have the file URL, so it will be validate field dot file URL. Then we are also going to have a thumbnail URL, which will be validate fields dot thumbnail URL. Also we need to pass more things, right? So if you notice, we need to pass a is approved. So is approved by default will be pending, but still we are going to pass this one here pending. So all the assets, whatever assets user will be uploading, all this will be pending state. First time it will be in the pending state. Then we are also going to pass user ID. We need to pass, so user ID will be session dot user dot ID, and also you're going to pass the category ID. So this will be validate fields dot category ID, right? So I think all the things are done, and once this is done, I think we are already knew what you're going to do. So you're going to do revalidate path, and I'm going to do, so let's copy this path. So you're going to revalidate, right? And I'm going to do return, and the success will be true. Okay, else I'm going to do success will be false. Also you can pass a message like maybe not message, maybe some error that failed to upload asset. And this will be our upload asset action, right? And this asset we are going to call, but before that we will need one more, and that is to get our user assets. So whatever assets I'm going to upload, right? So let's say I'm a user, so I'm going to upload an asset here. Once this is done, I will be able to see that asset, right? So I need to fetch the list of assets. So for this one also we need to create one more server action. So I'll do async function, and this will be get user assets. So here I'll be getting the user ID. so let's take this on a string, and then I'm simply going to do try catch, and here I'm simply going to return empty, and or else I'm simply going to return, so do await db.select dot from, so from asset table where, so I think this we have done multiple times, so we are going to use equal, and equal will be what, so this will be asset dot user ID, that means this asset is uploaded by that particular user only, and this will be equal to this user ID that we are going to get as the input. Okay, and then you can also, if you want, you can also do order by, and you can do order by asset dot created at, so we are going to have a created at property, right? And that's it. So this will give you the get user assets, or the list of assets that that particular user has uploaded. Makes sense, right? So now I think once this is done, so we will go to our page. Remember, we have the user assets page. Here we are getting the categories. Along with categories, we are also going to pass what? We are also going to get the assets. So we're going to get the user assets. So I'm going to do assets, and here after this I'm going to do get users. Okay, I always forget this. Let's make this one action. So I'll do get user assets, asset action. Okay, so here okay, we need to pass the user ID here. So let's take this. Okay, let's copy from here. We are writing the same thing multiple times, so we'll go here and copy this. So I'm going to pass it here. So we'll do session.user.id. okay, I think we're getting an error here. Okay, string is undefined not. Okay, let's do one thing. So we're going to add simple check that if session is equal to null, so we're going to return null. Save this, and I'm going to log this here, and let's see what you're getting, right? Save this. So you're getting assets empty. Okay, now I'm going to go and upload an asset. So let's do our first asset added, and then paste here and select maybe clothes. Choose a file. I'm going to select which one to select, maybe anything like maybe this one. Let's select this one. First we are going to see if it is uploading. So first I'm going to upload. Also we are going to render the progress bar, that also I'm going to show you, but first let's do upload. Oh man, how it will work. I am also getting mad. I think we haven't called the that upload to asset this method, right? So it is not going to work. So we are going to call this. So you need to do a couple of things here. The first of all, I'm going to do here const result, and I'll do await, and I'll do upload asset. Again we are going to make this one as upload asset action, and I'll do upload asset action, and we are going to pass the form data. Next we are going to check if the result dot success, if this is true. So I'm going to make set open as false and set form data as, so I'm going to make everything as empty, right? So let's paste it here. Else throw new error, and I'm going to do result dot error, and then in the catch also I'm going to log the error for now, and finally I'm going to do set is uploading will be false, and set upload progress status will be 0. Okay, now I think this will work, but before that we are also going to render it, right? So let's go to below. So you're having dialog footer. So before this I'm going to check is uploading, and if upload status is greater than 0, that means upload is going on. So in that case I'm going to do a div, we'll do a class name, margin bottom of 5, let's do width as full, bg still 100, rounded full, and height as 2. Inside this I'm going to take one more div, can also self close this one, and here I'm going to do class name, so do bg till 500, height of 2, rounded full, and I'm going to take a style and I'll do width will be, can you guess? So we're going to do upload status this percent, right? This much percent upload is going on. And also you can render another p here, and that is you're going to do upload progress status percent upload, and just add a class name and do text access text slate 500 and margin top of 2 and do text right. Now let's see what is happening here. Okay, I think we are still seeing this one, but we are going to close this. So first let's do upload, and I'm going to do new asset, select any category, select any image for now, maybe this one, and let's do upload. Okay, so it's uploaded, and in the assets you can see how many we are getting here, and you can see there is one. Awesome. So having ID, title, description, file, this is the Cloudinary, so you can go to this URL and you'll be able to see that image. See, it's working, right? And then you're having the is approved, is pending, user ID, this is the category ID, and this is working fine. But I'm seeing one very interesting thing, that is, okay, let's do one thing. Let's take a class name here, margin top of 6. So let's add a new image, let's add some, I have some image here, so let's upload this. So you can see it's uploading, and then you're getting the result. I think there are some CSS issues that we need to check what is happening there, but this is working fine, right? This is perfectly working fine. So now once this is done, we should be getting 2 assets now. So let's see if we are getting 2 or not. Scroll down and you can see you are having 2 assets instead of 1. Go to your database and go to the public, go to the tables, go to assets, and we have 2 assets, right? New image, all the things, it's working absolutely fine. So with this, the upload functionality is now completed. With the upload progress, like, it will work perfectly. Now we are going to create our asset card page. Card means I'm talking about this page, asset grid, not card. And here we are going to render the list of assets that user has uploaded here. Okay, once this is done, then we are going to start working on the approve and reject functionality on the admin side. Alright, so let's start working on the asset grid. Right, so here in this component, I think we can remove this, no need to give this one as a client component. First I'm going to create a type. Let's give this one as asset. So this will have an ID, which will be string. We are going to have a title of the assets, which will be string. We are going to have a description, which will be string. We are going to have a file URL, which will be string. Thumbnail URL, I think we don't need, or I think you can also use this one. For now I'm going to just keep it like this. We are going to have a is approved, which will be string. Category ID, which will be string, and category ID will be number, so it will be either number or null. And then I'm also going to have a created at, which will be date. Now let's create interface. Now see, I'm doing little first because I think it's already getting very long, and these all the things nothing to explain here, right? I think we have done multiple times. And here we are going to simply do assets, and the type will be asset. Save this. Now go to page and I'm going to pass this asset here. So first let's take this. So we're going to take the assets, which will be assets grid props, and here I'm going to pass these assets here. These assets will be the assets that we are getting here. I think we are getting some error here, TypeScript error, that string null. Okay, so we need to give this one or null because description is actually a optional field. So now I think this is fine. Save this. So we are going to receive the list of assets here, and now let's render. So here I'm going to remove this. Let's take a div. Let's take a class name. So I'll do grid columns 1. For MD I'll do grid columns 2, and for large I'm going to do grid columns 3. Let's do gap of 5. Inside this we are going to just map the assets. We'll do assets.map. This will be asset, and here I'm going to take one more div. Let's take a class name. So I'll do border rounded large, overflow hidden, bg white, shadow sm. For hover let's give a shadow, and I'll do transition shadow. Inside this I'm going to take one more div. So I'll do class name. So height of 48, bg slate 100, and I'll do relative. Inside this I'm going to render an image component from next image, and here I'm going to do a source, and here let's render the asset dot file URL. Okay, I'm going to pass a alt, which will be assets dot title. Let's give this one as fill, and also I'm going to do class name as object cover. Save this. Let's see what we are getting here. Okay, there is one error, so we need to add a key. So for this one let's add a key, which will be asset dot id. Save this. I think we'll be getting one more error. I think we need to add, see, I knew this one. So what will happen, right, whenever we are going to use any domain, we need to actually add that image domain in our next config to tell that, okay, we are using Cloudinary domain here. So here you're going to pass a images property, and you can pass a domains, and just pass here this domain that it's mentioned, res.cloudinary.com, and you're going to pass it here. Save this. So it's going to reload this, reload the dev server once again, and you can refresh this and see it will work. Awesome. So getting right. So I think this is fine. So now, so let's see if I add a new one. So let's say third asset added. Let's give any image here, maybe this one. Let's try to upload. Okay, and once this is done, so after this, so let's take one more div. I'm going to give a class name here, so I'll do absolute top to right to. Inside this I'm going to render a badge component, and here I'm going to give a class name, and also I'm going to give a variant, and I'm going to give this one as default. So in the class name I'll simply check that if asset dot is approved is equal to approved if the asset is already approved. So we're going to add a bg till 500. Okay, or else if asset dot is approved, if this is rejected, so I'm going to add a bg red 500, or else by default I'm going to add a bg yellow 500. and here inside this we are going to simply add something like this. So if it is approved, so we're going to have approved text, or else if this is rejected, we are going to add a rejected, or else we are going to have pending, which is by default. So save this. So all three are pending. Then after this, after badge here, so I'm going to add a div. Let's take the class name. So I'm going to do padding as 4. Inside this I'm going to take a h3, and I'm also going to render the asset dot title, and here I'm going to simply take a class name. So I'll do font medium and truncate. Then we are also going to check if asset dot description is present. So I'm going to render the description. So do asset dot description, and let's add a class name here. So I'll do text access and text slate, maybe 500. Next, what else? Okay, we can also render the date, right? So we also have the date. So let's take a div once again. So let's take a class name. So I'll do flex, justify between an item center, margin top of 3, and inside this I'm going to take a span. Let's do a class name. I'll do text access and text slate 400, and inside this let's install a date package, right? So it will be easy instead of rewriting. So I'll do npm install, I think that is called date fns. Alright, so this is done, and here what I'll do, right, simply, so I'm going to render this format distance. So let's import this from, so we'll do date fns, and it is called format. Okay, let's wait. I think this types IntelliSense is not working. Format distance 2 now. Okay, so let's go here and paste this one. So I'll do new date of asset dot created at, and here what you can do, you can simply pass a add suffix as 2. That's it. So save this. So we'll be getting the date here also. See, not date means the time, 15 minutes ago it's added, 5 minutes ago. So let's see, you add one more here, new choose. So maybe I'll choose this image. So upload. Less than a minute ago, and it's pending. Awesome, right? So I think this is now working fine. So it's looking also nice. So now what will be our next step? So next step will be whatever assets the image uploaded, whatever assets is uploaded by the user, we are going to render same assets. Now remember, for these also, we need to render all of this in the admin view also, right? So that admin can either approve or reject. So I'm not going to create a different view, because you will also understand that writing same UI again and again is very irritating, and like same thing again, it's up to you. I think many of you also ping like that via I have added some different CSS. I actually like all this, right? You don't have to follow the each and everything what I'm doing. So from UI point of view, I'll keep it, all of you keep it like whatever you want to create, just create it by yourself. I'm not going to write the same or different UI again and again, because this is very time consuming, right? If you understand, like to create a 10 minutes video also, it took me like almost 30 minutes. So I'm going to use the exact same code whatever I've written here. The only difference will be, for that we are going to have two buttons. So there will be approve button and reject button in the admin view, and then once admin will approve, we are going to update here, and then only that will be able to see in the gallery view. So let's say, I'll give you one example. Let's say in this website there are total three users. One is user A, one is user B, and then there is admin. User A uploaded 2 assets, user B uploaded 2 assets. So there are 4 assets, but all the 4 assets are not approved. So what will happen, this gallery page will have 0 assets, right? Until unless these assets will be approved, we are not going to see that asset in the gallery view. So in the next part, that is the reason, first we need to complete the approve and reject functionality. Once that is done, we are going to render those assets in the gallery view. So let's start working on that particular section. Alright, so now let's start working on some of the actions that we need to create for the admin view. Okay, so first I think we already have get total user count, delete category. So after this, I'm also going to add one more, which will be to get total assets. So for this one, let's do one thing. Let's copy this total user count action, and instead of total user counts, I'm going to do get total assets. And here the only difference will be, this will be from asset, right? So this is the only difference. And what else? So everything else will be same. Also we need to import this from our schema. So I think this is done. Next we are going to have two more. One will be to approve the assets and one will be to delete the assets. So first I'm going to do export async function, and I'll do approve asset action. And for this one, I'm going to get the asset ID, which asset I need to approve because I need that ID, and one will be for to reject. So I'm going to do reject, and here also we are going to get this. So let's copy this and let's paste it here. The same thing here also, right? So I'll do you must be an admin to approve this data, and you must be an admin to reject this data. Now after this, we are going to simply just do try and catch. So here I'm going to return success will be false, and for this also it will be same. For try, just simply you will do await db.update. We are going to pass the table, so it will be asset, and then we are going to simply do set. So we're going to tell that which property we need to update. So we need to update the is approved. So I'm going to make this one as approved. Makes sense. And also we're going to do updated at, comma, updated at, and this will be new date. Now you need to pass where equal. So you're going to pass asset dot id will be equal to this asset id that we are going to get from our UI side. And this is done, right? So let's copy this. For this also it will be same. So only difference is this will be rejected, and here once this is done, then we are going to do a revalidate path, and we are going to validate this asset approval path. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to update this path. And here also we're going to do the same, and then I'm going to just return as true. This also will be true. Save this. I think these all the actions for now at least we need. So now let's go to our first. We are going to go to the admin and then settings, then page, and I'm going to get one more here, and this will be our assets count, and this will be get total assets count action. And here I'm going to render this, right? So where we are rendering total assets, I'm going to render these assets count. Save this, and if you go to the admin view, right, let's go to the settings. So refresh this. So here we are getting 4 assets. So 4 assets currently we are having, these are the 4 assets, right? Whether it is approved or pending, it doesn't matter. So this all the total assets that is uploaded by all the users. So now this is done. So what will be next step? So in the asset approval page, now I'm going to render all the assets so that admin will be able to approve or reject it, right? So now let's start working on this particular section. So first let's go to the assets approval page. And then I'm going to first make this on async. So here first we are going to get all the pending assets. Okay, we need to actually create one more action that will be to get all the pending assets, right? So let's go to the admin actions and then let's create one more here. So I'm going to do export async function and let's do get pending assets action. And here also we are going to add the same check. Okay, and then I'm simply going to do a try catch, and here I'm going to return empty array, and in this try I'm going to do const pending assets. So this will be abbot db dot, so we're going to do select. So here we are going to do pass the asset. So this asset will be asset, and also I'm going to pass a username which will be user. So for this one let's do user dot name. That's it. And then here I'm going to do from asset table, and let's do a left join. So I'm going to join user where equal, this will be asset dot user id. I think we have added all the relations because of this, should be equal to user dot id. Then I'm going to do where, here we are going to do equal, so we need to check asset dot is approved will be equal to what? It will be equal to pending. Save this. So this will give you all the pending assets that is uploaded by that particular user, where the asset id should be equal to the user id. Okay, so this is done, and now I'm going to simply return the pending assets. Save this. Now these actions we are going to call from our admin approval page. So first let's go here in this page, and I'm going to simply do const pending assets, and this will be abbot get pending assets action. This is done, and then what I'll do, right, simply so if there is nothing pending, so you are going to do something like no assets are pending, something like that. But before that, okay, let's do one thing. Here I'm simply going to do if pending assets dot length is 0, so we are going to return this, or else we are going to return this. So in this one I'm simply going to take a card, and let's take a class name bg as white, and inside this I'm going to take a card content, and I'll simply just do p, and I'll do all assets have been reviewed, right? And in this one I'm going to pass a class name, so I'll do py of 16 flex column item center and justify center. For this one let's take a class name, so I'll do text center, text slate 600 maybe or 500, and text as large, right? This is done, and in this one I'm going to render all the assets that we need to approve. Now remember I told, right, I'm going to use the same asset grid component that we have actually used. So I'm going to just copy these from here, complete part, and then I'm just going to okay, we also need to take two things, right? We'll be getting both the assets and the username, because in the actions I'm selecting both asset and the username, that which user actually uploaded that particular asset. So for this one, first let's do one thing, let's paste all of these. We'll be getting some error. So here I'm going to do pending assets, so this will give me two things. So it's going to give me the asset, and also it's going to give me the username. Okay, So here we're going to have the assets.username. This is fine. Let's import from next image. We're going to have assets.filename. Let's import the badge. I think badge one, I think if I needed, right, we can remove this because this is for the admin view, right? We don't need. So let's remove this. Asset.title is fine, and this we can do. And the only thing we need to render maybe, okay, after this span, right, we can render the username. So here I'm going to take a div, and let's take a class name of flex item center, and here text as access and text slate maybe 500 or 400. And then inside this I'm going to take a user icon. So I'll do user, I'll do class name margin right of 2, width as 4, height as 4, and here I'm going to simply render the username. So I'm going to render the username here. Now once all of this is done, okay, we are getting some error. Why? Okay, there are some syntax problem. Okay. So let's save this. So now after this I'm going to do one more thing. So maybe after this one I'm going to take one more div. Let's do a class name flex, justify between, and item as center, and here I'll be taking 2 buttons. So one will be approve and one will be reject. Let's see how this is looking, right? So if you go here, see, this is what I'm talking about. So we'll be getting approve and reject. I think this one we can put it, or let's take a padding of 4 maybe. Let's see how this is looking. Based on that we can change. See, so we are getting approve and reject. So for this one, let's take a class name bg till 500 and hover bg till 600, and for this one I'm going to do bg red 500 and hover bg red 600. Awesome. So now we are getting all the 4 images. Also we need to add some. Let's do one thing now. We can do something like this. So here let's cut all the things. Let's take a div class name and I'll do px of 4, and then we need to take this. Okay, let's do one. Let's take inside this. Save this. Okay, I think this is looking fine only. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's take a container here, py of 10 maybe. Okay, so I think this is fine. So now what we need to do, on click of this, we need to call that action, server action that we have created. So we have the approve server action and we have the reject. Now remember how we are now. See, this is a server component, right? So what you can do, right, you can directly use the server action here. So what we are going to do this one, I'm just going to wrap both the buttons inside form component. So let's see how we are going to do that. So here first I will simply do, let's cut first one. Okay, take a form. So let's do a little slow. So once we'll take the form, so inside form we are having the button, and here what I am going to simply do, so here let's take a type. This will be submit, and or let's remove this, not needed. And also the same thing, we're going to wrap these also inside form, both the buttons. And then here we are going to simply take a actions. So here action, we can directly take action, and this will be async function, and here we are going to simply tell that okay, this will be we are going to use a server action here, and to do this inline you simply use this use server directive. Okay, and then after this we'll simply use await, and then you are going to pass approve asset action, and then inside this you're going to pass the id, so which will be asset.id, right? The same thing you need to copy this and do the for the reject also. So instead of this you're going to do reject asset action. Okay, now let's save this and let's see what is happening, right? So first I'm going to go in this page, refresh this page, and then I'll go here, refresh this. Now let's first maybe for this one let's do approve. So it's approved, and here we'll come here and then let's refresh this, and you're getting approved here. Awesome, right? So now let's make this one reject. So it's rejected. You can also render some kind of toast if you need it, and here you can see you are getting rejected for this one. Then we have two more pending, so let's do approve and approve, right? And then what we are going to do, simply we'll come here and refresh this. So now 3 are actually approved by the admin, so all 3 images we should be able to see in the gallery view. I hope you are getting, because these are approved, right? Until unless you should not be able to see this one here. And to do this one, what we're going to do, we need to get the public assets, right? So here in the dashboard actions, because this is in the user view, I'm going to create, so we need actually 2 more action here. So first one will be, let's create export async function, and this will be get public assets. Remember, these assets anyone can see whether the user is not authenticated or not, right? Action. And here we can also, let's say if you want to implement some filter, so we are going to also, I'm going to show you that how you can implement a filter, right? So let's pass a category ID here, and which will be optional, and let's pass this one as number, and here I'm going to do a try catch. So let's log the error, and here we are going to create a base condition. Now remember, here currently we are having only one condition, but if you need, you can add multiple base condition here, multiple base condition. And these concepts actually I want to show you that how you are going to do that. So based on that you will be having all the type of different scenarios, ideas, and then you'll be able to create. So how you can create conditions, right? So let's say I'm going to add a conditions here. So this will be my filter conditions. So to create a filter condition, we are going to use and from Drizzle, and here you are going to pass multiple conditions. See, for example, here we are having equal if the car.make is Volvo and the car year is 1950. So you're adding 2 conditions. You can add n number of conditions here. Now here, first of all, for now I'll be having only 1 condition, but that is the reason I actually like intentionally added this one, so that you will have that idea that you'll be able to add multiple conditions here. I'm going to add a equal, and I'm simply going to do asset dot is approved. Now remember, this gallery view will have only the approved asset. I hope you are getting, not all the assets user can see, right? So here this has to be what? This has to be approved. Now for example, we are having only 1 condition. Let's say there are some let's say there are some hypothetical, some other condition I'll add here. So for example, let's say there is equal, and I'll do if asset dot is public. So there is, for example, a is public property, and is public is true. Then something else, maybe equal, you are doing assets dot something else. So you can add multiple condition here. Okay, so for now this is my base condition, and now here I'm going to add a category. So if category ID is present, because that is optional, so I'm going to add 1 more condition here. So I'm going to do and, so you pass the conditions, and then you're going to do, see, again the same thing. So do asset dot category ID will be what? Will be this category ID. Okay, so we added 2 conditions, and now we are going to apply all of this in one. So I'm going to create a query. So this will be await dv dot select. So first I'm going to select asset, which will be my asset. I'm going to add a category name. This will be my category dot name. Then we are also going to have a username I'm going to add, which will be my user dot name. So all the 3 things I need: which category, the asset, and which user. Then I'm going to do from, because we are getting all the public assets, so we need to get it from our asset. I'm going to add a left join. I'm going to pass the category, and I'm going to do equal asset dot category ID should be equal to what? The category dot ID, because both have a relations, right? With asset, each asset will have a single category. Then I'm going to add one more left join with users. I'm going to be user, so here I'm going to do equal, so I'm going to do asset dot user ID should be equal to what? User dot ID. And then because we have the filters, we are going to add where we are going to pass all the extra conditions that we are having, right? So this will create the query, and then I'm going to also, you can do right, so you can return the query here directly. So I'm going to return the query, or else I'm going to return here empty. So this is the first action that we need, public asset. Then I need to add one more action, which will be to get asset by ID, which will be for the details page. So let's say I'm in the gallery view, and in the gallery view I have 10 assets. When I click on every asset, it will go to a details page, right? So this is that for that one. So I'm going to do export asset function, and I'll do get asset by ID. So we'll get asset ID, which will be string. So I'll do try catch. I've done all this multiple times, like sometimes it will become very repetitive, right, if you do the same thing again and again. So that is the reason I'm doing little first. So here I'm going to simply get the result, which will be in the first element in the array. So I'll be going to have it db.select. So I'll select couple of things, right? So first I'll select the asset, which will be asset. I need the category name, which will be category dot name. I need the username, which will be user dot name. So these all from the user table, category table. We are having all the properties, right? If you need, you can also get the user image, so which will be user dot image. And then also we need the user ID, which will be user dot ID. And again we need to do the same thing. So let's copy this from asset. So from left join we also need to do category, where asset.category ID will be category.id. Same will be for user. So I'm going to copy all three. And then here, can you guess what else we need to do? So here we need to check that which asset we are going to extract, because now we are not fetching all the assets. We are fetching a single asset based on this ID. So we need to add a where condition here. So where we are going to do equal, so we're going to pass asset.id will be equal to this asset ID. I know like these I have done a number of times, so that is the reason it's a little easy for me. I'm not going to blame you if you're not able to understand. The only thing what you need to understand is that how in this schema all these relations and everything is working. Now again I'm already repeated, right? If in case you're not able to get all this, how this schema and everything is like you're not able, it's getting little tricky to understand like all this, right? So I'll create a video. I'll create only if I'm getting a lot of requests, then only, or else there is no point of creating, right? If you guys already know, then I think it will be easy. Then I'm going to return the result here. So now we have get asset by ID action and get public assets action. So what will be the next step? So in the next step, now in the gallery view, we are going to fetch these, sorry. So let's go to the gallery view. So we'll go to the gallery. So I'm going to close everything else. So first thing, here we are already giving this if session is role is admin redirect. Okay, this is fine. The first thing we are going to do couple of things, right? So here we also going to have another thing. Can you guess? So we are also going to have some filter, because if you go to the actions, right? Let's go to the dashboard actions. You see we are actually passing this category ID. So that means I'll be having some filter that how many categories we are having, and based on that, on click of each and every category, I'm going to simply pass that in my search params. So here in this search param I'm going to pass, and based on that it's going to automatically filter. Why? Because in the conditions we are already adding the condition that where the asset.category ID will be the category ID. I hope you are getting. And then at the end we are passing these conditions here. So let's start working on this particular page now. Alright, so let's start working on the gallery page. Right, so I need to take a break in between. Okay, I can't do recording continuously. So what I'll do, right, I'll be doing like 10 minutes and then I'll take a break and then again I'll do. So that is the reason maybe you guys also will be noticing like there will be a lot of pause or edit in between. And also I think it's very normal, right? So you can't do all these long videos or like at once. It's very difficult, believe me. So here what I'm going to do, first I'm going to return a suspense here, and inside this I'm going to first we'll take a fallback. So I'll take a fallback and let's take a div class name, and here I'm going to do flex item center justify center, and let's do a mean height of maybe 100 or 60 VH. I think will be fine, 60 or 65. And inside this I'm going to render a loader2, and here I'm going to pass a class name. So I'll do height as 8, width as 8, I'll do animate spin, and I'll do text as black. Okay, so this will be our suspense. And this page, as I already mentioned, right, so we are going to have some search params. So I'm going to show you that how that will actually work. Before that, let me create an interface, and I'm going to do gallery page props. So here I'm going to take a search params. So this will have a category, okay, and this will be optional. So category will be optional and this will be a string. Fine, and these search params we will receive as a props, and here we are going to pass the gallery page props. Okay, so what will happen, right, whenever we are going to pass it here, we are going to pick it from the search params, right? So we'll be getting in the props here. Now what we need to do, we need to get a couple of things here. The first of all, we are going to receive, so let's do const, or let's take it, or I think it will be better if we create one more component here. I think that will be cleaner. So let's do one thing, let's create a gallery content, and I'm going to create this content component here only. So I'll do async function gallery content, which will also receive the search params, which will be gallery page props, and here I'm going to pass the search params. So this will be my search params, this one here. Okay, so we are going to get it here. Okay, this is different error. So now in this component we are going to return, so let's return a div. So I'm going to get a class name, let's do mean height screen, I'll do container px of 4 and bg as white. Now inside this I'm going to take another div, I'll do a class name, I'll do sticky top as 0, z as 30, bg white, I'll do border as bottom, py of 3 and px of 4. Inside this we'll take one more div, take a class name, so I'll do container flex overflow x auto gap of 2, and we'll do no scroll bar. I think no scroll bar or something was there, I'm not able to recollect. Let's keep it like this, and then I'll take a button, and inside this button let's take a variant. So I'm going to do if category id. So here category id how we'll be getting, so let's do const, and I'll do category id. So this will be if search params dot category, if this is present, because this is optional, then only I'm going to do number dot percent, sorry, number dot percent, and I'm going to pass search params dot category, or else this will be undefined. So here I'm going to check if this category id is present, so then only I'm going to do this one as default, or else I'm going to do outline. Then size, I'm going to make this one as small, and here I'm also going to take a class name. So I'm going to do if category ID is present, so I'm going to do bg as black, text white, or else this will be empty. And inside this I'm going to take a link and I'll do all. And now here what will happen, if I give href, so this will go to /gallery page. Save this. So you can see that we are getting all here. Now we need to get the list of galleries, list of categories, and that will be getting here, right? We are having this get categories action. So I'm going to simply just do const categories. So this will be await get categories action. So here I'll be getting all the categories. So I'll simply just do, so after this button, so I'll do categories.map, and here I'm going to simply take a button. So we are going to pass a key which will be c.id. Then I'm going to do variant. So here again, if the category ID which is from search params is equal to current category, so I'm going to do default, or else I'm going to do outline. Size I'm going to do small, and for this one also I'm going to use the same class name. So class name, the only difference is here will be category, this is equal to category ID, and here we are going to also, we need to pass this one as child, and here I'm going to take a link and we are going to pass c.name. And what can you guess what will be this href here? So here this interesting thing will come. So here I'm going to do gallery, and now I'm going to do question mark, so I'm going to do category, right? So this will be my search param. So here I'll be getting this category, and this category I'll be getting from my search params, right? So this will be category equal to category.id, right? So if you save this, so let's see what you're getting. Clothes and React. So if you select this one, right, see category 1, select this, category 3, select all, gallery. Awesome, right? So this is one of the best way you can implement these search params and filters. See, also if you notice, we are doing on the server side, see, server component. Now this is done, right? So now what you can do, so first maybe after this, let's take a div, let's take a class name. So I'll do container UI of 12, and here I'm going to do, so we need to get the assets. Now we are going to get the assets, so I'll do const assets will be await get public assets action. Alright, here also you need to pass the category ID, because category ID is also optional. So now what we'll do, right, so after this let's render the list of assets. I'm going to do div, let's take a class name, so I'll do container, let's do py of 12, and inside this what you're going to do simply, so first I'm going to check if assets.length is equal to 0. So we are going to simply render no assets uploaded yet, please check in some time, right? Let's give a class name, text as 2XL, and font bold maybe, right? That's it. And also let's do a margin bottom here not required, right? So let's do text XL and maybe text center, and or else here I'm going to render all these, right? So I'm going to do div, and here let's take a class name, so I'll do grid columns 1, sm grid columns 2, large grid columns 3, and then also XL I'm going to do grid columns 4 and gap of 6. Inside this we're going to render the assets dot map, and here we'll be getting the asset, we'll be getting the category name, also we'll be getting the username. And here what I'm going to do, simply, so I'm going to take a link. Here we also will have a gallery details page. So in this page I'm going to add a details page here. So I'm going to give this one as ID. Let's create page.tsx, right? So this will be my details page. So I'll do function, so I'll do gallery details page. Okay, so on click of this it will go to this page. So I'm going to href, so it will go to /gallery/, so I'm going to have the asset dot id. So this will be my page. Here we also are going to give a key which will be asset dot id, and class name I'm going to give a block. Inside this I'm going to take a div. I'll do class name, I'll do group, relative, overflow as hidden, I'll do rounded large, and I'll do aspect square. Inside this I'm going to render an image. So I'll do a source which will be asset dot file URL, alt will be asset dot title, and also I'm going to do, we need to import this, and then also I'm going to do fill, and then use a class name. So I'll do object as cover, I'll do transition transform, I'll do duration as 500, and I'll do group scale, sorry, not group scale, it's called group hover. I'm going to do scale as 105. So let's save this. Let's see what we're getting here. We should be getting all the approved assets here, so let's wait. Okay, we are getting this one, but the gap, oh, this will be gap. Okay, so we're getting all the, see, if you notice, right, if I go to assets, we're having 4 assets, but we are not seeing this asset here. So we're getting 3 assets in the gallery view, right? So this is working fine. So after this I'm going to take a div. Let's take a class name, so I'll do absolute insert 0. So let's use a bg gradient, let's do 2t from black divided by maybe 70 via black divided by 20 to gradient, not to gradient, what is this called, it's called to transparent or something, to transparent, to transparent, opacity is 0, and I'll do group hover as opacity 100, transition opacity, and let's do duration as 300. So inside this I'm going to take a div, I'll do a class name, I'll do absolute, bottom as 0, left as 0, right as 0, and padding as 5, maybe 4. And then I'm going to take h3 and I'm going to render asset dot title, and here I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do text as white, font medium, and text as large, and we are getting this, right? So now after the title, what else we can render? Let's maybe render the username. So I'm going to take one more div here, so let's take a class name, so I'll do flex justify, maybe justify b2 in will take, and I'll do item as center and margin top of 2. Inside this I'm going to take a span, and then I'm going to render the username, and here I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do a text white divided by 80, and I'll do text small. Okay, so let's see what you're getting. Okay, and then we will also going to check if the category name is present. So I'm going to render a span. Let's take a class name, so I'll do bg white divided by 30 maybe, or let's do 25, and I'll do text as white, text as XS, and also px of 2 and py of 1, and let's do rounded full, and here I'm going to render the category name. Save this. Okay, so you're getting these categories. Awesome. So now with this, the gallery view is actually completed. So now what you're going to do, right? So simply see what will happen if I, let's say, click on these clothes. See, automatically it's working, right? And click here, React.js, you're getting this. Click on all, you're getting all. Now you might ask me how this is working, because first of all we are actually navigating the user to this corresponding with this URL with the search params, and when we are calling the data back, we are actually passing the category ID. And another important thing you can see here, we are actually passing all of these conditions here, right? That whatever conditions, this category condition, we are actually passing here. So with this, I think this one is now completed. Sorry if you're getting any noise, like I'm fed up of pausing and doing multiple times, but I need to complete it. So just like you can also minimize the sound, right, if you're getting so much noise. So this part is now actually completed. So let's see if it is working or not, right? So we'll go to the assets view, and let's say let's update maybe some, I'll give some random name, right? So I'll do React.js, let's select category, and let's choose a file, maybe let's choose this one here. Let's upload, and so I think this is uploaded. So this is in pending state. Now let's go to our this view, refresh this page, we'll be getting 1. Let's approve this. Now let's go back and let's refresh this. So this is now approved, and go to the gallery view, and you're getting one more. See, working, right? So this is done. So gallery view is now also completed. So we'll be start working on the gallery details view. So let's say if I click on this, right, it will go to the gallery details page, where we are going to render the gallery image and the buy option, where user will be able to buy it. Now there are one more thing, very important thing we need to know. For example, let's say I am the user, okay, and I am only actually uploaded this asset, then I will not be able to purchase it because I am the owner of this, right? So you're also going to add that particular check. So let's start working on the details page. Alright everyone, so now before we'll start on the gallery details page, we need to create the schema for payment, purchase and invoice, and very important. And also you're going to create the relations. So let's start with the payment schema. So I'm going to do export const, let's do payment. So this will be pg table. So here I'm going to give this a name as payment, and let's give a ID. So I'm going to use UID. So this will be ID. I'm going to use a default random, and also this will be my primary key. Next I'm going to have the amount, which will be integer, and let's give this one as amount, and this will be not null. Next we are going to have the currency, and here I'm going to use text. So I'll do currency, and this also I'm going to give a default. So let's do USD as default. You can change this whatever you like, and I'm going to use not null. Then I'm also going to give a status, which will be text. So I'm going to give a status, and this will be not null. Next I'm going to have a provider. So I'm going to give text, let's give provider, this also will be not null. Next I'm also going to have a provider ID. and this I'm going to take a text, and let's do provider underscore ID. Then for this payment I need to have the relation with user ID, so I'll be keeping a user ID which will be user underscore ID, and here I'm going to give this one as not null, and reference I'm going to give, so reference will be with user.id. Next I'm going to have a created at, so let's copy this from here. Oh, I think I have done this one at the end. Let's put it on the top after this here. So let's copy the created at. That's it. Next we are also going to have for for purchase. So I'm going to do export const, so I'll do purchase. This will be pg table, so I'm going to give purchase, and here I'm going to give the same ID will be same. I'm going to have the asset ID, which asset I'm actually purchasing, so I'm going to give UID here, so I'll do asset underscore ID, and here what you're going to do, simply do not null, and I'm also going to do a reference, so reference will be my asset dot ID, and here what you're going to do, you're going to pass on delete, and I'm going to do this one as restrict. Then after this we are also going to have a user ID, so let's copy this here. We'll copy from this only, so the only change will be here we are going to pass this, and then I'm going to do on delete, so I'm going to pass this one as cascade. So after what else we need, we are also going to have a payment ID, so I'm going to have a payment ID, so payment ID I'm going to keep this one as UID, so I'm going to do payment underscore ID, and here I'm going to do not null, and I'm going to do references, and here I'm going to do payment dot ID, which is my payment ID here. Then I'm also going to have a price, so price will be integer, this will be price, and this will be not null. Then I'm also going to have a created at, so I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Next I will also need another one for okay, let's do this one later. So for now let's add all of this, so I'm going to, or let's create it now only. I think we need it, right? So I'm going to do export const. Will not go that much depth because it will be very complicated, so we are going to use some simple invoice structure. So I'm going to do invoice, let's give this one name as invoice, and here I'm going to give same, so ID will be same, so I'm going to give ID. Then I'm also going to have an invoice number, so I'm going to do text, so I'll do invoice underscore number, and here I'm going to do not null, and I'm also going to make this one unique. After this I'm also going to have a purchase ID, so purchase ID will be, I'll do UID, so this will be purchase underscore ID, and here I'm going to do not null, and here I'm going to take a reference, and I'm also going to do a reference with purchase.id, so do purchase ID, and on delete I'm going to make this one as cascade. Next we are going to have a user ID, so for user ID let's copy it from here only, let's copy this. Next we are going to have an amount, so amount I think we have used someplace here, so let's copy this one only, so I'm going to pass it here, this will be amount. Then also we are going to have the currency, so I'm going to copy this, I'm going to pass it here currency. Then I'm also going to have a status, so I'm going to do text status, and this will be not null. Then I'm also going to have a HTML content, and I'm going to explain it later what actually we are going to implement. So we are going to implement a custom invoice functionality. Here I'm going to do HTML content. Then what else? Then I think we need to have a created and updated at. I think let's copy this from here, so look created at, and then we'll be having the updated at. I think this is done. So now we need to add some relations. So first, see, in the user relation we are having the many assets relation with many. So user will have multiple assets. Similarly, we are going to have the payments. So I'll do payments. So payments will also be many, and this will be relation with payment table. Then we are going to have the purchases, and this will be many purchase, right? User can purchase multiple assets. So this is done. So session relation we don't have to make any change. Account relations also, category relations also will keep same. So asset relation, so in the asset relation we are going to add purchase, because for every asset we are going to have some purchases associated, right? So here I'm going to do many, and there will be purchase, means this asset can be purchased multiple times. So this will be changes in the existing one. In the new one we need to actually add a couple of relations. I'm going to do export const. So I'll do payment relations. So I'm going to do relations, pass the payment table. So here we have one, many, and here we are going to have, so for payment relations we'll be having relation with user. So we'll one user, so pass the fields. So this will be payment dot user ID, and references will be what? Same, again same thing, user dot ID. That's it. And then also you're going to have purchases. So this will be many purchase. So this will be payment relations. Then we are going to have the purchase relations. So I'm going to do export const purchase relations. So we'll do relations, we're going to have purchase. So for every purchase we'll be having 1-to-1 mapping. So here we are going to have asset, and for one asset there will be one purchase, right? So we'll do one pass asset. So here you are going to pass the fields. So fields will be purchase dot asset ID, right? And reference it will take from asset dot ID. So both should be same, right? So this should be with asset. Then copy this. Then we are going to have with user. So this will be user. So this will be purchase dot user ID, and this will be user dot ID. And at the end we are also going to have for payment. So this will be payment purchase dot payment ID, and this will be payment dot ID. So this will be the purchase relations. And at the end we are also going to have one more, the last, which will be invoice relations. So this will be relations. So I'm going to pass invoice, and here we are going to have invoice will have with purchase and user. So copy, let's do purchase here. So I'm going to do purchase. So here I'm going to do one purchase, and here I'm going to have fields. So this will be invoice dot purchase ID, and reference will be purchase dot ID. And then we are also going to have with user. So user will be, so here we are going to have users. So fields will be invoice dot user ID, and reference will be user dot ID. So a lot of things, again I'm repeating, if you're not able to understand the relations, I'll create a video, separate video. It will make all the things, if there is any doubt, simpler, right? So now let's open terminal, and then what I'm going to do, right? So let's clear everything. So I'm going to do npx drizzle it. I'll do generate, and then I'm going to do migrate. Awesome. So I think this is done. So now let's see. So here if I refresh this, so you're having invoice, payment and purchase, right? So now we are ready to start working on the details page, because in the details page, what we need to do, we need to start working on purchasing the assets, right? So it's important we first created all the schemas and everything. So let's start working on the details page now. Alright, so now let's start working on the details page. Okay, so here first of all, this details page will receive some of the props, right? So first of all, this is a dynamic page, so it's going to receive the params. I think this concept we've already discussed. So I'm going to take interface. So let's do asset details. Let's do, no, not asset details, this will be gallery details page props, and here I'm going to pass params, and in these params there will be id, which will be a string, right? So this is the first thing we need. So now what we are going to do simply, so in this page we are going to receive params, and we are going to pass the gallery details params props. And now let's go to this page and we'll do the same structure. I'm going to copy this suspense and I'm going to paste it here. So let's import this and also import this icon, and here I'm going to render the gallery content page. So in this one I'm going to, let's create this component first. So we'll do here only, let's do async function, I'll do gallery content. So this will also going to receive the params, the same concept. So here it's going to receive these params, and I'm going to pass the params, which will be params, right? And these params, how we are going to get these params? So we'll be automatically getting, so why this is, okay, I think this is the JSX error, that is fine. So now what we are going to do, simply we will be start working on this particular structure, right? But before that we need to do couple of things. So what we need to check, first we are going to check in this details page also that if the user is not authenticated. So first of all we need to check couple of we need to add some condition. If the user is admin user should not be able to access this page, right? So those kind of checks we need to give here. First let's do one thing, let's return a div. And now what I'll do, first I'm going to take the session, so do const session, and let's do here await auth.api.get session, and here I'm going to do headers. I think we have done 100 times the same thing, and I'm going to get the headers from next headers. Okay, the first thing what I'm going to do, if I'll check if the session is present, and if the session dot role, now session dot user dot role is equal to admin, so I'll simply redirect the user to the maybe home page, right? This is fine. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my current asset details. So now you might be thinking how we are going to get that. Now remember, if you go to the dashboard actions, we have a where is that, we have this get asset by id action where we are going to get pass the asset id. So I'm going to call this, so I'm going to simply do const, so I'll do result, so let's do await, and I'll do get asset by id action, and here we are going to pass the what, params dot id, right? So now this will give me the current asset details, and then I'm simply going to check if this result is not present. If the result is not present, I'll simply going to return a not found page, so it will go to the not found page. Okay, now we are going to, so first let's log this, let's see what we are getting in this result. So let's say I'm going to click here, and you can see that we are getting all the details page, all the details. So what are the things we need? We are going to need the asset, and also you'll be getting the category name. We're going to get the username, user image, and user ID. But from where we are getting all of these? So we have already have join all of these, right? So here we are getting the assets, category name, username, user image, and user ID. So now I'm going to get all of these. So here const I'll do from result. So I'm going to get the asset, I'm going to get the category name, I'm going to get the username, user image, and also user ID. Okay, so now, okay, very important, I remember I told you, right, that whenever I will be uploading the asset, I should not be able to buy this particular asset, right? So we need to actually check that if the current logged in user is actually the author of that particular asset or not. I hope you're getting it. So for example, let's say I am a user and I actually uploaded this particular asset here, this asset, and when I click on this asset and go to this details page, I should not be able to buy this, right? So I need to check it. So I'm going to simply check const is author, and I'm going to simply do if the current session dot user dot id is equal to this user id. So if this is the case, that means this asset is uploaded by this author only, so they will not be able to upload the asset. So this is done. And then I'm also going to, let's create some initials. So I'll do username, dot split with space, and then I'm going to take the first one, and I'm also going to do join, and then let's do 2 uppercase, or else let's give user, so u. Okay, so this is done. So now what will be our next step? Next step will be, we'll start working on creating the UI. So let's give a class name. So do mean height screen, I'll do container, I will do px of 4, and I'll do bg as white. Inside this, so let's take one more div. So I'm going to do a class name, so let's do container py of 12, and here I'm going to do a class div, take a class name, I'll do bleed gap of 12, and for md I'm going to do bleed columns of 3. Now inside this I'm going to take the left column, so do class name, will do md column span 2 space y of 6 or maybe 8, and then also I'm going to take another one, so I'm going to copy this, and this will be my right column. So here I'm going to do space y of 6. So we have right, and this is my left column. Okay, let's see. So we are getting left and right. Awesome. So now we are going to start working on creating the structure, right? So first let's remove this. So here I'm going to take one more div. Let's do a class name. So I'll do rounded large, overflow hidden, bg gray 100, and I'll do border. Inside this I'm going to take one more div. I'll do class name, let's do relative, and width as full, and here I'm going to render an image component. So here I'm going to render the source. So source will be image, so we also need to have the image. So image will be asset dot file URL. Alt will be, I'm going to change one more thing that I'm going to show you later, not now. Title, let's do a width of 1200, height of 800. Class name I'm going to do width as full, height as auto, and object content, and let's do a priority. So let's save this, let's see how this is looking. Awesome. So we're getting the image. So now let's say if I click here, fine, right? So this is working fine. So now what I'll do, so after this div I'll take one more div. Let's take a class name. So flex item center justify between, and inside this I'm going to take one more div. Let's take a h1 and I'm going to render asset dot title, and here I'm going to pass a class name. So I'll do text 3xl and font as bold. Then after this I'm going to check if the category name is present, then only I'm going to render the category name. I'm doing little fast. Okay, now I think it's getting very lengthy, this video. So here I'm going to do class name margin top of 2, bg gray 200, text gray maybe 700, and on hover I'm going to do bg gray, or let's remove this, we don't need this. Okay, so this will be okay. Why we need this, and inside this I'm going to render a tag icon. So let's do a margin right of 1, height of 4, width of 4, and here I'm going to render the category name. So let's see how this is looking. Okay, so here you can see. So now I think let's give the hover here, man. Let's do bg gray of 300. Fine, and then after this I'm going to take one more div, and here what I'll do, right? So let's simply render the, let's take the p and render the username, and take one more p and let's render here creator. Let's give a class name. So I'll do text as small and font medium. For this one I'll do text XS, text gray 500. Then what else? Okay, let's see how this is looking. So we are having this. Then maybe we are okay, let's see this one. I think this is more than enough. What else? I think we have the category description. If needed we can render, but I think let's not render all of this. I think it's taking a lot of time to create. For now I think this is simpler. Let's render the right section. In the right one, let's take a div. I'm going to do a class name, so I'll do sticky and top as 24. Inside this I'm going to take a card. Let's do a class name. I'll do overflow hidden. I'll do border as 0, shadow large, rounded XL. Inside this we're going to render a div, and here let's do a class name, and let's add some, I think it will look nice. Let's do gradient 2 to R maybe, and from gray 900 to gray 800, and I'll do padding of 6 and text as white. Now inside this I'm going to take a h3 and I'll do premium asset. Let's take a class name, so I'm going to do text XL, font as bold, and margin bottom of 2. So we'll be getting this, and then after this I'm going to take a div, or let's take a div only. We're getting this premium asset. Let's take div only, and then I'm going to do inside this, let's do a span, and I'm going to just render $5. So we'll keep 5 for all the items for now. And here I'm going to do class name, so we'll do text 3xl and font as bold. Copy this and let's do one-time purchase, something like that, one-time purchase. And here we are going to do margin left as 2, and I'll do text gray 300. Okay, then now here we need to add couple of condition. Okay, the first one we need to check that if the user is already user is the one who has uploaded these assets, so they will not be able to buy it. I already mentioned, right? So what we'll do, right? So let's after this div, okay, so after here I'm going to take a card content, and here I'm going to give, let's give a class name, so do padding as 6, and here I'm going to do a div, let's do a class name space y of 4, and here I'm going to do simply if session.user this is present, so you're going to do this, or else what will happen, we need to log in, right? So we're going to render a button, okay, what is the problem here, session.user, okay, let's give a div here for now. Okay, so here I'm going to simply render a button, and here let's render this one as child, let's give a class name, so do width as full, bg as black, and I'll do text as white and height as 12. Inside this let's render a link, and I'll do sign in to purchase, and here we're going to do href, and it will go to the login page. Okay, so here first let's see if this is working or not. Let's save this. Okay, so let's refresh this page. I'm going to now log out. Let's go to gallery and let's click here. So getting sign into purchase. Click here, login page. Now I'm going to log in. Go to gallery. Go to this page. Now you're not getting this. Awesome. So I think this is done. So now here inside this, right, when the user is already logged in, so that time what we need to do, so that time we need to actually add a couple of conditions, right? So first we need to check if the user is the author. So if user is the author, so in that case we are not going to give permission the user to purchase the asset, because they can't purchase their own asset. Okay, so this is the first thing. So here what we'll do simply, so first I'm going to do something like, here I'm going to do, let's give a div, and let's copy this. I'll just show you what actually I mean. So I'll do not purchase allowed, and here I'm going to do purchase allowed, and see what is coming. Save this, and you'll see that you'll be getting no purchase allowed, because this user is actually uploaded this asset. See what is coming. See, purchase is not allowed, right? So that is the reason. Here what we will do, remove this. I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do bg blue 50, text blue 700, padding of 5, let's do rounded large, flex, item start, and gap of 3. Inside this I'm going to take an info icon, and here I'm going to do a class name. I'll do width as 5, height as 5, do text blue 500, do margin top of 0. Let's do 1, and I'll do flex shrink 0, and here I'm going to render a p, and I'll do this is your own asset, right? You can manage it from your assets dashboard. You can't purchase your own asset. So, or maybe we can remove this, we can just keep it like this. You can't purchase your own asset, right? And here I'm going to just use text as text small, right? So let's save this. So we should be getting that, right? I don't know, it's taking so much time to see, we are getting this one. Awesome. And if here now we need to add one more condition, that is if the user, let's say I am not uploaded this asset, so either I can buy it or I have already bought it. So if I already bought it, so I can't buy it again, right? So I need to download the asset, I need to give download asset, or else I need to do purchase asset. So for now we don't have that condition, so I'll give some random value for now. So I'll do has purchased asset. I'll make this one as false for now. Okay, and here what we'll do simply, so here I'm going to simply check if the has purchased asset is true. So in that case I'm going to render a button, or else I will be having a form component where I'll be able to buy it. So inside this I'll be having another button. So here I'll be having type as submit, class name I'll do width as full, bg black, text white, and height of 12. And here I'm going to do a shopping cart, and I'll do purchase now. So here let's give a class name, margin right of 2, width as 5, height as 5. Let's use 6, we are using 5 all the time. And if this is the case, so here what will happen, right? So we can simply give the user, so I'll just give as child, I'll do a class name, so I'll do width as full, I'll do bg green, maybe 600, and then I'll do text as white and height of 12. Inside this I'm going to render an anchor, I'll give a download option, and then I'm going to pass a href that I'm going to show later that what we are going to do. And inside this I'm going to render a download icon, and I'll do download asset. So let's use the same. Save this, see what we are getting now. So because this is my own asset, so I won't be getting it. So what I'll do, right, I'll just log in with my another email just to showcase, because we need 2 user 1 admin, right? So I'm going to quickly log in with that particular credentials, and then we'll see how we are getting and what we are getting. Okay, alright, so now I'll just logged in with my another account. So let's see what is happening here. So I'm going to log in with this one. Okay, now see, if I go to gallery, first let's go to asset. See, there is no asset for this user. Go to gallery, and now if I let's say click on this, see we are getting purchase now, right? And let's see if I make this one as true now. So let's see if the user is already buy it. So true, so you will be getting download asset. Let's see. Okay, so let's make this one false again. So now what I'll do, right, so I'm going to go to asset. So let's upload some assets from this user, right? So from different user, let's use some different image so that we'll be able to differentiate, maybe this one. And let's add one more. I don't know what kind of title I'm giving, but just doing little first. So having 2, but if you go to gallery you will not be getting this. So let's go to our admin view, refresh this, we're getting 2 from a different, so both my accounts. So let's say approve, and now let's refresh this. So you're getting this and this image both, and if you go to assets, both are approved. Awesome. So here see, you can't right? So this is working because this is I uploaded. But if I now just log out and then if I just log in with my different one, right, so you'll be able to purchase that. So now if I go to gallery and let's see if I click this one, right, so this is from a different user, so you're getting purchase option. Awesome. So this is working. So with this, the gallery details page is also completed. So now what you're going to do, right, will be start working on the purchase functionality, purchase and invoice both. And once all of this is done, then we are going to implement the home page. Alright everyone, so now we are going to start working on the payment module. Now before that, I want to mention that we are going to use PayPal. Now many of you actually all asked me multiple times that why I normally don't use Stripe or Razorpay or a lot of others. See, first of all, Stripe is actually not available currently in India, so I'm not able to access the developer portal. So that is the reason I have to think of an alternative option, and I think PayPal is also a very good option. Coming to the Razorpay, so Razorpay also, to get access to the developer panel or portal, I need to raise request. So I have done that, but I think I haven't completed the onboarding yet, so I have to wait. Maybe in the next project I'm going to use either Razorpay or PayU. But here anyways, right, so when I'm talking about payment integration flow, it's like almost same whenever, it doesn't matter whatever provider that you're using, whether it is PayPal, Stripe or Razorpay, right, the flow will be almost same. Maybe the methods or the API endpoints and those things will be different. So first thing, you have to, if you have a PayPal account, you can just so PayPal, the reason I choose PayPal, so here it is very easy. So if you have PayPal account, you can actually easily create a PayPal developer account and you'll get the developer access. Here you have to come to these apps and credentials and you have to create a new app. So currently I already have multiple apps, so I'm going to use this existing app here. So in this app, mainly you need two things. So you are going to have the client ID and the client secret. So these two things you need here. Okay, so once you'll get the client secret and client ID, you're good to go. And then you go to the testing tools, and in the testing tools you'll be having sandbox accounts. So here you need to create one dummy account where you'll be getting the email and the password that we are going to use to do the payment. Alright, now first how the process will work. So let's explain, right? Let's see how it's going to work. So let's go to this page, and now I'm going to go to, maybe let's click this one here. So here once I'll click on this purchase now, so we are going to do a couple of things, right? The first thing what we'll do, first we need to actually create a PayPal order. Now to create a PayPal order, we are going to use a PayPal endpoint. In that PayPal endpoint, we are going to create a token, and that token we are going to create based on the PayPal client ID and the client secret that just now I have showed you, that you'll be getting from the developer panel. Once you're going to create the PayPal order, so PayPal order creation is completed, so it's going to give you a approval URL. Once you're going to get the approval URL, we are going to redirect the user to the approval URL. It will go to the payment interface of PayPal. You're going to enter your credentials, and once you do the payment, right, it will come back to this page. And then what we are going to do, we are going to add a params here. So in this page, we are going to add some search param, and based on the search param, we are able to understand whether the payment is successful or it is rejected or there is any error. And based on that, once the order creation is completed, we are going to capture that order. So it's like two steps. So first you're going to order creation and order capture. Once order capture is completed, so that means your payment is successful. Then we are going to store that particular purchase record and the payment information in our DB. So it's, if you compare this one with your Cloudinary, it's almost similar. So you're going to store your Cloudinary, the asset in Cloudinary, you're going to get the URL back, and then you are storing that in DB. Here also you're creating the PayPal order, you are capturing the order, and then you're storing that in your DB. Now the first thing, let's do one thing, right? So let's first we need to create we are going to create some server actions, right? So for this one, I thought I'll create one more action here. Let's create payment actions, right? Let's keep this one separate. So I'll do payment actions.ts, and let's use server. All right, so first I'm going to create export async function, and I'm going to do create PayPal order action. So here I'm going to get the asset ID, that which asset I'm currently purchasing. So I'm going to add this will be string. Now here we are going to use the same thing. So we need to get the session. So I'm going to copy this paste it here. Let's import this. Let's import this one. Logged into purchase, right? So to purchase asset. So once this is done, or else I think better it will be, I think here instead of doing this, right, if this is not present, let's redirect the user to the login page if the session is not present. Then I'm going to get the session asset details, that which asset I'm currently purchasing based on the asset ID. So we are going to get asset, and this will be await. So I'll do db dot select from, so we're going to get from where, so we're going to get from asset table, right? So we'll be importing asset schema, where we are going to simply check what, so we'll do equal, we have done multiple times, we'll do asset dot id equal to asset id. This asset id is nothing but this asset id that we'll be getting. Okay, so this will give you the current asset. If this asset is not present, so I'm just going to throw new error, asset not found. Okay, and then we need to check what, so we are going to check if this asset is already being purchased by the user or not. So if it is purchased, you can't purchase it multiple times, right? So we are giving multiple checks. We are also checking this one on the server side. So we'll do existing purchase, so we'll do await db dot select dot from, so we're going to get from purchase table, right? So in the purchase table we'll be having all the record, and here what I'm going to do, simply do where, so we're going to do, so we need to check two things. So I'm going to use and inside this I'm going to do equal, and I'm going to check if the purchase dot asset id is same as the current asset id. So this is the first thing, and then after this I'm going to take one more equal, and here I'm going to do purchase dot user id, that means this user is actually purchasing this, which will be equal to session dot user dot id. Okay, so this we are actually checking both the things from this, where the purchase, the asset id is same with the purchase asset id, and where the purchase user id is same as the current session user id, right? And here what we are going to do, simply, so we need to limit this one to 1. So we're going to limit this to 1, and now I'm going to simply check if this existing purchase dot length is greater than 0, that means this user already purchased this. So I'm going to return already purchased true. Okay, so once this is done, now we need to create our PayPal order. So I'm going to do try catch. So let's log the error, and here we are going to create the response. I'll do await fetch, and here we are going to use, so let me just quickly show you that what I've done. In my env file I already added client id, client secret, PayPal API URL, and API URL, which is my localhost 3000. So these 4 things we need, right? So in the payment here I'm going to simply pass this. So I'll do process dot env dot PayPal API URL, and here we are going to use this version2 / checkout / orders. So this is the endpoint that we are going to use. Inside this I'm going to use a method which will be post, definitely, and here I'm going to use a headers. So in the headers I'll be having content type, which will be what, this will be application / JSON, and here I'm going to pass authorization. So in the authorization we are going to pass a basic, and I will be creating the token, right? So I'm going to do buffer from, and you're going to simply pass here process dot env. So you're going to take the client ID, and here we also need to take, so I'm going to take, we need to do dot colon, and I'm going to pass the process dot env dot the client secret. So this we need. Now after this we are going to do to string, and I'm going to pass here base 64. So this we are having content type, and in the authorization we are passing the token here based on the client ID. So it's going to create a token. Here after this I'm going to pass a body. So this will be JSON.stringify. So we are going to pass intent. This will be capture. I told you, right? So first we are going to do order creation, and then we are going to do capture the order. So we need to give the intent here. Then I'm going to pass purchase unit. You can also check all of this in the official doc. I don't want to spend this time on this. Purchase unit. Inside this you are going to pass a reference ID underscore ID. So here I'm going to pass this one as asset ID, which asset I'm buying. Then I'm going to pass a description. So I'll simply do something like purchase of. So we have this get asset dot title. So I'm buying this particular title. Then we are going to pass the amount. So in the amount you're going to pass the currency code. I'll pass USD, and also you're going to pass the value. So for now I'm going to pass this one as 5.00, as we are keeping only $5 for every. If you want to change this, then pass this value as input and then pass it here. That's it. You don't have to change anything. And I'm also going to pass a custom ID, and let's pass here session.user.id, and then we are going to pass or, and I'm going to pass this asset ID. That's it. So this is done. So this will be our purchase unit, and after this here we need to pass application context, which is important. So application context will tell us that once the order creation is completed, then what we want to, where the user will return. So we need to do two things. First we need to add a return URL, or there can be cancel URL. So let's say user cancel the order, right? So we need to, again, user should be returned back from that PayPal payment page to the application, right? So that is the thing we need to add here. So in this application context we are going to return add a return URL. Now here this is actually very important. So in the return URL, what we are going to do, right, I mentioned that we are going to capture the payment, and to capture the payment we need to create an API. And for this one, in the API, right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a PayPal folder. Inside this PayPal folder I'm going to create a capture. Okay, so this capture will now capture your PayPal order creation here. So here I'm going to do route.ts. Okay, so this will be my API route. So once the order creation is completed, it will come to this return URL, and in this capture order we are going to capture this, and then we are going to store that particular purchase order in our database. So here what we'll do simply, so in this return URL we need to give the the path for that API route. So I'm going to do process .env dot, so we have this application app URL, right? So this one we are going to take /API /PayPal /capture, and then we are going to pass the asset ID here, and then I'm going to simply pass the current asset ID, that which asset I'm buying. So this will be my first return URL. Then there can be a cancel URL, so if user cancelled the flow, so in that case we are going to simply copy this. So this will be little different, so it will go to the same, but it will not go to any API page. It will actually come back to this gallery page only. So what we'll do, right, we are going to remove this, and I'm going to do /gallery /asset ID. See, we have this asset ID here. Remember, this is the ID, and then here what we are going to do, we are going to do something like this. So it will be cancelled equal to true. I hope you are getting right. So from there we'll be able to understand that if the user cancelled the order flow or not. So I'm going to do asset ID, and I'm going to simply do cancelled equal to true. Okay, I hope this is clear. So now this will be the complete flow, all the response that we need to pass here. Once this is completed, so where it is ending, man. After this I'm going to do const data. This will be await. So I'll do response.json, and then this data will have a ID. So I'll check if data.id, if this is present. So I'm going to return a order ID, which will be data.id, and then I'm also going to return an approval link. So this will be, so let's do one thing first. I think I will leave this part will be a little tricky for you if you are not over. Let's do one thing instead of doing this, because I have done multiple times, so for me maybe it is simple, but for some of you it will be tricky. So to fail to create the PayPal order, so I will just show you that what we are getting here. Instead of returning immediately in the else, I'll pass this. So let's log this data here, so it will be easy, right? So I'll log the data, save all of these. So now let's see what is happening. So create PayPal order creation is completed. So now we are going to go to page, and we have this one-time purchase button, right? Purchase now, this one. So what are you going to do simply? So in this form, now you are going to add an action. So I'm going to add an action here, and this will be handle. Maybe let's do handle purchase. Handle purchase. So now I'm going to copy this, and let's create this method. So let's create it here. So I'll do async function, and we'll do handle purchase. So we're going to do use server, and then I'll do simply const result, and this will be await, and I'll do create PayPal order action, and here we are going to pass the params.id, which will be my asset ID, right? So now let's save this. So now we should be getting this here, right? So let's see what is happening. Okay, that's some different error. Okay. So now what we are going to do simply, so I'm going to just click here. Okay, so let's click, and we will see what is happening. See, so we have ID, data ID, status created, and see there is a links, right? So this is the link I was talking about. So this will give you the approval link, and here we are going to actually redirect the user, and you can see there is also a capture href also you are getting, right? So this is what I was talking about, and this is coming from this payment action that we have created here, this data.id. So we have data.id now. So data.id is present, and status is also created. So now what you're going to do simply, so I'm going to return. So I'm going to do return. So we are going to get an order ID, which will be data.id, and also I'm going to pass a approval link. So this will be data.links.find. So here I'm going to give link any, and here we are going to simply do, and here we're going to pass link dot rel. You can see here you'll be getting approve. If this is approved, means this is actually created. Rel will be equal to approve. Okay, and I think this is done, and then I'm going to get this href. So this is where I will redirect the user. This is where the checkout page will come, checkout now with the token, and I'll do .href. I hope this is clear now. So now let's save this. So this is completed. So now in this page, what we're going to do, right? So we'll simply check. So if this result, so I'll do if result dot already purchased, if this is the thing, then I'll redirect the user to gallery. That means you already purchased this. Then I'm going to pass the params.id, which is the current asset, and then I'll simply pass here success will be true. Okay, or else if result.approval link is present, so I'll redirect the user to result.approval link, and this is done. So now let's save this, and let's see what is happening now. So let's refresh this. So now I'm going to click here. See, we are getting the sandbox, right? So that means this is working fine. Now once I'll give, okay, let me just take the credentials, right? I'll just pause this. Okay, so I have the credential here, so let me copy this and give the email and the password. Let's log in. So you're getting the wallet, and then do continue to review order. And you can see it's going to this page: localhost API, PayPal, capture, asset ID, token, and then payer ID. See, everything you are getting, right? So that means what is happening, it is going to this page. This is where, can you guess? So in the response we are having this return URL. So that means because it is successful, so it's going to the capture page. So now what you're going to do, so we are going to create a capture endpoint, right? So where it will capture that payment, and based on that we are going to store that. So now let's go to our route, and here we are going to create this. So I'm going to do export async function. So I'm going to do get. So this will give me request, which will be next request. And here first I'm going to get my search params. So I'll do search params, and this will be request dot next URL dot search params. Also I'm going to get the token. Just now I showed you the right, there will be token and everything. There will be token. So you'll be getting token, you will be getting the payer ID, and asset ID we are already sending. Can you guess? So here we are sending the asset ID here. See, so there will be also asset ID. See how this is formulated, right? Everything is actually together, like it's like working together. So here we'll be getting the token. So now I'll be getting search params dot get. So I'll be getting the token, then I'll be getting the asset ID. So this will be search params dot get. So I'll be getting the asset ID. Also I'll be getting the payer ID. So this will be search params dot get, and this will be payer ID. So once we'll get all of this, so if any of this is missing, okay, I'll give this one as a homework. So add homework here, that if any of this is missing, right, so you are going to redirect the user, redirect to gallery page with missing params. So something like you need to give here missing params. I hope you're getting right. So you need to do this one homework. So after this I'm going to do a try and catch. So in this try, first I'm going to get the session. So let's copy here. I'm actually fed up writing this thing again and again. So let's copy from here, paste this, and then I'm going to import this, also import this one. And here I'm going to simply say if session dot user dot id is not present, so I'm going to return, so do next response dot redirect, and I'm going to do new URL. So redirect the user to the login page and pass the current request dot URL. That's it. And then I'm going to capture the payment. Okay, so I'll do const response. This will be await fetch, and then let's go here, copy this, paste here. So we are going to do process dot, this will be same, so it will be version 2 checkout, then there will be orders, and then you need to pass the token here, and this will be captured. So this will capture the payment. Okay, so here we are going to pass the method, which will be post, and headers. So let's copy. Also this will be same, right? Both headers will be same. So let's copy from here. That's it. So I think this is done. So now let's save this. So once response will be created, so I'm going to do const data, and this will be await response dot JSON, and here you will be getting the data, right? So you can also log this data and add here PayPal capture. So you'll be getting the data as completed. Okay, so we'll simply check if this data dot status, if this is equal to completed. So we're going to do this. So first we will simply now store the purchase info in our DB. So this is where we are going to store the purchase info, because now order creation is also completed and user also paid. So once the user paid, that means capturing is also completed. Now we are going to store. Until unless this is done, you are not sure, right, whether user is actually paid this or not. So this is where we are going to call another user server action. Okay, else this will be failed. So we're going to do else this is failed. So I'm going to return next response dot redirect. So I'll redirect the user to, so we'll do new URL / gallery / so here I'm going to pass the asset ID, and here I'm going to pass an error, and let's give this one as payment underscore failed, right? So you'll be able to understand if anything goes wrong. So we'll do request dot URL. That's it. And then in the catch, log the error, and here also we'll do the same thing. I'm going to do this one as, maybe instead of payment failed, let's do server error. So based on different type, you can do this, right? So now I think this is done. So we need to create this server action where we are going to store the purchase info in our DB. So let's start working on this particular section. Alright, now we need to create a couple of actions that we need. Okay, so let's complete all of this, and because all of those are related, right, so we need to create. First we are going to create, so this will be export async function, and this will be if the user actually purchased the asset or not. So this also we need to check. So we'll do has user purchased asset action. So here I'll be getting the asset ID, and this will be string. And here again I'm going to copy this, and here I'm going to do return false, right? Also let's add ID here, same for this one, right? So dot ID. Now for this one I'm also going to, after this I'll take a try catch. So here I'm going to return false. So how we are going to check if the user purchased or not? So I'm going to do const, I think we have already done this on existing purchase, and this will be await. I think we have already done it, right? We have this on existing purchase. So doing db.select from purchase table, where we have two conditions. First, purchase.asset ID should be equal to the asset ID if this is same, and if the purchase.user ID equal to the current session user ID, means current logged in user ID. If both are equal, that means this user already purchased the asset, right? So you can copy and exactly use the same thing. So I'm going to paste it here, and then I'm going to do if return existing purchase.length if this is greater than 0. If this is the case, that means user already purchased. So this is one action we need. Next, we are also going to need all the user purchase, right? Whatever user, let's say there is one user John, and John has purchased 10 images from different users. So we need to get all the purchase, right? And those purchase we are going to render in the purchase page. So I'm also going to create that. So I'm creating all of this because it will be easy to understand. And this will be get all user purchased assets. And let's do action, and here also copy this. So I'll do redirect to login, and here also I'm going to do try catch. So in the try I'm going to return empty and log the error, and in the try I'm going to do const user purchases. So this will be await. So I'll do db dot select. So I want to get the purchase information. This will be purchase, and then I'm want to get the asset information. So this will be my asset. Okay, and these will be from which table? So from purchase table, and I'm going to do inner join. So I want to join with asset, and I want to check where it is equal that purchase dot asset id is same as asset dot id. Both are same, right? If both are same, where equal, so we are going to check the purchase dot user id. That means this user id, the current user id, is actually mapped with the same user id that is there in the purchase table, and this we are going to check it easily from session.user.id. And then maybe let's do a order by, and I'm going to do order by with purchase dot created at. So this will be the total user purchases. We'll be getting the info, and then I'm going to simply do return user purchases. Okay, so this is another action we need. Now next thing, we also need, okay, let's do this one later. Now we need to do the main one, that is how we are going to store the purchases in our DB, right? So let's do it here. So I'm going to do export async function, and I'm going to do record purchase. Now this record purchase, from where we are going to call, we are going to call from this capture API endpoint. So when the capture is completed, we are going to call this action. So here we are going to get couple of things. So we'll be passing the asset ID, PayPal order ID, user ID, and the price, and all of this we are going to pass it from this API out, and we are going to see that how we are going to do that. So we'll do asset ID, which will be string. We get the PayPal order ID, which will be string. We are going to pass the user ID, which will be string, and also I'm going to pass a price. So I'm going to pass this one as 5.0. Okay, now let's make this one record purchase action. Now here I'm simply going to do again existing purchase. We need to check here. So I'm going to do try catch. We are giving multiple checks. So I'll do existing purchase, copy this, and I'm going to simply do if existing purchase dot length is greater than 0. So I'm going to do return. So I'll do success is true, and I'll do already exist will be true. Okay, so this is first thing we are going to check, and then I'm going to generate some UID. Why? Because if you go to the schemas, let's go to the schema and go to the purchase, right? So we have the UID we are using here, right? So you need to create a unique ID. So I'm going to first, I'll create a payment UUID, and this will be, so I think we haven't installed, or I think we don't have. Let's check. Let's do it. So I'm going to clear this. So npm install UUID. So let's import. So we're going to add version 4 as UID. Let's do version 4, right? So now I'm going to create a unique payment ID. So I'll do UID 4, and also I'm going to create a purchase ID. Both we need as a UID, right? So purchase UUID, which will be UID 4, because I remember for payment also we are using UID here. So both we have. Now we are going to insert. First we are going to insert into payment table, and then we are going to insert into purchase table. Okay, so first I'm going to do await db dot insert. So we have the payment table dot values. So we have the ID. So ID will be payment UUID, just now we have created. Then we have the amount, so this will be math.round, and then we are going to get the price here, so this price, so I'm going to do price into 100. Then we are also going to add currency, which will be, I'll add USD. Then we are going to have the status. Definitely status will be completed because it is already completed, right? Okay, let's keep this on small because we are doing this one in capture, not in the order creation. Both are different. You have to understand, order creation and capture both are different. Once the order creation is completed, that doesn't mean that user already paid. Once capturing is completed means user actually successfully paid the amount, and that is the reason we are doing status as completed. You remember, we already have the order creation status as completed in the response, right? And then in the route also will be getting this data.status as completed. So that means the capturing is completed. So status will be completed. Provider we need to pass, remember. So provider, I'm going to pass this one as PayPal. Then we are having the provider ID, and here I'm going to pass the PayPal order ID, and this PayPal order ID we are going to pass from this route. Everything is related. Then we are having the user ID, so this will be user ID. This user ID also will be getting this user ID here, and we are also passing the created at, which will be new date. Awesome. And cannot find session. This session we need to, oh, why we are getting passing session here, man? We have the user ID, right? We don't need this one, so we can simply pass this user ID. Okay, so this is done. So now I'm going to insert this info in our purchase table. So I'm going to do db.insert. So I'm going to do purchase.values, and here we're going to pass the ID. So ID will be purchase UID. Then we are going to pass the asset ID. Then we are going to pass the user ID. Then we are going to pass the payment ID. See, both are related, right? So payment ID will be linked, which is payment UID. And then also we are going to do the price. So this will be the price. So we are going to pass the price, which will be this price here. And also we're going to pass a created at, which will be new date, right? And then both the things are done. Now what we are going to do simply, so here later we are going to create the invoice also in this particular step. So we are going to keep a placeholder that create invoice here. Everything we are doing, most of the things we notice we are doing on the server side. Very few things in this complete video we have done on the client side, right? So that is one of the huge advantage of using Next.js, right? So later I'll create invoice later. And here what I'll do, simply I'm going to do revalidate path. So I'm going to revalidate the gallery. So I'll do gallery / asset ID. Also we are going to revalidate one more path, that will be, we have the, if you go to the dashboard, we have the purchases page. So this part also we need to revalidate. So we're going to revalidate dashboard / purchases, right? This is done, and at the end I'm going to return success will be true, and purchase ID I'm going to return. So the purchase ID will be purchase UUID, and here I'm going to copy this. So I'm going to return success will be false, and I'm going to return some error here. So I'll do error failed to save purchase and payment info. I know that this is a lot of step, but there is no shortcut, right? So you need to follow all of this. So I think now this is actually completed. So now we can go to our route, and here we are going to call this. So I'm going to simply do const save to db. I'm just giving this name for understanding purpose. You don't have to give the same name. I'll do avid, and I'll do record purchase action, and we need to pass 4 things, right? We need to pass the asset ID. So we have the asset ID. We are going to pass the token. We already have the token here. Remember, we are getting all of this from our params. Then we are going to pass the user ID, which will be session.user dot id, and also I'm going to pass the price. I'm going to pass 5.0 for now. So we'll be getting 4 things we are passing here. Why this is coming? String dot or null. All right. Okay, that is the reason we need to give this condition here, man. So let's do it. So I'm going to simply check that if this token or if this pair id or if this asset id is not present, so we are going to return next response dot redirect. So here I'm going to do new URL and I'm going to redirect user to gallery /, we are going to do an error, and this can be missing params. And here we are going to pass the request dot URL. Okay, I have given homework, but we need to give this or else we'll be getting that type error. So I think this is fine. So now once this is saved, right, so either this is possible that either this is success or else this can be failed, this save to database. So I'm going to check if this save to database dot success, if this is false, so that means some error occurred, right? So we can copy this, paste it, so it will go to gallery asset id, and I'm going to do here recording field. See how we are passing different right, based on this you can handle. So if this is failed, it will go to this URL, else if this is success, so in that case it will go to same one, gallery asset id, but in this case it will be success will be true, that means it is successful. So we'll do success as true, and this will be request.url. Okay, so now I think everything is completed. So let's see what is happening here, right? So I'm going to go here, so let's see what is happening. We will go to assets, go to galleries, and now I'm going to click on this. Let's click purchase. So here we are going to paste, copy this, paste here, login. Okay, login with password. I don't know why this is coming, but anyway, let's give again. Now let's do continue and see what is happening here. See, awesome, right? Success is true. Awesome. Now if I go here, node, and let's do one thing. Remember, we have logged something here. Here I have given a console, remember, table capture, and let's log, check this, what we are having. See, you're getting all of this. See, status is completed, right? So that means this is actually done, and this is done. Why? Because if you go to the, let's go to the let's refresh this, all of this, right? Refresh all of this, and let's open the payment info, payment table, not info. See, so here we are having this. I think this we need to change. I think I'm doing multiply, but that's okay. So here we are having the provider ID. Important is this one, provider ID. I'll tell you that if you're doing this one in a real app, what are the things you need to consider here. The first of all, you need to consider whether you're storing the correct user ID or not, provider ID and provider, because there can be multiple payment provider, these things. Next, you need to go to the purchase table. Let's go to the purchase, and here you see what you're getting. You're getting the asset ID. Which asset? Payment ID. This payment ID is very important, and you can see it's working perfectly fine. So now what we need to do, right? We need to make couple of changes in our gallery page. Now you might ask me what, you'll understand why we need to make couple of changes. So let's go to the gallery page first. So go to the gallery page. I'll close everything else. So here I'm going to add some more here. So I'm going to add some search params, and here I'm going to add a success, which will be string. Then we are also going to have a cancelled maybe. So let's say cancelled, which will be string. and I'm just giving you all the ways that you can implement all of this, right? So use string. Now here I'm going to get these search params here, and you're going to pass these search params here, and you will be receiving these search params here also, okay, in the gallery content. So I think this is done. So now what you're going to do, right, we need to first check whether the user is actually purchased the asset or not. So currently we are having hard coded as false. So now we already have, remember, we already have a action that we will check that has user purchased or not, and this will be able to understand very easily. So remove this. So we are simply going to check if the session.user.id, this is present, that means user is already logged in. So I'm going to do abit, and I'll do has user purchased action, and here I'm going to pass the params.id, so which will be my asset ID, or else this will be false, right? So if I save this, let's see what is happening here. Let's wait. Let's refresh this. See, we are getting download asset, right? Which is fine, which is working fine, but we can also add some more changes, right? So I'll show you that what are the changes you can add. So what we can do, right, or maybe I'll give you this one as a homework. So in the search params you will be getting all of this, right? So let's say in the search param, I'm going to show you just quickly. So here I'll just do const success. This will be search param dot success here. So this success, if success is present, so let's say you are going to render something in this UI. So after this I'm going to just check if the success is present. So I'm going to just take a div, right, and here I'm going to just add a class name, and I'll do flex items center gap of 3, padding of 4, and bg green maybe 50. Let's do text green 700, rounded large, border and border green 200. Inside this I'm going to do a check circle, right, and here I'm going to do a class name, width as 5, height as 5, and I'll do text green 500, and then I'm going to simply render a p, and I'll do purchase successful, and you can now download this asset. So this is one, and same thing you can do for error and all kind of errors, whatever we have done so till now. And now one more thing we need to do, that how you are going to download. So for download we are going to create another download. So for first let's see if the flow is working. So I'll go to the gallery view. So first let's click here. So you can see you're getting download asset. So this you already purchased. Let's say you want to purchase this. So getting purchase now, click here. So going to the checkout, let's click on buy. See, purchase successful, you can now download, and you are getting download here. So this is done, right? So you go to gallery. Now you should be getting download asset. So but how you are going to download the asset, right? So for download asset also you're going to create a simple API route. So let's go here, and in this API I'm going to create a download, and let's give a ID inside API, and then I'm going to create a route.ts. And then what I'll do, right, in the page I have this download button, remember anchor. So here I have a download. Now here I'll simply pass href, and I'll simply going to give here so here what I'll do, so let's pass /API /download / so we're going to pass the params.id, and here I'm going to, it will go to this route, and in this route I'm going to download this particular image, right? So let's see how this is working. So save this. So now let's create the download route. So first of all here I'm going to do this one as get. So this will be export function get, and here we'll be getting the request, and this will be next request, right? And here what we are going to do, we are going to get the params, because this is also a dynamic API route, right? So we'll be getting the params. And so here what I'm going to do simply, so I'm going to pass the params, and let's pass the ID as string. And here what I'll do simply, first I'm going to get the asset ID, which will be params.id. Again, I always forget this, we need to use await here. Okay, let's check here. I think I always miss this. Let's go to the routes. There will be routing. Let's go to the search man. I'll do dynamic route. So we need to use this. So we are going to pass it here. So this will be ID, and this will be await, or you can also directly take it here, ID, and then pass params. Awesome. So this is done, and now I'm going to simply do try catch. And here again we are going to check, right? We need to check here again. Don't miss this, we need to check every time whenever you're going to make this one very secure, right? For every possible scenario, try to add all of this. So we're going to import this, and here we are going to redirect the user to the login page. Okay, so now once this is done, then I'm going to simply check const has purchased. See, again I'm checking here if the user is purchased or not. So there is no way they can trick us. So I'll do has user purchased asset action and pass the asset ID. Asset ID is nothing but this ID that will be getting. Okay, so this ID, if not equal to has purchased, again I'm going to redirect the user to the not login page, maybe redirect the user to the gallery page or whatever you like. Here let's do this one, maybe /gallery/ here I'm going to pass the ID, means it will go to the gallery or sorry, for that particular asset details page if it is not purchased. And if the asset already purchased, then I'm going to get the result, and this will be await. Then we have a get asset by ID action, and here we're going to pass the ID, and then we are going to simply do return next response dot redirect. So we're going to have result dot asset dot file URL. That's it. So this will be where we are going to upload this, right? We also need to give that if this result is not present, so we are going to redirect the user to the gallery page maybe. So we'll pass this one to the gallery page, and in this one I'm going to redirect the user to the gallery. Let's do this one to the gallery page only. Okay, I think this should work. So let's see what is happening. So now try to go this one. So I'm going to click this. Let's try to click download. Okay, I'm not sure what is happening here. Let's see. See, it's opening here, right? So it's going to this URL. So you'll be able to upload. So let's go back. So let's see if I go to gallery and let's click here, download. So you'll be able to download here. So this is working fine. So download is working also fine, right? So this is where we are keeping everything very secure. So everything happening on the server side, right? Download. See, Awesome. So now the purchase and the download is working. Now we start working on the my purchase page, where we are going to render all the purchase asset that this user is already purchased. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so now the only thing that is left, that is the invoice functionality, right? But before that, I thought it would be better if we complete the home page also, right? Because home page UI we haven't created yet, and let's keep this one very simple so that we will be able to finish it very quickly. Or else if you go to the home page, it's looking very odd. So what I'll do, right, so let's go to the page.tsx, and then let's remove everything from here. So let's take a section, and here let's take a class name. So I'll do mean height as screen, I'll do flex items center, justify center, bg select 50, py of 24, for md let's do py of 32. These I've already have created, so I'm just checking from there and doing it very quickly. So let's take another div. So I'll take a container, let's do flex column items center and text center. Now inside this we'll take one more div. We'll take a class name flex column and item center, and here inside this I'm going to take one more div. So we'll take a class name, so I'll do margin bottom of 6, padding of 4, and I'll do rounded full, and I'll do bg till 500, and here I'm going to take a package, and let's give a class name. So I'm going to do text as white, height of 8, width of 8. Save this. Also let's remove this. Alright, so after this I'm going to take a h1, and I'll do asset management platform, and here I'm going to take a class name, and for this one let's take a text as 4xl, for md I'm going to do text 6xl, for large I'm going to do text 7xl, do font as bold, do tracking tighter, and text teal of, let's do 700 maybe, or let's do 600. So after this, okay, so we have this div. So after here I'm going to, let's take some random text. So I'll upload, manage and share your digital assets with ease, and here I'm going to take a class name. So I'm going to do margin top of 6, let's do max width of 600px, and I'll do text large and text slate 600, or let's do 700. Oh man, we need to keep it outside. Okay, after this let's take one more div. So I'll take a class name, we'll do margin top of 12, I'll do flex wrap, gap of 6, and justify center. Inside this let's take a link, and let's go to gallery, and here I'm going to just take a button, and I'll do browse gallery, and let's take a class name. So I'll do bg till 500 and text as white, px of 8, py of 6, and text large. Well, let's remove this, we'll leave it like this. Let's see what you're getting. It's taking so much time to reload, I don't know why. Okay, so you're getting this. Okay, hover also you can do, like on hover let's give bg till 600. So after these, what else? So after this div, let's take one more div. So I'll do class name, I'll do margin top of 24, grid columns 1, for MD I'll do grid columns 3, gap of 8, and max W 4 XL. Inside this I'm going to take a card component. So let's use a shadow, and inside this I will take a card header. Let's do a class name. So I'll do padding bottom of 2, flex column, and items center. And inside this I'm going to take a div. So I'll do a class name, we'll do padding of 3, we'll do rounded full, and bg till maybe 100, margin bottom of 2. And here inside this I'm going to use same package icon, and let's use a class name, height of 6, width of 6, height of 6, and text till 600. And what else? So let's give some card title, and we'll do class name, let's give text and large. See, still we are spending a lot of time on this. I seriously don't want to do that, but I don't have any options. Here we have to do it, right, or else it will look odd. Maybe let's give organize, and then after this I'm going to do a card content, and do class name, I'll do text as center, and here I'm going to have a P, and I'll do categorize and tag your assets. Let's give a class name, so I'll do text as small and text slate, maybe 500. Okay, so I think this is fine. Then we can copy this and then just change some of the text that we are having, right? See, still okay, so this is fine. Now let's copy this and then paste it. The only difference will be, let's make this one as upload, and let's do upload, and I'll do share your assets, upload and share. And also you can copy this one more time, paste it, and let's do one for share also. So I'll do share. So let's make this on share your assets, and let's make this on upload your assets. And I think this will be more than fine, right? So we'll be having 3. If you want, you can change however you like. So let's see how this is looking. Okay, so we're having 3, right? So we're having upload, and I think this is looking pretty nice. So go to gallery, home page, and this is fine. So now we need to start working on the actions for our invoice, right? So first we are going to create all the invoice related actions, then only we'll be working on the UI side. So that means we need to start working on the my purchases page. But first let's create all the actions. So I'm going to do invoice actions.ts. Again, you have to have really good knowledge on the relations that whatever you have created in the schema, right? If again I'm repeating, I think I have repeated almost 100 times that if you are not able to understand some of the relations, I will try to create separate video for Drizzle. But you have ping me, not ping me, like comment it down in this video that if you want me to do. So I'm going to do create invoice action, and here this invoice, so whenever you are going to create an invoice, what it will receive. So if you go to the payment action, record purchase action, and here you can see that we are going to create invoice later. So here we'll be getting the purchase ID. So this purchase ID we are going to receive as the input here. So I'm going to get the purchase ID, and this will be string. And here first thing we'll do try catch. So log the error, and inside try I am going to use So let's copy this. Let's import auth. Let's import headers. And I'm going to do, if this is not present, so I'm going to, instead of redirect, so let's return success will be false maybe, and you can return error not authenticated. So there are multiple things you can do. So for in every actions I'm doing different things, so that whatever you want to do you can do that, or you can, if you want, you can also redirect the user to the home page. Both are fine. Now, so this is the first level of check we need to do, and now we will be getting our purchase data. So we need to get the purchase data, right? That whether the user is actually purchased that particular asset or not, and based on that asset we are going to generate, right, the invoice. So I'm going to get the purchase data, and to do this I'm going to have it. So I'm going to do db dot select, and here we're going to get couple of things. First I'm going to get the purchase data, so this will be from our purchase table. I'm going to get the asset from our asset table. We are also going to get the payment. Also I'm going to get the user from our user table, right? And then I'm going to, first I'm going to do from, so I'm going to get from my purchase table, and I'm going to do a inner join. So inner join, first I'm going to add asset, where it will be equal with purchase dot, remember there is asset ID, and this asset ID will be what? It will be similar to asset.id. So there is a asset ID in our asset table. Dot, again do the same thing for payment user, right? So again you will do, oh sorry man, so here I'm going to do inner join again, and here you are going to, okay, you need to import equal. So here I'm going to do for payment, and here also we are going to copy this, so this will be purchase dot payment ID, and this will be payment dot ID. Then we are going to copy this, paste it, and this will be user, where purchase dot user ID will be same with user dot ID, right? And then we are going to simply check, where we'll check equal the purchase dot ID will be what? Equal to this purchase ID. So you're going to have the purchase ID, right? And then I'm going to limit this one with 1. So this will give me the purchase data. Now if this purchase data is not present, so I'm going to do if this purchase data is not present, so I'm going to do return. So I'm going to do success will be false, and error will be purchase not found. And then I'm going to check that if this particular purchase, that whatever we are seeing, it is, if this is belong to this user, whoever is logged in or not. Very important, right? Or maybe let's say some hacker, they can log in and they can try to check it, right? So we should not do that. So we need to check that here. So I'm going to do if this purchase data dot purchase dot user ID, remember this will have the user ID. If this is not equal to session current session dot user dot ID, that means this is some other user is trying to access this. And if the session dot user role is not equal to admin, so in that case I'm going to return, so I'll do success as false, and error is not authorized, something like that, or you don't have access, whatever you want to do. So for now we are checking this based on your requirement. Whatever you want to do, you can change all of this, right? Now I'm going to create my invoice number. So I'm going to do const, and I'll do invoice number. So let's give here inv. So start with invoice inv, and here I'm going to give new date dot get full year. And after this I'm going to take one more. So here I'm going to simply do new date dot get month. Let's do +1, and then I'm going to do toString, and let's do pad start, and here I'm going to do 2, 0, and after this, so let's do hyphen, and I'm going to do here math.floor, and I'm going to do 1000 plus math.random into, let's do some random number, right? Maybe 5000 or 10,000, or let's do 9,000, whatever. Okay, so this will be our invoice number, and now we are going to create our very important HTML content. Now you might be thinking, what is HTML content? Now here you can also generate your PDF using third-party library package, but I have decided to create a custom invoice using our HTML structure. So let's say how we are going to do that. So for this one, right, so let's go to our leave folder, and here I'm going to create an invoice, and I'm going to do invoice HTML generator. So here I'm going to create this simply, so we'll do export function. Now this will be little like we need to generate the HTML here. I'm going to keep this on simple for now. You can change this whatever you like later. So here I'm going to have so we are going to receive couple of things. So first I'm going to receive here invoice number. So just now we have created, which will be string. Then we are also going to receive, so I'm going to give comma, we're going to receive the purchase date, right? I'm actually showing you that how many things you can actually render here. So you're going to render the purchase date, that in which date the user purchased that product or the image. Then you're going to get the asset title, which will be string. You are also going to render the price, which will be number. Then what else you can do? Or you can also render the buyer name, but for now let's keep it like this. It's going to return a string, and here I'm going to simply, so let's do something like this. So first I'm going to do a formatted date. So I'm going to do formatted date. So this will be purchase date dot to local date string, and here you can pass this UN US. No, I think US is caps. And here you're going to pass year is numeric, month is long, and also you're going to pass a day, which will be numeric. Then you're also going to, let's do a formatted price. So I'm going to do price divided by 100. Remember we have multiplied and do 2 fixed of 2. Now what this will return, can you guess? So this is going to return a HTML structure. Now you need to create this one here. So I'm going to do here doc type HTML, and then you will be creating the HTML here. So you'll do HTML, and then you will do HTML. You got it right. So you're going to generate a HTML here. Then we are going to have a head, and then you're going to have the body. So here, so head will have what, right? So it will have a meta, and then inside meta you're going to pass a cat set, and you're going to do UTF-8. You can also pass the title. So let's pass a title here. Rest of the things you can change, right, later. I just showed you the way that how you're going to do it. And here you're going to pass the title, which will be your invoice number. Okay, and also you can pass something like this, right? So we'll do invoice and then the number. Okay, so this will be your title. Then after this, what you're going to do, right? So for now, okay, I'm telling you very front, it will look very bad because I'm not going to add any like structure or anything, or CSS. If needed, maybe I'll add it after completing all the functionality, but I'll show you how you're going to do it. So here I'm going to have the body, and inside body, so let's just take some div, and inside this I'm going to render. So let's render all the div here. So let's take one more div, and I'm going to copy this and paste it 3 times maybe, and here I'm going to render the asset title. Copy this, and here I'm going to render the, sorry, let's render the invoice number here. Let's render the asset title here, and I'm also going to render the date here. So I'll do date, and I'm going to pass the formatted date. That's it. So for now I'm going to only return this, and also if you want you can return the price here also. Okay, so this will be my generator where I'm going to generate the HTML. So now I'll go here and I'm going to do generate invoice HTML. So it's going to receive a couple of things, right? First, invoice number. So this is the invoice number I have created. Second, it is going to receive the purchase date. So purchase date will be new date, and here we're going to have the purchase data dot purchase dot created at. Okay, next we are going to have the purchase data dot asset dot title, and then we are going to have what else? Asset title and price. So we'll do purchase data dot asset dot price. No, not price. Purchase data dot purchase dot price. That's it. So this will create the HTML content, and now I'm going to insert this invoice in my invoice table. So we have the invoice table, right? So if you go here, let's go to schema. So we have this invoice table here. So now I'm going to generate it. So I'll do const, do new invoice. This will be avet db.insert. So I'm going to get the invoice from our schema, and I'm going to pass the values. So here we are going to add the ID. So ID will be, we are going to import from UID. Let's do version 4 as UID version 4. So this will be UID. We're going to pass the invoice number. We're going to pass the purchase ID. So purchase ID will be purchase data dot purchase dot ID. Then we are going to have the user ID. So this will be purchase data dot user dot ID. Then we are going to have the amount. So this will be purchase data dot purchase dot price. Then we are also going to have, so after price, after amount we are going to have the currency. This will be USD. Then we are going to have the status. So I'm going to make this one as paid. Then we are also going to have the HTML content, remember. So this will be our HTML content, and then we are going to have the created at. So this will be new date, and then we are going to also have updated at, which will be new date. Return. Okay, this is different. So here we are going to do dot returning. So now we are going to simply do revalidate path, and I'm going to revalidate dashboard slash. So what is the page name? So we are having the dashboard slash purchases. So we go to purchases, right? And then at the end we are going to do return. So success will be true, and then let's return an invoice ID, which is new invoice dot ID. And in here I'm just going to return success will be false, and here I'm going to do error, and this will be failed to create invoice, right? So this is done. But now what we're going to do, right? So when we are going to store these, so we need to actually store this, right? So for this one, let's do one thing. Let's go to the payment action and then create PayPal order, record purchase, right? So here we need to do it. So I'm going to do simply const invoice result. This will go to avet, and I'll create invoice action, and here we are going to pass the ID, purchase ID, which is purchase UID. and then I'm going to simply say if invoice result dot success is false. So for now let's log the error. So I'm going to log the error that failed to create invoice. So save all of this. I think these should create the invoice, but we need to test it. But before that we need to create some more actions that we need. The first one, we need to get all the user purchases, right? Not user purchases, we need to get all the user invoices. That, let's say I am as a user, I purchased 10 assets. So for each and every assets I'll be having invoice, right? So I need to get all the invoices. So first I'm going to do export async function and to get users invoices action, and here I'm going to do try catch, and so let's copy this, and here what I'm going to do, simply we'll be getting const user invoices, this will be await, and I'll do dv.select from, and I'm going to pass invoice, and here I'm simply going to do where, so do where, so do equal, so we have the invoice dot user ID should be equal to session dot user dot ID, and then let's do the order by also. So I'll do order by invoice dot created at, and then I'm going to simply return success will be true and invoices will be user invoices, else I'm going to return false. So do failed to fetch user invoices. Alright, so I think this is done, and then we are also going to have one more, which will be to get the invoice HTML. So when user is going to download the invoice, we need to give the permission user to download it, right? So I'm going to create one more, so we'll export async function, and I'll do get invoice HTML. I'm going to get the invoice ID, which will be string, so let's do try catch, and here we are going to add the same check, copy this, paste it here, and then I'm going to get the invoice data. So do const get the invoice data, and this will be await db dot select, and then this will be from, and here I'm going to do invoice, and here I do where equal, so we'll do invoice dot id will be equal to this invoice id that we are going to get, so we'll do invoice id, and then we are going to do dot limit with 1. Save this, and then I'm going to do if no invoice data, this will be data, so I'm going to return success will be false, and I'll do error is invoice not found, right? And then I'm also going to check if this is belong to that user or not. So for this one I think we can copy from here only, so copy this, and after this I'm simply going to do, instead of this will be invoice data dot user ID, so we'll do invoice data dot user ID is equal to this. So in that case I'm going to return not authorized. Also you're going to add one more check here, if, so I'll do invoice data dot HTML content if this is not present, and then also I'm going to return that HTML content not found. And at the end we are going to return success will be true and HTML will be invoice data dot HTML content. And here I'm also going to return invoice content not found, whatever, you can change all of this. So this will be to get the invoice HTML, this will be to get all the user invoices, and this will be to create. Now we have one more, that is the last one, that is to get a user invoice by ID, right? So we'll check this one. I think this also will be very simple. So you just have to return the invoice data. So what you'll do, right, you can copy this, and here I'm going to do get invoice by ID. So do by ID. So this part will be same. I think let's add accent here in all the places. So this will be invoice data. So where we are going to, this will be same. If the invoice data is not present, return this. We are going to check if that invoice doesn't belong to the logged in user, we are going to return not authenticated. Same thing. The only difference will be in this case, instead of returning the HTML content, so let's return the invoice here. So invoice will be invoice data, right? And let's change the, remove the HTML. That's it. So now I think we have all the 4 actions that we need. So now we can start working on this my purchases page. So let's start working on this particular page. Alright, so now we'll start working on the my purchases page. So let's go to this page. Okay, so let's go to my purchase. Let's close everything. So we are going to make this one as async. The first thing we'll be getting the session, and again let's copy it from some other place. So let's import this, import the headers, and here first of all we are going to check 2 things, that if not equal to session dot user, so we'll redirect the user to the login page, and we are going to check one more thing, if the session and user dot role, if this is admin, so we'll redirect the user to the, let's go to home page, right, whatever. So save this. Okay, so in this case we are going to check if the session is equal to null, because there can be possibility, so we're going to return null. So now once this is done, so we'll be getting 2 things. First we are going to get the all the user purchases. So we have just created all the actions, right? Get user invoice, all the purchases, sorry, not invoices, all the user purchases. So purchases I think we have added in some place, right? Get user, all user purchase, this one. And then also you're going to get all the user invoices. So all the user invoices, 2 things. So let's start with this one. So first I'm going to get const, so let's do purchases result. So I'm going to do await, so to get all user purchase asset action, and then I'm going to do const invoices result, and this will be await get user invoices action. Okay, so these 2. Now what are you going to do? Simply, so we are going to handle, so let's handle one case where function return error object. So there can be possibility, right? So something error happened. So in that case I'm going to do just purchases. So I'm going to do array dot is array of these purchase result. So if this is the case, I'm going to do purchase result, or else this will be empty. array. And here I'm also going to do const invoices, and this will be invoice result dot success, right, if this is true, and invoice result dot invoices. So in that case I'm going to get invoice result dot invoices, or else this will be empty array, right? That's it. So now what we are going to do, simply we are going to create a map. So we'll do const, I'll do purchase to invoice map, and this will be new map, and I'll simply just do invoices dot for each. I'll do invoice, and I'll do purchase to invoices map dot set. So I'm simply going to do invoice dot purchase ID will be map to invoice dot ID comma ID. Okay, save this. So currently we will not be having any invoices because we haven't created any invoices, right? So if you just log this, both the things, so log the purchases and log the invoices. So let's see what you're getting here. Save this. See, so we have actually a couple of purchases, right? Because we already purchases 2-3 assets, but if you notice we don't have any invoices because we haven't created any invoices yet, because that time the functionality was not completed. But to do this, but before that, let's create the UI first. So here I'm going to just, let's do div, and I'm going to take a class name. I'm going to do container py of 12, and inside this I'm going to do h1, and this will be my purchases. Let's give a class name. So I'm going to do text to Excel, font bold, margin bottom up 6. Then if I simply check if purchases dot length is equal to 0, so I'll simply going to return a p that you haven't purchased any asset yet, or else we are going to take a div, and I'm going to give a class name. Let's do space y of 4, and here I'm going to simply take purchases dot map. So I'll be getting the, so first let's return this. So I'll be getting the purchase, and also I will be getting the asset, right? If you're getting confused from where we are getting all of this, go to this action and see we have selected both purchase and the asset. So we're getting the purchase and the current asset, and here I'm going to return a div. So I'm going to give a key which will be purchase.id, and let's give a class name. So do flex item center gap of 4, p of 4, bg white, rounded large, border, and on hover I'll do shadow sm maybe. Okay, and inside this I'm going to take a div, and I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do relative, width as 16, height as 16, I'll do rounded medium, I'll do overflow hidden, I'll do flex shrink 0. Inside this I'm going to render an image, and here I'm going to do source, and this will be asset dot file URL. Then we are going to have alt, which will be asset dot title. Let's give fill, and let's give class name, and this will be object cover. Save this. Let's see what we are getting. it's taking this much time. Okay, now we are getting 2 purchases. Awesome. So now after this, I'm going to take another div, and let's do a class name, do flex grow, and I'll do min with 0. Inside this, let's take a h3 and let's render asset dot title. Class name, I'm going to do font as medium and truncate. And what else? Let's render a p, and I'll do purchased at, and we're going to do new date, and here I'm going to pass the purchase dot created at. So this is the date where we have actually purchased this, and do 2 local date string. And let's take a class name, so I'll do text sm, and I'll do text gray. Maybe let's do 506. Let's give 5 only, margin top of 1. So let's see what we are getting. I think we'll be getting this, and then we're going to have one download option where we'll be able to download this. So let's add one download, right? So after this div, we'll take one more div, and here I'm going to take a button, and let's do a size as sm as child, and let's do a class name. I'll do bg as black and text as white. Inside this, I'll take anchor, and I'll do a download. So margin right of 2, width as 4, height as 4, and let's do download. And can you remember what you're going to give? So you're going to give href, so it will go to /API /download and then /asset.id, and we're going to pass the download prof here. Save this, or not here, man, not here, it will be outside. So let's see what you're getting. See how much time it is taking. I don't know, this is very slow, man. It's very slow in the local dev server actually. I don't know why it's, see, it's like it's taking ages. And then at the end, what we will do, maybe after this, I'm going to take the purchase into invoice map dot has, if this has the purchase ID, right? In this case, I'm going to render another button. Okay, so I'll render a button, I'll render a variant. Let's do this one as outline, and I'll do size as sm, and I'll do as child. Inside this, I'm going to take anchor, and now we are going to download the invoice. So I'm going to take a file text, and let's use the same class name, and I'll do invoice. And here, can you guess? So here we are going to create one more one more API route. So just now we are going to create it after this only. So we'll do API/invoice, and then it will go to purchase to invoice map dot get, and you'll pass the purchase ID. So that is the reason we have actually mapped the purchase ID here. Okay, so we'll get this, and then I'm going to keep a target. So this I'm going to do blank, and also I'll do real. So this will be no opener, and I'll do no referrer. Spelling RRER. Okay, so now if this is present, so we'll be getting the invoice, and then on click of this we're going to upload the invoice. But we don't have the invoice for these two, but we are going to test it. But before that, we need to create this API route. So where we'll be uploading the invoice, right? So we'll go to API folder, then I'm going to create another invoice. No, we have the API folder, create invoice, and here I'm going to create the ID, and then let's create route.ts. So here also we are going to use almost similar things, so let's copy this from here, the complete thing, instead of rewriting. So go to the invoice, paste it. We're going to change most of the things. So here also we'll be getting the ID, so we're going to get the ID. Session, it will be same, we are going to redirect the user to the login page. So let's import all of this. First I'm going to import this, let's import auth, let's import headers, let's import the response. Now we don't need here this part, so I'm going to remove this. Now here I'm going to get the HTML, so I'll do const result, and this will be await get invoice HTML action, right? And here I'm going to pass the ID, so this will give you the HTML. And here you're going to check if this result dot success, if this is false, or if result dot HTML, if this is not present. So what we'll do, right, so maybe we'll redirect the user to the some page, right, some random page for now. So redirect the user to the, if this HTML is not present, so maybe let's go to the dashboard / purchases page, or else we are going to return with the new HTML content. So here I'm going to just remove like, let's do return new next response. We are going to pass the result.html, and here we are going to pass the headers, and let's do content type, and this will be text/html. That's it. And here also we'll be returning okay, I think this is we are returning to the purchases page. This is fine. Let's copy this, let's do the same thing here also for this one, and I think that's it. So this is done. Now what else? I think everything is fine, right? Awesome. So I think this is done. So now let's save. So for now you can see you're not getting the invoice because definitely it is not there. So I'll simply just log out. We need to actually test everything from scratch. So let's log in. So let's log in with this user, and let's go to gallery. Let's select this asset. Let's click on purchase. And then let's log in. I don't know why this will ask 2 times. Continue. Awesome. So now we are able to download. Now let's go to the my purchase. Awesome. So now we have an invoice. Now see what will happen. It will look bad, I'll tell you. Let's click here. So it is compiling, but if any error we need to check it. See, we are having this invoice and then this third asset added. This is the date. Sorry, this is the price and this is the date. I think it's looking horrible. It's not looking like proper structure. Let me just quickly do it, right? I will do this. So for this invoice HTML, right, I'll create some HTML structure and then I'll just copy paste, or else it's looking very bad, so that you guys can, whenever you'll be downloading from my website, right, you'll be able to use it. The reason I don't want to write it because it's normal HTML CSS and it will take a lot of time to write all of this. So let me just pause it and I'll just paste it here and we'll see how it will look. Okay. Alright, you can see I just created a proper HTML structure with CSS and everything. See how this is looking, right? So we're going to do the same process again. Let's go to gallery. Let's click on this image. Let's purchase this. Continue. No, this is done. Go to my purchase. And now let's click on invoice. See, it's looking nice, right? So this is what I'm talking. So we are getting invoice number, this is the date, this is from and everything. I've just added some dummy data, and this is the description that what you have bought, and then you can also print it. So what you do, right, you just use this structure here, and see we're not using any third-party package or anything. It will work. Also, if you try to download, you'll be able to download the image. This is also working. So I think with this we have actually completed the complete. Now see, even though you will also understand, right, this project looks simple, but it's not. There are a lot of things you have learned, that how you are going to handle role-based authentication, how you can upload assets, how you are going to manage admin features, how you can do payment related features, how you can create invoice, and a lot of other things, right? So with this, I think this is the end of this particular video. I think we have covered the gallery page, assets page, and also the my purchases page. All the pages, right, we have completed. So now what I will suggest, see, I don't know, man, it's very slow. This see, it's taking 8 seconds. I don't know why. I think there is some open issues are already there in Next.js, like sometimes the local dev service is very slow. So I think now this is completed. So what you can do, right, try to practice all of this, whatever we have learned so far. So with this, that's all for this particular video. If you like this video, give a like, comment down, and please subscribe to my channel. I'll see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.